A kind-hearted girl's eyes became a burden in the eyes of her family. Because of one act of saving a life, Mu Qianqian lost her sight and was met with ruthless mockery and schemes from her relatives. Mu Qianqian silently endured her parents' scolding, tears flowing quietly. She was about to start university but ended up saving an elderly lady from a near-fatal car accident. In doing so, she paid the price of her vision. The doctors had said surgery could restore her eyesight, but her parents, deeming the cost too high, forcibly discharged her from the hospital. From then on, Mu Qianqian couldn't attend school and struggled with basic daily tasks. Yet, she had no regrets. To her, saving an elderly woman's life was far more precious than her own eyesight. Her parents sneered. What good is saving someone? This world is full of ungrateful people. You've only become a burden to us. We should never have had you. In her heart, Mu Qianqian defended herself. The elderly lady was not ungrateful. She had covered all the hospital expenses and even given her parents 1,000,000 yuan for the surgery. However, her parents deceived the woman, took the money, and left the hospital. Now, even if the kind-hearted lady wanted to help, she wouldn't know where to find them. Unable to hold back, Mu Qianqian retorted, "Didn't the lady give you 1,000,000 yuan?" Before she could finish, a sharp slap landed on her face. Her mother's voice grew shriller. "How dare you talk back? The cost of your treatment was millions, and raising you all these years wasn't free. Do you think you grew up on air? You worthless wretch." Her father spat in disgust. Covering her burning cheek, tears silently streamed down Mu Qianqian's face. At dinner, the rest of the Mu family gathered around the table. Though Mu Qianqian's world was dark, she could clearly hear her parents doting on her brothers. "Chenghui, eat more meat, you're still growing. Chengyao, you too. The monthly exams are coming up, and you can't be at the bottom again." Her younger brother, Mu Chengyao, was in his second year of middle school, always at the bottom of his class, and as plump as a pig. He gobbled his food and said, "So what if I'm at the bottom? Sister's dowry and income are all mine anyway." Their mother glanced coldly at Mu Qianqian. "She's cost the family a lot over the years. It's time she gave something back. I have a distant relative, 45 years old, single, because of a leg problem." Perfect match for Qianqian. Her brother, Mu Chenghui, objected slightly. "Isn't it bad for Qianqian to marry an old cripple? It would be embarrassing." Their mother slammed the table. "A blind girl. Who else would marry her? A prince? She should be grateful someone wants her." Mu Qianqian, scrubbing a rag in another room, felt her heart sink. She resolved then and there that she would not let her life be ruined. She had to escape this family. Sometimes, Mu Qianqian wondered if she was truly their biological child. Why did her parents shower her brothers with love but treat her so cruelly? In school, she excelled, earning scholarships and grants, all squandered by her brother. She wore tattered clothes while her brother flaunted branded ones. Her self-esteem often kept her head down. After finally getting into university, Mu Qianqian saved up for tuition through part-time jobs, secretly enrolling without her parents' knowledge, only to face this tragedy. She lamented the cruelty of fate. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Mrs. Fu was worried. How could she just disappear? Did she leave because she couldn't afford the treatment? I clearly said we would cover all the costs. How could she leave without any contact information? A tall, well-dressed man with chiseled features stood by her bedside, his expression cold. He had just returned from abroad and rushed to the hospital. Fu Sahan's deep, magnetic voice broke the silence. "Grandma, don't worry. I've sent people to look for her. If not for that girl, you might have been in serious trouble." Mrs. Fu sighed with emotion. The girl was so beautiful, with a delicate face, big eyes, and skin as fair as snow, just like a little jasmine flower. "If she were of age, she would be a good match for you. If you got married soon, I could rest easy." Fu Sihan frowned slightly, a trace of coldness in his eyes. This matter might not be that simple. As a 29-year-old eligible bachelor, Fu Sihan was always upright. The Fu family, being a top-tier family in Beijing, had many seeking to marry into it. Mrs. Fu rarely went out, and this time she almost met with an accident, only to be saved by a girl. Was it really just a coincidence? Seeing the sharpness in her grandson's eyes, Mrs. Fu said, "Go investigate. It's good to be sure. But I still believe that girl wasn't a bad person." With her many years of experience, she trusted her instincts. The girl's eyes were as pure as obsidian, not the eyes of someone with ill intentions. Fu Sihan left the room, his gaze turning icy. He instructed his assistant, "Find out about that car and the missing girl." If the Mu family knew the true background of the Fu family, they would regret it deeply. They thought 1,000,000 yuan was a fortune, but little did they know that for the Fu family, this amount was insignificant. Even if it were 100 times more, they would give it without hesitation. After her family finished dinner, Mu Qianqian, hungry, cleaned up the dishes. When she first lost her sight, she often broke the dishes, leading to beatings from her parents. After completing all the chores, the house was silent. Everyone else was asleep. Mu Qianqian didn't even have a room of her own, only a corner in the living room. Her bed was her brother's old one, piled with clutter, making it impossible to stretch out. She packed a bag with all her documents, grabbed a stick to use as a cane, and quietly left the house. As she stepped out, a black luxury car pulled up beside her. Hearing the car, Mu Qianqian instinctively shrank back. The rear window rolled down, revealing Fu Sahan's sharp, handsome face. He gestured to the driver to follow Mu Qianqian closely. Mu Qianqian took a few steps forward, and the black sedan beside her followed slowly. A flash of panic crossed her pale face, but she finally mustered the courage to ask in a voice as soft as a kitten, "Excuse me, are you following me?" The frail girl carried a large yellow duck backpack that seemed disproportionate to her slight frame. Her fair skin glowed under the streetlights, and despite her closed eyes, her delicate features hinted at the potential of great beauty, like a pure white jasmine flower exuding an innocent aura. The car door opened, and a tall figure emerged. Fu Sahan approached Mu Qianqian step by step, his nearly 6'3" frame towering like a mountain over the petite girl. "I heard your eyes haven't recovered yet. Why did you leave the hospital?" His deep, magnetic voice resonated in her ears, making her cheeks flush. It was the most pleasant voice she had ever heard. "Who are you?" she asked, turning her face towards the direction of the voice with her eyes still closed. Fu Sahan, usually indifferent to strangers, felt an unexpected wave of compassion looking at the undernourished girl before him. "I'm Grandma's grandson. Thank you for saving her." Something about his words made Mu Qianqian smile softly, her dimples lighting up the atmosphere around them. The assistant and driver standing nearby couldn't help but whisper, "No wonder the old lady likes her. She's kind-hearted and so beautiful. It's such a pity she lost her sight." "No need to thank me," Mu Qianqian shook her head. "It's late. Where are you heading alone?" I have nowhere to go." Mu Qianqian lowered her head in sorrow. She wanted to return to her childhood home, but her beloved grandparents had long passed away, leaving behind a dilapidated house. Fu Sahan pondered for a moment. "Your eyes haven't healed yet. I'll take you back to the hospital." "No, there's no need." Mu Qianqian stammered. "I've already cost you too much money, and my eyes can't be cured." "Who told you they can't be cured?" Fu Sahan's voice was cold enough to send shivers down her spine. Mu Qianqian turned pale with fright, not daring to speak. Realizing his tone was too harsh, Fu Sahan softened his voice. "Don't worry. I'll get the best doctors to treat your eyes." Moved, Mu Qianqian hesitated before nodding. "Thank you, uncle. I'll go with you." "Uncle?" Fu Sahan's mouth twitched. "Why are you calling me uncle?" Because you're so tall," Mu Qianqian explained softly, recalling how his figure had completely overshadowed hers. Fu Sahan couldn't help but smile, finding the girl amusing. He gently took her hand, carefully helping her into the car, making sure she didn't bump into anything. The assistant and driver were stunned. Since when had their boss become so approachable? Once inside the car, Mu Qianqian was surrounded by the softness of the leather seats and the faint aroma of incense. She sat stiffly, not daring to move. "What are you thinking about?" Fu Sahan asked. "Uncle, is this car very expensive? I'm afraid I can't afford to pay for any damage," Mu Qianqian said timidly. A flicker of surprise crossed Fu Sahan's eyes. "It's not expensive. Don't worry, you won't have to pay for anything." He certainly wasn't going to tell her that the car was a limited edition worth 9 figures. Exhausted, Mu Qianqian soon fell asleep, subconsciously leaning on Fu Sahan's shoulder. His body stiffened, and he coldly pushed her away, leaving her to rest against the window. Fu Sahan pondered over the information he had gathered. Mu Qianqian had just turned 20, but looked as frail as a high school student. She had done heavy labor from a young age and often suffered abuse, which explained her slight build. He couldn't help but wonder if there was more to her story about saving his grandmother. Back at the private hospital, Fu Sahan immediately called his friend, Cheng Lin. "Keep an eye on her. If she runs away again, forget about your current project." "Don't worry, Fu. Even if I lose myself, I won't lose your precious girl," Cheng Lin joked. "Watch your mouth," Fu Sahan warned coldly. After hanging up, Cheng Lin announced in their childhood friends group chat, "Fu's heart has finally melted." The chat exploded with disbelief, speculation about Fu Sahan's orientation, and some trying to get closer to him. Several socialites who admired Fu Sahan were especially eager. Just as Mu Qianqian finished her checkup and was resting in bed, the sound of high heels echoed outside. A heavily made-up woman in a tight mermaid dress barged into the room aggressively. "Get out of my way. I need to see who dares to seduce my brother Sahan." As soon as she stepped into the room, Gu Qingyu froze. On the hospital bed lay a young girl with a pale, almost translucent complexion, her skin so delicate it seemed like it could be pinched to release water. She lay quietly with her eyes closed, the sunlight streaming through the window casting a halo around her, making her appear angelic. At the foot of the bed sat an old, mismatched yellow duck backpack. A flash of jealousy crossed Gu Qingyu's eyes. She stormed to the bedside and yanked out the 4, shouting harshly, "You wretch. Do you really think you can covet Mr. Fu?" Mu Qianqian winced in pain, letting out a soft cry. She turned her head slightly but kept her eyes shut, which only fueled Gu Qingyu's anger further. Where did this country bumpkin come from, smelling like sour sweat and daring to look down on me? Gu Qingyu fumed. Do you know the status of the Gu family in Beijing? One call from me and your whole family is done for. 2 didn't seduce anyone, Mu Qianqian weakly protested, clutching the blanket tightly. Gu Qingyu sneered. A village girl like you, staying in such a high-end private hospital? Mr. Fu is my fiancé, and you dare to seduce him? I'll tear your face apart. She raised her hand high, her eyes glinting with malice. Just then, a deep male voice commanded from behind, "Stop." Fu Sahan strode into the room, grabbing Gu Qingyu's wrist and forcefully pushing her aside. His voice was icy. "Who told you to touch her?" Gu Qingyu panicked, stammering, "Mr. Fu, it's not what you think. This girl insulted me, calling me a vixen. I couldn't help but teach her a lesson." Mu Qianqian silently held her injured wrist, her brows furrowed in pain. Fu Sahan noticed, his demeanor growing even colder. He wiped his hand that had touched Gu Qingyu with a handkerchief and then tossed it on the floor, coldly spitting out, "Get out." Gu Qingyu's face showed a hurt expression as she pleaded, "Mr. Fu, I really didn't mean to. I said get out." Fu Sahan's eyes were devoid of any warmth. Knowing that staying any longer would only make things worse, Gu Qingyu grabbed her bag and left the room in a daze. Outside, she muttered through gritted teeth, "Just wait. You're just a pretty face. Mr. Fu will get tired of you after a few days. Then, I'll make sure you pay for this." Inside the room, Fu Sahan gently called, "Qianqian?" Mu Qianqian released her grip, revealing a glaring red mark on her left wrist. Fu Sahan's brow furrowed, and he immediately called for a nurse to treat the wound and reconnect the 4. "Uncle?" Mu Qianqian timidly asked, "Am I causing you trouble?" Fu Sahan's tone was calm, "No trouble at all. Just focus on your treatment here. I'll handle everything else." After leaving the room, Fu Sahan made a phone call. Soon, Cheng Lin rushed to his villa that night, pleading, "I was wrong, Mr. Fu. I shouldn't have run my mouth. Please, have mercy and ask my father to release me." Standing on the second-floor balcony, Fu Sahan's voice was cold. "If you can't control your mouth, then go learn some discipline outside." "I was wrong, really wrong." Cheng Lin begged, "You can beat me or scold me. Just don't let my old man deal with me. Make amends for your mistakes," Fu Sahan said before turning back inside. Shortly after, the butler came out and chased Cheng Lin away. Gu Qingyu privately contacted Cheng Lin, trying to get information on Mu Qianqian. But having just suffered a setback, Cheng Lin wasn't willing to take the risk. "You better stop. I almost got killed because of you. From now on, you're banned from all the hospitals under our family's name." Furious, Gu Qingyu smashed her phone, cursing wretch. After calming down, she realized that Mu Qianqian's face seemed familiar. She looks a lot like a certain wealthy lady. Who could it be? Meanwhile, Fu Sahan was chatting with his grandmother. The old lady kindly mentioned, "I heard someone came to trouble Qianqian right after you took her to the hospital yesterday?" "Yes, I've already kicked them out. Qianqian saved my life and lost her own eyesight because of it. Such a good girl. You can't let anyone bully her." Fu Sahan responded, "I understand." Just then, a nurse hurried over to report, "Mr. Fu, Miss Mu tried to leave the hospital secretly today, but we stopped her." Upon hearing this, the old lady anxiously patted the table. "I told you. The girl has a good heart and doesn't want to trouble us. I say you're already grown and still without a wife. Just marry Qianqian." Fu Sahan frowned. "What are you saying? All those wealthy girls have too many schemes. I don't like any of them. But I do like Qianqian. She's pretty and considerate," the old lady continued. "Didn't you say her family treats her badly and is forcing her to marry an old cripple? Marry her yourself and help her out." With tears glistening in her eyes, she said, "Such a good child. If she could marry into the Fu family, it would be our fortune." Finally, she declared firmly, "If you don't marry her, don't bother coming to see me again." Fu Sahan was thrown out of the house by his grandmother. The formidable CEO who ruled Beijing's elite circles turned into a grandson who couldn't put his family at ease by refusing to marry. He sat in his luxurious car, his expression dark. His assistant cautiously asked, "Mr. Fu, are you really going to marry Miss Mu?" Fu Sahan rubbed his temples wearily and replied coldly, "Grandma's health isn't good. If getting a marriage certificate can give her peace of mind, then I'll get one." A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. "Getting a certificate doesn't mean I recognize that little girl as my wife. If she dares to misbehave, I have 100 ways to kick her out with nothing." In the hospital room, Mu Qianqian lay quietly on the bed, listening to the doctor's diagnosis. "Miss Mu, your eyes can be restored through surgery, but we need to bring in a senior specialist from abroad. The cost will be at least 8 figures." The doctor left after delivering the news. Mu Qianqian's heart sank. but she forced a smile. Thank you, doctor. I understand. After the doctor left, she bit her lower lip silently. 8 figures. Even if she sold herself, she couldn't repay that amount. Not long after, the door to the hospital room was pushed open, and Fusahan walked in with a cold expression. Who told you to leave the hospital? He demanded. Mu Qianqian lowered her head and whispered, I'm sorry, I don't want to continue the treatment. The doctor said the surgery would cost 8 figures. I don't have that kind of money. Fusahan interrupted her. Didn't I tell you that I would cover all your treatment expenses? 8 figures is nothing to the Fu family. Mu Qianqian nervously clutched the blanket. But that's so much money. Even if I sold myself, I couldn't repay it. That depends on who you sell yourself to, Fusahan said with a cold smile. Sell yourself to me. As long as you become my wife, it's only natural for me to pay for my wife's surgery. Mu Qianqian was stunned. She hadn't expected Fusahan to propose such a condition. Although marrying into a wealthy family wasn't something she had ever looked forward to, the chance to regain her sight and return to school. With that thought, she made up her mind and nodded. All right, I'll marry you. I happen to be free this afternoon. I'll take you to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the certificate, Fusahan said. What, so soon? Mu Qianqian bit her lip nervously, her expression reminding Fusahan of a startled fawn, which he found oddly endearing. With the help of a nanny, Mu Qianqian quickly changed into a white dress. Fusahan looked at her delicate, jasmine-like appearance, momentarily lost in thought, but quickly regained his composure. Let's go, he said indifferently. At the Civil Affairs Bureau, the staff couldn't help but comment on how well-matched they were. When it came time to take their photo, Mu Qianqian hesitated but then opened her eyes. When they received their marriage certificate, Fusahan found himself captivated by Mu Qianqian's photo. Those beautiful yet vacant eyes, if healed, would be stunning. After getting the certificate, Fusahan instructed his assistant to take Mu Qianqian back to the hospital. On the way, the assistant chatted with her and learned that she was just a first-year university student. He also found it amusing when she innocently referred to Mr. Fu as Uncle Fu. At that moment, Mu Qianqian's phone rang loudly, causing her some embarrassment. She explained that it was her brother's old phone and the volume couldn't be adjusted. On the other end of the line, her mother's sharp voice could be heard. You've got some nerve, not coming home last night. Where the hell are you? Get back here immediately. The man I found for you is coming to propose today, so hurry back and meet him. Hearing her mother's words, Mu Qianqian felt a chill in her heart. She forced herself to hold back her sorrow and asked, What husband? That 45-year-old cripple. Her mother sneered, mocking her, Don't forget, you're blind now. You're lucky anyone wants you at all. Do you really think you're some kind of princess? Suddenly, a man's rough and unpleasant voice came through the phone. A college student for just 200,000 yuan dowry? Are you trying to rip me off? Can your daughter even have children? If she can't, don't expect a single penny. Mu's mother immediately switched to a flattering tone, promising, Don't worry, she's still a virgin. She can definitely give you a big, healthy boy. The man became interested. Well, that's good. My parents are waiting to have grandkids. 2 within 3 years. A young girl like her must be great in bed. Listening to this blatant transaction, Mu Qianqian's heart ached. Her own mother was treating her like a commodity. If she hadn't met Mr. Fu, she might have already been found by her parents and forcibly sold to that sleazy cripple to bear children. What kind of dark, hopeless life would that be? Gripping her phone tightly, her knuckles turning white, Mu Qianqian spoke with unusual firmness. Mom, I've already gotten married. I will never go back to that house. She wasn't a saint, nor a naive girl willing to suffer. With such family, she'd rather sever ties forever. What? You got married? To whom? When did this happen? Why wasn't I informed? Hello? Hello? Her mother's voice came from the receiver, but Mu Qianqian had already hung up without hesitation. Her mother cursed. This ungrateful brat. Raising her was a waste. Damn it. Mu's father, who was smoking, darkened his face upon hearing the news. She said she's married? That's a lie. Who would want a blind girl? On the other end, the crippled man with yellow teeth was furious. We agreed on a virgin. If she's been with someone else, don't expect a dowry from me. His family was poor and he had borrowed money to gather the 200,000 yuan dowry, certainly not to marry someone who wasn't a virgin. Mu's mother quickly assured him, Don't worry, she's very obedient. She won't run wild. She has nowhere to go and will be back in a few days. I'll send her to you as soon as she returns. After getting out of the car, Mu Qianqian couldn't hold back her emotions any longer and squatted by the roadside, sobbing uncontrollably. Her assistant immediately handed her a pack of tissues, gently comforting her. Miss Mu, don't cry. They're not worth it. Mu Qianqian, choking with sobs, handed her phone to the assistant. Could you please block my parents' numbers? I don't want to receive any more calls from them. She had finally escaped that house and didn't want any further contact with them. The assistant nodded, quickly adding Mu Qianqian's parents and brother to the blacklist. Miss Mu, please stop crying. It's not good for your eyes. Thank you. Mu Qianqian wiped her tears and forced herself to stand. She still needed surgery, and the doctor had warned her against crying frequently as it could hinder her eye recovery. She silently encouraged herself. Having overcome so many difficulties before, she could get through this as well. Mu Qianqian's nose was red from crying, making her pale face look even more pitiful. The assistant sighed inwardly. Having worked beside Fu Sihan for so long, she had seen countless socialites, but none could compare to the pure and innocent aura of the young woman before her. Such purity, such innocence. She truly deserved someone like their Mr. Fu. Just then, a luxury car drove past the hospital entrance. Sitting in the back seat, Lu Yunbo glanced out the window and happened to see Mu Qianqian's tear-streaked face. His pupils contracted. He almost thought he was mistaken. The girl looked exactly like his mother did in her youth. Over the years, his parents had been perpetually despondent due to his sister's disappearance. The Lu family had exhausted all their connections, even seeking help from the Fu family, but they still hadn't found his sister. His mother was racked with guilt and her health was deteriorating. If they couldn't find his sister soon, she might not survive. Stop the car. Lu Yunbo urgently instructed the driver. He quickly got out, but the girl who resembled his mother had disappeared. His heart sank. Had he just imagined it? Mu Qianqian had no idea someone was looking for her. She had just returned to her hospital bed for a checkup when she received a call from her best friend, Li Xiu. They had been friends for many years, from middle school to high school, even attending the same university. But Mu Qianqian had temporarily taken a break from school due to her injury. Qianqian, I explained your situation to the school, but they require your immediate family to come in person to keep your enrollment active. Otherwise, they'll cancel it. Hearing this, Mu Qianqian became anxious. Cancel my enrollment? That can't happen. I worked so hard to get into that university. If her enrollment was cancelled, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Can you see if you can talk to your family and ask them to come over and handle the paperwork for you? Upon hearing this, Mu Qianqian's shoulders slumped slightly, a hint of sadness flashing in her eyes. She shook her head gently, her voice low and dejected. It's impossible. My parents never supported me going to college in the first place. They would definitely have the teacher cancel my enrollment. Her voice dropped to a near whisper. They have never been on my side. Li Xiu furrowed her brows, pacing anxiously around the hospital room. What should we do then? The teacher is pushing for it, and a direct family member must handle the paperwork within this week. Mu Qianqian's eyes reddened with anxiety. Just as she was on the verge of breaking down, a thought suddenly crossed her mind. She looked up abruptly, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Does a husband count as a direct family member? Li Xiu was momentarily stunned, then nodded. Yes, of course he does. She looked at Mu Qianqian with confusion. But Qianqian, since when did you have a husband? This morning, Mu Qianqian said, her voice tinged with disbelief, as if she couldn't believe it herself. I didn't expect to get married to a man I've never even met. I don't even know his name, his identity. Li Xiu's worry deepened. You had a flash marriage? What if he's a bad person? Mu Qianqian bit her lip, her gaze complicated. He offered to cover my medical expenses. I don't think he's a bad person. After all, the treatment costs are so high. If he wasn't responsible, he would have run away by now. What's your husband's name? Li Xiu pressed. Mu Qianqian thought for a moment before answering. His surname is Fu, probably the same Fu as in paying money. I think he's called Fu Zong. Li Xiu frowned in thought, then shook her head. There's no one with that surname among the elite families in Beijing. Maybe he's just someone with a bit of money. Coming from a well-off family with considerable standing, Li Xiu had previously offered to help Mu Qianqian with her treatment, but Mu Qianqian had declined, fearing her family's greed would drag her friend down. Mu Qianqian forced a smile. I never expected to marry someone extremely wealthy. I can't reach that high. The most important thing is for a couple to work hard together and make a good life. As soon as she finished speaking, the door to the hospital room opened, and a figure walked in. Mu Qianqian looked up and saw that it was Fu Sihan. Mu Qianqian sat on the hospital bed. Though she couldn't see, her keen hearing caught the sound of the door opening and footsteps approaching. She hurriedly said to the person on the other end of the phone, I have to go now. I'll talk to you later. After hanging up, Li Xiu's mind briefly conjured an image of the Fu family. But she quickly dismissed the thought, how could a top-tier billion-dollar family be connected to an ordinary girl like Mu Qianqian? In the room, a gentle smile appeared on Mu Qianqian's face as she softly said, Uncle Fu, you're here. Fu Sihan was slightly surprised. How did you know it was me? I can recognize your footsteps, Mu Qianqian explained obediently. A faint smile played on Fu Sihan's lips. He thought to himself that this seemingly naive girl had remarkably sharp ears. He got straight to the point. The overseas doctors have been scheduled. They will arrive in a couple of days for your surgery. Once it's done, you can be discharged. Mu Qianqian's heart raced with excitement. Uncle, will I regain my sight after the surgery? You'll need some time to recover, Fu Sahan replied succinctly. This news was enough to make Mu Qianqian overjoyed. She closed her eyes and imagined the scene of regaining her sight, the blue sky, the green trees, the warm sunlight. Tears unconsciously rolled down her pale cheeks. Fu Sahan quietly observed this frail and pitiful girl, feeling a twinge of helplessness. He didn't like fragile women. They seemed troublesome. After a moment's hesitation, Mu Qianqian softly said, "Uncle, I have nowhere to go after being discharged. We're already married. You can of course stay with me," Fu Sahan said calmly. He had already decided that as long as she behaved, she could carry the title of Mrs. Fu. If she didn't, he wouldn't hesitate to act. "Thank you," Mu Qianqian said gratefully. Then she asked, "Uncle, will we live together?" Fu Sahan gave a faint smile. "What do you think, Mrs. Fu?" Mu Qianqian realized she had asked a silly question. The thought of living with a stranger made her blush, and her heart raced. She felt both nervous and expectant. "What are you thinking about?" Fu Sahan interrupted her thoughts. "Nothing," Mu Qianqian quickly denied, though she was secretly hoping her unseen husband wasn't unattractive. "Uncle, I have a favor to ask," Mu Qianqian gathered her courage and said. "Because of the car accident, I missed my enrollment. The school requires a close relative to handle the paperwork, or they'll revoke my admission. My family doesn't support me going to college. Could you?" Fu Sahan immediately understood her request. "Leave it to me." After leaving the hospital room, Fu Sahan called his assistant and instructed him to handle the matter. With the influence of the Fu group, this was a trivial task. During the call, the assistant hesitantly mentioned what had happened in the car. Fu Sahan's expression darkened as he learned about Mu Qianqian's dire situation at home. For the sake of a dowry, she was almost married off to a lame man in his 40s. No wonder this young girl was so fragile. "Mr. Fu, about madam?" The assistant cautiously began. Fu Sahan coldly interrupted him. "She isn't considered part of the Fu family yet. Don't use that title again." "Understood. Should I refer to her as Miss Mu then?" "Yes," Fu Sahan confirmed. Soon, the Fu family arranged for a private jet to bring the top international medical team to Bay City. Just before Mu Qianqian was wheeled into the operating room, she nervously grabbed onto Fu Sahan's coat. Her voice trembled like a frightened little animal. "Uncle Fu, I'm scared." Those witnessing the scene were taken aback. Fu always had an extreme aversion to women getting close to him. In the past, countless models and celebrities had tried to approach him, even going as far as stripping in front of him, only to be ruthlessly turned away and blacklisted. People couldn't help but wonder, who is this audacious girl daring to hold onto President Fu's clothes? She'd surely be flung away any second now. However, what happened next shattered everyone's expectations. Fu Sahan neither shook off her hand nor scolded her coldly. The heir, known for his swift and decisive actions and his reticence, surprisingly spoke to comfort her. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, leaving everyone stunned. President Fu, comforting someone, and a woman at that? People began to question if this was the same Fu they knew. After the doctors wheeled Mu Qianqian into the operating room, a nurse came out and said, "President Fu, we need a family member to sign the consent form for Miss Mu." "I'll do it," Fu Sahan replied firmly. The nurse hesitated, "But you're not her immediate family member. Legally, you can't sign for her." Fu Sahan cast a frosty glare that made the nurse shiver. She dared not say another word and returned to the operating room. From her superiors, she learned that Mr. Fu was indeed Miss Mu's immediate family. When she curiously asked about their relationship despite having different surnames, her superior replied mysteriously, "That's not for you to know. Just focus on preparing for the surgery." After 4 long hours, the surgery finally ended. When Mu Qianqian was wheeled out, her eyes were wrapped in white bandages. Her delicate face was almost entirely covered, leaving only her pointed nose and chin visible. Mu Qianqian felt as though she had awoken from a long dream. Upon waking, she was overjoyed to find that the darkness was replaced by a faint glow. Though the bandages still covered her eyes, she could sense the weak light filtering through. "I can see." Mu Qianqian exclaimed joyfully. Fu Sahan's voice came from above her. "The bandages can't come off just yet." Only then did Mu Qianqian realize that Uncle Fu was in the room. Excitedly, she said, "Uncle Fu, I didn't cry at all during the surgery. Wasn't I brave?" A slight smile tugged at Fu Sahan's lips as he softly replied, "Yes. That's why I have a gift for you." Mu Qianqian licked her lips and eagerly asked, "What kind of gift is it?" Fu Sahan placed a cool, square object into her hand. As her fingers traced its shape, she instantly recognized it. "A phone," she exclaimed in surprise. Although she had never bought one herself, she had seen her best friend Li Siu using a similar model. It was the latest high-end smartphone, quite expensive. "Do you like it?" Fu Sahan asked gently. Mu Qianqian nodded repeatedly, her gratitude evident. "I love it." She had been wanting to replace her old phone for a while. It was slow, and the volume couldn't be adjusted. The unexpected junk ads in the middle of the night often woke her up. Clutching the new phone, she said sincerely, "Uncle Fu, you're so kind." Mu Qianqian was deeply moved, never expecting to regain her sight. Uncle Fu not only healed her eyes but also gave her a new phone, helped her keep her student status, and even invited her to live at his place. This kindness was something she felt she could never repay. Hearing her praise, a hint of surprise flashed in Fu Sahan's eyes. He was used to being called cold and ruthless, and it was the first time someone had called him kind. He thought to himself that she might regret saying such things once she learned his true identity. After all, he was never a soft-hearted person. "I have some work to attend to. If you need anything, you can ask the housekeeper or my assistant," Fu Sahan said, walking to the hospital room door and gripping the handle. "My number is already saved in your phone as your emergency contact. You can call me if it's important, but try not to." He hadn't wanted to do this, considering Mu Qianqian was only his wife in name and they had no real marital relationship. But his grandmother had incessantly nagged him about how pitiful Qianqian was and that he should take good care of her. Unable to bear it any longer, he made these arrangements. "Okay, I won't bother you," Mu Qianqian replied obediently. The new phone came with a voice assistant, so she could operate it with voice commands. The housekeeper helped transfer the SIM card from her old phone to the new one, successfully migrating her contacts. Mu Qianqian said to the voice assistant, "Call Li Xiu." The phone immediately dialed Li Xiu's number. "Qianqian, why are you calling me? Can you see now?" Li Xiu asked in surprise. Mu Qianqian smiled happily. "I just had surgery. The doctor said I would fully recover in a while. But I got a new phone and can use voice commands, so I could call you." "You got a new phone? Who bought it for you?" Mu Qianqian hesitated, feeling a bit shy. My husband." "I didn't expect your husband to be so considerate, even thinking of this," Li Xiu said, relieved. "Where does he work? What does he look like?" "He seems to work at the Fu Corporation, but I don't know what he looks like yet. If I didn't have to stay at school every day, I want to visit you in the hospital and check out your husband. After all, you're a looks-oriented person. If he turns out to be unattractive, wouldn't you feel wronged?" Mu Qianqian laughed. "It doesn't matter. Even if he's not good-looking, I'm still grateful." She thought Uncle Fu has been so kind to her. Even if he was plain, she would be willing to be with him forever. One must repay kindness, and Mu Qianqian was not an ungrateful person. "The school has assigned you a dorm room. I've reported your contact info, so someone might add you to the dorm group soon. Okay, you should rest well. The drill instructor is blowing his whistle again, calling us to assemble. Military training is so exhausting. I envy you for not having to go through it." Mu Qianqian bid her goodbye. "You better hurry, or you might get penalized for being late." After hanging up, the phone's voice assistant announced, "Fong Yanran is requesting to add you as a friend." Mu Qianqian called out, "Aunt Lu, could you come in for a moment? Can you help me with my phone and accept my roommate's contact request?" The housekeeper tapped the phone a couple of times and accepted the friend request. "Thank you," Mu Qianqian said. Soon after, she was added to a small 4-person group chat and mistakenly added to the class group as well. Without a name tag, no one knew who she was. The group chat buzzed with discussions. "Have you heard? Someone in our class didn't report and isn't attending military training. The school didn't expel her. I heard she's sick and can't join the training." "Yeah, right. She wasn't sick during the college entrance exam but suddenly falls ill for military training? Must be a connected student. Didn't expect there would be such people in college too. So annoying. We'll see if she's really a connected student when she comes back to school." Unaware of the chatter, Mu Qianqian had already turned off her phone. After her surgery, she was allowed to leave the hospital early. An assistant drove her to Mingyuan Community near the University of Finance. The housekeeper held her hand and led her upstairs to her apartment. "Miss Mu, this apartment is in Building 5, Unit 2, Room 1314. "Got it," Mu Qianqian replied, sitting on the soft sofa. "Aunt Lu said I live next door. If you need anything, you can call me anytime." "Aunt Lu, how many rooms are there?" "There are 4 rooms in total. The master bedroom, a secondary bedroom, a study, and a children's room." Mu Qianqian thought for a moment. "I'll stay in the secondary bedroom for now." "You don't want to stay with Mr. Fu?" Her cheeks flushed instantly. She had never lived with a man before, let alone shared a bed or experienced a kiss or hug. The thought of suddenly sharing a room with her nominal husband made her uncomfortable. "I'll take you to the secondary bedroom then," Aunt Lu said, guiding her. Knowing Mu Qianqian had poor eyesight, Mrs. Fu had preemptively removed excess furniture from the house. The corners of tables and chairs were covered with protective pads to prevent her from getting hurt if she stumbled. Aunt Lu prepared lunch for her. After the meal, she brought a cup of goat's milk. "Mr. Fu specifically instructed this for you to supplement your nutrition. Goat's milk has higher nutritional value than cow's milk." Mu Qianqian had been malnourished since childhood and needed more protein. "Thank him for me," Mu Qianqian said, taking the warm glass and drinking it despite holding her nose. This was Uncle Fu's way of showing care, and she couldn't let him down. Suddenly, there was a noise at the door. Mr. Fu is back, Aunt Lu said, making Mu Qianqian's heart skip a beat. As soon as Fu Sahan returned, the nanny tactfully left and moved into the room next door. In the spacious house, only the two of them remained, and a subtle tension filled the air. Standing in the center of the living room, Mu Qianqian nervously tugged at the hem of her floral dress with her slender fingers. She wore a pristine white dress, looking like a delicate jasmine flower under the sunlight. The little girl, having just finished her milk, still had a trace of it on the corner of her mouth, making her appear even more innocent and adorable. "Uncle," she timidly began, her voice so soft it was almost carried away by the wind. Fu Sahan's stern gaze swept over her. "Have you gotten everything you need?" "Not yet," Mu Qianqian replied cautiously, a hint of unease in her voice. "Let's go. I'll take you shopping," Fu Sahan ordered with an air of authority that left no room for refusal. Mu Qianqian was taken aback and quickly waved her hands. "No need, Uncle Wang can take me." Hearing the word uncle, Fu Sahan's brow furrowed, and a cold aura surrounded him. "What did you call him?" he asked in a low voice. Startled by his sudden coldness, Mu Qianqian lowered her head, too scared to speak. "Call him Assistant Wang from now on," Fu Sahan commanded. "I understand," Mu Qianqian obediently replied. Fu Sahan took the glass cup from her hand and then grabbed her wrist, leading her out of the room with large strides. He was usually a germaphobe who disliked women with heavy makeup getting too close. But at this moment, holding this innocent girl's hand, he didn't feel the slightest bit of aversion. Perhaps it was because she only carried a faint scent of flowers and milk, without the overpowering smell of cosmetics. "Uncle, why are you personally taking me shopping?" Mu Qianqian couldn't help but ask curiously on the way. Fu Sahan's face darkened. "Don't ask so many questions." He should have been busy with meetings but couldn't ignore the constant calls from his grandmother, urging him to take care of this little blind girl. Her words still echoed in his ears. "She's your wife. If you don't take care of her, who will?" Feeling unjustly scolded, Mu Qianqian lowered her head, looking a bit dejected. Fu Sahan felt an inexplicable irritation. He wasn't good at comforting others, especially a sensitive young girl. Noticing a roadside vendor selling candied hawthorns, Fu Sahan casually asked, "Do you want some candied hawthorns?" Mu Qianqian finally lifted her head, shyly replying yes. Fu Sahan had his assistant buy a skewer of candied hawthorns. Mu Qianqian carefully licked the sugar coating, her face instantly lighting up with a happy smile. Seeing her delight over something so simple, Fu Sahan couldn't help but scoff. "A skewer of candied hawthorns makes you this happy?" Mu Qianqian softly explained, "I've never had it before. My mom only bought it for my brother." She recalled secretly licking the leftover skewer from her brother, the sweet taste still lingering in her memory. Hearing this, Fu Sahan's expression stiffened slightly, and he turned his head away, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Once in the car, Mu Qianqian noticed the change in the seat's texture. This car was firmer than the previous one she had ridden in. She didn't know that Fu Sahan had specifically bought an ordinary car worth only 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. He didn't want to reveal too much of his wealth when she was about to regain her sight. At the supermarket, Fu Sahan guided Mu Qianqian through the aisles filled with various goods. Through the white cloth covering her eyes, she could only see blurry shapes and couldn't choose items herself. "What color toothbrush and cup do you want?" Fu Sahan asked. "Pink," Mu Qianqian sweetly replied. Fu Sahan placed the pink toiletries into the shopping cart and asked, "What about the towel?" "Pink as well." At the bath towel section, Fu Sahan paused, his gaze darkening slightly. Without a word, he tossed a pink bath towel into the cart. Mu Qianqian sensed the curious glances from people around them, thinking it was because the white cloth over her eyes was too conspicuous. Feeling a surge of sadness, she slowed her pace. With his long strides, Fu Sahan quickly distanced himself from her. In the crowded supermarket, Mu Qianqian suddenly felt lost and helpless. She called out "uncle" a couple of times, but no one responded. Everything around her seemed unfamiliar and dangerous. Like an abandoned kitten, she didn't dare move and crouched down, hugging her knees. She felt a slight pain in her lower abdomen. 2 minutes later, Fu Sahan hurriedly returned and found her in a corner. "Why are you squatting here?" Hearing his familiar voice, Mu Qianqian felt relieved. She stood up and instinctively threw herself into his arms, trembling as she said, "Uncle, I finally found you." Seeing her pale face and cold hands, Fu Sahan couldn't bring himself to scold her. He sighed inwardly, deciding to treat her like a child. "How long are you going to hold on?" Fu Sahan asked calmly. Realizing her lapse, Mu Qianqian blushed and quickly stepped back. She marveled at the mature and clean scent of sandalwood on him, her heartbeat quickening slightly. For the rest of the shopping trip, Fu Sahan held Mu Qianqian's hand tightly, afraid that this little blind girl would get lost again. On the way back, Mu Qianqian kept clutching her stomach. As soon as they got out of the car, Fu Sahan noticed a red stain on the back of her dress. "Wait," he called out. "Uncle, what's wrong?" Mu Qianqian asked, puzzled. Fu Sahan looked a bit embarrassed. Wait in the car for a moment. Mu Qianqian obediently climbed back into the car and waited without asking questions. Fu Sihan quickly walked into the nearest convenience store, heading straight for the feminine products aisle. Having never bought such things for a woman before, he chose the most expensive packs based on their labels. The cashier glanced at the handsome and stern man, feeling a pang of regret. Carrying a bag of sanitary pads, Fu Sihan's expression grew even colder, deterring any girls from approaching him. Back in the car, he brought Mu Qianqian upstairs and handed her the sanitary pads, asking bluntly, "Do you know how to use these?" Only then did Mu Qianqian realize what had happened. She had gotten her period in front of her husband and stained her dress. How unlucky could she be? Uncle Fu would surely despise her now. Mortified, Mu Qianqian wished she could disappear into the ground. Mu Qianqian's eyesight was not in good condition, so Aunt Lu came over to help her change into clean clothes. Although her vision hadn't fully recovered, she could now see blurry outlines, enough to manage using the bathroom and changing her sanitary pad by herself. When Mu Qianqian emerged from the bathroom, Fu Sihan was on a call with his secretary. The voice on the other end was clear. "Mr. Fu, we found out. The car that hit the old lady was driven by someone hired by the Lu family's adopted daughter." A flash of cold, murderous intent crossed Fu Sihan's eyes as he responded icily. Got it. He was never one to show mercy. Anyone who crossed him would face brutal retribution. This woman had dared to touch his reverse scale, and she couldn't be allowed to stay. The mention of the Lu family's adopted daughter brought back memories for Fu Sihan. He recalled that years ago, the Lu family had lost a daughter and mobilized all their connections to search for her, even seeking help from the Fu family, but to no avail. The Lu family later adopted a girl, publicly claiming they had found their biological daughter. Only a few knew the truth. She was merely an adopted daughter with no blood relation. After Fu Sihan finished his call, Mu Qianqian softly asked, "Uncle Fu, are you going to stay here tonight?" Fu Sihan shot her a cold glance, his eyes like ice, making Mu Qianqian feel suffocated. Without a word, he left the house. Mu Qianqian stood there, bewildered. Did I do something to upset him? She wondered. Is it because I dirted my dress and he thinks I'm messy? But I usually keep very clean. Seeing her distress, Aunt Lu quickly reassured her. "Miss Mu, don't overthink it. Sir probably has some urgent work to attend to, which is why he left so suddenly." I won't blame him," Mu Qianqian nodded, then asked, "Are you going to sleep? I'll go run a bath for you." Lying on the unfamiliar yet comfortable large bed, Mu Qianqian tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She reflected on everything that had happened recently, feeling as if it were a dream. From the cluttered little bed at home to this cloud-like soft one where she could stretch out without fear of falling. She no longer ate leftovers but enjoyed plenty of meat, her body growing stronger. Previously, every time she had her period, Mu Qianqian suffered from severe menstrual cramps but still had to endure the pain to do laundry and cook for the family. This time she didn't have cramps, and she gratefully thought it might be because her nutrition had improved and her physical condition had gotten better. Mu Qianqian quietly planned that once her eyesight fully recovered, she would return to school, graduate, find a job, and repay Uncle Fu. He spent so much money on my treatment. He must have used up his savings, she thought, remembering his kindness. As she drifted into sleep, she dreamed of Uncle Fu, a square face, thick lips, a stern expression, not particularly handsome. Upon waking, she couldn't help but laugh at herself. I actually had such a dream. Even though I'm a bit of a face person, if it's Uncle Fu, I wouldn't mind if he wasn't good looking. Meanwhile, Fu Sihan stood by the floor-to-ceiling window of his top-floor office, coldly instructing a shareholder over the phone, "Withdraw our investment in the Lu Corporation." The person on the other end was flustered. "But Mr. Fu, we're at a critical stage of our collaboration. If we pull out now, the Lu Corporation might face a severe cash flow crisis, which could cripple them." Fu Sihan's voice was icy. "Withdraw." Daring to harm his family, he wouldn't be satisfied with just crippling them. Even bankruptcy wouldn't quell his rage. "Yes, sir?" The person on the other end dared not question further. The sudden move by the Fu Group against the Lu Corporation caused a significant upheaval in the stock market, instilling fear among the elite families in Beijing. Everyone speculated on what the Lu family had done to offend such a powerful figure, sensing it must have been a grave mistake. Lu Yunbai, the heir of the Lu family, personally visited the Fu matriarch, anxiously pleading, "Madam Fu, our families have cooperated for many years, always abiding by the rules. Why the sudden withdrawal of investment?" The matriarch, leisurely sipping tea in a traditional Chinese garden pavilion, replied slowly, "I haven't managed company affairs for a long time. You should ask Sihan about this." Lu Yunbai smiled wryly. "We have no way to contact Mr. Fu directly. Could you?" They dared not contact Fu Sihan directly, fearing they might inadvertently anger this formidable business magnate. Lu Yunbai continued to plead, "Madam Fu, over the years, our family has lost so much manpower and effort searching for my sister. Without the Fu family's investment, we would have fallen to a second-tier family long ago. We are deeply grateful and have never done anything against the Fu family's interests. The matriarch sighed, and out of respect for the Lu family's loyalty, she offered a hint. While you're busy looking for your sister, don't forget to keep an eye on the sister at home. The sister at home? Lu Yunbai was puzzled for a moment before realizing she meant their adopted sister, Lu Yunqing. He inwardly cursed this scheming woman. He had strongly opposed adopting her, but she had won their parents' favor by resembling their missing sister and mimicking her preferences. Lu Yunbai had long suspected she was trouble, but never imagined she would cause such a significant problem for the Lu family. What a jinx, he cursed silently. Suppressing his anger, Lu Yunbai respectfully said, "Thank you for the advice, Madame Fu. I will investigate this matter thoroughly." The Lu family then left expensive gifts and departed from the traditional garden. As the matriarch took another sip of tea, she suddenly recalled, Qianqian seems to resemble Lu Yunbai in some ways. She thought of Mrs. Lu. Qianqian looks almost identical to Mrs. Lu in her younger years. But Mrs. Lu has become increasingly haggard over the years and rarely appears in public, so I didn't make the connection right away. To confirm her memory, the matriarch instructed a servant, "Find me some old photos of Mrs. Lu." "Yes, ma'am," the servant replied respectfully. The matriarch chuckled to herself. "I wonder how Qianqian and Sahan are getting along. That little girl, I hope she hasn't been scared off by this cold-hearted man." Lu Yunbai returned from the Fu family and immediately ordered his men to investigate Lu Yunxiang's recent activities. It didn't take long for clues to emerge. His face turned ashen, his fists clenched, and he muttered through gritted teeth, "You wretch. Who gave you the nerve to try and run over Madame Fu? Are you trying to destroy the Lu family?" Seething with rage, Lu Yunbai stormed into Lu Yunxiang's room. He kicked the door open, causing it to slam into the wall with a loud bang before bouncing back. Lu Yunxiang, who was sitting at her vanity, was startled by the sudden commotion. She had been feeling complacent, thinking she had covered her tracks perfectly. Clearly, she had underestimated the power of a wealthy family. Seeing Lu Yunbai's dark expression, Lu Yunxiang forced a smile and ingratiatingly said, "Brother, it's not what you think. It was an accident. I didn't mean to." She was wearing a white dress, and the room was decorated in soft pinks, creating a stark contrast with the tense atmosphere. "I'm not your brother," Lu Yunbai said coldly. Looking at this woman who bore a slight resemblance to his sister, he felt a wave of nausea. "An accident? Do you think I'll believe that? If it wasn't intentional, why were you there at the time?" Lu Yunbai pulled some surveillance photos from his suit pocket and slammed them onto the coffee table. The photos clearly showed Lu Yunxiang hiding in the shadows, ready to rush out and save Madame Fu. "This is what you call an accident? It was clearly premeditated, and you even had the nerve to stage a scene to earn Madame Fu's gratitude." Lu Yunxiang hurriedly picked up the photos to examine them. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that the mysterious woman wasn't captured in the photos. She had intended to rush out and save Madame Fu, but had frozen upon seeing a face that resembled her foster mother. By the time she snapped out of it, the mysterious woman had already saved Madame Fu. Adjusting her expression, Lu Yunxiang adopted a seductive demeanor and said sweetly, "Brother, I was doing it for the Lu family. We're not as powerful as we used to be. If I could get close to Mr. Fu, wouldn't that help elevate our family?" A mocking glint flashed in Lu Yunbai's eyes. He sneered, "Idiot. Do you think Fu Sahan is someone you can dream of being with? Our parents should see what a fool they've raised. So many socialites have tried to get close to Fu Sahan, and look at their fates. Each one ended worse than the last. You, a fake princess, think you can catch his eye? You're dreaming." Lu Yunxiang's face turned red and white in quick succession, tears welling up in her eyes. She choked out, "Brother, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me this once. The Fu family doesn't know it was me. I handled it cleanly. I'll be more careful next time." Before she could finish, a sharp slap echoed through the room. Lu Yunbai had struck her hard across the face. Lu Yunxiang clutched her cheek in disbelief, unable to comprehend that the usually gentle Lu Yunbai would hit her. One attempt wasn't enough? You want it next time? If the Fu family didn't respect the Lu family, you'd be in jail right now. Lu Yunbai snarled, eyes full of contempt. Still dreaming of becoming Mrs. Fu? Look at yourself. Everything you have now is thanks to the Lu family. Without us, you'd still be begging on the streets. Do you think you could live like a young lady without the Lu family? Turning to his assistant, Lu Yunbai ordered, "Cancel all her cards. From now on, have someone follow her whenever she goes out to prevent any more trouble." With that, he left the room without a backward glance. Lu Yunxiang's face burned with pain. In front of so many servants, Lu Yunbai had dared to hit her? She would remember this humiliation. If they wanted to find their real sister, she would make sure that sister never returned. A sinister glint appeared in her eyes. Meanwhile, Mu Qianqian had been staying at the Mingyuan estate for several days, but had yet to see Mr. Fu. She asked the housekeeper, but the housekeeper didn't know either and just reassured her, "Miss Mu, please don't worry. Take care of yourself. Mr. Fu is probably just too busy with work to come home." Is that really the case? But why hadn't he even called her? Mu Qianqian felt a twinge of disappointment. She sat in the living room watching TV, and before she knew it, she had fallen asleep on the sofa. When Fu Sihan returned home, he found Mu Qianqian curled up on the sofa in a thin dress, without even a blanket. His face darkened. Did this woman forget she was still on her period? Sleeping like this in an air-conditioned room, wasn't she afraid of getting sick? Wake up, he said coldly, standing in front of the sofa. Mu Qianqian didn't respond, still deep in sleep. Fu Sihan raised his voice, get up. Still no reaction from the woman on the sofa. It was only then that Fu Sihan noticed the unnatural flush on Mu Qianqian's cheeks. He touched her forehead with the back of his hand, feeling the heat. This finally roused Mu Qianqian, who mumbled softly, Mr. Fu, you're back. How did you know it was me? Fu Sihan asked, slightly surprised. Mu Qianqian, still half asleep, replied, I can smell your scent. Mu Qianqian had a sweet and pure smile, like an innocent child. She gently sniffed the faint scent of sandalwood in the air, a unique, mature, and refreshing fragrance that always clung to Fu Sihan. Every time she smelled it, she would unconsciously relax, feeling a sense of security. Uncle Fu, have you been very busy lately? You haven't had time to come home. Mu Qianqian looked up at Fu Sihan, her eyes full of concern. Fu Sihan's expression stiffened slightly, and he responded uncomfortably with a simple. In fact, he had been troubled by issues related to the Lu family's adopted daughter and had developed some suspicions about Mu Qianqian, so he had been deliberately avoiding her. The only reason he came to Mingyuan community to see her today was because his grandmother had urged him repeatedly. He originally planned to just take a quick look and leave. Unaware of Fu Sihan's thoughts, Mu Qianqian clung to his sleeve dependently. She felt her cheeks flush and her voice became weak. Uncle, don't work too hard. Take care of yourself. When I graduate from college, it'll help share the burden of supporting the family. She frowned slightly. Why do I feel a bit dizzy? Fu Sihan scoffed. You didn't even realize you had a fever. You're such a fool. Mu Qianqian tilted her head in confusion. Do I have a fever? Yes, sleeping on the sofa without covering yourself, Fu Sihan said, quickly walking to the bedroom to fetch an air conditioning quilt and gently covering her with it. He then took out his phone and called his assistant, instructing them to have the family doctor come to Mingyuan as soon as possible. Mu Qianqian felt her mind becoming hazy and her body weak. She murmured softly, Uncle. When people are sick, they instinctively think of the person they rely on the most. Listening to her call him weakly, like a hungry, helpless kitten, Fu Sihan's eyes grew complex and dark. Was this woman deeply scheming or genuinely innocent and kind? Uncle, I feel so awful. Mu Qianqian's dizziness intensified, and her voice took on a tearful tone. Fu Sihan let out a long sigh, quickly went to the kitchen, and took an ice pack from the fridge. Returning to Mu Qianqian's side, he wrapped the ice pack in a towel and gently placed it on her burning forehead. Mu Qianqian felt the coolness on her brow, like a stream of clear spring water, instantly alleviating her discomfort. She heard Fu Sihan's deep voice beside her ear, and her once restless heart immediately calmed down. After the family doctor left, Fu Sihan was about to call the nanny to take care of Mu Qianqian when she weakly tugged at his sleeve. Uncle, please don't go. She mumbled in a daze. Fu Sihan frowned, poured a glass of warm water, and roughly shoved a pill into her mouth. Open your mouth and let me see, he commanded, his warm breath brushing against her cheek. Mu Qianqian's heart raced as she slowly opened her mouth, the white pill still resting on her tongue. You're so clueless, Fu Sihan muttered disdainfully, giving her a large gulp of water. He tilted her chin up, making her swallow the pill in a panic. So that's how you take medicine, she murmured, rubbing her throat. Fu Sihan's eyes flickered, but he didn't scold her further. He continued to forcefully feed her the remaining pills, leaving her chin red from his grip. After finishing the water, Fu Sihan realized he had used Mu Qianqian's cup and his face stiffened. Mu Qianqian quietly asked if he was angry, because she had dirted the car. Fu Sihan shifted the topic to the car accident involving his grandmother, hinting that someone was behind it. Mu Qianqian listened in shock, unaware that Fu Sihan was testing her. After taking the medicine, Mu Qianqian sneakily stretched her feet out from under the blanket. Fu Sihan coldly ordered her to pull them back in, threatening to throw her out the window if he saw her sleeping on the couch again. Frightened, Mu Qianqian quickly retreated under the covers. Fu Sihan intended to return to the company but received a concerned call from his grandmother. She insisted that he stay at Mingyuan to take care of Mu Qianqian. Reluctantly, Fu Sihan agreed to spend the night at Mingyuan. Mrs. Fu's gentle voice came through the phone. By the way, that boy from the Lu family visited today and spoke quite nicely. I felt sorry for them since they lost a daughter, so I gave him a little advice. Fu Sihan's voice turned icy, sharp as a blade. Grandma, you have a kind heart. But don't forget, their family dared to scheme against ours, even targeting you. Mrs. Fu quickly tried to soothe him. It was just a decision made by the adopted daughter of the Lu family. There's no need to implicate the rest of them. Her tone hinted at deeper considerations. Fu Sihan, sensing something off, scoffed, "Grandma, you don't need to worry. These rabble aren't worth my attention. The Fu family has long been an unshakable force in Bay City. Anyone who dares to challenge us is simply seeking their own destruction." Mrs. Fu sighed. "It's not the honorable people you need to fear, but the deceitful ones. Now that you have a family, you must consider Qianqian's safety." Fu Sihan agreed, but then asked, "You seem to have a good impression of the Liu family?" Mrs. Fu smiled mysteriously. "Some things are best kept secret." After hanging up, Fu Sihan instructed his assistant to bring his laptop and documents to the Mingyuan community. Instead of returning to the office, he stayed in the living room to handle his work. As night fell, Mu Qianqian got up for a drink of water and heard the sound of typing. She stumbled into the living room and exclaimed, "Uncle, you're still here?" Fu Sihan looked up at her. "This is my home. Why would I leave?" Mu Qianqian quickly apologized and poured herself a glass of water. Suddenly, Fu Sihan's deep voice interrupted. "I heard from Assistant Wang that you were worried I might be ugly?" Mu Qianqian choked on her water, coughing repeatedly. She stammered an explanation, silently cursing Assistant Wang for being so talkative. Fu Sihan commanded, "Come here." Cautiously, Mu Qianqian moved to the front of the sofa. Fu Sihan's voice carried a hint of amusement. "Take a good look. Do you think your husband is ugly?" Mu Qianqian leaned in, but could only make out a vague outline. She honestly replied, "I can't see clearly. I can only see the outline, not the details." Fu Sihan, intrigued, asked, "Afraid I might be a hideous man?" Mu Qianqian blushed and stammered, "No. Even if you were extremely ugly, I would still be willing to be your wife." Fu Sihan laughed, thinking how clumsy her words were. He teased her, "That's right, I'm indeed ugly. Otherwise, why would I be this old and still unmarried?" Mu Qianqian was stunned. How ugly?" Fu Sihan exaggerated. "Square face, small eyes, flat nose, thick lips. My face is covered in scars, pitted like the surface of the moon." Mu Qianqian's mind conjured up an image of someone hideously disfigured, and she felt like crying inside. Fu Sihan lazily leaned back on the sofa. "So, what do you think? Still want to stay with me?" Mu Qianqian nodded firmly yes. "No matter how fat or ugly you are, I will repay your kindness." Fu Sihan, with a smile in his eyes, said, "But what if I'm so ugly that you can't even bear to look at me?" Mu Qianqian thought hard for a moment and then slowly said, Then we'll just turn off the lights." Fu Sihan pretended to be puzzled. "Why turn off the lights?" Mu Qianqian blushed furiously, covering her face as she fled. "Uncle, you're so bad. I'm not talking to you anymore." Fu Sihan watched Mu Qianqian's departing figure, her words echoing in his mind and stirring an unusual feeling. He loosened his tie, gulped down a large glass of cold water, and tried to suppress the sudden rush of emotions. Years of abstinence had made him unfamiliar with such sensations. After recovering from her illness, Mu Qianqian asked Fu Sihan if she could return to school. She was worried that missing too much time would make it hard to catch up, especially since the University of Finance, one of the top institutions in the country, had challenging courses. "Are you sure you can attend classes?" "I just heard you coughing," Fu Sihan asked with concern. Mu Qianqian, fighting the itch in her throat, insisted, "I can take care of myself now. Attending classes shouldn't be a problem." Seeing her determination, Fu Sihan nodded in agreement. The university was conveniently located near their residence, making commuting easy. "Should I move back to the dormitory?" Mu Qianqian asked hesitantly. Fu Sihan raised an eyebrow and nonchalantly replied, "Does Mrs. Fu want me to come home to an empty house every day?" Mu Qianqian blushed and hastily denied it, feeling she might have been too forward. Biting her pink lips, she looked conflicted. Fu Sihan, noticing her reaction, instinctively reached out to ruffle her soft, fluffy hair, surprising even himself. Clearing his throat, he said, "I have some work to do at the office. I'll head back now." "All right." Mu Qianqian obediently nodded. For the past few days, Fu Sihan had been staying at the Mingyuan community, allowing Mu Qianqian to see him working in the living room whenever she woke up. She didn't dare disturb him and quietly brought him water. His sudden departure left the house unusually quiet, and though she felt a bit uneasy, she soon immersed herself in preparing to return to school. Still recovering from her cold, Mu Qianqian went out wearing a mask and sunglasses, sparking curiosity among her classmates. It wasn't until roll call that they realized she was the connected student Mu Qianqian, who had neither registered nor attended military training. Her roommate, Fang Yanran, warmly explained that she wore the mask due to injuries from a car accident. Grateful, Mu Qianqian thanked her, though the mask was actually to prevent spreading her cold. After class, while Mu Qianqian waited to be picked up, Fu Sihan arrived in person. Fang Yanran was struck by his appearance, but Mu Qianqian, misinterpreting her reaction, whispered, "He may not be the best looking, but he's a good person." Fu Sihan's mouth twitched upon hearing that, deciding not to argue with her. Fang Yanran, shocked by Mu Qianqian's taste, quickly said her goodbyes. As Fu Sihan watched Mu Qianqian wave Fang Yanran off, A feeling of displeasure arose. He turned her face towards him. She's gone. What are you still looking at? She's the first friend I've made at university, Mu Qianqian explained. Grabbing her wrist, Han said, come on, let's go home. Mu Qianqian gently resisted, worried about being seen. Han teased, what? Do you think I'm too ugly to be seen with you? Mu Qianqian quickly denied it, explaining that she was just concerned about appearances. Han bluntly pointed out, you're an adult now, it's not like you're sneaking around. Realizing his point, Mu Qianqian stopped resisting and allowed Han to lead her home. That night, Mu Qianqian developed a high fever in the middle of the night. Han was in his study handling company affairs. As the head of the Fu group, he had countless responsibilities. Suddenly, he heard faint groaning from the guest room. Immediately, he got up and walked to the door, gently knocking Qianqian. Inside the room, Mu Qianqian was trapped in a terrible nightmare. Her face was as pale as paper, her forehead covered in sweat, and she was trembling under the quilt. Go away, where are you taking me? She murmured unconsciously. Hearing the fragmented sounds, Han felt a surge of worry. He pushed the door open and entered. He saw Mu Qianqian struggling in bed, as if she were drowning. No, I don't want to stay here. This isn't my home, she muttered. Qianqian. Han grasped her shoulders and gently shook her, but she didn't wake up. He placed his hand on her forehead and felt the burning heat. Why is she feverish again? He frowned, thinking, this fragile girl. A simple cold takes so long to recover. Given the late hour, Han didn't call the family doctor. With dual doctorates in finance and law, he had basic medical knowledge. Just like last time, he wrapped ice in a towel to cool her down. When her temperature didn't drop, he used a warm towel to wipe her body. Han had never done such caregiving tasks before, and his movements were inevitably rough, reddening Mu Qianqian's fair skin. As he carefully wiped her, he noticed a butterfly-shaped birthmark near her shoulder blade. Her thin frame and delicate shoulder blades, paired with the beautiful birthmark, looked like a butterfly ready to take flight. Please let me go. I want to go home. I miss my parents. Mu Qianqian murmured in her sleep, tears streaming down her face, sounding pitiful. Han took care of her for most of the night, finally bringing her fever down. The next morning, Mu Qianqian woke up to find Uncle Fu asleep by her bedside. Uncle, why are you sleeping here? Han opened his eyes tiredly, rubbing his sore temples. His voice, husky and sexy from just waking up, asked, did you have a nightmare last night? Mu Qianqian clutched the quilt tightly and nodded. Yes, I dreamt of something terrible. What was it? I dreamt that someone wanted to take me away to a village and make me a child bride. The dream felt so real, like it actually happened. Mu Qianqian recalled, feeling trapped in her small body, unable to escape, only to be met with beatings. She shook her head, trying to dispel the horrifying images. Hearing this, Han's expression darkened. Why would you dream of such a thing out of nowhere? Feeling much lighter now, Mu Qianqian asked, Uncle, were you the one taking care of me last night? Despite the nightmare, she vaguely remembered someone persistently wiping her body and cooling her down with ice. No one had ever treated her so kindly before. Warmth filled her heart as she silently thanked him. Uncle, thank you. In the morning, Aunt Lu came to make breakfast. As she tied her apron, she noticed the red marks on Mu Qianqian's neck and collarbone. Recalling that Han had come out of the guest room that morning, Aunt Lu smiled knowingly. Mu Qianqian sat at the dining table, puzzled. Aunt Lu, why did you make so many dishes today? And even chicken soup. It's so lavish. Aunt Lu chuckled. I was worried you were tired last night, so I made extra to nourish you. Mu Qianqian tilted her head. I didn't feel tired yesterday, but Uncle must have been exhausted. She wanted to serve him some chicken soup, but Han took the ladle from her hands. If you can't see, don't move around. You might burn yourself. His voice was cold, with a metallic quality, sounding a bit harsh. But Mu Qianqian knew he was concerned about her, so she obediently sat down. Aunt Lu covered her mouth, smiling broadly. Han guessed she must have misunderstood and told her to go next door and come back later to clean up. All right, I'll leave you two alone. Aunt Lu tactfully retreated. Mu Qianqian, innocent and naive, didn't understand what was happening. Why would Aunt Lu be interrupting us? Eat your breakfast, Han ordered coldly, placing a bowl of ginseng chicken soup in front of her. Mu Qianqian pushed the bowl towards him, earnestly saying, Uncle, you were exhausted last night. You should drink more. Han's face darkened. This silly girl. She didn't realize how easy it was to be misunderstood by that statement. Besides, he exercised regularly and was in great shape, not needing any tonic. But looking at her thin arms and legs, he worried she couldn't handle much strain. Eat more vegetables, he commanded in a cold voice. Okay, Mu Qianqian replied obediently. Is that all you're going to eat? Seeing her small portion, Han frowned. No wonder she hadn't gained any weight despite being taken care of for so long. Even a cat would eat more than her. Mu Qianqian patted her round belly. I can't eat anymore. Eat 2 more bites. Fu Sahan picked up a shrimp and fed it to her. His tone was authoritative and brooked no refusal. Mu Qianqian pitifully opened her mouth and ate 2 more shrimp. She really couldn't eat anymore. Finally, Fu Sahan didn't force her. Go to class and take the warm jujube milk Aunt Lu prepared for you. Okay, I remember. Mu Qianqian grabbed her cane and left the house. Fu Sahan accompanied her to the elevator, instinctively supporting her as they entered. The elevator filled with people, and Fu Sahan's expression darkened, the air around him growing heavier. As a CEO, he usually traveled by private jet or car and had a private elevator at the company. He rarely needed to squeeze into an elevator with others, and he had a dislike for crowded places. In the chaos, someone stepped on Mu Qianqian's foot, and she yelped. Seeing her squeezed into a corner, clutching her cane and looking lost like a small animal with nowhere to go in the jungle, Fu Sahan's rare soft spot emerged. He pulled her into his arms. Mu Qianqian unexpectedly bumped into his broad, firm chest, her nose filled with his clean, pleasant sandalwood scent. She nestled against him, feeling a sense of attachment. Despite his cold demeanor, Uncle Fu's embrace was very warm. As Mu Qianqian recovered from her cold and took off her mask, the entire class fell silent. Her petite face was adorned with oversized black sunglasses, making her fair skin look even whiter. Above her small nose, her cherry-red lips stood out adorably. She wore a pristine white princess dress and sat quietly at her desk, with sunlight streaming through the window, casting a soft, ethereal glow around her. This unexpected and stunning appearance left the class in awe. Just yesterday they had thought she was unattractive, but today she looked like a beauty. However, jealous voices soon emerged. Humph, you call that pretty? If she's really that beautiful, why wear sunglasses? Maybe she's got squinty eyes. The murmurs grew louder until someone dropped a bombshell. Hey, let me tell you, she's not some well-connected person. How do you know? I saw her poverty application. Her family has 3 kids and they're barely getting by. No way she's got connections. Then why has her enrollment been maintained all this time? The school is really lenient with her. Look at her face and you'll understand. The implication was clear. Mu Qianqian used her looks to gain favor with someone influential to get special treatment. Suddenly, everyone's opinion of Mu Qianqian flipped again. She went from being seen as a privileged student to someone who traded her body for advantages. Fang Yanan couldn't stand it any longer and stood up to defend her. You guys are going too far. These are baseless accusations. However, her sense of justice only brought more ridicule. The lead boy spewed a string of vulgar remarks, causing the class to erupt in laughter. Fang Yanan's eyes reddened with anger, and she clenched her fists. Mu Qianqian gently pulled Fang Yanan's arm and whispered, Yanan, ignore them. She knew all too well that explaining was futile against such baseless malice. It was better to let the words pass by like the wind. Fang Yanan wiped away her tears and sat down next to Mu Qianqian. Mu Qianqian comforted her. The innocent will always be clear. I don't care what they say. The boy leading the taunts was named Pu. His family was middle class, but in Bay City, they were insignificant. He had met Lu Yunxiang at a party and was now messaging her, Sis, I've done as you asked. Everyone's isolating and targeting Mu Qianqian. She'll drop out within 3 months for sure. Lu Yunxiang replied, good job, keep up the pressure. Pu, got it, I'll have people harass her more. It turned out that Lu Yunxiang felt a strong sense of threat the moment she saw Mu Qianqian. She had bribed a nurse to get Mu Qianqian's identity and school information. Coincidentally, her admirer Pu was in the same school and major as Mu Qianqian. So Lu Yunxiang instructed Pu to spread rumors, hoping to force Mu Qianqian to drop out and return to her small town, never to appear in Bay City again. This way, the Lu family wouldn't find her. However, the nurse, fearing the Fu family's power, didn't tell Lu Yunxiang that Mu Qianqian's hospitalization was arranged by the Fu family. So, Lu Yunxiang had no idea of the connection, or she wouldn't have dared act so recklessly. Pu sent another message. Sis, don't you think Mu Qianqian looks a bit like you? Lu Yunxiang hated hearing this and quickly replied, do your job and watch your mouth or don't blame me for being harsh. Pu hurriedly apologized. Yes, sis, I was wrong. After class, Mu Qianqian and Fang Yanan stood under a tree, waiting for someone. The sunset cast a beautiful glow on Mu Qianqian's clean dress, making her look like a stunning painting. The boys around were stealing glances at her. Just then, Fu Sahan approached Mu Qianqian and extended his hand. Let's go. Mu Qianqian smiled. Uncle, you're here again? I just finished my work, so I thought I'd pick you up, Fu Sahan said casually, though he had actually left important tasks to come. He had been in an international meeting but rushed to the school after a call from the old lady in his family who insisted, if you don't pick up your own wife, someone else will. Then you'll be the one crying when she becomes someone else's wife. Fu Sahan had noticed the admiring glances from the young men. The old lady was right. Mu Qianqian's pure and sweet face had these college students acting like they'd never seen a woman before. Though Fu Sahan only saw her as his wife in name, as long as she was on the Fu family's household registry, he wouldn't let anyone else covet her. Fu Sahan took Mu Qianqian's hand. Let's go. Mu Qianqian said goodbye to Fong Yanan. Yanan, I'm heading home. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Fong Yanan replied, watching them leave in a daze. On the way home, Mu Qianqian thought about Fong Yanan's reaction every time she saw Fu Sahan and wondered, is uncle really that ugly? He must be even uglier than I imagined. Maybe ugly beyond compare. Thinking that Fu Sahan might have faced countless cold stares and mockery because of his appearance, Mu Qianqian took his hand and said, Uncle, don't care too much about what others think. This out-of-the-blue comment puzzled Fu Sahan. Mu Qianqian continued, no matter how good-looking someone is, it's just superficial. What's important is sincerity and kindness. She had racked her brain to come up with these comforting words. A hint of amusement flashed in Fu Sahan's eyes. You're right. Though, he thought to himself, he had none of the sincerity and kindness she mentioned. Mu Qianqian had expected Fu Sahan to take her straight home, but he led her to a car instead. This wasn't an ordinary car but the luxury one worth 9 figures they had used before. Just sitting in it, she could feel the difference. Mu Qianqian looked up innocently. I thought you sold this car. Why would I? To pay for my eye treatment. Fu Sahan couldn't help but smile. Don't worry, your husband isn't that poor yet. Mu Qianqian obediently fastened her seatbelt and curiously asked, where are we going? Taking you to the old house to meet the elders, Fu Sahan replied succinctly. Mu Qianqian gasped, her face filled with panic. But I haven't prepared anything. It's my first time meeting the elders, and I didn't even buy any gifts. I came straight from class and wasn't mentally prepared. Fu Sahan calmly said, no need to prepare anything. Just showing up is enough. This reassurance made Mu Qianqian feel a bit more at ease. The car smoothly headed towards the Fu family's old residence. Upon arrival, Mu Qianqian was surprised to find that it was not like an ordinary house. A large lake came into view, surrounded by exquisite pavilions and towers, resembling an ancient prince's mansion. It turned out to be a family banquet, with several tables set up by the lakeside pavilion, and all the guests were members of the Fu family. Qianqian is here, Grandma Fu greeted warmly. Recognizing the elderly woman's voice, Mu Qianqian softly asked, Grandma, how is your health? Much better now, Grandma Fu replied with a cheerful smile. I missed you. It's been so long since we last met. How have you been at Mingyuan? Has my grandson been treating you well? Blushing, Mu Qianqian lowered her head. Don't worry, Grandma. Uncle has been very kind to me. He even took care of me all night when I was sick. That's good to hear, Grandma Fu said with relief. As long as you both are doing well, this old lady can rest easy. Don't just stand there, sit down. The banquet is about to begin. Mu Qianqian and Fu Sahan took their seats beside Grandma Fu. The atmosphere at the table was warm and joyful, with no mention of business matters. Fu Sahan, being the only son of the third branch, had lost his parents early and had several less accomplished cousins. Suddenly, a pair of adorable twins approached Mu Qianqian. Little niece Fu Wenmian looked up with her big, sparkling eyes and asked, Sister, aren't you scared living with uncle? Mu Qianqian's face turned red, and the elders burst into laughter. Someone teased, Wenmian, you should call her aunt, not sister. Fu Wenmian pouted, I want to call her sister. Calling her aunt makes her sound old. She climbed onto the stool and whispered into Mu Qianqian's ear, my brother and I are both scared of uncle. You're so brave to marry him. He's really nice, Mu Qianqian said gently. No one dares to marry my uncle. He's very scary. We're all afraid of him, Fu Wenmian said, shivering suddenly. She turned around to see Fu Sahan standing behind her, looking at her with a half smile. Uncle is here. Fu Wenmian screamed and jumped off the stool, running to hide behind her brother. The elders laughed heartily. Mu Qianqian couldn't help but smile, feeling a warmth she had never experienced before. Fu Sahan gently ruffled Mu Qianqian's hair. Qianqian, don't believe her nonsense. Wenmian is a clever girl. Even adults can be fooled by her. Mu Qianqian playfully said, I think Wenmian has a point. You must be very scary if even children are afraid of you. Fu Sahan smiled helplessly. After dinner, they said their goodbyes and left. In the car, Mu Qianqian was so sleepy that she dozed off, leaning against the window. Seeing this, Fu Sahan quietly placed his hand under her head for support. When Mu Qianqian woke up and noticed, she blushed deeply. Uncle, have you been holding my head the whole time? Fu Sahan's expression stiffened but quickly returned to his usual aloofness. Don't flatter yourself. I was just afraid you'd break the window. With that, he got out of the car. Mu Qianqian pouted in frustration and slowly followed him. As they neared the building, she tripped and fell forward. Fu Sahan frowned and instinctively stepped forward to catch her. How can you be so clumsy? Tripping on flat ground. Rubbing her sore nose, Mu Qianqian pitifully said, Uncle, my eyesight isn't good. Fu Sahan sighed in exasperation. If you can't see, just hold my hand. Mu Qianqian cautiously grasped his ring and pinky fingers, like a child being led. She thought to herself, Wenmian was right, sometimes Uncle Fu can be really scary. Fusahan received a call from his secretary and slowly walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. He brought the phone close to his ear to listen to the report. Mr. Fu, we've investigated Miss Mu's recent activities. She has no connection with the Liu family's adopted daughter. She was at the school registration by coincidence and not prearranged. Fusahan frowned slightly. Being a cautious person, even though Mu Qianqian was just his wife in name, he needed to ensure she had no ulterior motives. If she had any ill intentions, he wouldn't show mercy. Good job. Double the bonus this month, Fusahan said calmly. After sincerely thanking him, the secretary hesitated for a moment before adding, Mr. Fu, I have some personal thoughts. Although Miss Mu's family background isn't great, she is kind-hearted and well-liked by her neighbors and classmates. She is genuine and different from those women who try to climb the social ladder. Having worked with Fusahan for years, the secretary had seen many scheming women. Among these wolves and snakes, Mu Qianqian seemed like an innocent and pure little rabbit, worthy of protection. Why are you telling me this? Fusahan interrupted coldly. Mr. Fu, Miss Mu is a good person. With her taking care of you, we, your subordinates, can also feel at ease. I can handle my own affairs, Fusahan replied before hanging up the phone. At that moment, the sound of running water in the bathroom stopped. Mu Qianqian, wearing a silk nightgown, walked out and started looking for something in the living room. Fusahan opened the balcony door and returned to the living room. What are you looking for? He asked. Uncle, I can't find the hairdryer, Mu Qianqian replied. Fusahan frowned. Why are you always so forgetful? Mu Qianqian stuck out her tongue and continued searching. As she bent down, her neckline opened, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. Fusahan quickly averted his gaze as if scalded. He retrieved the hairdryer from a cabinet and handed it to her without expression. Here, stop looking. Thank you, Uncle, Mu Qianqian said as she took the hairdryer and moved to dry her hair. Fusahan's eyes involuntarily followed her. Fresh from the shower, her cheeks were rosy and fair. Though petite, her figure had become more graceful over time. The silk nightgown accentuated her curves, making Fusahan feel a sudden heat. He rubbed his temples, thinking he might be overworked lately. After a moment of hesitation, Mu Qianqian approached him. Uncle, thank you. For what? Fusahan asked, hands in his pockets, looking out the window. Thank you for taking me to meet your family. It made me feel a bit of familial warmth. Her words seemed to touch a hidden part of Fusahan. He turned back, his gaze restrained as it rested on her face. Mu Qianqian. Yes. As long as you behave, this family won't fall apart. Mu Qianqian was momentarily stunned, then smiled sweetly. Don't worry, Uncle. I'll do my best to take care of our little home and keep it together. Fusahan smiled in satisfaction. How's school? Mu Qianqian only shared the good news. School is great. I've even made some new friends. That's good. As night fell, Mu Qianqian prepared to go to bed. Fusahan called her back. Wait. She nervously gripped the doorknob, her heart racing. She feared he might ask her to fulfill her marital duties. Even though she had resolved to live well with him, she had never seen his face. However, Fusahan simply reminded her, you haven't had your milk yet. Mu Qianqian sighed in relief and went to the living room to drink her milk. After placing the cup in the sink, she walked past Fusahan. Uncle, I'm going to bed. Good night, Fusahan nodded slightly. Mu Qianqian entered the guest room and leaned against the door, lost in thought. It was strange. She should have felt relieved, but why did she feel a hint of disappointment? The next day, when Mu Qianqian went to class, the rumors on campus had already spiraled out of control. As soon as she stepped into the academic building, she felt the strange looks and heard the whispers around her. Check out the school forum. Someone shouted, Mu Qianqian was seen getting into a luxury car yesterday. She must be involved with some old, ugly man. Mu Qianqian's heart sank, and she quickened her pace toward the classroom. However, more hurtful comments drilled into her ears like relentless parasites. She's openly cozying up to rich guys on campus. Is there no justice? This is a place for studying, not for hooking up with men. I suspect she got admitted through improper means. The school must investigate thoroughly. The classroom was packed with onlookers, some pointing fingers. That's her Mu Qianqian. She's pretty. No wonder the big shots fancy her. Such a pity. I wonder if she feels nauseous sleeping with those smelly old men. These words pierced Mu Qianqian's heart like daggers, leaving her hands and feet cold, her heart sinking deeper. Who was fabricating these rumors? Why were they trying to harm her? Fang Yanran stood up to defend her friend. The truth hasn't been found out yet. Don't jump to conclusions. But more people chose to believe the rumors. Someone sneered. I advise you to stay away from her. This woman is not simple. Fang Yanran's face turned red with anger. Clenching her fists, she shouted, I know Qianqian better than you do. How dare you slander her? In the crowd, Sha Pu jeered lewdly, And how do you know we're lying? Were you hiding under the bed when Mu Qianqian was with the old man? Shameless. Fang Yanran was brought to tears. Mu Qianqian, with teary eyes and a trembling voice, explained, I didn't cozy up to any rich man. These are all lies. I withdrew my poverty application long ago. Please stop spreading my private matters. Her explanation garnered some sympathy, but more people were just there for the spectacle. The forum posts about Mu Qianqian were pushed to the top of the homepage, with someone even revealing her classroom location for the day. The crowd grew larger, packing the classroom. Some jeered loudly, Mu Qianqian, university is for studying, and you're making it filthy with your actions. If you have any shame, you should drop out voluntarily. Mu Qianqian, how much do you make in a night? Is it enough to cover your tuition easily? So envious, huh? The teacher couldn't control the situation and had to report it to the school leadership. The school administration promptly contacted Assistant Wang. At that moment, Fu Sihan was listening to reports from his company executives. Assistant Wang knocked and whispered in his ear, Mr. Fu, Miss Mu is being bullied. Fu Sihan's brows furrowed, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop. The executives present felt a chill. He stood up and said, the meeting is postponed. Then he strode out, with Assistant Wang hurrying to keep up. The conference room buzzed with speculation. Why did Mr. Fu leave so suddenly? Did something happen? He's been leaving meetings abruptly a lot lately. Wonder if it's a family issue. Definitely not because of a woman. Mr. Fu has always kept his distance from women. If Mr. Fu ever had a woman by his side, it would be more shocking than a celebrity secret marriage. In the top floor CEO office, the assistant opened the forum of the University of Finance and showed it to Fu Sihan. The top posts included Mu Qianqian's financial aid application details and blurry photos of her getting into a luxury car. Only a strong, slender hand pulling her into the car could be seen. The comment section was filled with malicious speculation. Foolish people, drawn to drama like dogs to a bone, pounced without hesitation. Taking advantage of the forum's anonymity, they indulged in a frenzy of malicious attacks, thinking no one could identify them. Fu Sihan's assistant reported gravely, Mr. Fu, the situation is serious. Many people have found Miss Mu's classroom. He quickly swiped through his phone and showed it to Fu Sihan. These are all photos taken secretly by students. Various so-called insiders are also coming forward, continuously slandering her. Fu Sihan closed his eyes, his mind filled with the image of Mu Qianqian being surrounded and verbally attacked, tears streaming down her face. His heart tightened sharply, as if someone had gripped it hard. When he opened his eyes again, a dangerous gleam shone within them. Fu Sihan tapped his long fingers on the table twice, his voice calm yet filled with menace. Expose the identities of everyone in those posts and find out who's behind this. Get him expelled from the finance university immediately. The assistant responded promptly, yes, sir. Fu Sihan added, and those administrative teachers who leaked the students' privacy should be punished as well. Understood. I'll handle it right away. The assistant quickly left the office. In less than 10 minutes, the forum underwent a dramatic transformation. All posts suddenly required real names, with each commenter's class and name clearly displayed. Everyone was shocked to discover that the initial poster was actually Mu Qianqian's classmate Sharp. The forum plunged into chaos. Is the forum malfunctioning? Why did it suddenly require real names? Holy crap, the posts are locked. I can't delete my comments, and I can't even delete my account. We're screwed. Totally screwed. Those who once posted vicious remarks with impunity now felt like they were being stripped bare under a spotlight, filled with panic. Fu Sihan's move struck directly at the heart, instantly curbing the spread of rumors. Those who stirred trouble in the shadows lost their arrogance when exposed to the light. Meanwhile, Mu Qianqian was comforting a crying Fang Yanran when she suddenly heard exclamations from her classmates. Someone shouted. The forum removed anonymity. Those who slandered Mu Qianqian are frantically deleting their posts. Suddenly, a commotion erupted. A team of security guards stormed into the classroom, with the leader announcing loudly, all students involved in slandering Mu Qianqian, follow us to the student office for registration. Don't even think about running away. The school is full of cameras. Anyone caught sneaking off will be given a major demerit, and it will go on your permanent record. You'll never shake off this stain. Faces turned pale, and someone trembled as they argued, Sir, we were just joining in, we didn't mean to slander anyone. The head security guard barked, take them all away. In the classroom, a group of students who had been causing a disturbance were led away by the teacher. Nervously, they wrote down their names, classes, and their advisors' names under supervision. Initially, they thought their involvement in the incident would go unnoticed, so they acted without restraint. However, they didn't anticipate that this minor incident would be recorded in their files, and they instantly regretted their actions. Wiping away her tears, Fang Yanran said with relief, Thank goodness, Qianqian, your name has finally been cleared. Mu Qianqian also let out a sigh of relief and nodded. Yes, thankfully the school leaders saw through the situation and didn't get misled by those people. Suddenly, a worried voice echoed from the hallway. Qianqian, are you okay? Mu Qianqian recognized her good friend Li Siyu's voice and asked in surprise, Siyu? What are you doing here? Li Siyu rushed into the classroom, out of breath and without makeup. She explained, I didn't have any classes this morning and was sleeping in my dorm when my roommate told me about what happened to you, so I came right away. She looked around angrily and asked, where are those gossip mongers? We're in college, and they still use such malicious words to slander a girl. I swear it'll make them regret it. Feeling both touched and helpless, Mu Qianqian quickly held back the hot-tempered Li Siyu. Don't fight for my sake. Don't worry, those people have already been taken away by the teacher. The ones stirring trouble on the forum have been exposed, and they'll definitely face consequences. Li Siyu was somewhat surprised. Our school handles things so swiftly and decisively. Mu Qianqian sighed, I just want to go to school in peace without anyone bothering me anymore. Li Siyu sat down next to Mu Qianqian and examined her face closely. Qianqian, you look more beautiful than before. Mu Qianqian touched her face in confusion, really? I don't think I've changed. She was only wearing sunglasses and didn't understand why there would be such a noticeable difference. Li Siyu explained, you were always good looking, but your complexion used to be a bit pale. Now, you look much healthier and more vibrant. She hadn't seen Mu Qianqian for a while and immediately noticed the change. Mu Qianqian's improved complexion made her appear more radiant and lively. Feeling happy about the compliment but knowing it was due to Uncle Fu's help, Mu Qianqian introduced, I forgot to introduce you. This is Fong Yanran, my roommate. And this is Li Siyu, my good friend from high school. Following Mu Qianqian's introduction, Li Siyu and Fong Yanran exchanged contact information. As Li Siyu browsed her phone, she suddenly exclaimed excitedly, hey, check this out. There's a new post on the forum. Mu Qianqian looked over in confusion, seeing only a blur of light and shadows. Realizing Mu Qianqian's condition, Li Siyu asked, Qianqian, can you see my face clearly? Mu Qianqian shook her head, not clearly yet. The doctor said it will take some time for my vision to fully recover. It's like looking through frosted glass. I can see the outline but not the details. Li Siyu thoughtfully said, let me read it to you. She began reading the post. This post is from the school administration. Due to doubts about Mu Qianqian's admission into the university, the school requested her entrance exam papers and made them public. Mu Qianqian's scores are well above the university's cutoff, with no irregularities. Regarding her application for financial aid, she withdrew it voluntarily during the application process, so she didn't take anyone's spot. The administrative staff member who leaked her personal information, Mr. Li, has been dismissed. Fong Yanran smiled through her tears. Finally, your name is cleared. Li Siyu continued. As for Pu, who spread the rumors, the school has suspended him. He probably won't be attending classes anytime soon. Hearing this, both Li Siyu and Fong Yanran felt a sense of justice and said in unison, serves him right. He had no business falsely accusing others. Li Siyu added, Qianqian, many students on the forum are praising you. Mu Qianqian asked curiously, what are they saying? Li Siyu smiled. They're complimenting your neat handwriting, clean exam papers, and excellent grades. She proudly added, they don't know you're our school's top student. Getting into this university was a piece of cake for you. Mu Qianqian smiled modestly, that's all in the past. Now, I find it hard to even follow the lessons. Li Siyu comforted her, don't worry. You're only struggling because you can't see the text right now. Once your vision recovers, you'll be at the top of your class again, winning scholarships and making those who tried to bring you down green with envy. Fong Yanran also joined in to cheer her up, saying firmly, that's right, Qianqian. The best way to deal with these petty people is to show them you're doing better and better. With the help of her two good friends, Mu Qianqian's spirits gradually lifted. She looked gratefully at Li Siyu and Fong Yanran, saying softly, thank you. She felt a sense of relief, realizing how lucky she was to have met kind people like Uncle Fu and made two friends who truly cared about her. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Li Siyu hurriedly said goodbye to the two, mentioning she had something urgent to attend to. Fong Yanran offered to accompany Mu Qianqian to their usual meeting spot, and the two walked out of the classroom together. Just as they reached the agreed-upon place, they saw a tall figure striding towards them. It was Fu Sihan. Qianqian, Fu Sihan's deep voice called out, making Mu Qianqian feel at ease. Uncle, you're here, she responded softly, then turned to Fong Yanran. My family is here to pick me up, Yanran. I'll go now. Goodbye. Goodbye, Fong Yanran waved. Mu Qianqian quickly ran to Fu Sihan's side, holding onto his coat like a well-behaved little animal. Seeing her safe and sound, Fu Sihan's tense nerves relaxed a bit. He asked, how was your day at school? Mu Qianqian initially wanted to hide the truth but then reconsidered, realizing they were a couple and shouldn't keep secrets from each other. She briefly recounted the day's events. Someone slandered me on the forum, saying I was with a rich man. Fortunately, the school authorities saw through it and cleared my name. The bullies were punished. What Mu Qianqian didn't know was that it wasn't just the school authorities who resolved the issue, but her husband working behind the scenes. Fu Sihan listened, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. He asked, "A rich man? Who's rich man?" "Of course yours, uncle," Mu Qianqian replied innocently. "They seem to think your car is a very expensive luxury car. But uncle, I know you're a hardworking employee, not some wealthy tycoon." Mu Qianqian was clueless about cars and never realized her husband could indeed afford a luxury vehicle. Fu Sihan, intrigued, asked further, "Why am I not a wealthy tycoon?" Mu Qianqian's smile was sweeter than honey as she replied matter-of-factly, "Uncle, what kind of wealthy tycoon would live in an apartment complex?" In Mu Qianqian's imagination, wealthy families should live in grand mansions and estates. How could anyone live in a high-rise apartment complex? She frowned, puzzled, as she looked at the surrounding skyscrapers. Fu Sihan, holding her hand as they walked along the sidewalk, heard her comment and the amusement in his eyes deepened. "Oh, what's different?" he asked softly, a hint of teasing in his tone. Mu Qianqian earnestly explained on TV, "Rich people don't have to work. They're always fighting over inheritance, looking for illegitimate children, and dealing with mistresses. But nothing like that happens around uncle." Recalling the melodramatic TV dramas she had watched, she realized that none of them matched Fu Dashu's reality. She continued, "Uncle goes to work every day. He's nothing like those domineering CEOs on TV who have nothing better to do than revolve around the female lead. Plus, I've attended uncle's family gatherings, and the atmosphere is always warm and friendly. It's not like those TV dramas where brothers turn against each other and fight over the family fortune." Mu Qianqian shook her head firmly, "So I can't believe that I got so lucky, marrying a stranger only to find out he's a famous tycoon. That's just something made up in novels. It can't happen in real life." Fu Sihan smiled faintly and said softly, "Watch less TV. It's bad for your eyes." Mu Qianqian playfully stuck out her tongue. "I know." She added, "I can't see clearly anyway, so I just turn on the TV for background noise." Fu Sihan had expected Mu Qianqian to be upset after being slandered. To his surprise, she seemed in good spirits, even humming softly as they walked. He couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you upset that someone slandered you?" "Not at all. What they said isn't true." "Lies can never become truth," Mu Qianqian said confidently, standing tall. "But what about the misunderstandings from others?" Fu Sihan pressed. "As long as the people I care about believe me, I don't mind what others think," Mu Qianqian said nonchalantly. Fu Sihan's gaze lingered on her for a couple of extra seconds, his smile deepening inadvertently. He thought, this little blind girl isn't as naive as she seems. She's more open-minded than many. A few days later, news spread that Xiaopu had been expelled from school. The campus buzzed with gossip, and most people were glad to see him go. Serves him right. He slandered someone without knowing the truth and got us all reprimanded by the counselor. What grudge does he have against Mu Qianqian to spread such rumors? It's so low. Who would want to be friends with someone like that? Not me. I'm afraid he'd stab me in the back and spread rumors about me." Xiaopu, still in the grade group chat, saw these messages, and his face turned purple with rage. He blamed everything on Mu Qianqian, his anger boiling over. "It's all that woman's fault," he thought through gritted teeth. "I only posted a few things, and now I'm expelled? Who's backing her that she's being protected like this?" In a hurry, Xiaopu messaged Lu Yunxiang, "Sis, who exactly is Mu Qianqian? Is someone protecting her?" Lu Yunxiang quickly replied, "How could that be? She's just a poor girl from the countryside. What kind of background could she have?" Xiaopu anxiously asked, "But now I've been expelled. What should I do, sis? If my dad finds out, he'll kill me." Lu Yunxiang replied immediately, "As long as you drive Mu Qianqian out of Bay City, don't worry. I can sort out your school issue." Xiaopu, unaware of her true identity and believing she was the Lu family's biological daughter, thought that if the Lu family spoke up for him, his father might spare him. A malicious glint appeared in his eyes as he replied, "Don't worry. I'll definitely get her out of the University of Finance. If I don't teach her a lesson for getting me expelled, I'm not a man." Reading his message, Lu Yunxiang felt much better. She had been sleeping poorly, haunted by dreams of Mu Qianqian's face, which resembled her foster mother's. The similarity terrified her. It was because of her slight resemblance to her foster mother that the Lu family had taken her from the orphanage, allowing her to live a life of luxury. She couldn't bear to imagine what would happen if the real Lu family daughter returned. Her foster parents' affection would be divided. Her brother, who already disliked her, would despise her even more, and she might be cast out of the Lu family, once again becoming a homeless orphan. These thoughts nearly drove Lu Yunxiang mad. "I won't go back to a life of poverty," she screamed internally. "I refuse to be an ordinary person. I want to be the only daughter of the Lu family." Biting her lip, Lu Yunxiang thought fiercely. Mu Qianqian must leave Bay City and disappear from the Lu family's sight forever. Meanwhile, Mu Qianqian was unaware that she was being targeted. She sat at the dining table, troubled by one thing: how to persuade uncle not to buy her these expensive nutritional supplements. "Uncle, you still have to support the family with your salary. It's a waste to spend it on me," she said cautiously. Fu Sihan, reading the latest financial report, glanced up and replied indifferently, whether it's a waste or not, I'll decide. Mu Qianqian sat properly, like a nervous student. In front of her was a cup of imported nutritional drink. She thought it was just something Uncle had casually bought from overseas, unaware that it was custom-made based on her health report. Mu Qianqian pouted, but it really doesn't taste good. She had taken a small sip through a straw and was so put off by the bitterness that she almost spat it out if Uncle wasn't sitting across from her. It's good for your health and works quickly, Fu Sihan said, unmoved. Uncle, can I go back to drinking goat's milk? It might have a gamey taste, but it's way better than this nutritional drink, Mu Qianqian tried to bargain. Fu Sihan put down his magazine, looked at her with interest and coldly said, no. Seeing Mu Qianqian's expression of despair, Fu Sihan's eyes twinkled with amusement, though he kept a stern face. You eat so little. You've been malnourished for over 10 years. How will you ever catch up? Mu Qianqian quickly promised, I'll eat more meat and rice from now on. The doctor recommended this. Keep drinking it. It's good for your eyes too. Fu Sihan's tone softened slightly. Mu Qianqian sighed, all right. She gave up on the straw, pinched her nose, and downed the nutritional drink in one go. Then she rushed to the kitchen and gulped down a large glass of orange juice. Mu Qianqian returned to her room, put on her headphones, and focused on listening to the class recordings. Due to her impaired vision, she had developed the habit of recording her teacher's lectures on her phone and repeatedly listening to the difficult parts at night. Although college life was supposed to be relaxing, Mu Qianqian refused to slack off. She had a goal in mind, to win a scholarship and lighten her uncle's burden. Meanwhile, Fu Sihan was in his study making an overseas call. He gave a new directive to the international medical team. Improve the flavor of the nutritional supplement, make it more palatable. A puzzled voice on the other end responded, but Mr. Fu, this formula has remained unchanged for years. Fu Sihan immediately increased the research bonus to 10 times its original amount. This action instantly changed the team's attitude. All right, Mr. Fu, what flavor would you like? We'll start working on it right away. A few days later, Mu Qianqian prepared to drink the nutritional supplement as usual but was taken aback by the first sip. She instinctively licked her lips. It's sweet, strawberry flavored. Why did it suddenly change? Could it be spoiled? With doubts in mind, she dialed Uncle Fu's number. Fu Sihan was in his office signing documents. He placed his phone on the desk and put it on speaker. It's not spoiled, just drink it, he answered calmly. The nutritional supplement is now strawberry flavored. Do you like it? Uncle, can we always get this flavor in the future? I really like it. Mu Qianqian's voice was filled with anticipation. Whatever you want, Fu Sihan responded tersely. After hanging up, Fu Sihan handed the documents to his assistant, Wang Yong. As Wang Yong took the papers, he couldn't help but recall the earlier conversation. He clearly remembered that Mr. Fu had increased the research bonus tenfold to improve the supplement's flavor. But why did Mr. Fu downplay it as a simple mistake over the phone? If it were that easy to get a specially formulated supplement by accident, why spend so much on research? The more Wang Yong thought about it, the more puzzled he became, but he knew better than to voice these questions. Fu Sihan continued with his work as the secretary brought him a cup of coffee. As he sipped, he found himself picturing Mu Qianqian's reaction to the strawberry-flavored supplement. Imagining her eyes lighting up, a subtle smile crept onto his face. Mr. Fu, are you in a good mood? The secretary couldn't help but ask. Fu Sihan immediately composed himself, returning to his usual cold demeanor. Focus on your work and don't ask unnecessary questions. He convinced himself that taking care of Mu Qianqian was simply because she was his nominal wife, and he couldn't be too heartless. Besides, if she discarded the supplement because of its taste and her eyes didn't recover, his grandmother would certainly blame him. He didn't have the time to monitor Mu Qianqian 247. Somehow, Fu Sihan remembered Mu Qianqian's comment about how CEOs in dramas seem to have nothing to do, unlike him. He scoffed internally, thinking, what kind of CEO doesn't work? I'm so busy I can barely catch my breath. Why am I thinking about that little blind girl again? Fu Sihan muttered, tugging at his tie, feeling inexplicably irritated. Late that night, Fu Sihan returned home from a business dinner, expecting Mu Qianqian to be asleep. However, he found the living room light still on. The young girl, dressed in a thin silk nightgown, had fallen asleep at the table. The soft lighting cast a gentle glow on her, giving her an ethereal appearance. Her peaceful sleeping face had a slight blush on her white cheeks, and her long eyelashes cast shadows under her eyes. Fu Sihan quietly changed his shoes and walked into the living room. Despite his careful movements, Mu Qianqian woke up. She sniffed and asked, Uncle, have you been drinking? Yes, Fu Sihan's deep voice was slightly hoarse. Why are you sleeping here? Mu Qianqian stood up and explained, you told me not to sleep on the couch, so I waited for you here. Fu Sihan was speechless. He had forbidden her from sleeping on the couch to prevent her from catching a cold, but he hadn't expected her to sleep at the table instead, which was even more likely to make her sick. He reached out a finger and gently tapped her forehead, his tone unconsciously tinged with affection. Silly girl. So stubborn. Mu Qianqian covered her forehead and weakly responded, I was just following your instructions. Fu Sihan, seemingly a bit drunk, swayed as he walked towards the couch. Mu Qianqian quickly helped him sit down, saying, sit here for a moment, I'll get you some water. Just as she was about to leave, Fu Sihan grabbed her wrist. No need, he said curtly. The man couldn't help but chuckle, his hoarse voice thick with weariness. Little blind girl, you should take care of yourself first. Mu Qianqian puffed up her cheeks and stubbornly retorted, Uncle, I'm not blind. I can see. Fu Sihan raised an eyebrow, his handsome face drawing closer to hers. Oh, then can you see what I look like? Mu Qianqian tried to open her eyes wide, but could only see a blur. Everything before her was hazy, as if viewed through frosted glass. She let go of his hand in frustration. All right, Uncle, just sit here quietly and don't move. She quickly walked to the kitchen and poured a cup of warm water, placing it in front of him. Drink some water first. I'll go find you some medicine. She opened the household medicine box but couldn't read the labels due to her poor eyesight. Noticing her predicament, Fu Sihan reached out. Give it to me. I'll find it myself. Mu Qianqian bit her lip in frustration and handed the medicine box to him. Fu Sihan's slender fingers picked up a medicine box, took out 2 pills, and swallowed them with the warm water. I've already boiled the water for your bath. You can go wash up in a bit, Mu Qianqian added. Fu Sihan nodded, spreading his knees apart and resting his elbows on them, his head slightly lowered as he rested. After regaining some energy, he was about to head for the bath when he noticed Mu Qianqian still standing there, seemingly worried. A playful smile tugged at Fu Sihan's lips. I'm going to take a bath. Are you planning to follow me? Huh. Mu Qianqian was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized what he meant. Her cheeks turned bright red. No, I'm not. I just wanted to help since you drank too much. Feigning misunderstanding, Fu Sihan slowly undid his tie and tossed it onto the sofa. His slender, elegant fingers began unbuttoning the top buttons of his shirt, movements graceful and pleasing to the eye. Since you can't see, it's fine if you follow, he teased, making Mu Qianqian even more flustered. Mu Qianqian couldn't remember how she ran back to her bedroom. All she recalled was the blankness in her mind and the stunned feeling that overtook her. Blood rushed to her head, making her cheeks burn. She dashed into the guest room, slammed the door shut, and leaned against it, panting heavily. Fu Sihan stood where he was, his gaze fixed on the closed door of the guest room, his expression unreadable. He had said that on purpose, hoping she would avoid him. With alcohol coursing through his veins, he was worried he might do something irrational. Fu Sihan prided himself on his self-control, but it seemed to vanish in front of this little blind girl. This loss of control bewildered him. Hiding in the guest room, Mu Qianqian covered her burning cheeks with her hands, her heart pounding. She held her breath and listened to the sounds outside until she heard Fu Sihan enter the bathroom, the water running then stopping, and his footsteps returning to the master bedroom. Only then did she let out a long sigh of relief. She kicked off her shoes, climbed into bed, and pulled the covers over her head. The room fell silent, leaving only her frantic heartbeat and rapid breathing. Is Uncle really that ugly? Mu Qianqian wondered to herself. But why is he so good at flirting? She had been confessed to by boys before, but she had never felt this kind of excitement. Even though she didn't know what Uncle looked like, her heart couldn't help but race for him. Could it be that Uncle was just too charming? Maybe he was ugly, but really good at flirting? Thinking this, a pang of jealousy hit her. Bad Uncle. He must have flirted with many girls. Humph. At breakfast the next day, Mu Qianqian deliberately avoided Fu Sihan's gaze, staring intently at her bowl of porridge. Fu Sihan narrowed his eyes, suspiciously watching her. Planning to eat under the table? He suddenly asked, startling her into sitting up straight. Is that bowl of porridge really that fascinating? Fu Sihan frowned slightly, tapping his fingers on the table. Mu Qianqian, still upset from her thoughts the previous night, was sulking silently. But then she realized her behavior was pointless. After all, Uncle was much older than her and having more romantic experience was normal. Her silent resentment wouldn't help. Uncle couldn't read minds and had no idea what she was thinking. I'm going to class, Mu Qianqian said, standing up after barely eating. Fu Sihan grabbed her slender wrist, his voice low. What's wrong? Nothing, Mu Qianqian mumbled, her head down. Nothing? Then why are you acting like this? Fu Sihan pressed. Mu Qianqian deliberately put on a cold face. I have to go to class. Please let go, Uncle. Fu Sihan had never been treated so coldly before and couldn't help but chuckle in anger. You're puffed up like a little pufferfish. Do you think I'm blind like you and can't see it? His words were like a sharp thorn, piercing Mu Qianqian's heart. Her voice trembled with a heavy nasal tone. Because I'm blind, you should find someone with good eyesight and a better temper to be your wife. Fu Sihan's face instantly turned cold, like a layer of frost had settled on it. He pressed his lips tightly together, his eyes fierce and intimidating. Mu Qianqian, do you even know what you're saying? He gripped her wrist so tightly it felt like he might crush her bones. Mu Qianqian, already feeling wronged, couldn't hold back her tears when he grabbed her so forcefully. She bit her lower lip, large teardrops rolling down her face. Uncle, you don't want me to be your wife, do you? Otherwise, why are you so mean to me? When did I ever say I didn't want you? Fu Sahan's eyebrows furrowed deeply. I know, my eyes are bad, my family background isn't good. I'm not as good as your ex-girlfriends, Mu Qianqian sobbed. Ex-girlfriends? Multiple. Fu Sahan sneered, emphasizing each word. When have you ever seen me with an ex-girlfriend? Mu Qianqian, explain yourself. Don't you have any? No, never. You're the first? Mu Qianqian wiped her tears, her eyes red and puffy, and pouted. I don't believe you. Uncle must be lying to me. Why don't you believe me? Because you're already 29, Mu Qianqian felt more and more upset. You must have had some romantic experiences. Oh, do you think I'm too old? Fu Sahan chuckled, finally realizing that the little girl was jealous. Mu Qianqian's nose turned red from crying, and she looked pitiful. I am not. Uncle, don't change the subject. Fu Sahan took a deep breath, his voice low and cold. Don't forget, your husband is an ugly man. Where could he find a partner? Only a little blind girl like you wouldn't mind your ugly husband. I've never been with any woman before, and I never will. He added with extra emphasis, Mu Qianqian, don't ever talk about me finding someone else again, understand? Hearing his words, all the bitterness in Mu Qianqian's heart vanished, replaced by overwhelming joy and sweetness, as if she were immersed in a jar of honey. She smiled gently and apologized. Uncle, I know I was wrong. I'll never say such things again. There's no lasting grudge between a husband and wife. Once they talk things through, everything gets better. Standing in front of Fu Sahan, Mu Qianqian's eyes glistened with regretful tears. She realized her mistake and silently vowed never to argue with him again over baseless suspicions. Mu Qianqian glanced furtively at Fu Sahan's face. Though he had an average appearance, he was kind-hearted, responsible, ambitious, and mature. Such a man was a rare gem. She felt a pang of fear, thinking she would regret it for a lifetime if her whims pushed him away. Fu Sahan looked at the young girl's remorseful expression, a satisfied smile tugging at his lips. Go to class, he said softly. Okay, see you later. Mu Qianqian picked up her cane and hopped away cheerfully. Unlike her dejected demeanor from the morning, she now resembled an excited schoolgirl heading for a field trip. Fu Sahan watched her lively figure, his smile deepening. Still just a kid, he murmured. As Mu Qianqian entered the school gate, she heard a commotion. A crowd surged in one direction, filled with excited chatter. Oh my god, Senior Gu is back on campus. She just won the national first prize in the finance cup. Several buildings in our school, including the library, were donated by her family. Was it the Gu family? I heard it was the richest person in Bay City. Come on, get with the times. Senior Gu is the fiancé of Bay City's richest person. Everyone knows that. Caught in the crowd, Mu Qianqian knew nothing about this Senior Gu. She tried to steady herself but was jostled around. Just as she was about to fall, a strong arm caught her. Are you all right? A gentle male voice asked. Mu Qianqian, still shaken, adjusted her sunglasses. I'm fine, thank you. No problem. I see you're using a cane. Are you visually impaired? Let me help you to a safer spot. The boy carefully guided her away from the crowd to a quiet flower bed. Curious, Mu Qianqian asked. What's going on? Don't mind them, the boy replied with a hint of disdain. A senior named Gu Qingyu is back, and her fans are swarming like flies. Fans? In school. Mu Qianqian widened her eyes in surprise. The boy sneered. Just a bunch of mindless followers. What's your name? Which major? He asked. Mu Qianqian, feeling cautious, only gave her name without more details. I'm Fu Qianqing from the sports department, he said with a bright smile. Which class are you heading to? I'll take you. No need, I can manage on my own, Mu Qianqian quickly declined. Seeing her wariness, Fu Qianqing nodded understandingly. All right, be careful and avoid the crowded areas. As he watched her leave, Fu Qianqing took out his phone and messaged his cousin. Hey, I'm back from abroad. When can I meet your wife? Let's have dinner together. Getting no response, he added. I saw a girl I really like at school. Grandma's been urging me to find someone, and I think I might have found her. By the way, Gu Qingyu is back at school, claiming to be your fiancé. If your wife hears about this. To his surprise, Fu Sahan called him directly. Fu Qianqing hurriedly answered. Hey, big bro, what's up? Watch your mouth. Don't say anything unnecessary. Fu Sahan's voice was icy. I know, I'm not a blabbermouth, Fu Qianqing assured, but aren't you worried about the rumors reaching your wife? She's not part of our circle. She doesn't know my real identity. Got it, I won't say a word, Fu Qianqing promised, miming a zipper over his mouth, then realizing his cousin couldn't see it, feeling a bit awkward. The call ended, and Fu Qianqing exhaled deeply. As he walked past the adoring crowd around Gu Qingyu, a look of disdain crossed his face. Idiots, he muttered. All those awards and honors were bought. Gu Qingyu was a shallow fool, always flaunting her supposed engagement to Fu Sihan, bullying any socialite trying to get close to the Fu family. Fu Qianqing thought of Mu Qianqian, the innocent and pure girl he'd just met. Compared to Gu Qingyu, she was like a breath of fresh air. Clenching his fist, he resolved, next time, I'll definitely get her contact information. That evening, Mu Qianqian waited in the classroom for a long time, but Fu Sihan never came to pick her up. As it grew dark, she asked her classmate Fang Yanran to leave first. Yanran, you haven't had dinner yet. You should go home. I can manage on my own, Mu Qianqian said, trying to sound confident. Fang Yanran looked worried. Is your home far? Should I walk you back? No, it's nearby. I'll be fine on my own, Mu Qianqian insisted. With the class monitor needing Fang Yanran for something, Mu Qianqian left the school alone, using her cane. While walking down a dark alley, a tall, burly figure suddenly appeared in front of her. As she turned to leave, 2 more people emerged, surrounding her. Got you now, the leader sneered, his voice grating and malicious. Gripping her cane tightly, Mu Qianqian tried to stay calm. Who are you? Don't recognize your classmate? What a forgetful little bitch, the man said, stepping closer with a dangerous glint in his eye. Realizing who he was, Mu Qianqian's heart sank. You're Shapu. That's right, Shapu leered at her. You got me expelled. How should I repay you? As Sharp drew closer, a nauseating stench hit Mu Qianqian's nose. Instinctively, she stepped back, only to feel her back collide with the chests of 2 burly men. Sharp licked his chapped lips, a lecherous glint in his eyes. Well, look who's trying to throw herself at us, he sneered. I wouldn't touch trash like you. Who knows how many men you've been with? Sharp turned to his 2 lackeys behind him. Don't be so picky. She's not bad looking. We could have some fun. Especially since she kinda resembles Lu Yunxiang. Though Sharp thought Mu Qianqian was prettier than Lu Yunxiang, he knew Lu Yunxiang was an heiress from the prestigious Lu family, while Mu Qianqian was just a poor girl from a small town. To him, beauty without status was worthless. He had longed for Lu Yunxiang's favor in vain, but today, cornering Mu Qianqian as her substitute felt like a twisted form of revenge. Haha, Sharp's right, one lackey chimed in. She's got a nice body. Bet she's a wild one. Wonder how she compares to those models. She looks like a real slut. The vile words cut into Mu Qianqian like knives. Her heart raced, and her hands trembled. Stay back, she said, trying to sound calm. This is illegal. She hoped her words would deter them. Instead, Sharp and his lackeys burst into raucous laughter. Illegal? You're telling Sharp what's illegal? One mocked. You, a whore, threatening us? Go ahead, well, just say you came onto us. Your sugar daddy didn't satisfy you, so you came looking for us. The 3 men closed in, their leering faces almost touching her. Mu Qianqian twisted away and bolted towards the alley's exit. Sharp, she's running. One lackey shouted. Relax, Sharp said nonchalantly. Where can a blind girl run to? Sure enough, Mu Qianqian hadn't gone far before she tripped on an uneven brick and fell hard. Her hands shot out to break her fall, but sharp pain told her they'd been cut by the gravel. His Mu Qianqian sucked in a breath, tears welling up uncontrollably. She fought to get up, but in the darkness, she couldn't see anything, not even her fallen cane. The footsteps grew louder, and despair washed over her as she sat on the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks. Just then, a deep male voice pierced the darkness. Qianqian. Mu Qianqian's heart skipped a beat. She turned toward the voice, seeing a tall, familiar figure rushing towards her. Uncle, she murmured, unsure if it was a hallucination. Fu Sihan took in the scene, his eyes turning icy and his aura radiating danger. Without a word from him, his bodyguards moved to restrain Sharp and his lackeys. Who are you? What do you want? This is between us, and that little Sharp's words were cut off as a bodyguard twisted his arm, eliciting a blood-curdling scream that echoed through the dark alley. Under the faint moonlight, Sharp finally recognized Fu Sihan's stern profile and commanding presence. He recalled seeing him from afar at a high society banquet, knowing even his father, the head of the Shah family, wasn't worthy to shine this man's shoes. Your Fu Sharp started, but a bodyguard's punch silenced him, leaving his face swollen and bleeding. Yet the sight that stunned Sharp more than the pain was the image of the untouchable heir of a billion-dollar empire standing before the blind girl, bending down and extending a hand to her. Qianqian, I'm here. Fu Sihan's low voice reached her. Unable to hold back any longer, Mu Qianqian sobbed as she threw herself into Fu Sihan's arms. The familiar scent of sandalwood enveloped her, warmth seeping into her heart. Fu Sihan's body stiffened momentarily, but he didn't push her away. His large hand awkwardly but gently patted her back, offering comfort. Don't be afraid, I'm here. At that moment, Fu Sahan was like a guardian angel to Mu Qianqian, bringing her the greatest sense of protection. Mu Qianqian was still a bit shaken, looking anxiously at Fu Sahan. Her voice trembled. "Uncle, I thought." Her words trailed off as the nightmarish scene flashed through her mind, sending chills down her spine. Fu Sahan pulled the trembling Mu Qianqian into his arms, his broad and solid chest acting as an impenetrable shield. "It's okay. As long as I'm here, no one will dare to harm you," he said, his voice deep and resolute. Terrified, Mu Qianqian sobbed quietly in Fu Sahan's embrace, her tears soaking his shirt. As she cried, her breathing gradually steadied, and she finally fell into a deep sleep, her body activating its self-protection mechanism to recover energy through rest. Holding the sleeping Mu Qianqian gently, Fu Sahan turned to face the three men. His gaze was sharp and cold, slicing through the air like a blade, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Shapa stammered, "Mr. Fu, we didn't know she was with you. If we had known, we wouldn't have dared to touch her, no matter what." He silently cursed Lu Yunxiang for instigating the situation but didn't dare voice his thoughts. Fu Sahan's eyes were as cold as if he were looking at three corpses. His voice devoid of any emotion, he said, "Find out their identities. Those who should go bankrupt, make them go bankrupt. Those who shouldn't stay in Bay City." He didn't finish, but his subordinates understood. The Fu family's immense wealth could easily bankrupt the Xia family and banish them from Bay City, disgracing them in high society. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shapu turned pale and begged for mercy. "Mr. Fu, we know we were wrong. Please forgive us. If we had known she was yours, we wouldn't have dared to oppose the Fu family, even if we had a death wish." He was almost on his knees, but Fu Sahan's expression remained unchanged. It was clear that he was truly enraged this time and had no intention of letting them off easily. Fu Sahan scooped Mu Qianqian up in his arms and walked past the crowd with a cold, indifferent demeanor, not sparing them even a glance. The people around them fell to their knees, their voices trembling as they pleaded. "Mr. Fu, please show us mercy. We'll never dare to bully anyone close to you again. Mr. Fu, we were just being foolish. We only meant to play a prank on her and never intended to actually hurt her. Please, have mercy and forgive us." Shapa sat on the ground in despair, his face ashen. Terrifying images flashed through his mind. Expulsion notices from school, the thunderous wrath of the Fu family, the collapse of the Xia family, and his father's furious face. He could almost feel the pain from the family discipline that awaited him. "It's all that wretched woman Lu Yunxiang's fault." Shapa roared in his mind. "If it weren't for her instigations, I wouldn't be in this mess." He didn't dare to resent Fu Sahan, so he directed all his anger towards Lu Yunxiang. Mu Qianqian woke up from her slumber, instinctively wanting to scratch the itch on her palm, but she heard a deep voice beside her. "Don't move." She blinked in confusion and turned her head towards the source of the voice. Even with her blurry vision, she could recognize that familiar silhouette. "Uncle," she called softly, her voice thick with a stuffy nose. "Don't move around. I'm disinfecting your wounds." "It might sting a bit," Fu Sahan said, holding her fingers gently as he carefully wiped the wounds with an iodine swab, then applied ointment and finally bandaged them meticulously. Throughout the process, both remained silent. Mu Qianqian lay quietly on the sofa, her long lashes fluttering as she gazed intently at Fu Sahan. She couldn't resist lifting her other hand to touch his face. Just as her fingertips were about to make contact, Fu Sahan turned his head away. "What are you doing?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. "Nothing," Mu Qianqian replied softly, lowering her head. A trace of disappointment crossed her heart as she suddenly longed to see her uncle's true appearance. After finishing with her hands, Fu Sahan looked up at her. "Does it hurt?" Mu Qianqian shook her head. "No, it doesn't. The wounds mustn't get wet. Tonight, wrap them in plastic wrap when you shower, or shouldn't Lu help you?" "No need, I can manage on my own," Mu Qianqian declined politely. Fu Sahan nodded. "I'll take you to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow." "Why? It's not time for a follow-up yet," Mu Qianqian said, puzzled. "You cried a lot today, which raised your eye pressure. It's not good for your recovery," Fu Sahan explained. Mu Qianqian resisted. "I didn't cry that much. It shouldn't have any effect." Fu Sahan smiled. "Not that much? My jacket is still wet." Mu Qianqian's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Then I'll wash it for you." "No need. Just rest well," Fu Sahan said, almost calling her a little blind girl but stopping himself, knowing how sensitive she was about that term. Mu Qianqian sat up and folded the summer quilt. Just as she was about to go shower, she suddenly remembered something. "Uncle, did you carry me upstairs?" "Yes," Fu Sahan admitted frankly. "Who else?" Mu Qianqian's eyes widened, her cheeks turning red as she blinked nervously. Fu Sahan had to remind her, "Mu Qianqian, I'm your husband. It's perfectly normal for a husband to carry his wife, isn't it?" "Yes, I know. I'm just not used to it yet," Mu Qianqian replied softly, her voice gentle and sweet. Fu Sahan's gaze deepened. "You'll need to get used to it. Mu Qianqian quickly nodded, then shyly ran into the guest room and closed the door. Fu Sihan's lips curved into a pleased smile, thinking how adorably naive she was, like a clumsy little rabbit that made him want to tease her. The next day, Mu Qianqian asked Fang Yanran to help her request a leave of absence. She explained that she needed to go to the hospital for a checkup, and Fang Yanran agreed, expressing her concern. It was then that Mu Qianqian noticed an unread message on her phone from Fu Sihan. It turned out that there had been a misunderstanding the day before. If she had seen the message earlier, she wouldn't have encountered all those troubles. On the way to the hospital, Assistant Wang explained to Mu Qianqian why they were picking her up at the east gate. Once at the hospital, Mu Qianqian underwent a series of thorough examinations. Fu Sihan hurried over as soon as he finished his work and anxiously asked about the results. Mu Qianqian reassured him that everything was fine, and the doctor confirmed that all was normal. Fu Sihan sighed in relief and then told her that those who had bullied her would never bother her again. Mu Qianqian suddenly understood that Fu Sihan had been busy dealing with that issue in the morning instead of accompanying her. In an instant, Mu Qianqian's heart felt like it was floating on a cloud, light and sweet in a way she couldn't describe. She thought Fu Sihan had gone to report last night's incident to the police, but little did she know, he had taken a much more decisive approach in the business world. Overnight, the Shah family fell from grace in Beijing's elite circles, becoming pariahs and teetering on the edge of bankruptcy. Xia Pu and his cronies faced even worse fates, and no longer dared to show their faces in front of Mu Qianqian. "Uncle, why were you there yesterday?" Mu Qianqian asked curiously. Fu Sihan glanced at her and replied calmly, "Just passing by." Mu Qianqian was skeptical and uneasy. She doubted the coincidence and worried she might be overthinking things. Seeing her confused expression, a hint of a smile flashed in Fu Sihan's eyes. In reality, he had received a message from his assistant and immediately set out to find her, eventually locating her near the alley. Mu Qianqian picked up her empty thermos. Fu Sihan asked, "Thirsty?" Fu Sihan instructed his assistant to fetch some water and then sliced an apple, offering it to her. "Have some fruit first." Mu Qianqian had never been taken care of so attentively, and her heart felt warm and sweet. Shyly, she took a crisp bite of the apple. At that moment, an elderly lady accidentally wandered into the room. Her children quickly escorted her out, explaining that they had entered the wrong room. The lady laughed heartily and apologized, remarking on how lovely young people's relationships were. Hearing this, Mu Qianqian couldn't help but daydream about her future with Fu Sihan. "Uncle, will you always be this good to me?" she asked, mustering her courage. Fu Sihan glanced at her and chuckled softly, "You're still like a child." Mu Qianqian held onto his wrist, pressing for an answer. Fu Sihan replied succinctly, "I will fulfill my duties as a husband." This promise was more than enough for Mu Qianqian. Before leaving, Fu Sihan confirmed with the doctor that Mu Qianqian's eyes wouldn't suffer any long-term damage, but he advised her to avoid crying frequently in the future. In the car, Fu Sihan held Mu Qianqian's hand and reminded her, "From now on, no more tears, understand?" Mu Qianqian nodded obediently. "I'll try not to cry." Fu Sihan, pleased with her compliance, smiled. "Little crybaby." Mu Qianqian playfully stuck out her tongue, thinking how much he loved giving her nicknames. Just as the car was leaving, Gu Qingyu rushed in, only to find the hospital room empty. She anxiously questioned the nurse about the patient's whereabouts. An elderly lady out for a walk couldn't stand it any longer and scolded her. "Young lady, watch your tone. That couple is very much in love, and your words are too harsh. Mind your karma. The young lady staying in the ward today is such a nice person. She's beautiful and very polite. She and her husband are a match made in heaven," an elderly woman in the hospital ward said with a beaming smile, praising the young couple who had just left. Her eyes sparkled with envy as she continued. "Her husband is quite handsome too, like a movie star, though he seems a bit aloof." Before she could finish, Gu Qingyu burst in with a sullen face. Her eyes were wide with anger as she shouted at the elderly woman. "What couple? If you don't know, don't talk nonsense. Sihan is my fiancé. That shameless woman is a homewrecker." She pointed a finger at the elderly woman's nose, her voice sharp and piercing. "Why are you speaking up for a homewrecker? Are you one too?" The elderly woman was so shocked by the sudden accusation that her face turned pale, then flushed red. She trembled, barely managing to squeeze out the word lunatic, before stumbling back to the ward with the help of her children. Gu Qingyu showed no intention of stopping. She turned and grabbed a passing nurse, screaming hysterically, "If you see that woman here again, tell me immediately. I'll tear her face apart." The nurse, terrified by her outburst, nodded repeatedly. Gu Qingyu released the nurse and stomped her foot in frustration. She cursed inwardly. She had finally gotten a chance to approach Sihan, but they had left before she arrived. Damn it, it must have been that shameless woman who took him away early to avoid her. Clenching her fists, she thought furiously, "If I catch that woman, I won't let her get away." Just as Gu Qingyu was plotting how to trouble Mu Qianqian, trouble found her first. Several burly security guards quickly approached and surrounded her. The head guard, expressionless, said, "Miss Gu, Mr. Cheng has instructed that you are not allowed in any of the Cheng family's hospitals. Please leave immediately." Gu Qingyu, unwilling to back down, straightened her back and demanded, "Why can't I enter? I'm sick and can't go to a hospital? What kind of rule is that?" The head guard smirked and retorted bluntly, "Even if your brain is severely ill, you still can't enter a Cheng family private hospital. Did you just call me brainsick?" Gu Qingyu's red-painted nails pointed directly at the head guard's nose, her voice filled with menace. "Do you know who I am?" Unfazed, the head guard waved his hand and curtly ordered, "Take her away." As soon as he spoke, the guard swiftly stepped forward, grabbed Gu Qingyu by the arms, and dragged her out. She struggled wildly, shouting and screaming, "Let go of me! Let go of me!" But her resistance was futile, and she was soon forcibly removed from the hospital. The moment the guards released her, Gu Qingyu lost her balance and fell into the flower bed at the entrance. Her meticulously styled hair became a tangled mess, strands falling across her face, and her carefully applied makeup was smeared from her struggle. In that moment, all her previous arrogance vanished, leaving her looking like a discarded rag doll, sitting disheveled in the flower bed. Mu Qianqian had no idea what had happened at the hospital. Back home, she attempted to put in eye drops but kept failing. Every time the drop was about to hit her eye, she would instinctively close her eyes, wasting the drops. After several unsuccessful tries, she had no choice but to ask Fu Sihan for help. "Uncle, can you help me with the eye drops?" she asked softly. Fu Sihan put down his work and walked over to her, extending his hand. "Give me the eye drops." Mu Qianqian obediently handed him the bottle. Fu Sihan gently held her chin with one hand and lifted the eye drops with the other. However, her eyes kept blinking, her dark, shiny pupils resembling fine obsidian, losing focus and appearing misty. After a moment of contemplation, Fu Sihan suddenly said, "Open your mouth." "Huh?" Mu Qianqian was puzzled. She needed drops for her eyes, not her mouth. Fu Sihan lightly touched the corner of her mouth and repeated in a low voice, "Open." The warm touch made Mu Qianqian freeze in place. At his reminder, she instinctively opened her mouth slowly. The cool eye drops fell into her eyes, and before she could blink, the drops had spread across her eyes. For a brief moment, her vision cleared, as if a veil had been lifted. But the clarity was fleeting, soon replaced by blurriness. Mu Qianqian was a bit dazed and murmured, "Uncle, I actually think your features are quite handsome." Fu Sihan smirked slightly. "What goes on in your head every day?" Mu Qianqian pouted, thinking that the chiseled features she saw might have been an illusion caused by the eye drops. She curiously asked, "Uncle, why did you make me open my mouth?" Fu Sihan explained succinctly, "The nerves in the eyes and mouth are connected. When you open your mouth, your eyes won't blink as much." Mu Qianqian nodded in half understanding. "Oh, I see. But uncle, you know so much, even about medical stuff. That's impressive." She stood up and said, "Uncle, I'm going to listen to my class recordings now." "Okay," Fu Sihan responded. They each went about their tasks, the atmosphere at home warm and natural. Meanwhile, Sha Pu, who had bullied Mu Qianqian, was in a state of panic. After the Fu family intervened, the Sha family quickly declared bankruptcy. Before being driven out of Bay City, Sha Pu sought out Lu Yunxiang, demanding an explanation. Lu Yunxiang, disappointed in Sha Pu's incompetence, mocked him coldly. "You have the nerve to come to me? I told you to get that country girl expelled, and instead, you got yourself kicked out." It was only then that Sha Pu realized Lu Yunxiang's true malicious nature, but he was more concerned about his own interests. "You didn't rat me out, did you?" Lu Yunxiang warily asked. "How much do you want?" 1 million, Sha Pu demanded arrogantly. Lu Yunxiang was shocked by the amount, her voice sharp. "Where am I supposed to get that much money? My brother cut off my cards long ago. I only have a few 100,000. In the end, Lu Yunxiang had to scrape together 1 million for Sha Pu and write a promissory note for the remaining 900,000. Sha Pu, feeling smug with the money, deliberately withheld the fact that Mu Qianqian was associated with Fu Sihan, waiting to watch Lu Yunxiang face the consequences. That evening, Mu Qianqian sat under the lamp, keeping track of expenses. She carefully noted down today's medical checkups and fees, as well as the supplements and nutritional fluids Fu Sihan bought for her. Although she didn't know the exact amounts, she recorded everything in her notebook. Thinking about the 8-figure surgery fee that likely drained Fu Sihan's savings and possibly put him in debt, Mu Qianqian felt a deep sense of gratitude. After finishing her accounting, she hid the notebook in her bedside drawer. Just as she was about to turn off the light, the image of Fu Sihan helping her with the eye drops flashed through her mind, his tall figure, the faint scent of cedar, utterly captivating. Mu Qianqian couldn't help but daydream until she realized she was being silly, prompting her to quickly turn off the light and go to bed. Lying in bed, various thoughts swirled in Mu Qianqian's mind. She imagined how Fu Sahan would definitely tease her if he knew about her fantasies, perhaps even giving her a nickname. With these scattered thoughts, she slowly drifted into sleep. Mu Qianqian walked into the classroom and sat next to Fang Yanran. A boy quietly took a seat behind them, but Mu Qianqian didn't notice at first. It wasn't until the bell rang that she felt a tap on her shoulder. Mu, do you remember me? The boy asked with a hopeful smile. Mu Qianqian turned around, her blurry vision only allowing her to see a vague outline. She frowned, trying to recall. The voice did sound familiar. You are? I'm Fu Qianqing. We met briefly before, the boy explained enthusiastically. Suddenly, memories flooded back. That day, Senior Gu had returned to school, and a crowd of admirers had nearly knocked Mu Qianqian over. Fu Qianqing had been the one to catch her just in time. Oh, I remember now, Mu Qianqian responded coolly. Fu Qianqing continued. I found out your class and major from the forum and made an effort to find your classroom. Oh, Mu Qianqian replied disinterestedly. Her mind was fully occupied with studying and making money. She had no time for anything else. Fu Qianqing laughed heartily. Mu, can I have your contact information? Mu Qianqian bit her lip, contemplating how to gently refuse. I have poor eyesight and don't use my phone much. No problem. Fu Qianqing replied nonchalantly. We can just exchange numbers. I won't bother you often. If you ever need anything, you can call me. Mu Qianqian wasn't good at rejecting people, but she didn't want to get involved with a stranger. After all, she was already married. Sensing her friend's discomfort, Fang Yanran stepped in to help. Hey, why don't you take my contact information instead? I'm always with Qianqian, so I can pass on any messages. Mu Qianqian looked gratefully at Fang Yanran. Fu Qianqing thought for a moment and nodded. That works. He took out his phone and exchanged contacts with Fang Yanran. With a few minutes left before class, Mu Qianqian and Fang Yanran headed to the restroom together. On the way, Mu Qianqian whispered, Thanks for helping me out back there, Yanran. I didn't know how to turn him down. Fang Yanran replied candidly, No need to thank me, Qianqian. I had my own reasons too. Oh. Fang Yanran linked arms with her and whispered, Actually, that guy is really handsome and cheerful. Just my type. I was happy to add him as a friend. You don't mind, do you? Of course not. If you like him, go for it, Mu Qianqian smiled. She had no interest in the boy and wouldn't develop any feelings for him. If Yanran liked him, she would support her friend in pursuing him. Privately, Fu Qianqing sought Fang Yanran's help in learning more about Mu Qianqian's preferences. You can ask, but let me make it clear, I won't reveal anything personal about her, Fang Yanran cautioned. Don't worry. I just want to know her likes and dislikes. Are you two roommates? Fu Qianqing asked. Yes, we're in the same dorm, Fang Yanran replied. As for Qianqian's preferences, she likes studying, is very diligent, and is kind to everyone. Not satisfied with the answer, Fu Qianqing pressed on. Do you know what type of guy she likes? Fang Yanran thought for a moment, then replied, Qianqian has a unique taste. She doesn't seem to like very handsome guys. She doesn't like handsome guys? Fu Qianqing was shocked. Yes, in her eyes, handsome guys are actually unattractive. Fang Yanran recalled the first time she met Mu Qianqian and her friends, including a stunningly handsome man in a suit. Despite his perfect appearance, Mu Qianqian had called him ugly. Clearly, her taste was different from most. This answer left Fu Qianqing puzzled. Thanks. I'll think about what to do next. The next day, Mu Qianqian encountered Fu Qianqing in the classroom again. This time, he had deliberately dressed in a shabby manner, outdated clothes and messy hair. Am I ugly enough now? He asked hopefully. Fang Yanran's eye twitched as she forced a reply. Not bad, not too ugly. After all, Fu Qianqing's natural looks couldn't be completely hidden, but she forgot to mention that Mu Qianqian couldn't see well at the moment. Fu Qianqing's effort was in vain. After each class, Fu Qianqing would try to talk to Mu Qianqian, but she was focused on her studies and barely responded. Frustrated, Fu Qianqing called his cousin for advice. Brother, the girl I like doesn't like me. How can I win her over? Fu Sahan's voice was cold and impatient. You called me just for this? But I really like her. How can I make her like me? Fu Qianqing asked urgently. Fu Sahan sneered. You're asking me? Fu Qianqing realized his mistake. His cousin had been single for years, with women always chasing him. How could he know how to pursue a woman? In business and finance, his cousin was unbeatable, but in matters of the heart, he was clueless. Fu Qianqing had let his desperation cloud his judgment. I forgot, you're like an iron tree that never blooms. Wrong person to ask, Fu Qianqing thought to himself. How does his wife even tolerate him? Just as he was about to hang up, Fu Sihan remembered his grandmother's advice and added, Ask Lin. He has more experience. Why didn't I think of that? Thanks, brother. Fu Qianqing exclaimed, immediately seeking Lin's advice. Lin, at a bar, sent a brief voice message with some tips. He suggested observing the girl's interests and needs and approaching from those angles. After a few days of observation, Fu Qianqing noticed that Mu Qianqian was frugal and had applied for financial aid. The next time they met, he offered, "There's a coffee shop near the school looking for part-timers. The pay is pretty good. Want to give it a try?" Mu Qianqian was interested but hesitant. "With my poor eyesight, can I manage?" "Of course. You just need to serve coffee and desserts," Fu Qianqing assured her confidently. After class, Mu Qianqian followed Fu Qianqing to the coffee shop for an interview. Following a brief interview, she was hired, with a generous hourly wage of 200 yuan, quite high for student part-timers. "Thank you, you really helped me out," Mu Qianqian said sincerely. Fu Qianqing scratched his head and laughed. "No need to thank me. I just want to be friends with a top student like you." After setting her work schedule, Mu Qianqian left. Once she was gone, Fu Qianqing handed the shop owner a card and whispered, "Her salary comes from this card, and your fee is included." The coffee shop owner bowed repeatedly. "Thank you, young Master Fu. I'll make sure everything goes smoothly." Over the weekend, Fu Sihan stayed at the company to handle business, while Mu Qianqian worked at a coffee shop. The first day went smoothly without any issues. However, on the second day, an unexpected visitor disrupted the peace. A young man approached the counter and ordered an iced Americano, a cappuccino, and a slice of Basque cheesecake. After the barista prepared the order, Mu Qianqian carefully carried the tray to the customer's table and gently placed the coffee and dessert down. Just then, a hostile voice broke the silence. "It's you?" Mu Qianqian looked up to see Gu Qingyu sitting at a table with a male classmate. Gu Qingyu sneered. "I didn't expect to run into the little homewrecker seducing Fu Sihan here. What a small world." Mu Qianqian didn't recognize her at first and politely said, "Enjoy your drinks." As she turned to leave, Gu Qingyu called out, "Wait a minute." Mu Qianqian turned back puzzled. "Is there something you need?" Standing up with her arms crossed, Gu Qingyu looked Mu Qianqian up and down with contempt, as if scrutinizing an item. She mocked, "You're so broke that you have to work in a coffee shop?" Mu Qianqian's hand trembled slightly as she gripped the tray but remained calm. "I don't know you. Please speak respectfully." "Respect." Gu Qingyu tossed her wavy hair behind her shoulders, her red lips curling into a cruel smile. "What right does a homewrecker like you have to talk about respect?" "I said I don't know you." "This is ridiculous." Mu Qianqian's temper flared, but she decided not to stoop to Gu Qingyu's level and turned to leave. However, Gu Qingyu grabbed her uniform sleeve, aggressively saying, "Don't leave. Do you think you can just walk away after a few words?" She raised her voice. "Why are you wearing sunglasses indoors? Who are you trying to impress?" With that, she swiped at Mu Qianqian's glasses, knocking them off. The sudden light stung Mu Qianqian's eyes, and she instinctively closed them, raising a hand to shield herself. Gu Qingyu triumphantly shouted, "Didn't expect that, did you? Everyone look. This woman is a homewrecker, ruining my relationship with my fiancé. Doesn't she deserve to be punished? Even if I strip her naked and throw her on the street, I'd be justified." The cafe patrons turned to look, their murmurs filling the room. Mu Qianqian, shielding her eyes, protested, "I'm not a homewrecker. I don't even know you." Gu Qingyu sneered, "I saw you at the hospital, seducing my fiancé with my own eyes." Hearing this, Mu Qianqian finally remembered who she was. She retorted, "I don't know your fiancé. Who are you, and why do you keep bothering me?" Gu Qingyu scoffed, "Oh, still pretending? I've seen plenty of women like you, scheming to climb up the social ladder. Today, I'll strip you naked and let you show off." Gu Qingyu's male classmate, unable to watch any longer, intervened and grabbed her arm. "Senior Gu, that's enough. Don't go too far. Get off me." Gu Qingyu shook him off and held onto Mu Qianqian tightly. "You little homewrecker. Don't think sleeping with him for a couple of days means you can be the main wife. I'm telling you, you don't have that kind of luck. You're only fit to marry a poor man and have a bunch of poor kids." Mu Qianqian bit her lip, holding back her anger. "You keep calling me a homewrecker. Why don't you tell me my name? What's your fiancé's name?" "I've told you I don't know you." Gu Qingyu was momentarily speechless, then furiously said, "You are a homewrecker, and you're still talking back. I'm taking you to the street right now." She forcefully pulled Mu Qianqian, trying to drag her out of the shop. The onlookers murmured, "Is this girl really a homewrecker? I'm confused. She seems pretty innocent to me, not like a homewrecker. Even if she is, stripping her in public is too much. Yeah, this woman can't even say her name and wants to strip her? She might be crazy." Hearing the comments, Gu Qingyu's face grew darker. "You've all been fooled by this little bitch. Don't be deceived by her innocent looks. She's very manipulative behind the scenes." Just as she pushed open the glass door, Mu Qianqian, in desperation, bit her wrist hard. "Bitch. You dare bite me." Gu Qingyu yelped in pain and let go. Mu Qianqian seized the chance to escape behind the counter. "Manager, call the police. There's a lunatic here." Mu Qianqian frantically pleaded with the female manager. The manager shielded Mu Qianqian. "Don't worry, I won't let her take you." Gu Qingyu continued to curse from across the counter. Hand over that bitch. Are you protecting her because you're a homewrecker too? Hiding behind the counter, Mu Qianqian shakily dialed her emergency contact. The call connected, and Fu Sahan's cool voice came through. Hello? Mu Qianqian whispered, Uncle, I'm working at a coffee shop, and someone's causing trouble. Can you come and help me?
Right now.
Yes, if it's not convenient, never mind. Fu Sahan was in the middle of an important meeting, but he caught the sound of shouting in the background. He knew that Mu Qianqian wouldn't call unless it was urgent. Wait for me. I'll be right there, Fu Sahan said in a deep voice. Hearing his promise, Mu Qianqian felt a wave of relief, her panic easing slightly. She stood up from behind the counter, and Gu Qingyu, seeing her, grabbed whatever she could find and threw it at her. The manager firmly stood in front of Mu Qianqian. If you don't stop, we're calling the police. Gu Qingyu screamed hysterically, call them. I don't believe a homewrecker can call the police on the rightful fiancé. She grabbed anything within reach and hurled it towards the counter. Die, homewrecker. Once you're dead, he'll come back to me. The space behind the counter was cramped, and the manager struggled to protect Mu Qianqian. Gu Qingyu grabbed Mu Qianqian's arm, trying to drag her out, while her other hand viciously tried to unbutton Mu Qianqian's shirt. She truly intended to strip her in front of everyone. At this critical moment, the bell above the glass door chimed. Fu Sahan arrived with several bodyguards, who quickly rushed forward, pulling Gu Qingyu away and pinning her against the counter. Let me go. Let me go. Gu Qingyu continued to scream. Fu Sahan hurried to Mu Qianqian's side, gripping her slender shoulders tightly and anxiously asking, Qianqian, are you okay? Even he didn't realize how urgently he had rushed to her. Mu Qianqian was still shaken, her chest heaving and remnants of fear lingering in her eyes. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, and timidly raised her head, her voice trembling. Uncle, did I interrupt you by calling out of the blue? The first image that flashed through Mu Qianqian's mind in her moment of terror was that of Uncle. Almost instinctively, she had dialed his number. Now that she was calmer, she realized how impulsive she had been. Fu Sahan's eyes softened, his tone gentle but firm. If you need something, call me. Don't overthink it. Why else did I give you a phone? Hearing this, Mu Qianqian finally felt a sense of relief. She was glad she hadn't bothered him. Their gazes simultaneously shifted to Gu Qingyu, who was being restrained at the counter. Mu Qianqian softly explained, Uncle, this person came to the hospital before to cause trouble for me. She keeps calling me a homewrecker, but I don't even know her. Fu Sahan's icy gaze fell on Gu Qingyu, his eyes instantly turning cold. He had initially planned to ignore this madwoman, but he hadn't expected her to try stripping Qianqian in public. He spoke coldly, hand her over to the police. Gu Qingyu felt as though she had fallen into an icy abyss, screaming hysterically, Sahan, you can't do this to me. I'm your fiancé. Panic gripped her heart, fearing that this incident would make her a laughingstock in their social circle. She couldn't believe Sahan could be so indifferent to her. Fu Sahan wrapped his arm around Mu Qianqian's shoulder, his eyes full of disdain. We have nothing to do with each other. If you have delusions, go to a hospital. Don't act crazy here. Take her away. The bodyguards immediately stepped forward, dragging Gu Qingyu towards the door. The cafe surveillance footage would serve as evidence, and Gu Qingyu faced both compensation and detention. Clinging desperately to the glass door, Gu Qingyu cursed hysterically, you bitch. What spell did you cast on Sahan? He won't even look at me now. Next time I'll make you pay. You homewrecker. The bodyguards pried her fingers off one by one and forcibly removed her. The commotion finally ended. Mu Qianqian bowed to the female manager in gratitude. Thank you for your help earlier. The manager smiled and waved her hand. No need to thank me. It's my job. You've had a fright today. Go home and rest. Come back when you have time. Mu Qianqian nodded and said goodbye, then left the cafe with Fu Sahan. After they left, the patrons began to gossip. Some commented on the woman's unstable mental state, others praised Fu Sahan's handsomeness, and some speculated about his identity. Others admired Mu Qianqian's pure beauty, likening her to a campus queen. None of these discussions reached Mu Qianqian's ears, or she might have realized that her husband wasn't an unattractive man, but an exceptionally handsome one. Blinking curiously, Mu Qianqian asked, So uncle's name is Sahan?
I thought.
Fu Sahan raised an eyebrow. Thought what? I thought you were just called Boss Fu. Mu Qianqian replied innocently. Fu Sahan chuckled. Only she could come up with such quirky ideas. Mu Qianqian tilted her head and continued to ask, Why does Assistant Wang call you Boss Fu then? Fu Sahan cleared his throat. You could think of it as a nickname. Oh, I see. Mu Qianqian accepted the explanation but quickly raised another question. Uncle, didn't you say you're very ugly and no woman would like you? What about that crazy woman just now? She seemed infatuated with you. This question left Fu Sahan momentarily speechless. He couldn't exactly say that he was actually very handsome, worth billions, and had countless women chasing after him. After a moment of thought, he gave a vague answer. Maybe she's just not right in the head. Mu Qianqian nodded seriously. I think so too. That woman clearly has mental issues. She's completely crazy. She paused, then shyly added, but uncle is so wonderful, it's normal for someone to like you. Besides that crazy woman, there must be others who secretly admire you. Fu Sahan's expression turned cold. Admire? In his eyes, it was just women coveting his looks and wealth. If he weren't the heir to the Fu family and didn't have this handsome face, would anyone be so fervently interested? In the end, they were all shallow and materialistic. He changed the subject, asking, why did you go to work at the cafe? Mu Qianqian replied somewhat sheepishly, I wanted to earn some money to help out at home. Fu Sihan smiled, don't worry, I can take care of you. Your eyes aren't great, so it's better to rest at home. Running around outside can be dangerous. Mu Qianqian insisted, but I can't always rely on you. Since someone offered me this opportunity, I had to take it. Who offered it? Fu Sihan asked. Mu Qianqian realized she had let something slip, her voice growing smaller. It was a guy from the sports department. Fu Sihan stopped in his tracks, his gaze sharp as a knife, his voice icy. A guy. Mu Qianqian quickly explained, I'm not close to him. We've hardly talked. Not close, but he still helped you find a job? Fu Sihan practically spat out the words. As a man, he understood other men's intentions all too well. If it were just a casual acquaintance, who would go to such lengths to help her? Clearly, he had other motives. Intimidated by his aura, Mu Qianqian shrank back, her voice small, but I really don't know him well. We've only met a few times, and we didn't even exchange contact information. He found my classroom and offered to help me find a part-time job. Fu Sihan sneered. So, someone had set their sights on his little crybaby. Although he was displeased, he knew Mu Qianqian hadn't done anything wrong and couldn't take it out on her. Taking a deep breath, Fu Sihan calmed himself and softened his tone. Next time, if a guy offers you something like this, let me know. Mu Qianqian nodded quickly. Okay, I will. Fu Sihan took her hand again, wrapping her soft hand in his, and asked, did you cry today? Mu Qianqian puffed out her chest proudly and shook her head. No, I was very brave today. I didn't cry at all. Although she had been terrified and almost cried, she had managed to hold it in. Fu Sihan smiled in satisfaction, gently encouraging her. Good, keep it up. Mu Qianqian understood that uncle's strict discipline was for her own good. She secretly resolved to shed her image as a timid crybaby and strive to become an adult who could withstand life's storms. She decided to start by reducing the number of times she cried, silently telling herself. Fu Sihan's authoritative voice rang out, you don't need to work at the coffee shop anymore. What? Mu Qianqian was taken aback. But what about making money? I'll arrange a new job for you, farther from the school, so Qingyu won't bother you again. Mu Qianqian recognized the sense in his words and nodded. Alright, thank you, uncle. I'll inform the coffee shop manager next time I pass by that I won't be coming in anymore. She calculated that it was better to quit than to risk causing trouble for the manager, now that the crazy woman knew she worked there. Unexpectedly, Uncle quickly found her a new job at the prestigious 5-star Yuncheng Hotel. Mu Qianqian was overjoyed. That hotel is famous. Even I've heard of it. Can I really work there? Fu Sihan nodded indifferently. Yes. He didn't understand why she was so excited. Yuncheng Hotel was just a minor asset of the Fu Group, something easily arranged with a phone call. Unfazed by his cold demeanor, Mu Qianqian immediately called her best friend Li Xiu to share the good news. Xiu, I'm going to work at Yuncheng Hotel. Really? That's the most famous hotel in Bay City, hosting many distinguished guests. Lots of our seniors can't get in even after submitting resumes. How did you manage it? Well, that's a secret for now, Mu Qianqian said mysteriously. Come on, spill the beans. Is the job there really that good? Absolutely. Even as a part-timer, I'll earn 3,000 a day. If I get a full-time position after graduation, the salary will be even higher. Wow, that's amazing. You're going to be rich, Qianqian. Mu Qianqian couldn't stop smiling. Yeah, I've never earned that much money before. She felt grateful to Uncle. Working just 8 days a month could earn her 24,000, a figure she couldn't have imagined before. She thought of her parents' small restaurant, where they worked tirelessly and still couldn't make that much, most of their income going to rent. After hanging up, Mu Qianqian eagerly turned to Fu Sihan. Uncle, can you help me pick out an outfit? Fu Sihan glanced up briefly from his busy schedule. For what? My first day at such an important place. Can you help me choose something appropriate? Mu Qianqian ran to the guest room, shut the door, and changed into a white dress, then twirled in front of him. How about this one? Fu Sihan's gaze involuntarily lingered on the short hem and exposed pale thighs. His Adam's apple bobbed as he took a sip of cold water, his voice low and cool. Change it. Mu Qianqian then donned a burgundy slip dress, even more revealing with her bare shoulders on display. Fu Sihan crossed his long legs, his gaze flickering. Change it. Mu Qianqian returned to her room, pulling out a heap of clothes from her wardrobe and trying them on one by one. Fu Sahan had bought her so many clothes that she couldn't wear them all, and her closet was nearly overflowing. The more Fu Sahan watched, the more his brow furrowed. Why are they all dresses? Mu Qianqian blinked innocently. Uncle, you bought all these clothes. Fu Sahan was momentarily speechless. He remembered when Mu Qianqian first moved in and had no clothes, so he had his secretary buy some. He had only mentioned dresses, not expecting the secretary to buy dozens of pretty dresses, filling her wardrobe. Uncle, I have enough dresses. I can't even wear them all, Mu Qianqian reminded him. Fu Sahan loosened his tie. I'll have someone buy you other clothes. Thanks, uncle. But what should I wear to work? Thinking of how alluring she looked in dresses, Fu Sahan felt a surge of heat and lowered his voice. Wear the hotel's uniform. Oh, the hotel has a uniform? Yes. Mu Qianqian pouted. Uncle, you should have told me earlier. I wasted so much time picking out clothes. Fu Sahan sat on the sofa, his knees apart, supporting his tailored suit. I didn't think of it earlier. With so many company matters on his mind, he couldn't remember the uniform details of a minor hotel. But even if they didn't have uniforms, he could arrange it with a single call. Mu Qianqian stomped her foot. Humph, I'm ignoring you. She turned to her room to change out of the dress but found the zipper too high to reach. The thin fabric made her afraid to pull too hard, lest she tear it. After struggling for a while, she had no choice but to ask Fu Sahan for help. Uncle, can you help me with something? Fu Sahan's tall figure appeared at the guest room door but didn't step inside. He raised an eyebrow coolly. What? Mu Qianqian's face turned as red as a cooked shrimp. Help me, unzip my dress. I can't reach. A flicker of emotion crossed Fu Sahan's eyes. You want me to help you undress? His words made Mu Qianqian's cheeks burn even hotter. Just help me unzip it a bit so I can reach, she said, turning her back to him. Her long hair cascaded down her back, and the satin dress clung softly to her shapely figure. Fu Sahan's breathing quickened, and his gaze grew heated. Mu Qianqian moved her hair aside, exposing her slender, pale neck. Even though she faced away from him, she could feel his intense gaze sweeping over her body, sending shivers down her spine. Though fully clothed, she felt as if she were naked. Blushing furiously, Mu Qianqian urged softly, Uncle, hurry up. If this continued, she'd be too embarrassed to stay. Steady footsteps echoed behind her. Mu Qianqian bit her lower lip, holding her breath in nervous anticipation. Fu Sahan's gaze landed on the skin of her nape. He reached out with his large hand, gently brushing aside the stray strands of hair, his fingertips touching the top of her dress's zipper. Fu Sahan's palm was rough and hot, and Mu Qianqian felt as if she had been burned. She couldn't help but let out a soft, involuntary whimper. The faint sound was like a cat's paw scratching at Fu Sahan's heart, causing him to momentarily pause. He grasped the zipper, restraining himself as he pulled it down just a little, not exposing too much. His gaze was deep, and in a husky voice he asked, Can you reach it now? Mu Qianqian's heartbeat quickened. She slowly raised her arms, fumbling to find the zipper. Blushing, she nodded, her voice barely a whisper, Yes, I can reach it now. Thank you, Uncle. I'm leaving. Call me if you need anything. Fu Sahan turned and left the room, thoughtfully closing the door behind him. Mu Qianqian successfully took off her dress and changed into soft, comfortable loungewear. However, a faint sense of disappointment rose within her. Uncle seemed completely uninterested in her, indifferent to her body. She was blushing furiously, yet he remained calm, helping her and then leaving as if nothing had happened. Am I really that unattractive? Mu Qianqian muttered to herself. Stupid uncle, he's the one who's blind. She threw herself onto the bed, imagining the pillow was Fu Sahan, and punched it hard. Little did Mu Qianqian know, Fu Sahan wasn't as calm as he appeared. He intended to continue working, but it felt as if a spark had been ignited within him, burning intensely. Fu Sahan felt parched and his body was hot, making it impossible to focus on work. Having lived a life of restraint for so many years, this was the first time he had experienced anything like this. He couldn't believe he was affected by a little girl. Even Fu Sahan found it hard to accept. Exhaling a hot breath, he finally got up and went to the bathroom. The cold water cascading down his throat eventually extinguished the heat. During dinner, Fu Sahan noticed that Mu Qianqian was eating very little, so he kept adding food to her plate until it was piled high. Mu Qianqian pouted and said, Uncle, I can't eat this much. She was so small that she couldn't even reach his shoulders. Eat more. You're too skinny, Fu Sahan replied. His damp, black hair framed his stern, chiseled face, and his thin lips were pressed together. Am I really that skinny? Mu Qianqian asked. Yes, Fu Sahan confirmed. Mu Qianqian took his words to heart. She secretly wondered if Uncle's lack of interest was because she was too skinny. Glancing down at her figure, she realized she indeed lacked curves. Feeling a bit annoyed, she resolved to gain some weight and one day make Uncle's nose bleed with her allure. After dinner, the housekeeper, Aunt Lu, came to clear the dishes. Mu Qianqian walked into the kitchen and whispered to her, "Aunt Lu, could you make me some soy milk from now on?" "Soy milk? Sure, Miss Mu. Have you taken a liking to it recently?" Aunt Lu's voice was loud, and Fu Sihan, working in the living room, heard it immediately, glancing over with a cool expression. Mu Qianqian felt his gaze and wished she could disappear. She mumbled, "Yes, just make it however you see fit. I'll be going now." With that, she tried to sneak back to her room. "Stop," Fu Sihan called out. Mu Qianqian froze in place, standing rigidly. Fu Sihan frowned. "Come here." "Okay." Mu Qianqian slowly shuffled over to him. Raising an eyebrow, Fu Sihan asked, "Why do you suddenly want to drink soy milk?" Because. Mu Qianqian twisted the hem of her shirt, unsure how to answer. Fu Sihan had only asked casually, but her strange reaction made him suspicious. "What's going on?" Mu Qianqian forced herself to stay calm. "I just felt like drinking it. No particular reason." Fu Sihan's frown deepened. Just as he was about to press further, a voice came from his computer. "Soy milk? Isn't that supposed to have the same effect as papaya?" Fu Sihan had been in a voice conference and forgot to mute his microphone. The comment made Mu Qianqian's face turn beet red, blood rushing to her head. She covered her face and ran off in embarrassment. Fu Sihan's expression stiffened momentarily, but he quickly understood the implication of soy milk. He recalled his offhand comment at dinner and wondered if she had taken it to heart. He had never paid attention to her figure, only concerned about her health, which was why he wanted her to eat more. Who could have known? The little girl's thoughts were all over the place, her mind wandering far beyond the clouds. Fu Sihan frowned. It was awkward for a grown man like him to explain such a topic to her. The silence in the conference room made the atmosphere even more tense, until someone cautiously spoke up. "Mr. Fu, why aren't you saying anything?" Fu Sihan's gaze turned icy as he inwardly cursed the talkative person for making the situation so awkward. He coldly said, "We'll discuss the partnership later," and decisively ended the video conference. As night fell, Fu Sihan stood at the door of the guest bedroom, hesitating for a long time, unable to bring himself to knock. Just then, the door suddenly opened from the inside. Mu Qianqian, rubbing her sleepy eyes, asked in confusion, "Uncle, what are you doing here?" Fu Sihan, slightly embarrassed, replied, "It's nothing. I just came to see if you're asleep." Mu Qianqian yawned. "I just finished listening to a lecture recording. I'm about to go to sleep." They stood there, one inside and one outside the door. Mu Qianqian wanted to go to the kitchen for a glass of milk, but Fu Sihan was blocking the doorway. She whispered, "Uncle, could you move aside?" Fu Sihan stepped aside but didn't leave. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke, "Don't take what I said tonight to heart." Mu Qianqian didn't quite understand and responded with a puzzled, "Huh?" Fu Sihan's expression remained cold, but his tone was sincere. "I don't have any issues with your figure. No one in this world has the right to judge your body. I just hope you'll eat a bit more, get some nutrients, and recover your health soon." These words not only left Mu Qianqian stunned, but even Fu Sihan himself found it incredible. Since when had he become so long-winded? After saying this, Fu Sihan turned and left, leaving Mu Qianqian standing at the door in a daze. It was a long time before she snapped out of it, feeling as if she were soaking in a pot of honey, with a sweet sensation spreading from her heart. Mu Qianqian's cheeks flushed, and a smile unconsciously formed at the corners of her lips. She thought to herself, although Uncle has a bit of a cold temper, he's a really good person. The next morning, Aunt Lu prepared a pot of red date soy milk, filling the air with its delightful aroma. Mu Qianqian gulped down a big cup, licking her lips in satisfaction. She turned to Aunt Lu and smiled. "You can just make a regular breakfast from now on. No need to make soy milk especially for me." Uncle's words from yesterday had given her a new perspective. She decided to stop obsessing over her figure and just go with the flow. Fu Sihan was flipping through a fashion magazine. Hearing Mu Qianqian's words, he glanced up at her, a satisfied smile tugging at his lips. He thought, this little crybaby, who had grown up in a tough environment, is finally starting to build some confidence. With a bit more time, she won't doubt herself because of what others say. Mu Qianqian picked up her thermos and waved goodbye to Fu Sihan. "Uncle, I'm off to class. See you later." Fu Sihan responded coolly with a simple watching her skip out the door. In the classroom, Fu Qianqing greeted Mu Qianqian warmly as soon as he saw her. "Hi, Mu." She sat down next to her roommate and whispered, "Thanks for helping me get the job, but I won't be going anymore." Fu Qianqing was surprised. "Why? Is it because of that woman who caused trouble last time?" "Don't worry, she's still in detention." He had heard about the incident at the cafe and thought Qianqian was crazy for trying to strip someone in public. Mu Qianqian shook her head and explained, "She'll be released eventually. I'm afraid that if I stay at the cafe, it will cause trouble for the manager." Fu Qianqing felt she was a kind-hearted girl, a stark contrast to Qianqian. "That's fine then. I can help you find another job," Fu Qianqing suggested. Mu Qianqian politely declined. Thank you, but I've already found a new job. Fu Qianqing thought she was just making an excuse and insisted, I can find you one with better pay. In his eyes, what kind of good job could a visually impaired girl like her find? Mu Qianqian waved her hands. Really, there's no need. Just then, the teacher walked into the classroom, and Fu Qianqing had to drop the subject. After class, Mu Qianqian went to the cafe to resign. The manager was reluctant. I really like you, but I respect your decision. Here's your pay. I've transferred it to your phone. Mu Qianqian thanked him, her heart leaping with joy at receiving her first paycheck. On her way home, Mu Qianqian passed a cake shop and remembered how she had never celebrated her birthday, only secretly licking the cream scraps from cake trays. That sweet taste lingered in her memory. On a whim, she entered the shop. The shop assistant greeted her warmly. Hi, what kind of cake would you like? Mu Qianqian, a bit shy, replied, I'd like a small one. Do you have strawberry flavor? Learning it was for 2 people, the assistant suggested a 4-inch or the more economical 6-inch cake. Mu Qianqian compared the prices and chose the 6-inch strawberry mousse cake. With the beautifully packaged cake in hand, Mu Qianqian felt elated. But as she crossed the street, a delivery rider ran a red light and brushed past her. She fell, and the cake was smashed to pieces. The rider rudely shouted, Can't you see where you're going? Noticing her sunglasses, he spat, a blind person. How unlucky. Just then, Fu Sihan, who happened to be passing by, saw the scene. He immediately got out of his car and strode over to Mu Qianqian, helping her up. Are you hurt? Mu Qianqian shook her head, her voice filled with pain. I'm fine, but my cake. Fu Sihan comforted her. Don't worry, the cake is fine, it didn't get damaged. He signaled his assistant to buy another identical cake. Seeing that Mu Qianqian had someone powerful looking out for her, the delivery rider quickly rode away. Fu Sihan carried Mu Qianqian to his car, insisting on taking her to the hospital for a checkup. The results showed only minor scrapes, and Fu Sihan sighed in relief. He then called to get the rider's information and soon had him fired and blacklisted by the delivery platform. On the way home, Mu Qianqian was still thinking about the ruined cake. Fu Sihan gently said, Let me handle it. He skillfully swapped the new cake from his assistant and led Mu Qianqian into the elevator, holding her hand. The strawberry mousse cake sat on the table, emanating an enticingly sweet aroma. Mu Qianqian curiously touched the tray beneath the cake and was surprised to find that this 6-inch cake seemed unusually large. She asked in bewilderment, why is this 6-inch cake so big? How are the 2 of us supposed to finish it? It turned out that Mu Qianqian had intended to buy a 6-inch cake, but Assistant Wang had only paid attention to the style and overlooked the size, resulting in the purchase of the largest 8-inch cake. This mistake made the cake significantly bigger than expected. Fu Sihan spoke coldly with a hint of impatience in his voice. If we can't finish it, give it to Aunt Lu. She has kids at home. Mu Qianqian's eyes lit up, agreeing. That's a great idea. Uncle, you're so kind-hearted. She added, the cake is served in small plates anyway, so it won't get dirty. Giving the rest to the kids won't be a waste. Being praised for his kindness left Fu Sihan momentarily speechless. He thought to himself that Mu Qianqian would be shocked if she knew he was known as the ruthless and bloodthirsty king of hell in their circle. Let's cut the cake, Fu Sihan said, picking up a knife. He first cut a piece for Mu Qianqian, making sure to place the most strawberries on her small plate. Mu Qianqian couldn't wait to take a bite. The creamy sweetness melted in her mouth, and the tangy strawberry flavor filled her senses. She exclaimed in delight, I didn't know cake could be this delicious. Fu Sihan, who didn't like sweets, reluctantly took a bite and immediately frowned. It's too sweet, way too sweet. He drank 2 large gulps of water to wash down the cloying taste in his throat. For Mu Qianqian, the strawberry mousse was a heavenly treat. Growing up, she could only watch her brothers eat cake, never having any herself. Now, having such a large cake all to herself, and Uncle made it her most cherished treasure. Uncle, do you like it? Mu Qianqian asked eagerly. Fu Sihan suppressed his discomfort and replied, It's okay. Let me get you another piece. Mu Qianqian, excited like a child, carefully cut another piece with a plastic knife. Fu Sihan silently took an empty plate and placed the small piece of cake on it, his frown deepening. Uncle, hurry up and eat. I've almost finished my piece, Mu Qianqian urged, eager to share the treat with someone important to her. Fu Sihan reluctantly ate 2 pieces of cake. When Mu Qianqian reached for another slice, he quickly stopped her. That's enough. I can't eat anymore. All right, Uncle, you always say I have a small appetite, but yours isn't much better, Mu Qianqian teased. Fu Sihan forced a smile. I just don't have much of an appetite today. Okay, Mu Qianqian nodded. You go ahead and eat. I have something to take care of. All right. Fu Sihan hurriedly left the living room and went straight to the bathroom. He turned on the shower to mask the sound and vomited into the toilet. The overly sweet taste of the cake had made him feel sick. Mu Qianqian, of course, couldn't finish the 8-inch cake by herself. She ate only half of it and packed the rest to take to Aunt Lu. Fu Sahan brushed his teeth and rinsed his mouth repeatedly, finally getting rid of the sweet taste, leaving only a faint minty freshness. Despite this, his stomach still felt uneasy, and he barely touched his dinner. As night fell, Fu Sahan was working diligently in the master bedroom. Suddenly, a gentle knock came at the door, accompanied by Mu Qianqian's timid voice. "Uncle, are you asleep?" "No, do you need something?" Fu Sahan put down his documents. "I brought you something." Mu Qianqian's voice sounded nervous. Fu Sahan took a deep breath. The door is unlocked. "Come in." Mu Qianqian carefully pushed the door open, holding a steaming bowl of soup. "What's this?" Fu Sahan raised an eyebrow. "Uncle, you didn't eat much dinner, so I asked Aunt Lu to make you some nourishing soup," Mu Qianqian explained, her voice full of concern. A hint of softness flashed in Fu Sahan's eyes as he pointed to the table. "Just put it there." "Okay." Mu Qianqian gently placed the bowl on the table. As she withdrew her hand, Fu Sahan noticed her fingers were unusually red. His expression darkened, and he asked sternly, "Did you burn yourself?" "No." Mu Qianqian quickly hid her hand behind her back. Fu Sahan's face showed displeasure as he demanded, "Let me see." "Really, it's nothing," Mu Qianqian tried to argue, but Fu Sahan's strength far exceeded hers. He grabbed her wrist and examined her hand closely. Under the light, her delicate fingertips were clearly red, indicating a minor burn. Fu Sahan's face was stern as he coldly lectured, "Next time, if something like this happens, call me directly. Don't carry hot soup around yourself. What if you fall?" Mu Qianqian, intimidated by his authoritative tone, nodded meekly. "I understand." Fu Sahan held her wrist firmly. "If I see you carrying hot soup again, don't blame me for losing my temper." "Okay." Mu Qianqian nodded again, feeling subdued. Fu Sahan looked down at her. "Why won't you look up? You look like a scared little quail." Mu Qianqian nervously tugged at her clothes and mustered the courage to say, "Sahan, with such a bad temper, you'll never find a wife." It was the first time she had called him by his name. Fu Sahan was momentarily taken aback, a trace of amusement in his eyes. "Who says I can't find a wife? Aren't you my wife?" Mu Qianqian puffed her cheeks like a pufferfish. "If you keep being so mean, I won't be your wife anymore." Fu Sahan's eyes narrowed dangerously. "If you're not my wife, whose wife will you be?" "Anyone but you," Mu Qianqian said and tried to run away. Fu Sahan instinctively grabbed her wrist, causing her to lose balance and fall into his firm chest. Mu Qianqian exclaimed. The scent of his cologne enveloped her, making her blush and her heart race. Uncle's scent was so nice, a mix of cold cedar and rich sandalwood. Looking at the petite, timid girl in his arms, Fu Sahan's eyes darkened, and his breathing grew heavier. But he quickly regained his composure, thinking, "It's not the right time yet. At least not until her eyes recover." Fu Sahan smirked, his voice unconsciously filled with affection and indulgence. "Your courage is getting bigger and bigger." Mu Qianqian's face turned crimson, and she quickly pulled away from his embrace. She muttered indignantly, "I learned it all from you." "From me?" Fu Sahan raised an eyebrow. Mu Qianqian let out a soft huff, a hint of mischief flashing in her eyes. "Sahan, if you dare to be mean to me again, I'll run away and not be your wife anymore." She had no idea how endearing and soft her voice sounded, like a lover's whisper. Fu Sahan's throat tightened, and he struggled to resist the urge to pull her back into his arms. His gaze darkened as he coldly threatened, "Call my name again, and you won't be going back tonight." "Then where will I sleep?" Mu Qianqian asked innocently. Fu Sahan's eyes were full of intensity as he enunciated slowly, "What do you think?" It was only then that Mu Qianqian realized there was only one bed in the master bedroom. Her cheeks flushed even more. You shameless." Her protest was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, lacking any real threat, more like a kitten showing its soft paws, inviting affection. Fu Sahan took a deep breath, worried he might lose control if this continued. He took Mu Qianqian's hand. "Let's go." "Where to?" "To rinse your fingers with cold water, so they don't get burned." Mu Qianqian quietly let him lead her, feeling the rough warmth of his large hand. After a few steps, she naively remarked, "Uncle, your hand is really warm." Fu Sahan's face darkened. "Don't concern yourself with unnecessary things." "Oh." At the sink, Fu Sahan carefully rinsed her fingers, admonishing her like a father, "Don't touch hot things in the future, got it?" Mu Qianqian pouted. "Uncle, you've told me many times already." "I remember." Fu Sahan sighed helplessly. Anyone else would have been kicked out by now. Only this little girl, oblivious to his identity, dared to talk back to him. After washing her hands, Mu Qianqian returned to the guest bedroom and locked the door behind her. Fu Sahan heard the lock click and felt both amused and annoyed. Did she really find him that untrustworthy? In truth, Mu Qianqian locked the door out of a habit formed from years of insecurity. Having her own room was a rare luxury, and she wanted to protect that private space. The next day, Mu Qianqian started her job at Yunqing Hotel. This opulent hotel was located in the city center and housed the largest exhibition hall in Bay City, displaying famous ancient paintings and rare antiques. The person in charge was a kind-faced woman with a round face. She briefly explained the job duties and then directed Mu Qianqian to change into her uniform. Dressed in her professional attire, Mu Qianqian immediately exuded a more mature aura. The supervisor showed her around the exhibition hall, explaining the positions, numbers, and background stories of each exhibit in detail. Mu Qianqian's memory was astonishing. She remembered everything after just one round. The supervisor was pleasantly surprised and had her try giving a tour. Mu Qianqian performed excellently and was immediately approved to start working. During her first official shift, Mu Qianqian stood at the entrance to greet a group of special guests. A few executives in suits surrounded a tall young man whose silhouette seemed oddly familiar. Just as someone was about to call out President Fu, the man's gaze silenced them. Mu Qianqian was momentarily stunned and didn't step forward immediately. "What are you doing standing there? Get moving." A burly executive with a trapezoid-shaped face barked angrily. Mu Qianqian quickly ran over. "I'm sorry, I'm the greeter. Let me show you to the exhibition hall." The executive with the trapezoid face sneered at her. "Where did you find this wild girl? No professionalism, no manners. Do you even know who we're hosting today? You're lowering the hotel's standards. I'm going to have the supervisor replace you." Mu Qianqian lowered her head, her eyes welling up with tears. The man being surrounded, Fu Sihan, had a dark expression. His assistant immediately stepped in to smooth things over. "Mr. Zhu, it's just a minor issue. No need to make a fuss." Mr. Zhu's face was grim, but he didn't dare offend President Fu. Forcing a smile, he said, "I was being petty." He took out his wallet, pulled out a few bills, and tossed them in front of Mu Qianqian arrogantly. "Here's a tip for you." Fu Sihan's demeanor turned icy, and his eyes seemed to freeze over. Mu Qianqian fought back her tears, forcing a weak smile as she softly said, "Please follow me, everyone." As she turned to lead the way, her gaze inadvertently swept over the scattered red bills on the floor, still lying there untouched. Mr. Zhu curled his lips into a mocking smile and whispered to the person next to him, "Who is she trying to fool? I bet she'll pick up that money later. I've seen plenty of poor people like her." Mu Qianqian heard the murmurs behind her, and her eyes instantly filled with tears. She bit her lower lip, forcing herself not to lose composure in front of everyone. Leading the group into the exhibition hall, she introduced each piece with a forced smile, her voice gentle yet striving to maintain a professional demeanor. During this time, Mr. Zhu treated Mu Qianqian like a servant, commanding her to serve tea and water without any courtesy. She silently endured, her knuckles turning white from the pressure as she held the tray. Unable to bear it any longer, someone spoke up. "Mr. Zhu, we should show some gentlemanly behavior. There's no need to pick on a young lady." Another person chimed in, "Yes, Mr. Zhu, let her go. It's best she isn't around when we discuss business matters." Under the persuasion of the others, Mr. Zhu waved dismissively and barked, "Why are you still standing there? Get out before I kick you out myself." As Mu Qianqian turned, tears glistened at the corners of her eyes. She quickly left the exhibition hall, almost running to the break room, where she finally allowed herself to cry silently after closing the door. Today, accompanying Fu Sihan was another assistant, Mr. Xiao. Pretending to pass by the break room, he heard faint sobbing from inside and immediately reported back to Fu Sihan. Upon hearing this, Fu Sihan's expression turned icy, a chilling aura emanating from him. Meanwhile, Mr. Zhu remained oblivious, continuing his tirade. "Just wait, she'll definitely go back for that money. Women like her will do anything for cash. To us, women are just playthings. Why treat them well? It only makes them more arrogant." Fu Sihan abruptly set his teacup down with a sharp clink, silencing the room instantly. Even Mr. Zhu fell silent, realizing his mistake as cold sweat drenched his back. Mr. Zhu had been brazenly belittling women, hoping to gain favor with Fu Sihan, who was rumored to be indifferent to women. Little did he know, his words had struck a nerve. Fu Sihan's lips curled into a cold smile, his gaze as sharp as a blade. "Zhu Dimeo, if I recall correctly, you have an elderly mother at home?" Mr. Zhu panicked and quickly stood up, smiling obsequiously. "Yes, Mr. Fu. I'm honored you remember my family." Fu Sihan's voice grew colder, each word cutting like a knife. "Do you speak of women as playthings in front of your mother as well?" Mr. Zhu stood frozen as if struck by lightning, his face trembling, unable to form a coherent response. Several other CEOs, aware of Fu Sihan's protective nature towards his people, smiled knowingly. They understood that this was Fu Sihan's bottom line, not to be crossed. Fu Sihan scanned the room coldly and asked, "Who brought Zhu Dimeo here?" His slender fingers tapped the rosewood table lightly. A thin CEO stepped forward, looking ashamed. "Mr. Fu, he's a distant relative. He begged me to bring him along. I couldn't refuse." Fu Sihan spoke dismissively, sealing the man's fate. "Your company's scale is too small, and your funds insufficient. You won't be attending any future talks on new energy. The thin CEO was shocked and pleaded urgently, Mr. Fu, please give me another chance. I've already secured investments. If you kick me out now, I can't explain to the investors. Fu Sahan didn't even lift an eyelid. How you explain it is your problem. Mr. Fu, please, I beg you. The thin CEO tried to plead further, but Fu Sahan had already given the order security. The entire Yuncheng hotel was owned by the Fu family, and all employees followed Fu Sahan's commands without question. Several burly security guards entered and promptly escorted the thin CEO and Zhu Dimeo out. The exhibition hall quieted considerably. Fu Sahan coldly stated, "Meeting continues." Everyone else sat on edge, fully alert, fearing they might share the same fate. Outside Yuncheng Hotel, the thin CEO, no longer caring about appearances, kicked Zhu Dimeo hard. "Are you brainless? Of all people to offend, you chose that living hell? If you're tired of living, don't drag me down with you." Zhu Dimeo retorted defiantly, "What's there to fear? So what if they don't include us? We can live off our old resources." The thin CEO laughed bitterly. "Do you think you can continue running your company peacefully after offending Mr. Fu?" Zhu Dimeo shrugged. "So what? I'll just move the company to another city. His reach can't extend beyond Bay City." The thin CEO, unwilling to argue further, snapped, "You can dig your own grave. Just don't drag me down," and hurried away to find a way to salvage his losses. Meanwhile, in the break room, Mu Qianqian was still sobbing when she heard a knock. Quickly wiping her tears, she opened the door to find Mr. Xiao standing there. Mr. Xiao smiled and said, "You must be Miss Mu. These are some treats our boss asked me to bring." He said not to be upset over irrelevant people and to ignore their foolish words. Mu Qianqian was momentarily taken aback, her nose filled with the sweet and enticing aroma of cream and fruit. She instinctively pinched her fingertips and couldn't help but ask, "Who is your boss?" Assistant Xiao replied politely, "Just think of him as a good Samaritan." He was secretly relieved that the boss had requested anonymity. As a subordinate, he naturally didn't dare to say more. Mu Qianqian nodded and softly said, "Please thank him for me." "Of course, I'll let him know," Assistant Xiao said as he pushed the cart into the lounge. The cart was laden with exquisitely crafted cakes and desserts, each thoughtfully divided into small portions, considering Mu Qianqian's poor eyesight. Sitting alone in the lounge, Mu Qianqian picked up a piece of cake and took a bite. The strawberry-flavored cream melted on her tongue, and she couldn't help but think of Uncle Fu. Among the crowd earlier, one figure had seemed particularly familiar. But she quickly shook her head, dismissing the thought. How could it be? Mu Qianqian muttered to herself, Uncle Fu is just an ordinary worker. No way he's some big boss. That person earlier was surrounded by many other bosses. He must be someone of high status. Despite her doubts, the kindness from a stranger brought a warmth to Mu Qianqian's heart. The comforting words felt like a soothing balm, easing her feelings of grievance and sadness. There are still good people in the world. Mu Qianqian sighed softly. Even though there are annoying people, there are far more kind-hearted ones. That evening back at home, Mu Qianqian held her eye drops and sought help from Fu Suhan. "Uncle, can you help me with this?" she asked, explaining that she had cried earlier and needed to use the drops. "Sit here," Fu Suhan instructed, pointing to the sofa. Mu Qianqian obediently sat down, and Fu Suhan gently tilted her chin, holding the eye drops above her eyes. He noticed her reddened eyes and recalled the events of the day, silently planning a harsher punishment for the man named Zhu. Mu Qianqian waited with her mouth open for a while before asking curiously, "Uncle, what's wrong?" Fu Suhan snapped back to reality. "Nothing. Open your mouth." "I've had it open for a long time. My jaw is getting tired," Mu Qianqian complained softly. A faint smile flickered in Fu Suhan's eyes, and he quickly administered the eye drops. For a brief moment, Mu Qianqian's vision cleared, and she glimpsed the handsome contours of his face, thinking he looked even better than TV stars. But the image vanished quickly, and she dismissed it as a figment of her imagination. As the effect of the drops wore off, Mu Qianqian rubbed her sore jaw. Seeing this, Fu Suhan couldn't resist pinching her cheeks. Caught off guard, Mu Qianqian's lips puckered, and her almond-shaped eyes blinked in confusion, making her look like an adorable little pufferfish. "Uncle, what are you doing?" she mumbled unclearly. Fu Suhan continued to fondly knead her soft cheeks until she was nearly at her wit's end before reluctantly letting go. "Stupid uncle. Why did you pinch me?" Mu Qianqian protested, biting her lip. "It seems the nutritional supplements are working well. Your cheeks are much fuller now." "They feel great," Fu Suhan said, satisfied. Mu Qianqian, thinking he was merely concerned about her health, explained, "I've been eating better lately. I'm just worried about gaining too much weight." "Eat as much as you want. I can afford it," Fu Suhan said with a smile. Mu Qianqian's cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly clarified, "Uncle, I'm not worried about bankrupting you. I'm just afraid of becoming a big, unattractive fat person." Fu Suhan gazed at her delicate face, imagining what she might look like with some extra weight. "Don't worry about how you look. As long as you're healthy, That's all that matters. Feeling his intense gaze, Mu Qianqian blushed and fidgeted nervously. "To think I'll go wash up now," she stammered, standing up and fleeing the room. Fu Sahan chuckled softly and decided to tone down his teasing in the future. He sent a message to Assistant Xiao and soon received a reply. The man named Zhu would soon find it impossible to stay in Bay City. As Mu Qianqian was preparing for bed, she received a call from her friend Li Xiu. Li Xiu informed her that her family had contacted their high school teacher to find her and were threatening to call the police. "Should I go back?" Mu Qianqian's voice was filled with anxiety. She didn't want to return to that nightmarish home, where she never had enough to eat or wear and was constantly beaten and scolded. She cherished the life she had now with Uncle Fu, where she felt unprecedented respect and care. Li Xiu firmly advised against it. "You absolutely shouldn't go back. Don't worry, they won't dare to call the police. If they do, just expose their plan to sell you for a bride price. The police will definitely take your side. I've already blocked their numbers so you won't have to see their messages." Under Li Xiu's persuasion, Mu Qianqian resolutely decided not to go back. Determination flashed in her eyes as she made up her mind. She would never return to that family that favored boys over girls, a bottomless pit that would drain her of all her worth. More importantly, she couldn't drag down the uncle who treated her so well. Mu Qianqian turned to Li Xiu and said firmly, "Xiu, if they call you from a different number, just block them. Don't let them affect your mood." Li Xiu nodded in agreement. "Got it. Don't worry, they can't do anything to me." The next 2 days felt like an eternity for Mu Qianqian. Every night before bed, she was on edge, fearing her family might suddenly show up. Surprisingly, apart from the incessant harassing phone calls, her parents took no other action, not even reporting her disappearance to the police. This unusual calmness made Mu Qianqian suspicious. Her parents were always money-driven, so how could they resist the temptation of a 200,000 yuan dowry without calling the police to bring her back? Was there something she didn't know? Despite her doubts, Mu Qianqian decided to cherish this rare piece. With autumn approaching, Mu Qianqian opened her wardrobe and was pleasantly surprised to find it filled with seasonal clothes. Warmth filled her heart as she admired the uncle's thoughtfulness. She picked out a chic outfit and wore it to class. In the back of the classroom, a few girls noticed Mu Qianqian's new clothes and whispered among themselves. One of them said, "If I were her, I wouldn't dare wear that so openly. I have some dignity." They then began mocking Mu Qianqian in the class group chat. However, girls from other dorms couldn't stand it and defended Mu Qianqian in the chat. "Is it necessary to target her like this? What she wears has nothing to do with you. Besides, not everyone knows those luxury brands. Maybe she bought it by accident. You must be jealous of Mu Qianqian's looks. Even if she wears fake clothes, she can make them look real. Her charisma and appearance speak for themselves." Many classmates shared the same view. Whether the clothes were real or not, Mu Qianqian looked stunning in them, even more so than the models wearing the originals. Everyone was drawn to her grace, paying no attention to the authenticity of her clothes. As soon as the class ended, someone suddenly kicked Mu Qianqian's chair from behind, startling her. She turned around in confusion and asked, "What are you doing?" Yao Shanner, with her colorful braids, brown red lipstick, and lip piercing, stood there in a rebellious pose. Chewing gum, she sneered, "Can't I stretch my legs? Do you think you're the princess in the pea?" She and her entourage burst into laughter. "Ha, wearing fake clothes and thinking she's a princess." Mu Qianqian didn't understand what was so funny. She quietly gathered her things and moved to another seat with Fang Yanran. However, Yao Shanner and her followers followed them, deliberately sitting behind and kicking their chairs repeatedly. The constant thud, thud, thud was impossible to ignore, full of provocation. Unable to concentrate, Mu Qianqian finally turned around and asked, "What do you want?" Yao Shanner, still chewing gum, replied defiantly, "What, is this classroom your private property? Can't we stretch our legs?" "Sorry, but my legs are long and they need to stretch." Left with no choice, Mu Qianqian and Fang Yanran moved to the front row, right under the teacher's nose. The troublemakers, afraid of the teacher, didn't dare to follow. After class, Fang Yanran found out the reason behind the harassment through a friend. She told Mu Qianqian, "I asked around. Yao Shanner likes Fu Qianqing from the sports department. She knows he likes you, so she and her friends are targeting you on purpose." Mu Qianqian found it absurd and frustrating. She thought, are these people so bored? If she likes Fu Qianqing, why not pursue him? Why bother me? She came to school to study, not to get involved in these petty dramas. Why did they have to make the campus environment so toxic over trivial matters? Fang Yanran added, "Yao Shanner and her group aren't great students. They got into this school through some awards and connections. They're basically a bunch of bullies. It's really unlucky to get on their bad side." Mu Qianqian just wanted to focus on her studies and avoid unnecessary conflicts. So, she continued sitting in the front row to stay away from the troublemakers. However, one day after class, the troublemakers blocked their way. Yao Shanner taunted, "Where are you going, Princess P? Mu Qianqian, holding her books, frowned and said, I'm going home. Yao Xian'er sneered, oh? Going home? Can you even afford a place in Bay City? Must be one of those old buildings with no elevators, haha. Mu Qianqian frowned in disgust at Yao Xian'er's harsh words. She coldly said, move. Yao Xian'er and her crew deliberately blocked her path, mocking, such a wide road and you can't get through? How fat are you? Fang Yanran tried to lead Mu Qianqian past them, but they kept blocking their way no matter where they went. Oh dear, what a coincidence, blocking your path again. Yao Xian'er pretended to be innocent. Mu Qianqian pursed her lips and looked Yao Xian'er in the eye. Yao Xian'er, if you like someone, you should pursue them openly, not target me. This hit a nerve with Yao Xian'er, whose face turned sour. She pointed a brightly painted fingernail at Mu Qianqian and raised her voice. How dare you lecture me? I do whatever I want. Who are you to talk, you blind fool wearing fake clothes? Fake clothes. Mu Qianqian looked down at her outfit, feeling a pang of insecurity. Seeing this, Yao Xian'er became even more smug. She raised her hand, aiming to slap Mu Qianqian. But just as she was about to strike, Fu Qianqing arrived in the nick of time, grabbing Yao Xian'er's wrist. What do you think you're doing? Fu Qianqing asked coldly. Yao Xian'er immediately put on a sweet demeanor. Qianqing, you're here. She couldn't afford to look bad in front of him, knowing the prestigious Fu family he came from. Ignoring Yao Xian'er, Fu Qianqing turned his concerned gaze to Mu Qianqian. Qianqian, are you okay? Mu Qianqian shook her head. I'm fine. She hesitated, then asked, is my outfit fake? Fu Qianqing didn't hesitate. Of course not. Your clothes are as real as they get, a limited edition. Anyone saying otherwise clearly doesn't know what they're talking about. His words were a public slap in the face for Yao Xian'er, whose face turned various shades of red and white, her nails digging into her palms. Mu Qianqian was taken aback. She looked down at the clothes she was wearing, recalling each piece that the older man had bought for her. She had assumed they were just ordinary brands, with slightly better materials. To her surprise, they turned out to be limited editions. Furrowing her brows in confusion, she wondered why a regular office worker like him would be so generous to her. These expensive clothes were really unnecessary. She decided that she would definitely talk to him about this when she got back. Turning to Fu Qianqing, she said sincerely, thank you for saving me just now. I should head home now. Goodbye. With that, she turned and prepared to leave. Yao Xian'er, suppressing her inner resentment, forced a strained smile and said to Fu Qianqing, young Master Fu, it was all a misunderstanding. I meant no harm to Mu Qianqian, I just wanted to be friends with her. After all, who would want to associate with a blind person? Fu Qianqing let out a cold snort and pushed Yao Xian'er away without mercy. Friends? Who cares about being friends with you? Yao Xian'er stumbled a few steps and would have fallen if her friends hadn't caught her in time. His eyes filled with disdain and coldness. Fu Qianqing said icily, even though Qianqian can't see, her character and integrity are far better than yours. Who says no one wants to associate with her? I would follow her around every day if I could. A flash of jealousy crossed Yao Xian'er's eyes, but she had to swallow her pride and say, yes, I misspoke earlier. Fu Qianqing mocked. You're not even worth a strand of her hair. If I ever see you bullying her again, don't blame me for being harsh. Yao Xian'er bit her lips so hard she almost drew blood, holding back her anger as she said, why would I bully a classmate? Don't worry, I'll get along with Mu Qianqian. Fu Qianqing shot her a cold glare before turning to leave. He rubbed his right hand against his clothes several times, as if trying to erase the traces of Yao Xian'er's touch. This scene nearly drove Yao Xian'er mad with rage. She swore to herself, Mu Qianqian, don't think I'll let you off easily. We're enemies for life. Just as Mu Qianqian left the school, her phone rang. It was Sister Li from the Yunqing Hotel. Qianqian, could you come over quickly? Someone has accused you of stealing. Mu Qianqian was shocked and hurriedly explained. What? I didn't steal anything. Sister Li sighed. I know you didn't, but you should come over and clear things up in person to prevent any rumors. Okay, I'll be right there. Mu Qianqian hung up and quickly hailed a taxi to the Yunqing Hotel. Upon arriving, Sister Li pulled her aside and whispered, Qianqian, Wang Yanru found some gifts meant for VIPs in your break room and accused you of stealing them. Mu Qianqian urgently defended herself. Sister Li, that's impossible. I didn't steal anything really. Wang Yanru stood nearby, her expression cold and mocking. Oh, the evidence is right here, and you still dare to deny it? What evidence? Tell me clearly, Mu Qianqian demanded, her face flushed with anxiety. Wang Yanru pointed to a delicate pure gold princess figurine on the table and sneered. You say you didn't steal anything. Then what is this? This figurine, worth tens of thousands, is a gift only for VIPs. You're just a staff member. If you didn't steal it, where did it come from? Mu Qianqian explained. A VIP guest gave it to me. He gave me a lot of desserts, and this figurine was among them. I wanted to return it but didn't know the guest's name, so I kept it here temporarily. Wang Yanru pressed on. VIP gave it to you? Which VIP? Mu Qianqian stammered. I don't know. If you don't know him, why would he give you desserts and such an expensive gift? Do you think we're fools? Who would give you such a valuable present without any reason? If we call the police now, you can prepare to go to jail. Wang Yanru accused, her tone aggressive. Mu Qianqian, on the verge of tears but refusing to cry, took a deep breath and calmly analyzed. If I had really stolen this, why wouldn't I take it home? Why leave it in the break room for others to find? Wang Yanru was momentarily speechless. Mu Qianqian's argument made some sense. If she truly intended to steal, she would have taken it home long ago, not left it here. Wang Yanru quickly regained her composure and continued to slander. Who knows what you're thinking? Maybe you just didn't find the right opportunity. Or maybe you were planning to steal more and take everything home at once. You're slandering me. Mu Qianqian trembled with anger. Do you have any evidence to prove this gift isn't stolen? Wang Yanru pressed. Can you contact the person who gave it to you to clear your name? Mu Qianqian was at a loss for words. She didn't even know the kind guest's name, so how could she contact him? Besides, she didn't want to drag him into this mess after he had kindly given her the gift to comfort her. Can't say, can you? Wang Yanru gloated. I think you're just a thief. Sister Li, let's call the police and have her arrested. If we let her off easily this time, who knows what else she might steal in the future. Sister Li tried to mediate. Yanru, don't be so quick to judge. There's no concrete evidence proving that Qianqian is lying. Wang Yanru was relentless. But there's also no evidence proving she's telling the truth, right? Sister Li sighed and said to Mu Qianqian, given the circumstances, we can't let you continue working here. You should go home for now. Your salary will be processed and sent to you later. Mu Qianqian bit her lip in frustration. Whether or not I can continue working here, I hope this matter is thoroughly investigated to clear my name. Sister Li reassured her. If the investigation reveals new information, we'll contact you. If it turns out this was all a misunderstanding, rest assured, we will compensate you. Mu Qianqian thought to herself that she didn't want any compensation. She just wanted to clear her name. Leaving the Yuncheng Hotel, she walked dejectedly toward the street to hail a cab home. Just then, a familiar figure caught the attention of a passerby. The person exclaimed in surprise, Isn't that my sister Mu Qianqian? Why is she coming out of a hotel? It was Mu Chenghui, the eldest of the Mu family. He immediately pulled out his phone and called their parents with a sinister tone. Dad, Mom, I found that wretch Mu Qianqian. She just came out of a hotel. How shameless. Instead of staying home to wait for a marriage arrangement, she's out doing disgraceful things with men. Just wait until we drag her back. I'll teach her a lesson myself. What? You saw that wretched girl? Mu Chenghui nodded, a sly glint in his eye. Yes, I just saw her sneaking out of the hotel. Looked like she was up to no good with some guy. The voice on the other end of the line became shrill and piercing. That damn girl. She has a good marriage, but she chooses to mess around like this. She must be out of her mind. Bring her back to me immediately. I'll contact her husband and get the dowry money sent over as soon as possible. Mu Chenghui was about to explain that Mu Qianqian had already left, but the person on the other end was too eager for the dowry and abruptly hung up. He stared at his phone, a greedy look flashing in his eyes. The 20,000 yuan dowry was all he could think about as he started sprinting in the direction the taxi had gone. But how could two legs possibly outrun four wheels? Soon enough, Mu Chenghui was left behind, returning to the security booth full of resentment. Mu Chenghui, where have you been? The security captain's angry voice suddenly rang out. Mu Chenghui lowered his head guiltily and stammered. See, Captain, I had to go to the toilet because of a stomach ache. Lazy ass. I bet you were hiding somewhere smoking again. Forget about your bonus this month. The captain snorted and walked away, not giving Mu Chenghui a chance to explain. Watching the captain's retreating figure, Mu Chenghui began to calculate in his mind. He only made 2,000 or 3,000 yuan a month, and without the bonus, he wouldn't even have enough for his cigarettes and alcohol. He gritted his teeth, blaming Mu Qianqian for his misfortune. If he could only catch her, he could get the 20,000 yuan dowry. The thought filled his eyes with a malicious glint. Meanwhile, Fu Sihan had just returned home from work and found Mu Qianqian sitting on the sofa, lost in thought. What are you daydreaming about? He asked coldly. Mu Qianqian snapped back to reality and forced a smile. Uncle, you're back. She stood up to greet him but tripped over the corner of the table and almost fell. Fortunately, Fu Sihan caught her in time. Fu Sihan frowned, scrutinizing the young girl before him. What's going on? You seem out of it today. Mu Qianqian tried to stay calm and stepped back from his embrace. Uncle, I'm fine. You must be tired. Sit down and have some water. I'll call Aunt Lu to make dinner. She turned to leave, but Fu Sihan grabbed her arm, his voice icy. What's really going on? Mu Qianqian lowered her head, remaining silent. Fu Sihan's grip tightened, his eyes turning cold. Mu Qianqian, have you forgotten what you said? We're husband and wife. We should support each other through thick and thin. You can hide things from anyone else, but not from your husband. These words warmed Mu Qianqian's heart. Gathering her courage, she decided to confess what had happened that day. Uncle, I can't work at Yunqing Hotel anymore. Someone accused me of stealing. Although it's not proven, the rumor has spread. Sister Li told me to stay home for a while. Fu Sihan's demeanor turned icy. Who accused you? Mu Qianqian felt a warmth in her heart, realizing that he didn't believe she would steal. She explained, it was one of my colleagues. She accused me of stealing a gift. But actually, it was a kind-hearted executive who gave it to me. I was upset one day, and he sent his assistant to bring me a whole cart of desserts. Among them was a gold princess figurine. Fu Sihan took a deep breath. Don't worry, I'll get to the bottom of this. Mu Qianqian looked worried. Uncle, will this cause you any trouble? Fu Sihan smiled. Don't worry, your husband can handle this. Seeing Mu Qianqian's obedient demeanor, Fu Sihan couldn't help but ruffle her hair. Qianqian, don't always think so much about others. People who are too considerate often suffer. Mu Qianqian was taken aback. No one had ever said something like that to her before. All she remembered was her parents scolding her for eating too much, not being considerate enough, and not being diligent enough. Mu Qianqian had always been the most considerate child, constantly thinking about others while often neglecting her own feelings. Uncle's words brought a warm feeling to her heart, and her eyes teared up slightly. She thought to herself, Uncle is family. It's okay to look out for family, right? Fu Sihan noticed Mu Qianqian's reaction and smiled even more deeply. He asked gently, did you enjoy the dessert that day? Without hesitation, Mu Qianqian nodded, yes. It was delicious. She recalled the darkness she felt when she was bullied that day. Uncle's kindness was like a beam of light, restoring her faith in the world's warmth. Uncle, I'll go call Aunt Lu to make dinner, Mu Qianqian said as she started to get up. Fu Sihan motioned for her to stay put. No need. You just rest here. I'll send her a message. With that, he took out his phone and sent a message to Aunt Lu. Before long, Aunt Lu arrived with bags full of groceries. As she busied herself in the kitchen, she apologized. Sorry, Mr. Fu, Miss Mu. The supermarket was crowded today, and I had to wait in line for a long time. I'll go earlier next time. Mu Qianqian walked over to the sink, intending to help wash the vegetables, but Aunt Lu stopped her. Oh no, Miss Mu, the water is too cold. You shouldn't touch it, Aunt Lu said with concern. Mu Qianqian smiled and insisted, it's okay. I can help wash the vegetables. Aunt Lu quickly waved her hands. I can manage on my own. You should rest outside. Dinner will be ready soon. I even bought some crabs to give you extra nutrition. Mu Qianqian glanced at the living room and said softly, Uncle is working in the living room. I don't want to disturb him, so I'll stay here and watch you cook. Seeing this, Aunt Lu advised. Alright, if you want to watch, that's fine. Just stand back a bit so the oil doesn't splatter on you. As she skillfully chopped and cooked, she chatted with Mu Qianqian. I have a daughter too, she's in high school. She always wants to help with the chores. But how could I let her? I don't even let her peel garlic. Aunt Lu spoke with pride about her daughter. You young girls have delicate hands. Just focus on studying, get into a good university, and find a good job in the future. That way, parents can be at ease. Listening to Aunt Lu's loving words, Mu Qianqian couldn't help but feel a bit envious. She silently watched Aunt Lu's busy figure, a mix of emotions stirring in her heart. This is what a normal family should feel like, Mu Qianqian thought as she looked around, feeling a twinge of envy. Since she could remember, she had been helping her parents with chores, taking care of her younger brother, and working in the family shop. Her parents never treated her like a child who needed care. Instead, they saw her as a tool. Mu Qianqian didn't envy families with endless money. She longed for endless love. She wished she had been born into a harmonious and loving family where her parents would shower her with more affection. Aunt Lu soon finished preparing a table full of dishes and was about to head back next door. Mu Qianqian warmly invited her. Aunt Lu, please stay and eat with us. Aunt Lu smiled and declined. No need, Miss Mu. I need to video chat with my daughter. We talk a lot, and I don't want to disturb you. With that, she took the remaining ingredients and went back next door. Mu Qianqian and Fu Sihan sat down at the dinner table, ready to enjoy their meal. Faced with a hairy crab she had never eaten before, Mu Qianqian looked puzzled. She picked one up and bit into it directly. Ouch, this shell is so hard. Mu Qianqian winced as she almost hurt her teeth and lips. Fu Sihan couldn't help but laugh. You need to remove the shell first. Let me help you. No need, uncle. I'll do it myself, Mu Qianqian stubbornly replied. She thought it would be as easy as peeling shrimp, but the crab shell was as hard as a rock. After struggling for a while, she still couldn't open it. How is this thing even made? She muttered in confusion. Fu Sihan, with a smile in his eyes, said, Let me handle it. Mu Qianqian bit her lip and reluctantly handed the crab to him. Fu Sihan usually ate pre-shelled crab meat and rarely did it himself. But for this little clumsy girl, he set aside his discomfort and carefully began to shell the crab for her. With his long, clean fingers, Fu Sahan skillfully used the crab tools, meticulously extracting the meat. If Mu Qianqian's eyesight were restored, watching this handsome man elegantly shell a crab would surely be a delightful sight. Fu Sahan piled the crab meat and roe into Mu Qianqian's bowl. "Uncle, you're amazing. How did you open such a hard shell?" Mu Qianqian exclaimed in awe. Fu Sahan wiped his fingers with a wet towel. "I'll teach you once your eyes are better." "Okay," Mu Qianqian sweetly replied. She took a big bite of the crab roe and meat. The rich, sweet flavor burst in her mouth, making her eyes widen. "This is so delicious. Uncle, you should try some," she said, offering a spoonful of crab meat to Fu Sahan. Fu Sahan hesitated for a moment, but then opened his mouth to eat it. It was the first time he had eaten something fed by someone else, and surprisingly, he felt calm about it. "Is it good?" Mu Qianqian asked expectantly. Fu Sahan actually thought it was just okay, but not wanting to dampen her enthusiasm, he said, "It's good?" During the rest of dinner, Mu Qianqian occasionally fed Fu Sahan a bite. Fu Sahan, meanwhile, kept placing shelled crab meat into her bowl, which she then fed to him. He thought about pointing out the odd cycle but decided against it when he saw how happy she looked. Fu Sahan had overheard some of the conversation between Mu Qianqian and Aunt Lu in the kitchen. Learning that the girl had never received her family's love and had grown up in harsh conditions yet remained positive and optimistic made him see her in a new light. Mu Qianqian ate more than usual that evening. After dinner, she sat at the table, focusing on listening to her class recordings. At that moment, Grandma Fu called Fu Sahan on a video call. After a brief exchange, she eagerly asked to see Mu Qianqian. "Let me see Qianqian," Grandma Fu urged. Fu Sahan sighed. "You pretended to care about me just to see Qianqian, didn't you? You're a grown man. There's nothing to worry about. I'm just afraid you'll bully Qianqian." "I can't rest easy if I don't check on her," Grandma Fu said bluntly. Fu Sahan went to the guest room and called Mu Qianqian. When she heard that an elder wanted to see her, she immediately put down what she was doing and happily followed him to the living room. "Grandma, here she is," Fu Sahan said before being dismissed by the old lady. "Grandma," Mu Qianqian called softly. "Come closer, Qianqian. Let Grandma have a good look at you," the old lady said lovingly. Although Mu Qianqian couldn't see Grandma Fu on the video, she could hear her warm voice. Fu Sahan, busy with work nearby, occasionally looked up. Seeing the radiant smile on Mu Qianqian's face, he couldn't help but smile a little himself. After the video call, Grandma Fu, beaming with joy, reminded Fu Sahan, "Take good care of Qianqian. You need to pay extra attention these months and take good care of her. Our family has no outdated preference for boys over girls. Every child is a treasure." "What's made you so happy?" Fu Sahan asked, puzzled. "You'll understand once you take Qianqian to the hospital in a few days," Grandma Fu said mysteriously. Fu Sahan was confused. After a while, he saw Mu Qianqian holding her stomach while drinking water by the table, and suddenly realized what was going on. With improved nutrition, Mu Qianqian's face had become rounder and healthier, giving her a radiant look. Her frequent habit of touching her stomach could easily make someone think she was pregnant. Realizing that his grandmother had misunderstood and thought Mu Qianqian was pregnant, Fu Sahan felt a headache coming on. In a few months, if his grandmother didn't see a great-grandchild, she would be disappointed. What should he do now? Fu Sahan walked steadily to Mu Qianqian's side and bent down with concern. "Is your stomach bothering you?" Mu Qianqian looked slightly embarrassed and replied softly, "I think I overate. My stomach has been bloated, and drinking lots of water hasn't helped." "Don't drink water if your stomach is bloated," Fu Sahan advised, efficiently opening the cabinet and taking out a strip of digestive tablets. He handed them to her. "Take a few of these and rest for a bit. They help with digestion." Following his instructions, Mu Qianqian took the tablets, and soon she felt her bloating ease significantly. She couldn't help but exclaim, "You really are amazing, Uncle. No matter how many problems come up, you always have a solution." "Thank you, Uncle. I'm going to my room to sleep now," Mu Qianqian said as she prepared to leave. "Wait," Fu Sahan suddenly called out to her. "Uncle, is there something else?" Mu Qianqian turned back puzzled. Fu Sahan hesitated but eventually asked, "Are you comfortable sleeping in the guest room?" Mu Qianqian didn't understand why he was asking but answered honestly, "Yes, I sleep very well there." She thought about how she didn't even have her own room at home before, and now she had such a large and comfortable bed. It was like a dream come true. "What's wrong, Uncle?" she asked again. Fu Sahan pressed his lips together and said faintly, "Nothing, go back to sleep." "Okay." Though still puzzled, Mu Qianqian obediently returned to the guest room. Fu Sahan watched her retreating figure, rubbing his temples in frustration. His grandmother mistakenly thought Mu Qianqian was pregnant, but they had never shared a room, let alone a bed. How was he supposed to provide his grandmother with a great-grandchild? He couldn't just bluntly ask her to have a child for the Fu family. Yet, he also couldn't explain things to his grandmother. This dilemma was indeed a tough one for someone as usually composed as Fu Sahan. Over the next week, Mu Qianqian attended her classes regularly. Yunqing Hotel had sent her a paycheck and compensation but didn't ask her to return to work. Mu Qianqian assumed she had been permanently fired and planned to look for a new job after her exams. Meanwhile, Mu Qinghui had been staking out for several days without seeing Mu Qianqian. He began to doubt his judgment. Could it be that she wasn't there for a man after all? But he refused to believe it. Impossible. This is a high-end hotel. How could a poor blind girl like Mu Qianqian afford it? She must be relying on a man, he thought bitterly. He decided to wait a few more days, but if she didn't show up, he would have to give up. His frequent absences from work had already drawn his supervisor's ire, and he couldn't risk losing his job. At the headquarters of the Fu Corporation, Assistant Wang was reporting his findings to Fu Zihan. Mr. Fu, we've identified the person who framed Miss Mu. It was a woman named Wang Yanru. She found a pure gold gift in Miss Mu's locker. Fu Zihan stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, hands in his pockets, his voice low and cold. Inform Yunqing that the item was a gift from me. If they continue to make an issue of it, they can forget about working with us in the future. Assistant Wang shivered at the tone and quickly responded, yes, sir. I'll contact Yuncheng Group immediately. Soon after, Sister Li from Yuncheng Hotel received a furious call from her superior. She quickly put on a smile and asked what was wrong. Her boss scolded her. Was it worth making such a fuss over a small gift worth tens of thousands? You almost made me offend the Fu family. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Sister Li hurriedly promised to call Mu Qianqian and invite her back to work immediately. After hanging up, she shivered, feeling fortunate that she hadn't angered the powerful Fu family. When Mu Qianqian received Sister Li's respectful and even deferential call, offering to renegotiate her terms, she was pleasantly surprised but declined the immediate offer, citing her need to prepare for exams. That evening, as soon as Fu Zihan returned home, Mu Qianqian excitedly ran to him, sharing the news that she could return to work at Yuncheng Hotel. Fu Zihan looked down at her flushed face and couldn't help but smile. Realizing her impulsiveness, Mu Qianqian quickly stepped back, blushing and apologizing. Fu Zihan's eyes darkened slightly, and he said in a low, husky voice, it's okay. Feeling shy, Mu Qianqian said she needed to study, and Fu Zihan reminded her that she hadn't eaten yet. Mu Qianqian explained that with exams coming up, she needed to use her time wisely and return to her room to continue studying. At dinner time, Fu Zihan called her to eat, but she was so absorbed in her studies with her headphones on that she didn't hear him. Fu Zihan had no choice but to gently tap her on the shoulder. She removed her headphones and, recognizing his familiar scent, asked, Uncle, is that you? Yes, come out and eat, Fu Zihan replied succinctly. During dinner, Mu Qianqian was still muttering formulas under her breath, trying hard to recall the name of a crucial theorem. Fu Zihan, keenly picking up on her murmurs, casually supplied the answer. Mu Qianqian's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed excitedly, that's it. Uncle, how did you know? Realizing she had asked a silly question, she bit her lip in embarrassment. Fu Zihan smiled faintly and modestly replied, I haven't forgotten everything I learned before. Mu Qianqian's curiosity was piqued. Uncle, were you a top student before? Fu Zihan's lips curled slightly, and with a hint of pride, he said, no, they called me a study god. His tone was understated, but there was an undeniable authority in his words. Mu Qianqian stood there, captivated by Fu Zihan's confidence and charisma. Her cheeks flushed involuntarily, and she rubbed her face to hide her reaction. Uncle, I have a small request, Mu Qianqian said, gathering her courage. Fu Zihan, as if reading her mind, interrupted, if there's anything you don't understand, I'll teach you. Mu Qianqian was overjoyed, almost jumping up with excitement. Thank you, Uncle, she said gratefully, eager to get back to her studies. In her eagerness to learn, Mu Qianqian hastily shoveled a few more bites of food before putting down her chopsticks. Fu Zihan's face darkened, and he sternly said, eat a bit more. I'm already full, Mu Qianqian murmured in defense. Do you still want me to teach you? Fu Zihan's voice was cold. Finish your food first. Mu Qianqian pouted but obediently picked up her chopsticks and continued eating. Seeing her compliance, Fu Zihan's expression softened. After dinner, they moved to the guest bedroom and sat at the desk to study. Fu Zihan patiently pointed out errors in Mu Qianqian's problem-solving methods and taught her more efficient approaches. His deep magnetic voice and clear explanations made everything fall into place for Mu Qianqian, resolving many of her doubts. While Mu Qianqian was focused on memorizing formulas, Fu Zihan casually flipped through a notebook on her desk, intending to check her homework. Instead, he stumbled upon her expense log. The notebook meticulously recorded all of Fu Zihan's contributions: 8-figure surgery fees, a new phone, daily necessities, supplements, nutritional liquids, and carefully prepared meal plans. As Fu Zihan read her neat handwriting, his expression became more profound. Uncle, listen to me. Did I memorize the formulas correctly? Mu Qianqian asked, gently nudging his arm when she noticed his prolonged silence. Fu Zihan snapped out of his thoughts. Go ahead. Mu Qianqian sat up straight and began reciting the formulas and theorems. Fu Sihan discreetly returned the expense log to its place. As they continued working through problems, Fu Sihan pointed out, "This part is wrong." "Where?" Mu Qianqian asked, puzzled. Fu Sihan took her hand and guided her in writing on the paper. "Let me show you how to do it." His large hand completely enveloped hers, radiating a reassuring warmth. As he leaned closer, his fresh scent lingered around Mu Qianqian, making her heart race. "Got it?" Fu Sihan asked softly, his breath brushing against Mu Qianqian's ear. Her body trembled slightly, feeling as if her blood was boiling. She remained frozen in place, unable to move. Fu Sihan chuckled quietly, "Am I that scary?" Mu Qianqian licked her lips and stammered, "No." "Then why are you sitting so far away?" Cautiously, Mu Qianqian moved closer to him, once again enveloped by his presence. Fu Sihan patiently explained the problem again, but Mu Qianqian's mind was already wandering. She could only think about his voice and the tingling sensation from his breath. "Mu Qianqian, what are you thinking about?" Fu Sihan asked, noticing her distraction and tapping the table lightly with his fingers. "Nothing." Mu Qianqian quickly straightened up. Fu Sihan pinched her nose lightly. "Pay attention. I have other things to do later and can't tutor you for long." "Mr. Fu, I'll listen carefully this time," Mu Qianqian promised. Satisfied, Fu Sihan smiled. "That's more like it." On the day of the exam, Mu Qianqian was placed in a separate room. The teacher read the questions to her, and she wrote down her answers. Thanks to Fu Sihan's guidance, Mu Qianqian's thoughts were clear, and she solved the problems quickly. Initially, the proctor thought she was guessing and warned, "If you don't know the answer, it's better to leave it blank than to write nonsense. You won't get any points for random answers." "Yes, I understand," Mu Qianqian replied, staying focused on her work. When the proctor looked down, they were shocked to see that Mu Qianqian's answers were clear and systematic, using the best methods for each problem. Her answers were nearly flawless, even on the most challenging questions. The teacher couldn't help but marvel at how this seemingly fragile girl was actually a top student, likely to outshine everyone in her major. After the exam, as Mu Qianqian left the room, Fong Yanran approached her. "Qianqian, I didn't expect the exam to be so hard. I couldn't answer several questions. How about you?" Mu Qianqian smiled. "I managed fine. I had reviewed all the material beforehand." "How are you so good at this?" Fong Yanran exclaimed in amazement. Mu Qianqian just smiled, knowing that her success was thanks to the key points uncle had highlighted for her. Following his study plan had made the exam much easier. Just then, a group of students from the same major passed by, whispering among themselves. "Haha, it's so funny. Fong Yanran must be out of her mind, talking so much to a blind girl. Can that blind girl even pass? When the results come out, she'll probably have the lowest score. She better not drag down our major's average. Our school takes exam scores very seriously. If Mu Qianqian keeps failing, she'll be expelled for sure." Mu Qianqian heard the harsh taunts but remained calm and unmoved. It was Fong Yanran who couldn't stand it and started arguing with the group. "Qianqian is only temporarily blind. Her eyesight will recover eventually. How dare you call her blind? Didn't your families teach you any respect? You're supposed to be university students, yet you behave so uncultured." Fong Yanran's voice was filled with anger. A boy with a face full of acne scars glared at Fong Yanran, his eyes fierce behind thick glasses. "Watch your mouth, you little brat. Do you think I won't dare touch you?" He looked menacing. Fong Yanran instinctively stepped back but mustered the courage to defend her friend. "If you bully Qianqian again, don't blame me for reporting you to the advisor. Have you forgotten what happened on the forum last time?" Mentioning the forum incident made the boys exchange uneasy glances. The school had disciplined many students, and the main instigator, Sharp, was expelled. They were clearly wary, fearing Fong Yanran might actually report them. The acne-scarred boy, however, sneered. "Go ahead and report us. Who heard what we said?" He exaggeratedly turned to his companions. "Did you hear anything? Did you?" His friends, naturally siding with him, covered their mouths and laughed. "Nope, didn't hear a thing." The acne-scarred boy, feeling triumphant, said, "We were just talking. Why are you so worked up? You shouldn't be so sensitive. Besides, aren't we telling the truth? How could Mu Qianqian, a blind girl, pass the exams unless?" He gave Fong Yanran a pointed look. "You took them for her." Fong Yanran quickly retorted, "Don't slander us. Qianqian passes her exams on her own merit. She doesn't need anyone to help her cheat." "Who knows," the acne-scarred boy said, leering at Mu Qianqian. "She's so pretty and has such a great figure. Who's to say she doesn't use some unsavory methods?" The others eyed Mu Qianqian lewdly. Sensing their malicious stares, she shrank back. Just then, a basketball came flying and hit the acne-scarred boy squarely in the face. "Get lost, you toad," shouted Fu Qianqing. The acne-scarred boy's pimples burst, making him wince in pain. "Are you blind? He was about to curse, but seeing Fu Qianqing, he instantly backed down. Oh, it's you, young Master Fu. We were just teaching these two girls a lesson. Didn't mean to bother you. Shut up, Toad. Fu Qianqing said in disgust, looking at the basketball now smeared with pus. You've dirted my ball. Gross. He kicked the ball away. The acne-scarred boy, humiliated, didn't dare talk back. Sorry, young Master Fu. I'll buy you a new one. Fu Qianqing scoffed. This is a signed ball from a famous player, worth a fortune. Can you afford it? It was a special birthday gift from his cousin, now ruined. The boy's face turned pale. It's so expensive. I can't afford it. Then get lost. If I see you again, don't blame me for what happens next. Fu Qianqing said coldly. Yes, we'll leave now. The boy and his friends scurried away. Fong Yanran couldn't help but give a thumbs up. You're really good at putting people in their place. That guy really does look like a toad. Fu Qianqing didn't laugh, just sighed. What a waste of my basketball. Thanks for helping me again, Fu Qianqing, Mu Qianqian said softly. Her words immediately lifted Fu Qianqing's spirits. No need to thank me. As long as I can help you, it's worth it. I'll just disinfect the ball and display it on a shelf. Despite losing a precious gift, helping Mu Qianqian made it worthwhile. Fong Yanran waited with Mu Qianqian at the school gate. Soon, a tall figure appeared in the distance. Fu Sihan's handsome and mature demeanor immediately caught the attention of many female students, who stared in. Wow, who is that? So tall and handsome. He looks so mature. He can't be a student here, right? Is he some kind of leader? But so young. Fu Qianqing glanced over and thought the man looked like his famous cousin. But his cousin shouldn't be at this school. Shaking his head, he dismissed it and ran off to play basketball with his friends. Mu Qianqian smiled. Uncle, you're here. Fu Sihan responded calmly, yes, let's go. The intense stares around them were hard to ignore, and Fu Sihan's expression turned icy. The girls who had been eager to approach him quickly backed off, intimidated. He's handsome but looks like he has a bad temper, someone murmured as the crowd dispersed. Fu Sihan took Mu Qianqian by the wrist and led her out of the school. Next time, wait for me somewhere less crowded, he instructed coldly. Mu Qianqian nodded obediently. Okay. She thought he just disliked busy places. In truth, Fu Sihan despised being ogled by shallow people who only cared about appearances or status. Uncle, I want to start working at Yunqing Hotel tomorrow, Mu Qianqian said. You just finished exams. Don't you want to rest for a couple of days? Mu Qianqian shook her head. No, I want to start earning money to help ease your burden. Fu Sihan thought of her private ledger and felt a warmth in his heart. This girl was genuine and grateful, always looking for ways to repay kindness. Just don't overwork yourself. I know. As they walked under the trees, Mu Qianqian caught the scent of roasted chestnuts from a street vendor and stopped in her tracks. Fu Sihan raised an eyebrow. Do you want some? Mu Qianqian nodded eagerly. You little foodie, Fu Sihan teased, smiling as he led her to the vendor and bought a bag of roasted chestnuts. Mu Qianqian carefully bit into a candied chestnut, peeled off the shell, and handed the sweet, fragrant nut to Fu Sihan. Uncle, the first one is for you, she said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Fu Sihan hesitated for a moment before leaning down to eat the chestnut from her hand. His soft lips brushed against her fingertips, causing Mu Qianqian's heart to skip a beat. Is it good? She asked eagerly, a hint of nervousness in her voice. Not bad, Fu Sihan replied while chewing, his gaze inadvertently falling on Mu Qianqian. Candied chestnuts are sweet and soft, kind of like a certain little crybaby. Mu Qianqian didn't catch the hidden meaning in his words and peeled another chestnut to pop into her own mouth. Warm, sweet, and soft. It's really good, she said, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a gentle glow on Mu Qianqian. Her fair face looked almost dewy, with a bit of chestnut powder on her tiny nose and her cherry-red lips slightly parted, making her look especially adorable. Fu Sihan found himself drawn to her, a thought about his grandmother's misunderstanding crossing his mind. If our elders think we have a child and we can't produce one, I won't be able to explain it, he thought, his gaze deepening. Do you think I'm good to you? He suddenly asked. Mu Qianqian tilted her head, smiling innocently. Of course, uncle. You're the best to me. No one has ever treated me this well. Just because I bought you candied chestnuts? Fu Sihan teased. Of course not, Mu Qianqian said seriously. Uncle has helped me with so many things. This time I did well on the exam all thanks to your tutoring. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to answer so smoothly. She felt secretly relieved, knowing that with Uncle's help, she no longer had to worry about failing or being expelled. Just as Mu Qianqian finished peeling another chestnut, Fu Sihan quickly snatched it from her. Uncle, if you want to eat, just tell me. Why snatch it? She pouted, looking like a puffed-up little pufferfish. Fu Sihan wasn't particularly interested in candied chestnuts, but seeing her cute expression, he couldn't bear to give it back. Open your mouth, he commanded. Mu Qianqian opened her mouth in confusion. Ah. Fu Sihan gently placed the chestnut in her mouth, his fingers briefly touching her tongue, causing her cheeks to flush. With the chestnut in her mouth, one of her cheeks puffed out. Fu Sihan poked her puffed cheek. Why aren't you eating? Mu Qianqian snapped back to reality and swallowed the chestnut, trying to remain calm. Only she knew how fast her heart had been beating just moments ago. It's all Uncle's fault for being so charming. Who could resist that? She silently complained. Fu Sihan paused for a moment. Actually, I need your help with something. What is it? Mu Qianqian asked eagerly, her face full of sincerity. Uncle, just say the word. If it's something I can do, I'll definitely help you. I'll tell you in a few days. Fu Sihan left her hanging. The scene shifted to a private VIP room, where Fu Sihan sat alone in the shadows, his features cold and stern. Around him, people were drinking and dancing wildly, but he remained like an unapproachable ice mountain. A few dancers dared to approach, but a cold get lost sent them scurrying away. Chenglin pushed away a woman in his arms and approached with a wine glass in hand. Mr. Fu, don't tell me you have some kind of problem? Coming to a place like this and not having fun is a waste of all the money I spent. Fu Sihan frowned at Chenglin's hand on his shoulder, making Chenglin quickly withdraw it. I forgot, you have a cleanliness obsession. I'll keep my distance, Chenglin said, retreating a few steps to sit on the long sofa. With so many beauties here, isn't there anyone who catches your eye, Mr. Fu? I need to talk to you, Fu Sihan cut straight to the point. As long as it doesn't involve me going back to manage the company, anything is fine, Chenglin said, relieved. How do you make a woman willingly have your child? Fu Sihan's question nearly made Chenglin spit out his wine. Cough, cough, cough. What did you say? Have a child? Chenglin was taken aback. Mr. Fu, after nearly 30 years of being a monk, you've finally come around? Fu Sihan responded briefly. This is quite sudden, even for you. Going straight to having a child, your efficiency is impressive, Mr. Fu, Chenglin teased. Cut the nonsense and give me an answer, Fu Sihan demanded impatiently. Chenglin put down his glass, dropping his playful demeanor. Mr. Fu, you don't even need to think about this. You've underestimated your own charm. Just standing there is the best solution. What else besides that? Fu Sihan wasn't satisfied with the answer. Even if you don't want to reveal your identity with your looks alone, which woman wouldn't be moved? Unless she's blind, Chenglin said, only to feel a sharp gaze pierce through him, sobering him up instantly. Or you could offer more money. Someone would definitely be willing, Chenglin suggested tentatively. Fu Sihan deeply regretted consulting Chenglin. He stood up to leave, and Chenglin quickly followed to see him out. In the hallway, Chenglin couldn't hold back his curiosity any longer. Mr. Fu, I'm really curious. With so many socialites and beauties around you, none of them catch your eye. What kind of woman do you actually like? Fu Sihan halted in his tracks, a slight frown creasing his brow. What kind of woman did he like? The question stirred a hint of irritation within him. To him, women were nothing but trouble, distractions that hindered his career. He was always engrossed in his work. How could he possibly have the time to deal with women? Just as he was about to retort, an unexpected image of Mu Qianqian's innocent face flashed through his mind. This sudden intrusion darkened Fu Sihan's expression, a cold glint appearing in his eyes. Are you done fooling around and ready to take over the family business? His voice was icy and threatening, leaving no room for argument. Chenglin, intimidated by Fu Sihan's imposing presence, slapped himself lightly. My bad, Mr. Fu. Please don't take it to heart. Just don't tell my old man that I'm enjoying myself here. He silently cursed his own loose tongue, fearing that one word from Fu Sihan could have his father drag him out of his carefree life and into the drudgery of the family business. Despite his fear, Chenglin couldn't help but notice the brief moment of distraction in Fu Sihan's eyes. Could it be that Mr. Fu was finally softening up? The thought crossed his mind. Could it be that girl from the hospital last time? Mu Qianqian returned to work at Yunqing Hotel. Under the watchful eyes of her colleagues, Wang Yanru, who had previously accused her, reluctantly apologized. Mu Qianqian, I apologize. I didn't get the facts straight and thought you really stole something. Don't take it to heart. I tend to speak my mind without much thought. This was my mistake. Everyone around turned their gaze towards them. Wang Yanru felt the heat of their stares, as if she had been slapped in public. With grace, Mu Qianqian responded, It's okay. Let's just move past this. Her magnanimity only made Wang Yanru more resentful. To her, Mu Qianqian was putting on a facade, trying to win people over. Colleagues began to praise Mu Qianqian for her generosity and kindness. These comments felt like sharp blades to Wang Yanru, further agitating her. She gritted her teeth and said, Rest assured from now on, I won't speak without evidence. Even if I know the truth, without proof, who would believe me? With that, she stormed off in a fit of anger. The colleagues comforted Mu Qianqian, explaining why Wang Yanru targeted her. Mu Qianqian smiled and thanked them, expressing her simple desire to focus on her work, winning their admiration once again. However, Wang Yanru was not ready to let things go. One day, while Mu Qianshan was introducing exhibits to VIP guests, she faced criticism. The exhibits had been rearranged, and Mu Qianshan, due to her vision problems, hadn't noticed. Wang Yanru seized the opportunity to expose Mu Qianshan's visual impairment and took over the presentation herself. As Mu Qianshan retreated to a corner in dismay, a girl named Yi Wanqing approached her. They quickly became friends, and Yi Wanqing confided her worries about marrying a fiancé she had never met. That evening, Mu Qianshan mentioned her new acquaintance, Yi Wanqing, during a phone call with her friend Li Xiu. Li Xiu informed her that Yi Wanqing was the eldest daughter of the Yi family and the fiancé of Lu Yunhua, the young master of the Lu family. For some reason, hearing Lu Yunhua's name sent a strange shiver through Mu Qianshan's heart. Li Xiu looked at Mu Qianqian with a puzzled expression and asked, "Qianqian, what's wrong?" Mu Qianqian pressed her hand to her chest, frowning slightly. "Nothing, it's just that this name feels special." Her voice trembled slightly, as if the name had awakened some deeply buried memory. Seeing this, Li Xiu continued to explain, the Lu family used to have a significant status in Beishur, but something happened over a decade ago that led to their decline. Now, they're just a second-rate family. Mu Qianqian couldn't help but ask, what happened? She was surprised at her own curiosity. Li Xiu raised an eyebrow. "Qianqian, you never used to care about the affairs of wealthy families. Why are you interested in the Lu family today?" "I don't know," Mu Qianqian murmured, a look of confusion crossing her face. Li Xiu shrugged and continued, "Since you want to know, I'll tell you. Over a decade ago, the Lu family's beloved daughter went missing. Over the years, the head of the family and his wife have spent a lot of effort searching for her, neglecting the company in the process. Naturally, the family started to decline." Mu Qianqian gasped. "Their own daughter went missing? Oh my god. Have they found her yet?" Li Xiu shook her head. "Not yet. It's been so many years. I doubt they'll ever find her. I heard that Mrs. Lu has fallen seriously ill from grief. If they don't find their daughter soon, she might not have much longer to live." Mu Qianqian fell silent, her heart suddenly gripped by a sharp pain as if an invisible hand was squeezing it tightly. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. Li Xiu didn't notice Mu Qianqian's distress and continued, "The Lu family has an adopted daughter named Lu Yunxiang. I heard she resembles their biological daughter, which is why the Lu couple adopted her. But recently, she hasn't been seen in social circles. Apparently, she had a falling out with her brother Lu Yunbai and even had her credit cards cut off. No one knows why." Mu Qianqian sat on her bed, lost in thought. That night, Fu Sihan returned home very late, reeking of alcohol and tobacco. Mu Qianqian wrinkled her nose. "Uncle, you should take care of yourself. If you can avoid these social engagements, try to skip them," Mu Qianqian said, supporting him with a concerned tone. Fu Sihan rubbed his aching forehead, a bitter smile on his lips. "Since when did you start managing me?" Mu Qianqian glared at him, softly threatening, "If you don't listen, just keep drinking. When you end up with health problems, I might just remarry." Fu Sihan's heart tightened at her words. He pinched Mu Qianqian's cheek gently and said, "Got it, little housekeeper." Mu Qianqian helped him sit on the couch and then left the room. She soon returned with a glass of warm water and 2 antacid pills, placing them on the coffee table. Fu Sihan looked up in surprise. "How did you know where to find antacid pills?" Mu Qianqian, squatting opposite the coffee table, explained, "You didn't come back all day, and I guessed you'd be out socializing. So I asked Aunt Lu to prepare some antacid pills in advance, just in case." A complex emotion flickered in Fu Sihan's eyes. Mu Qianqian urged, "Take your medicine." "Do you need me to feed you?" Feeling playful, Fu Sihan replied, "Your husband has a terrible headache. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble Mrs. Fu to feed me." Mu Qianqian's cheeks flushed instantly. "Shameless. Mrs. Fu? When did I become responsible for feeding my husband?" Despite her embarrassment, she mustered the courage to bring the pills to his lips. Fu Sihan obediently took the medicine, and Mu Qianqian sighed in relief, offering him a sip of water. Just as she was about to leave, Fu Sihan grabbed her wrist and pulled her onto the couch. Mu Qianqian's heart raced and she stammered, "An uncle, what are you doing?" Under the influence of alcohol, Fu Sihan's deep, magnetic voice left no room for refusal. "Qianqian, have a child with me." Mu Qianqian was too embarrassed to speak, but Fu Sihan frowned and pressed on. "Are you against it?" Her face redder than ever, Mu Qianqian stammered, "To?" Fu Sihan tightened his grip on her slender waist, his tone firm. "Qianqian, answer my question." Mu Qianqian was so embarrassed that she couldn't utter a word. She struggled futilely under Fu Sihan. Sensing her movements, Fu Sihan instinctively grabbed her hands and pinned them above her head. "Qianqian, speak," he commanded in a husky voice, his warm breath brushing against her nose. Mu Qianqian held her breath, her heart pounding. Why was he being so direct today? It was so unlike him. He must really be drunk. I agree, she whispered hesitantly. Hearing the answer he wanted, Fu Sahan finally released his grip. Mu Qianqian immediately scrambled off the sofa and retreated a few steps, her chest heaving with anxiety. As the alcohol's effects began to wear off, Fu Sahan's clarity returned. He realized how out of control he had been and worried he might have scared her. Pressing his lips together, he said coldly, "Don't take what I said just now seriously. I was drunk." Mu Qianqian, her cheeks burning, turned and ran back to the guest room. Fu Sahan wanted to follow, but the door was slammed shut in his face. For the first time, the mighty President Fu was left standing outside by a woman. The next day, Mu Qianqian went to work at Yunqing Hotel. In the break room, her colleagues were chatting. Wang Yanru strutted in, draped in an expensive men's suit jacket, drawing gasps of admiration. "Yanru, that jacket looks familiar. Isn't it from that luxury Italian brand? Must cost a fortune. Did you snag yourself a rich heir?" someone teased. Wang Yanru smugly stroked the jacket and proudly announced, "This was a gift from young Master Yi." She shot a provocative glance at Mu Qianqian as she spoke. "Wow, you mean the Yi family from Sioux City?" someone exclaimed. "I heard they're planning a marriage alliance with the Liu family." "Get it right," Wang Yanru quickly corrected. "It's the Yi family's daughter marrying the Liu family's son. Young Master Yi is still single." Everyone understood and started complimenting her. Though Wang Yanru pretended to be modest, the pride in her eyes was unmistakable, and she threw another challenging look at Mu Qianqian. During lunch break, Mu Qianqian went to the hotel's fountain garden. Yi Wanqing happened to be there for some fresh air and greeted her warmly. As they chatted, Wang Yanru walked by, still wearing the jacket. Yi Wanqing immediately recognized it as her brother's and explained with a smile, "My brother mentioned yesterday that a woman accidentally spilled wine on him while serving. He lent her his jacket out of courtesy." Mu Qianqian suddenly understood. Yi Wanqing suggested they follow to see what happened next, and they quietly trailed Wang Yanru to the VIP room. Wang Yanru arrogantly ordered the doorman to inform young Master Yi that she was returning his jacket. While waiting, she quickly adjusted her makeup. However, the doorman's response made her face turn pale. Young Master Yi's assistant said he doesn't want the jacket back. "You can keep it." Unwilling to give up, Wang Yanru insisted the doorman check again. But the doorman mockingly replied, "Do you really think he meant those words? Young Master Yi doesn't have time for such games." With that, he shut the door. Fuming, Wang Yanru cursed the lazy doorman and the meddling assistant. She was scheming how to meet young Master Yi when she turned and saw Mu Qianqian and Yi Wanqing. Instantly, Wang Yanru adopted a coquettish expression and pretended to be demure. "Oh dear, young master, Yi wants to meet me alone tonight. Should I go? I need to think about it." After Wang Yanru left, Yi Wanqing clutched her stomach and burst into laughter. She laughed so hard that tears nearly came out. "Haha, that woman is killing me. My brother couldn't care less about her, and here she is dreaming away. How can someone be so ridiculous? I've never seen anyone like her in Sioux City. It seems Beishar really has a lot of unique characters." Mu Qianqian listened to Wanqing's words and couldn't help but smile. Just then, her phone rang and the mechanical voice of her voice assistant announced, "Your emergency contact is calling." "Wanqing, I need to take this call," Mu Qianqian said. "Sure, go ahead." Mu Qianqian quickly walked to a quiet corner and hesitated for a while before answering the call. Her voice was as soft as a cat's meow, timidly saying hello. On the other end, Fu Sahan's deep magnetic voice asked, "Have you had lunch yet?" Mu Qianqian nervously tugged at the hem of her shirt. "Yes, I have." "Why did you leave without having breakfast this morning?" "Two had breakfast at the hotel." After saying that, Mu Qianqian held her breath, fearing that Fu Sahan would bring up last night's events. "All right, make sure to eat well." Mu Qianqian felt relieved but also had mixed emotions. The fact that he called just to check if she was eating properly warmed her heart and brought a sense of innocent confusion. After Fu Sahan hung up, Assistant Xiao walked up. "Mr. Fu, Mr. Xia wants to schedule a meeting to discuss the collaboration. What time works for you?" "Is this the Mr. Xia from the semiconductor industry?" "Yes." "Schedule it for the afternoon the day after tomorrow." "Got it, I'll arrange it." Assistant Xiao left the CEO's office and ran into Assistant Wang in the hallway. "Hey, Assistant Wang, where were you this morning? I didn't see you around." Assistant Wang looked around and lowered his voice. "Mr. Fu had me handle a personal matter." "Oh." Assistant Xiao smartly avoided further questions. "I'm off to set up the meeting with Mr. Xia. See you later." Assistant Wang gulped down a large glass of water, recalling his task from the morning. Mr. Fu had sent him to Yunqing Hotel early to check if Miss Mu was there. Indeed she was. Mr. Fu even instructed him to arrange breakfast, so the hotel unusually prepared a lavish buffet for all employees. Assistant Wang stayed at the hotel all morning, ensuring Miss Mu was safe before returning to the office. "Done with your call?" Yi Wanqing asked. Mu Qianqian nodded. "Yes." "Was that a call from family?" Mu Qianqian thought for a moment. "Sort of. Although Fu Sahan and she were not related by blood, since they were already married, they were family. Thinking of family, Mu Qianqian blushed, recalling what Fu Sahan had said about having children the previous day. Qianqian, what's on your mind? You seem worried, Yuan Qing asked with concern. Nothing, Mu Qianqian replied, feeling embarrassed to discuss such matters. If you ever need help, feel free to talk to me. I'll do whatever I can to assist you. Mu Qianqian was touched. Thank you, Yuan Qing. Your break is almost over, right? You should get back to work. I don't want to keep you. All right. Mu Qianqian returned to her workstation and saw a group of colleagues chatting with Wang Yanru. Oh, my young master Yi wants to meet me tonight. I don't think it's appropriate. What do you guys think? Wang Yanru said, feigning modesty. Yanru, how could you pass up such an opportunity? If I were you, I'd jump at it. Wang Yanru smirked. But we women should be a bit reserved. Otherwise, those men won't cherish us once they have us. You really know how to handle men. I should take some tips from you for my next relationship. Honestly, if a man truly cares about you, you don't need to play any tricks. He'll be devoted to you regardless, Wang Yanru said, getting more smug by the minute as if young Master Yi was already hers. That evening, Mu Qianqian stayed late at work due to a busy night. Suddenly, she received a call from Yuan Qing. Qianqian, can you come to the fountain garden? I have something for you. What is it, Yuan Qing? You'll see when you get here. At that moment, a colleague rushed in excitedly. Yanru, I just saw young Master Yi in the garden. He must be waiting for you. You should go. Wang Yanru was ecstatic. She guessed that young Master Yi might have overheard her conversation earlier and came specifically to see her. Her heart raced as she quickly took out a makeup mirror to reapply her lipstick. Even if young Master Yi wasn't waiting for her, she could seize the opportunity to return his clothes and make a good impression. Wang Yanru snapped the mirror shut, strutted on her high heels, and headed towards the fountain garden. She noticed Mu Qianqian was also walking in the same direction. What? Do you, a blind nobody, also want to meet young Master Yi? Wang Yanru sneered. Mu Qianqian ignored her, not even bothering to look back. She was simply going to meet her friend, Yuan Qing, and had nothing to do with any man. TCH, acting all high and mighty, Wang Yanru muttered. In the center of the fountain garden stood a small castle-like pavilion, where young Master Yi looked like a noble prince. Wang Yanru couldn't wait to approach him. The path to the pavilion was lined with dense shrubs. Mu Qianqian was walking ahead, but Wang Yanru, eager to make her presence known to young Master Yi, quickened her pace, caught up and bumped Mu Qianqian to the side. Fortunately, the thick shrubs cushioned her fall. Wang Yanru, why did you bump into me? Mu Qianqian demanded. Oh dear, how could you fall on such a flat path? Wang Yanru exclaimed theatrically, catching young Master Yi's attention. Pleased with herself, Wang Yanru pretended to help Mu Qianqian up. The garden path is uneven. Be careful. In a secluded spot, she leaned close to Mu Qianqian and hissed. Get lost. If you ruin my chances with young Master Yi, don't blame me for what happens next. Wang Yanru swayed her hips seductively as she walked towards the pavilion. Young Master Yi, I'm sorry for being late. A colleague of mine has poor eyesight and fell, so I had to help her. You must have waited long. Here's the dress you lent me yesterday. I heard from a friend that this brand is quite valuable, so I made sure to wash it and bring it back to you. Wang Yanru believed she had spoken with great eloquence. Her eyes sparkled with pride, thinking her words showcased her kindness and non-materialistic nature, setting her apart from other women. She batted her eyelashes seductively at young Master Yi, eagerly awaiting his praise. However, Yi Xianlin merely stared at her in confusion and turned to his assistant, asking, Who is she? This bland question froze Wang Yanru's smile, her expression turning awkward. As Wang Yanru hesitated whether to introduce herself, Yi Xuanlin's assistant quickly interjected. Young master, at yesterday's exhibition, her clothes got soaked with wine, and you gave her your jacket. Yi Xianlin nodded slightly, a vague memory surfacing briefly before fading away. To him, it was a trivial matter not worth remembering. Seeing that young Master Yi seemed to recall her, Wang Yanru immediately resumed her coquettish demeanor, gently twirling her curls and smiling brightly. Young Master Yi, I'm here to return your jacket. She handed over the suit jacket, secretly pleased. She had heard that Yi Xianlin was known for his gentle and amiable temperament, not one to make things difficult for others. This could be her chance to get closer to him. No need, Yi Xianlin replied distantly. Undeterred, Wang Yanru stepped closer to him. But this jacket is so expensive, I couldn't possibly keep it. The suit in her hands emitted a strong scent of women's perfume, which she had deliberately left on it. Yi Xianlin, who was in the wine business and extremely sensitive to smells, took a step back in distaste upon detecting the strong perfume. He raised his hand, signaling his assistant to step forward. The assistant promptly said, Miss Wang, please give me the jacket. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Yanru handed the jacket to the assistant. Although she couldn't return it directly to Yi Xianlin, at least she could leave a good impression of not being materialistic or vain. However, the assistant's next move shattered her plans completely. He took the jacket, walked out of the pavilion, and without a second thought, threw the expensive custom-made suit into the trash. That's young Master Ye's jacket. How dare you, an assistant? Wang Yanru almost ground her teeth in rage. Her face flushed red as she pointed angrily at the assistant. The assistant responded coldly, the jacket has been returned. Miss Wang, please leave. Wang Yanru gave young Master Yi one last look, but Yi Xianlin showed no intention of stopping her. All her schemes for the evening had fallen apart, leaving her in an awkward position, unwilling to leave in defeat but too embarrassed to stay. At that moment, a clear female voice broke the awkward silence. Excuse me, is Wan Qing here? Yi Xianlin, who was sitting in the pavilion brewing tea, paused slightly upon hearing the voice and asked gently, what do you need her for? Wan Qing told me to meet her at this pavilion. She said she had something for me, Mu Qianqian said as she looked around, not seeing any sign of Yi Wan Qing. If Wan Qing were here, she would have already run over to hug her arm. Puzzled, she asked, isn't Wan Qing here? Unable to hold back, Wang Yanru interjected, who is Wan Qing? If you want to get close to young Master Yi, you can't just make up names. I think you're just making excuses to come here. Who would believe such a silly name? Already fuming, she immediately took Mu Qianqian as a target for her frustration. She thought if she couldn't win over young Master Yi, there was no way this unremarkable girl could. Mu Qianqian, rarely angered, retorted, don't talk about my friend like that. We agreed to meet here. Maybe she got held up. She'll be here soon. This pavilion is big enough for everyone. Why can't I be here? Humph, I didn't say you couldn't be here. I just despise people who say one thing and do another, Wang Yanru sneered, pretending to just want to work and make money, claiming to have no interest in wealthy families. But look who showed up the fastest when young Master Yi appeared. How many times do I have to tell you? I'm here to meet a friend. What does that have to do with you? Mu Qianqian fumed. Meeting a friend? Wang Yanru mocked. Your so-called Wan Qing is probably another gold digger like you, trying to snag a rich man. You two are just teaming up to catch a big fish, aren't you? Yi Xianlin slammed his teacup down heavily, causing the tea to spill onto the table and wet his long fingers. Lowering his gaze, he ordered coldly, throw her out. Wang Yanru, thinking he was referring to Mu Qianqian, smirked triumphantly and said, did you hear that? Get out. You're filthy with mud and leaves. Disgusting. She felt smug, believing that as a stunning beauty, there was no way young Master Yi would prefer Mu Qianqian over her. Young Master Yi must have meant kicking out Mu Qianqian. This statement hit Mu Qianqian like a sledgehammer. Her face turned ghostly pale, and her eyes sparkled with anger. She wanted nothing more than to rush forward and give Wang Yanru a piece of her mind. After all, the dirt on her was all because of Wang Yanru's push. Gritting her teeth, Mu Qianqian stubbornly stood outside the pavilion. She kept telling herself, I haven't bothered anyone, so why should I leave? Fueled by this defiant spirit, the young and headstrong Mu Qianqian hugged the pavilion's pillar as if she intended to become one with it. No one will make me leave until Sister Wan Qing arrives, she vowed silently. This scene caught Yi Zunlin's attention. His lips curled into a slight smile, and a glimmer of amusement flashed in his eyes. This stubborn girl reminded him of his mischievous younger sister. Wang Yanru watched coldly, arms crossed and a mocking smile on her face. Well, there you go, showing your true colors, she sneered. Can't move a step when you see a man, clinging like a leech. I'm embarrassed for you. Yi Zunlin's patience was wearing thin. His lips parted slightly as he uttered two words, shut up. No sooner had he spoken than his assistant strode over. Wang Yanru, expecting a show, was shocked when the assistant stopped in front of her. The girl is over there. Don't get it wrong, Wang Yanru pointed at Mu Qianqian with a haughty tone. The assistant's voice was icy. This place has been reserved by young Master Yi. Please leave. Wang Yanru couldn't believe her ears. Why is he kicking me out? If anyone should go, it's her. She pointed at Mu Qianqian again. Look how filthy she is. The assistant's eyes flashed with disdain as he retorted, that's still cleaner than your mouth. Wang Yanru's eyes widened in disbelief. Why was Mu Qianqian, that wretched girl, allowed to stay while she was being kicked out? Without giving her a chance to argue further, the assistant warned coldly, you have 3 seconds to leave or I'll call security. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wang Yanru knew causing a scene would only bring her more humiliation. Her face turned various shades of red and white, and her nails dug into her palms. I'll leave on my own, she said through clenched teeth. Descending the steps reluctantly, Wang Yanru shot a venomous glare at Mu Qianqian, her eyes filled with malice. With Wang Yanru's departure, tranquility returned to the pavilion area. Mu Qianqian, still in a daze, clung to the pillar and stared blankly in their direction. At that moment, Yi Xianlin turned around, a gentle smile spreading across his face. His voice was as soothing as a clear spring. Little girl, Did you think I was going to throw you out? Mu Qianqian released her grip on the pavilion column and gave a couple of awkward laughs. Her eyes nervously flitted over Yi Xianlin, and she spoke with a hint of apology in her voice. Sorry, I thought you were with her. Yi Xianlin, however, was not angered by the misunderstanding. Instead, he remained composed and spoke slowly, his tone gentle. May I ask if your surname is Mu? Yes, my name is Mu Qianqian. I'm here waiting for a friend. Mu Qianqian nodded in response, then hurriedly added as if she had just remembered something. I'm not here to find you. I'm a married woman and have no interest in other men. Hearing this, Yi Xuanlin's smile deepened. He exuded a gentlemanly aura, refined and gentle. Miss Mu, why don't you sit in the pavilion for a while and rest? All right, Mu Qianqian replied, somewhat awkwardly taking a seat opposite Yi Xianlin. She noticed that his assistant had retreated outside the pavilion, leaving just the two of them inside. The night breeze was cool, and the sound of boiling water on a clay stove filled the air. After waiting for a while, Yi Wanqing still hadn't shown up. Growing anxious, Mu Qianqian said, I'll step out and give her a call to check. Have a cup of tea before you go, Yi Xianlin suggested. Mu Qianqian hesitated for a moment, thinking a few more minutes wouldn't hurt, then agreed, okay. Yi Xianlin began a series of fluid and graceful tea-making movements. Each of his actions was elegant and pleasing to the eye, though Mu Qianqian, seated opposite, couldn't appreciate the beauty of it all. Miss Mu, please, he said, placing a cup of clear hot tea in front of her. She carefully picked up the cup, blew on it gently, and took a sip. Instantly, her face scrunched up. It's so bitter. Miss Mu, try savoring it slowly, and you'll appreciate the lingering aftertaste, Yi Xianlin gently guided. Following his advice, Mu Qianqian relaxed and savored the tea. To her surprise, she found, it doesn't taste bitter anymore. It's fragrant, with a hint of floral and orchid notes. Little did she know, this was a top-grade Preaching-Ming Longjing tea, worth a fortune. Mu Qianqian gradually began to understand the intricacies of tea tasting. After finishing the cup, Yi Xianlin asked, would you like another cup, Miss Mu? No, I should call Wanqing. She hasn't come for so long, and I'm a bit worried, Mu Qianqian declined politely. As you wish. Mu Qianqian stepped out of the pavilion and, with the help of her voice assistant, dialed Yi Wanqing's number. Wanqing, I've been waiting for you in the pavilion for ages. Why haven't you come? On the other end, Yi Wanqing was lounging on a soft bed, munching on potato chips. I didn't come, but you should have received my gift, right? What gift? The tea my brother made. How is it? Did you like it? Mu Qianqian was taken aback. The young master in the pavilion is your brother? Yes, both of us have the surname Yi, remember? You're so slow, Qianqian, Yi Wanqing teased. Mu Qianqian knocked her head in frustration. I didn't forget, but I was so focused on our meeting that I didn't think about it. How was it? My brother's tea-making skills are pretty good, right? It was good, but I don't really understand tea. I can only appreciate a little bit, not the higher levels, Mu Qianqian admitted honestly, thinking it was a waste for her to drink such high-quality tea. Haha, that's fine. The more you drink, the more you'll appreciate it. I believe in you. Yi Wanqing laughed. I'm about to finish work today, so I'll head back. See you another time. After hanging up, Mu Qianqian returned to the hotel lobby. She overheard Sisterly asking, where's Yanru? Has anyone seen her? Someone replied, no idea. She might still be on a date with young Master Yi. Sisterly grumbled, she came late today, and her clock and hours aren't enough. I'll dock her bonus. Mu Qianqian wasn't interested in Wang Yanru's affairs. She greeted the person in charge and prepared to head home. Just as she stepped out of the hotel and was about to hail a cab, a luxury sedan pulled up in front of her. Miss Mu, please get in, came the voice of Assistant Wang. Mu Qianqian's heart tightened, guessing that uncle might have sent the assistant to pick her up. She relaxed slightly and opened the back door to get in. As soon as she sat down, she felt a familiar presence and a sense of pressure. Oh no, uncle is here too. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she heard Fu Sihan's low, cold voice. Why are you leaving work so late today? Mu Qianqian nervously clutched her seatbelt and replied in a small voice. There were more guests today, so I finished late. Fu Sihan put down the magazine he was reading and removed his gold-rimmed glasses. Sharply he asked, why do you smell like tea? Mu Qianqian sniffed herself, do I? She hadn't even noticed. I met a new friend, Yi Wanqing. Her brother made me a cup of tea, Mu Qianqian explained truthfully. Yi Xianlin. Fu Sihan's brows furrowed. He didn't want the innocent Mu Qianqian to get involved in business disputes, especially with someone as enigmatic as Yi Xianlin. I see, Fu Sihan responded curtly. On the way home, Mu Qianqian was so sleepy that she kept nodding off, yet she tried hard to stay awake, curling up in a corner of the car, seemingly trying to keep her distance from Fu Sihan. Fu Sihan sighed helplessly, if you're tired, come over and sleep. Mu Qianqian shook her head vigorously. I'm not tired, really. Fu Sihan chuckled softly and extended his long arm to pull her into his embrace. Sleep. Leaning against Fu Sahan's broad and firm shoulder, Mu Qianqian quickly fell asleep. When they arrived home, Fu Sahan gently unfastened her seatbelt and carried her in his arms. He intended to put her in the guest room, but the young girl clung to him tightly in her sleep, refusing to let go. In her dreams, Mu Qianqian murmured, "Don't go." Her cheeks were flushed with a healthy pink, and her slightly pouted lips looked especially adorable. Fu Sahan's body stiffened. The girl in his arms was soft and fragrant, her breath carrying a rich orchid scent that was utterly captivating. Qianqian murmured softly, "Don't go." The usually cold-hearted Mr. Fu found his emotions stirred by these simple words. His deep gaze fell on her sleeping face, and after a long hesitation, he chose not to leave. The next morning, when Qianqian woke up, there was no sign of the man beside her, only the lingering warmth on the sheets. She suddenly remembered that she seemed to have held on to him last night, and then fell asleep nestled against a warm big heater. Was it all just a dream? Sitting up, her face flushed with confusion. During breakfast, Qianqian kept sneaking glances at Fu Sahan. "What are you looking at?" he asked coldly. Nervously stirring her porridge, she whispered, "Uncle, did we, last night?" Fu Sahan gave her a deep look, his Adam's apple bobbing as he replied hoarsely, "I left after taking you back to your room." "Oh." Qianqian lowered her head, feeling downcast and finding the food tasteless. Was it really just a dream? But the sensations were so real, the firmness of his muscles, the heat of his body. She quickly shook off these thoughts. A flicker of emotion crossed Fu Sahan's eyes. The young girl had tossed and turned in his arms, almost igniting his desires. If not for his exceptional self-control, she might not have slept peacefully through the night. Even so, he had to take a cold shower in the morning to quell his inner fire. "I'm full," Qianqian said as she grabbed her backpack and prepared to leave. "Qianqian," Fu Sahan suddenly called out. "Don't kick off the covers while sleeping. You'll catch a cold." She was stunned for a moment before realizing what he meant, her face turning crimson. So they really did share a bed last night. Embarrassed, she quickly said goodbye and fled. As the elevator reached the first floor, Qianqian rushed out, clutching her wildly beating heart. Uncle had once mentioned wanting her to have his child, but they hadn't known each other long, and she didn't even know what he looked like. Wasn't it too soon to be thinking about having children? Fu Sahan arrived at work an hour later than usual that day. His expression was stern, and his damp hair suggested he had just taken a shower. His assistant's curiosity was met with a sharp glare, silencing any questions. The executives at Fu Group whispered among themselves, noting that Mr. Fu seemed particularly irritable, rejecting multiple proposals and being even harder to please than usual. Meanwhile, Qianqian encountered Li Xiu in her elective class. Li Xiu excitedly shared her experience of meeting brother Wanqing at the Yunqing Hotel, praising the subtle flavor of the tea he brewed. She described this Mr. Yi as one of the most sought-after men among socialites, likening him to an ancient hermit untouched by worldly concerns. Qianqian found Mr. Ye's aura intriguing but felt it had nothing to do with her. An old professor entered the classroom to distribute test papers, warning that the exam would be difficult and many might fail. Qianqian noticed she hadn't received a paper and stood up to ask. Laughter erupted behind her as Yao Xianer mocked her, calling her a blind girl whose paper was probably torn up by the teacher due to poor answers. Facing this malice, Qianqian straightened her back, resilient like a flower on a cliff. The professor reassured her that her paper would be used later, leaving her full of questions. Soon, Mu Qianqian's confusion was resolved. Professor Chen pointed to the projection screen, and the students' eyes followed. Displayed prominently on the screen was an almost perfect exam paper, neat handwriting, clear logic, and a novel, efficient solution. Even the most challenging questions were tackled, earning praise from the notoriously strict Professor Chen. The classroom buzzed with excitement as students speculated about the owner of this miraculous paper. Someone exclaimed, "Could it be a perfect score?" Others doubted, maybe not perfect, but definitely above 95. Squinting, Mu Qianqian tried to make out the contents on the screen but could only see a blur. With a meaningful smile, Professor Chen revealed the answer. "This is Mu Qianqian's paper. I didn't expect that as a freshman, she could master such advanced methods. In the entire grade, she is the first and only one to do so. Therefore, I am making an exception and giving her a perfect score." This announcement hit the classroom like a bombshell, causing a stir among the students. Reactions varied wildly. Some were shocked. The blind girl's paper? Impossible. Others were skeptical. Who taught her? Does she have a professor in the family? Even Li Xiu and Fang Yanran couldn't help but ask Mu Qianqian about her study methods. Modestly, Mu Qianqian replied, "A friend taught me." She chose not to reveal that this friend was actually her husband, to avoid unnecessary gossip. With Mu Qianqian's consent, Professor Chen decided to keep the paper as a teaching example. In no time, Mu Qianqian became the object of admiration and envy in the class. However, some couldn't help but make snide remarks out of jealousy. Mu Qianqian remained calm and composed, further earning the respect of her peers. After class, she was surrounded by classmates eager to learn her study techniques and problem-solving strategies. Meanwhile, Yao Xian'er and her clique were pushed to the sidelines, burning with jealousy. Yao Xian'er was particularly irked, realizing that if Mu Qianqian indeed had connections with Fu Qianqing, her future status could surpass her own. At the Lu family villa, Lu Yunxiang was furious upon hearing about Mu Qianqian's outstanding performance at school, smashing an entire room of expensive porcelain in anger. Downstairs, Lu Yunbai was meeting with Yi Xianlin, the eldest son of the Yi family, but their conversation was interrupted by the commotion upstairs. Lu Yunbai subtly expressed concerns about their proposed marriage, but Yi Xianlin insisted on visiting with his sister. As Yi Xianlin left, he glanced back at the Lu family villa, feeling a strange sense of familiarity as if he had seen Lu Yunbai's features somewhere before. This thought quickly passed, and he dismissed it from his mind. As the school day was about to end, Mu Qianqian received a call from Fu Sihan. She couldn't wait to share her good news. "Uncle, thanks to you, I got the only perfect score on this exam. Both my teacher and classmates praised me." Fu Sihan raised an eyebrow and asked indifferently, "Just a perfect score and you're this happy?"
Of course.
Mu Qianqian explained excitedly. "This is the first perfect score Professor Chen has ever given. Isn't that impressive?" Fu Sihan's lips curved slightly. He had heard of Professor Chen from the University of Finance. In fact, when the Fu Group was strategizing its financial plans, they had even hired him as a consultant. "Not bad," he commented briefly. "I'm almost done with school. Uncle, are you coming to pick me up?" Mu Qianqian asked expectantly. "I can't leave right now." "I'll send Assistant Wang to pick you up, same place as always," Fu Sihan replied. Mu Qianqian let out a soft "oh," her voice tinged with unmistakable disappointment. Fu Sihan quickly picked up on the change in her mood. "What's wrong? Not happy?" "No," Mu Qianqian explained. "I'm just really happy today and couldn't wait to share it with you." After a moment of silence, Fu Sihan changed his mind. "I'll come pick you up myself." "Really? But won't that affect your work?" Mu Qianqian asked, surprised. "It won't. Don't worry," Fu Sihan answered succinctly, then called his secretary to reschedule his meeting with Mr. Ma. The secretary looked shocked. "But Mr. Fu, this meeting is crucial for our partnership with their company. It could affect our deep collaboration." Fu Sihan responded with just two cold words. "Reschedule it." Outside the CEO's office, a few senior executives were whispering. "Mr. Fu seems to be in a good mood. I'm thinking of getting him to approve this proposal." "I heard from Assistant Wang that he's in a much better mood than this morning," another agreed. "It's odd though. Assistant Wang has been acting mysteriously lately, always running errands. What secret mission did Mr. Fu give him?" Just then the office door swung open. Fu Sihan strode out, exuding an aura of authority that silenced everyone. It wasn't until he disappeared into the elevator that they dared to speak again. "Does Mr. Fu have any other plans today? When will he be back?" someone asked the secretary. The secretary shrugged. "Mr. Fu has already clocked out for the day. If you have any business, please come back tomorrow." "But isn't there a meeting with Mr. Ma tonight? Why did Mr. Fu leave so early?" The secretary could only helplessly express her ignorance. The executives had no choice but to leave and return the next day. Maybe something urgent came up at home. Otherwise, Mr. Fu wouldn't leave in such a hurry. This guess was unanimously accepted. No one could have imagined that the workaholic Mr. Fu would leave work early to celebrate his wife's perfect exam score. Fu Sihan soon appeared at the school gate. Fang Yanran was stunned for a few seconds before she regained her composure. "Qianqian, your family is here to pick you up." "Qianqian." Fu Sihan's deep voice called out. Mu Qianqian heard the familiar magnetic voice and leapt forward into his arms. "Uncle, you really came." Her voice was filled with joy. Fu Sihan's lips curved into a rare smile, his usually stern face softening. "I promised you, didn't I?" Only then did Mu Qianqian realize there were others around. Embarrassed, she lifted her head from his chest and said to Fang Yanran, "I'm heading home." "See you." "See you," Fang Yanran replied, watching them leave. Holding Fu Sihan's hand, Mu Qianqian skipped towards the parking lot. Fu Sihan glanced at her, seeing the joy written all over her bright face, and her pink lips curved into a smile. Still just a kid, getting so excited over a perfect score, he thought to himself. That evening, Mu Qianqian tugged at Fu Sihan's sleeve and coquettishly said, "Uncle, let's have a drink to celebrate?" Fu Sihan's face darkened, and he refused without hesitation. "No. Why not?" Mu Qianqian pouted. "I'm of legal drinking age. Why can't I have a little? Just a little, please." Even Fu Sihan's iron will couldn't withstand her soft pleading. He sighed in resignation. "Just one small glass." "Okay." Mu Qianqian agreed sweetly. Fu Sihan made a call and had a bottle of world-class Romanée-Conti wine delivered. As soon as the bottle was opened, the rich, deep aroma of grapes filled the room, making Mu Qianqian's mouth water. "Drink slowly. This wine is strong and has a powerful aftertaste," Fu Sihan reminded her. "Got it." Mu Qianqian picked up her glass, mimicked the way people on TV swirled their wine, and then took a careful sip. The complex and rich flavor amazed her. Do you like it? Fu Sihan asked. Mu Qianqian nodded with her eyes closed. Yes. Her lips, stained with the vibrant red wine, looked even more enticing. Fu Sihan felt his mouth go dry. A familiar urge began to stir within him. He quickly downed his own glass of wine to suppress it. It was Mu Qianqian's first time drinking, and after just half a glass, she felt dizzy. What's happening? Am I walking on cotton? Why does the floor feel so soft? She wobbled as she stood up, only to fall into Fu Sihan's arms. Mu Qianqian tried to stand again, but the alcohol left her weak and powerless. Her struggles unintentionally stirred something in Fu Sihan. His strong arms held her tightly, his voice hoarse with suppressed desire. Don't move. However, the intoxicated girl was far from obedient. The more she struggled, the more she wriggled in his arms. Her soft whimpers were incredibly alluring to anyone who heard them. Fu Sihan's breathing grew heavy. His eyes darkened as he gripped her chin possessively. Little girl, if you keep teasing me like this, don't blame me for what happens next. Mu Qianqian was drunk, her mind a whirlwind of thoughts, like she was on a roller coaster. She had no awareness of the danger she was in, gazing tipsily at Fu Sihan with her obsidian-like eyes blinking dazedly. Uncle, she murmured softly, even though you're ugly, I don't mind. With that, the young girl let out a soft hiccup. At some point, Mu Qianqian had ended up on Fu Sihan's lap, her hands cupping his face, squishing it like a beloved toy. She giggled, thoroughly enjoying herself. Fu Sihan's expression darkened as he coldly brushed her hands away. Behave. That hurt, Mu Qianqian pouted, biting her lower lip in grievance. Fu Sihan looked down to see a red mark on her fair hand. He frowned and gently massaged her wrist. Blow on it, uncle, Mu Qianqian said, offering her wrist to him, her small, fragrant hand emitting a faint floral scent. Fu Sihan's brow twitched, his face darkening even more. Suppressing his annoyance, he lightly blew on her wrist. Better now. Mu Qianqian grinned foolishly, collapsing into his arms. It's late. I'll take you to your room to rest, Fu Sihan said, attempting to stand up. But Mu Qianqian clung to him like a koala, wrapping her arms and legs around him. Fu Sihan took a deep breath and lifted her as if she were a child. Wow, I'm so tall now. Mu Qianqian exclaimed in delight. Uncle, I'm almost touching the ceiling. Fu Sihan didn't bother responding, deciding not to argue with a drunk person. He intended to take her to the guest room, but the young girl refused to let go. No, uncle, don't leave me. I want to sleep with you, Mu Qianqian whined. Fu Sihan's eyes turned dangerous. Are you sure? Yes. Mu Qianqian nodded vigorously, then slumped against his shoulder, her voice tinged with tears. My family doesn't want me anymore. Uncle, you can't abandon me. Feeling the dampness on his neck, Fu Sihan's heart clenched. For the first time, he experienced such complex emotions. You said it. Don't regret it tomorrow. I won't. I never will. Mu Qianqian promised with a silly smile. Fu Sihan smirked and carried her to the master bedroom. As soon as she hit the bed, Mu Qianqian started rolling around. This bed is so soft and smells so good. She wanted Fu Sihan to play with her. Fu Sihan grabbed her hands and pinned them behind her back. Go to sleep and stop moving. But I can't sleep. Uncle, tell me a story, Mu Qianqian pleaded. Fu Sihan half-heartedly told her a once-upon-a-time story. I want more, Mu Qianqian wriggled in his arms. Enough. Fu Sihan's forehead throbbed, his breathing hot. His gaze was fierce, as if he wanted to devour her. Uncle, Mu Qianqian called out sweetly again. Fu Sihan clenched his fists, nearing his limit. He would rather work overtime than deal with a drunk. This kind of torture, where he could only look but not touch, was driving him crazy. Mu Qianqian, he stared at her, his eyes bloodshot. If you don't sleep now, you won't be sleeping at all tonight. Mu Qianqian blinked in confusion. Uncle, what do you mean? Fu Sihan flipped her over, pinning her down and restraining her hands. Little girl, are you done causing trouble? Mu Qianqian pushed at his shoulders but couldn't budge him. She was like a little rabbit that had wandered into a wolf's den, utterly defenseless. Uncle, you're so heavy. She gasped for breath. Fu Sihan struggled internally, torn between wanting to indulge and not wanting to hurt her. Seeing her innocent expression, he hesitated. Finally, Mu Qianqian grew sleepy. She mumbled, Uncle, even though you're ugly and not rich, I actually kind of like you. Fu Sihan's keen hearing caught her faint words. He sighed, deciding to wait until she sobered up to talk. Once Mu Qianqian fell asleep, he carefully moved her aside and went to the bathroom. Cold water from the shower helped him cool down. The next morning, Mu Qianqian woke up, recalling her foolish behavior from the night before and wishing she could disappear. Hearing footsteps, she quickly hid under the blanket. Fu Sihan stood by the bed, looking at the lump under the covers. Come out. Don't you feel suffocated in there? He pulled back the blanket, revealing Mu Qianqian's flushed face. Fu Sahan resisted the urge to ruffle her hair. You were drunk last night. Everything you did and said doesn't count. I won't hold it against you. Really? Mu Qianqian asked weakly. Yes. Now get up or you'll be late. Oh no. I forgot I have class today. Mu Qianqian quickly got up. After Mu Qianqian left, Fu Sahan looked at the messy bed, feeling a headache coming on. The lingering scent of the girl was faint yet mesmerizing. He couldn't help but wonder how he would sleep tonight. Mu Qianqian sat in the classroom, her gaze unfocused as she stared out the window, completely ignoring the teacher's lecture. Even when the bell rang, she remained lost in her thoughts. Fang Yanran walked over to her and gently tapped her on the shoulder. Qianqian, what's wrong? You seem troubled, Fang Yanran asked with concern. Mu Qianqian snapped back to reality, resting her face in her hands, her brows furrowed. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to confide in her friend. Yanran, what do you think it means if a woman makes the first move, but the man isn't interested? Is the woman attractive? Fang Yanran asked curiously. Mu Qianqian pointed to herself. Not particularly, about the same as me. Fang Yanran couldn't help but laugh. If she's as pretty as you, that's stunning. I don't believe any man could resist, unless he's like Lu Xiangai. But he really didn't do anything, Mu Qianqian said softly, a hint of sadness in her eyes. Fang Yanran thought for a moment before saying seriously, there are only two possibilities. What are they? Mu Qianqian asked eagerly. First, he has someone else in his heart. Second, he has a different orientation and isn't interested in women. Mu Qianqian frowned. The second one doesn't seem likely. If uncle really had a different orientation, he wouldn't have married her. He's a responsible person and wouldn't deceive someone into marriage. So, it must be the first possibility. That uncle has someone else in his heart. The thought made Mu Qianqian's heart ache. Fang Yanran, sensing her friend's distress, probed gently, Qianqian, this situation, it isn't about you, is it? Mu Qianqian forced a smile and waved her hand. Of course not. It's about a friend of mine. I'm just asking for her. Meanwhile, at the Lu family estate, Lu Yunxiang had been waking up from nightmares for several days. She dreamt that the real Lu family daughter had returned, and the Lu family had thrown her out, leaving her homeless overnight. She couldn't just sit and wait. While Lu Yunbai was at the company, Lu Yunxiang put on a mask and sunglasses and snuck out of the estate. She headed straight to Mu Qianqian's house and knocked on the worn wooden door. Mu's father opened the door cautiously. Who are you? Without a word, Lu Yunxiang threw a stack of cash at him. The eyes of the Mu family members widened. Doesn't matter who I am. Do what I ask and this money is yours, Lu Yunxiang said coldly. Mu's mother greedily clutched the money to her chest and said obsequiously, what do you want us to do? Just say it and we'll get it done. Go cause trouble at the University of Finance and get Mu Qianqian expelled, Lu Yunxiang ordered. Mu's father frowned. Mu Qianqian is at school? How's that possible? That wretched girl couldn't afford tuition. She must have been expelled long ago. Lu Yunxiang, impatient, said, just go, or this 10,000 yuan. Mu's mother interrupted quickly. All right, we'll go. That wretched girl somehow found money for tuition but never brings any home. What a waste raising her. A sinister look flickered in Mu's father's eyes. Perfect, we can bring her back and contact her husband to get the bride price. Kill two birds with one stone. Husband? Mu Qianqian has a husband. Lu Yunxiang asked urgently. Yes, though he's a cripple and much older than her. But he paid the bride price and was determined to marry her, even though she ran away, Mu's mother embellished. A girl like her staying out there, who knows what kind of man she's messing around with. A cruel smile appeared on Lu Yunxiang's face. What a stroke of luck. I didn't know Mu Qianqian was already married, and to a crippled old bachelor. Perfect. Take her husband with you and cause a scene. I want Mu Qianqian's reputation ruined, so she can never show her face at the University of Finance again. If you do this well, I'll give you another 10,000. Mu's parents were ready to kneel in gratitude. 20,000 yuan, plus the bride price, a total of 40,000 yuan. With that money, and the 100,000 they extorted from Mrs. Fu, they could buy a house and get a wife for their son. Mu's mother nodded repeatedly. Thank you, benefactor. You're truly a saint. Unlike that wretched girl of ours, born to a lowly fate, she should be grateful someone wants her at all, let alone be picky. Although Lu Yunxiang despised the Mu family's poverty, she enjoyed hearing Mu's mother belittle Mu Qianqian and praise her. A vicious glint appeared in her eyes. Born to a lowly fate, she should stay with people like you. Don't dream of taking what belongs to others. Mu Qianqian, get out of Bay City. Back at school, Mu Qianqian sat distracted in the classroom. A leaf drifted onto her desk, and she absent-mindedly picked it up, tearing it into small pieces. Uncle likes someone, doesn't like someone, she murmured, as if performing some sort of divination. Fong Yanran noticed her odd behavior and asked curiously, Qianqian, what are you doing? Nothing, nothing, Mu Qianqian blushed, hastily gathering the leaf fragments and stuffing them into her pocket. After school, Mu Qianqian and Fong Yanran were approaching the school gates when they heard a commotion. What's going on? Mu Qianqian asked, puzzled. Fong Yanran squinted into the distance. It looks like someone's trying to force their way into the school, and the security guards are stopping them. They saw a robust woman with her hands on her hips, shouting, Let us in. We said we're parents of a student. Why won't you let us in? The security guard explained politely, This is school policy. Lu Yinxiang's instructions echoed in the ears of the Mu family parents. If you want to enter the school, call your daughter first and have her come out to bring you in. Mrs. Mu's face turned beet red as she yelled at the top of her lungs. That wretched girl won't answer our calls. How are we supposed to get her to come out? Let us in first, and when we find her, her father will teach her a lesson she won't forget. The Mu family parents arrived at the gate of the School of Economics with a limping old farmer. He had a squash-shaped face and squinty eyes, casting lecherous glances at the young female students passing by, making everyone uncomfortable. The security guard frowned, scrutinizing the group suspiciously. Are you really the students' parents? Who talks about their child like that? Call her again, and if no one comes to get you, I can't let you in. He thought to himself, what kind of parents insult their child like that, calling her names like wretched girl? They sound like vulgar villagers cursing in the streets. Mr. Mu silently smoked a cigarette, letting his wife carry on with her unreasonable tirade, a calculating gleam in his murky eyes. Suddenly, he spotted Mu Qianqian approaching and exclaimed, Isn't that Qianqian? In such a short time, she had changed so much that he almost didn't recognize her. The once frail and skinny girl was now poised and radiant, looking like a well-bred young lady. Mrs. Mu followed his gaze, her eyes filling with venom. Of course, it's that wretched girl. She sees her parents and doesn't even greet us. No manners at all, she screeched. Hearing the familiar insults, Mu Qianqian felt as if she had been plunged into an icy abyss. These harsh words had haunted her for over a decade, becoming an inescapable nightmare. Her hands and feet turned cold as she tugged at Fong Yanran, trying to flee. Yanran, let's go quickly. Before she could finish, Mrs. Mu had already rushed over and delivered a loud slap. The sound was so shocking that it left Fong Yanran dumbfounded. Who are you? What gives you the right to hit someone? She asked, incredulous. Mrs. Mu rolled up her sleeves, her face twisted with malice. What gives me the right? I'm her mother. Why can't I hit her? Today, I'm going to beat this disobedient girl to death. She grabbed Mu Qianqian's hair and yanked it hard. Wretched girl, dare to run away again? Try it and see if I don't beat you to death. Mu Qianqian's scalp burned with pain, but the psychological torment and painful memories inflicted by her family were even more terrifying. Just then, Li Xiu and her friends walked by and witnessed the scene. Someone's getting beaten up at the school gate. Go get the security guard, Li Xiu urgently told her friends before rushing forward herself. She grabbed Mrs. Mu's arm and twisted it forcefully. A loud crack was followed by Mrs. Mu's piercing scream. A hit's killing me. You little tramp, how dare you hit me? Li Xiu didn't back down. Yes, I hit you. What of it? If you dare to bully my friend in broad daylight, don't expect me to show any respect for your age. Li Xiu stood at the edge of the playground, her body tense. She had learned Sonda and wasn't intimidated by Mu Mu, the peasant woman. Mu Mu clutched her aching arm, her face contorted in pain, and shouted, I'm her mother. If I can't discipline her, who can? This ungrateful girl dares to defy the family's plans and run away from her arranged marriage. I'll drag her back, and no one can say a word against it. Mu Fu initially wanted to step in, but seeing Li Xiu's impressive skills, he hesitated. Just then, a limping old man hobbled over, baring his yellow teeth and snarling, You girl, protecting her, are you planning to marry me in her place? I'll starve you for 3 days and see if you still act tough. These women nowadays don't know their place. They need a good beating 3 times a day to remember their manners. Try running away again, and I'll strip you naked and tie you to a tree in the village square. I'll make you obedient. You'll come back and bear my children, and we'll see how defiant you are then. Li Xiu felt her stomach churn with disgust and fury. She gritted her teeth and said, You old scoundrel, if I don't beat you to a pulp today, I won't be called Li. With that, she swiftly kicked the old man to the ground and then delivered a hard kick to his face. The old man was left with a crooked mouth and eyes, spitting out a foul-smelling tooth, and wailing in pain on the ground. Only Mu Fu, the cunning man, remained. He didn't dare approach and stood at a distance, smirking maliciously. Li Xiu, right? Do you know that parents have the right to discipline their children? But if you dare to hit my wife, you'll face jail time and fines. Don't worry, our family can afford it. Even if I break your arms and legs, my parents won't blame me. Li Xiu, who had been pampered all her life, looked at Mu Fu with disdain, thinking, Who do these old fools think they are? How dare they yell at me? They must be tired of living. Mu Fu, whose full name was Mu Chenggong, was desperate to take Mu Qianqian back home to sell her off. But with Li Siyu in the way, he didn't dare make a move. He hypocritically said, "I'm giving you some advice. A girl should be more virtuous, or she'll have trouble finding a husband in the future." Li Siyu rolled her eyes and replied coldly, "That's none of your concern. Mind your own business, or you'll die early." This nearly choked Mu Chenggong. At that moment, the school security team arrived and took them all to the security office. The school principal was called in as a witness. The principal asked, "What's going on here?" Mu Chenggong immediately changed his tone, fawningly offering the principal a cigarette and bowing obsequiously. "Principal, we're just here to take our daughter home for marriage. We can't afford her education anymore, and we've already found her a good match. She'll have a good life with them. But this stubborn girl refuses to come back with us because she's been influenced by some bad friends." The principal didn't take the cigarette and instead looked at Mu Qianqian. The girl was in a daze, her face pale with fear. The teacher, who valued her talent, couldn't bear to see such a bright student forced into marriage. He asked, "Mu Qianqian is an excellent student. Why not let her continue her studies? Even if your family is struggling financially, she can apply for a national scholarship, which won't cost you a penny." Mu Chenggong stammered, "You don't understand our situation. She has an older brother who needs money for marriage and a younger brother who needs money for school. We've raised her this far, and it's only right for her to get married and repay the family." A young female teacher with glasses crossed her arms and asked coldly, "Who are you marrying her off to? It wouldn't be that old cripple, would it?" Mu Chenggong lied. "He's a bit older, but he's an honest and hardworking man. Qianqian is blind, and marrying him wouldn't be a loss." The female teacher cursed him inwardly and mocked, "If you think he's so honest and hardworking, why don't you marry him yourself? Why push your daughter into the fire pit?" Li Siyu and Fong Yanran gave her thumbs up, feeling vindicated. The school's teacher had a better sense of justice than these ignorant and malicious people. The female teacher adjusted her glasses and continued, "I see that you and your wife are capable adults, and you have an older son. You could work hard to support yourselves. Why sacrifice Mu Qianqian? She's a talented child, and if she can't afford the tuition, I'll cover it as her teacher. If you dare to trouble her again, I'll call the police and have you all arrested." Mu Chenggong glared at her viciously. "What right do you have to arrest us? You sell your daughter for a bride price. Why shouldn't you be arrested?" the female teacher retorted. The Mu family couple and the old man were too scared to speak. Mu Chenggong felt a pang of guilt and lowered his head in panic. They couldn't risk being reported to the police. If certain things were uncovered, their family would be finished. The principal issued a final warning. "This school is a place for learning, not for your drama. If you cause trouble here again, the security team will take you straight to the police station." "Yes, sir." The security team responded in unison. The Mu couple and the limping old man were promptly expelled. Mu's arm was broken, and the old man's tooth was knocked out, leaving them hobbling in pain and seething with anger. A crowd of students had gathered at the school gate, pointing and whispering about the scene. "Who are these people? Coming to school to fight, don't they have any respect for the law?" "No idea, but it looks like they got what they deserved. If you ask me, they got off easy. You should have seen how arrogant they were. Breaking an arm is the least they deserved." Feeling humiliated, Mu Chenggong hurriedly dragged Mu away. "Stop being so dramatic. It's just a broken arm. Rest for a couple of days, and you'll be fine." As he pulled her, he accidentally tugged at her injury, causing her to scream and faint from the pain. The entrance was in chaos, but Mu Qianqian remained oblivious. She thanked the female teacher who had helped her. "Thank you for speaking up for me, teacher." "No need to thank me. I was just doing a favor for someone. My name is Ting. You can call me Teacher He or Sister He," the teacher replied. "A favor?" "Teacher He, who asked you to help me." Mu Qianqian asked, puzzled. Ting winked mysteriously and said, "I can't tell you that just yet. But don't worry, I mean no harm. No matter what happens in the future, you can always come to me." Mu Qianqian nodded gratefully, feeling a warmth in her heart. "Thank you, and thank the person behind you who helped me," she said softly, then turned and left. Ting watched Mu Qianqian walk away and quickly pulled out her phone, sending a brief message to Fu Sahan. "That little girl's parents came to bother her, but I've taken care of it. However, to be safe, you should handle it personally." The He family and the Fu family had a deep connection. The He family once faced a crisis, and it was Fu Sahan who extended a helping hand, saving their business. Ever since Mu Qianqian almost had an accident last time, Fu Sahan secretly asked Ting to keep an eye on her at school. Fu Sahan had just finished a meeting when he saw the message on his phone, his brow instantly furrowing. He immediately called Ting. His voice filled with urgency. "Is Qianqian hurt?" Ting could hear the worry in his voice and quickly reassured him, "No, she's fine. That little girl is lucky to have two friends who genuinely care for her. She didn't suffer much." Fu Sahan's face darkened, his expression so severe it seemed like it could drip water. The assistants and secretaries around him all lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound. Since taking over the company, Fusahan had always kept his emotions in check, but now he could barely conceal his anger and hostility. Clearly, this time he was truly enraged. On his way home, Fusahan kept a stern expression. When he stepped into the house, he expected to find the girl secretly crying, but instead, she was sitting on the couch watching TV she couldn't see. She relied on her hearing. "Uncle, you're back," Mu Qianqian called sweetly when she heard his familiar footsteps. She sensed that his steps were more hurried than usual today. Fusahan's brow furrowed as he strode over to her. When he saw the redness on her cheek, it was as if he had been stabbed. His fists clenched tightly at his sides, and his eyes turned red with anger. "Did someone bully you?" he asked in a low voice. Mu Qianqian shook her head, forcing a smile. "No, I'm fine." Fusahan stared at her intently. "Qianqian, no matter what grievances you suffer, you can always tell me. Remember, this is your home." A flood of pent-up grievances surged in Mu Qianqian's heart, and her eyes began to sting with unshed tears. Yet she still tried to hold them back. "Really, it's nothing." Fusahan grabbed her shoulders firmly, his grip tightening. "Mu Qianqian, I'm your husband." The warmth of his hands finally broke down the facade of strength she had been clinging to. Tears streamed down her face as she choked out, "I'm sorry, uncle. I never told you that I have a terrible family. My parents only love my brother and my younger brother. They don't like me. They want to marry me off to an old cripple for a bride price." "They came to find you today?" Fusahan asked, his voice low. Mu Qianqian nodded through her sobs. "Yes, they wanted to take me back to get married. But I don't want to go with them." The girl was trembling with sobs, her nose turning red, looking pitiful. Fusahan's heart ached as if it were being cut by a knife. He felt worse than if he were suffering himself. Instinctively, he opened his arms and pulled her into a hug. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Mu Qianqian felt the warmth of his embrace but didn't dare to indulge in this sense of security. The better he treated her, the more inferior she felt. She carefully asked, "Uncle, will you abandon me?" Fusahan's face darkened. "Don't say such foolish things. The Fu family never divorced. They only became widowed. As long as Mu Qianqian was alive, she was destined to be his wife for life. But my family will drag you down," Mu Qianqian said softly. "They're unreasonable, greedy, and selfish. They'll ruin you." Because of her inferiority complex about her background, Mu Qianqian never dared to truly open her heart. She felt that someone from a family like hers didn't deserve to love anyone. "Stop overthinking," Fusahan gently reassured her. "They are them, and you are you. Your background is not something you could choose, and you shouldn't feel inferior because of them. I'll handle this matter." He ruffled her hair, a glint of determination in his eyes. "Go wash your face and I'll apply some ointment for you." "Okay." Mu Qianqian nodded obediently. "Does it still hurt?" Fusahan asked softly. Mu Qianqian shook her head bravely. "No, it doesn't." Compared to the beatings she had endured before, this was nothing. Even so, Fusahan carefully applied the ointment to her. He didn't care about the injury itself but was concerned that the girl, who loved beauty, might feel self-conscious. After applying the ointment, Mu Qianqian clung to Fusahan's sleeve and cautiously spoke. "Uncle, do you think I'm too heartless, not even being filial to my own parents?" Mu Qianqian's voice carried a hint of unease, her eyes showing concern for Fusahan's opinion. Fusahan's deep gaze met Mu Qianqian's, and he said in a low voice, "No, I don't think so. Not everyone deserves to be a parent. Those two from the Mu family don't deserve to be called your parents." Images from his investigation flashed through his mind. In the cold winter, Mu Qianqian curled up in a damp corner, her hands red from scrubbing her brother's shoes. In the kitchen, she busied herself preparing meals for the family, only to eat leftovers herself. Late at night, she quietly tended to the wounds from her parents' beatings. These memories pained Fusahan deeply. He recalled the first time he saw Mu Qianqian. She was so small and frail, like a child. Even after his careful nurturing, she remained slender and delicate compared to others her age. Fusahan silently resolved to hire a top nutritionist to help Mu Qianqian regain her health. Feeling the warmth of his embrace, Mu Qianqian nestled closer to his chest and softly said, "Uncle, you're so good to me. Now I believe what the fortune-telling granny said is true." "Oh, what did she say?" Fusahan asked curiously. Mu Qianqian recalled the scene from her high school graduation and began to recount. "I met a blind fortune-telling granny. She said that I had already endured all the hardships meant for this life, and from then on, only good days awaited me." She looked up at Fusahan, her eyes sparkling with happiness. "I got into my dream university and married such a wonderful man like you. No matter how terrible my original family was, you stayed by my side. Where else could I find such a good man?" Hearing this, Fusahan's lips curled into a gentle smile. He lightly tapped Mu Qianqian's nose and softly said, "The granny was right." If anyone familiar with Fusahan heard this, they would be shocked. Known for his disdain for superstition, Here was Mr. Fu, abandoning his principles just to make his beloved wife happy. At that moment, Mu Qianqian took off her coat, and a handful of colorful leaf fragments scattered from her pocket. Fu Sihan bent down to pick up a couple of pieces, his brow furrowing, and asked, "What are these?" Mu Qianqian tilted her head, looking puzzled at Fu Sihan's pocket. "Uncle, what did you say? Why do you have a bunch of torn leaves in your pocket?" Her eyes suddenly widened, and her cheeks flushed slightly as she hurriedly explained, that's. I tore them up for fun." Fu Sihan frowned at the remnants of the leaves in his hand, his tone stern. "You're in class and playing with leaves? Are you a college student or an elementary school kid? You still act like a child. Focus on your studies and stop goofing around." With that, he dumped all the leaves into the trash can. Mu Qianqian responded shyly. Secretly relieved that he didn't know she was using the leaves to divine his thoughts of childish behavior, she couldn't quite understand herself. In the guest bedroom, Mu Qianqian was on the phone with her best friend, Li Xiu. Li Xiu asked with concern, "Qianqian, does your husband know about your family? He doesn't look down on you, does he?" She made up her mind that if Mu Qianqian faced any grievances, she would support her in getting a divorce. Mu Qianqian sat cross-legged on the bed and replied softly, "He knows. He said I don't need to feel inferior because of my background. They are them, and I am me." Li Xiu breathed a sigh of relief and praised, "He sounds like a good man. It's rare to find someone so responsible." She thought to herself that any ordinary man would either doubt Mu Qianqian's character or worry about being dragged down by her family. Mu Qianqian smiled sweetly. "Yes, uncle is very good to me. Your husband is older and knows how to take care of people. He's much better than those immature boys at our school." Li Xiu laughed, then suddenly changed the topic. "But Qianqian, did your family find out something recently? Why did they suddenly come to your school?" Mu Qianqian shook her head. "I don't know." She had thought she had escaped that nightmare and could start a new life, but her parents' sudden appearance shattered her hopes. "How did they find me at school? I suspect someone is behind this." Li Xiu fumed, "If I catch that person, I'll beat them to a pulp." Mu Qianqian felt a warmth in her heart but still advised cautiously, "You don't resort to violence. I don't want you to get into trouble." "Don't worry about me. I know what I'm doing," Li Xiu reassured. "But tell me, who asked Teacher He to look after you?" "I have no idea." Mu Qianqian racked her brains but came up empty. "Forget it. I'll think about it later." Meanwhile, the Mu household was in chaos. Mu's mother, disheveled and clutching her injured arm, cursed, "That wretched girl must have some tricks up her sleeve. She's living the good life now." She recalled Mu Qianqian's transformation, dressed brightly, with fair skin and an outstanding demeanor, and felt a pang of jealousy. Mu's eldest son complained, "Mom, I've been working hard all day, and you give me pickles to eat?" Mu's father barked harshly, "Can't you even wash a bowl? They're all dirty." Mu's second son kicked the door in frustration. "Why didn't you wash my shoes? I need them for tomorrow." Facing the men's complaints, Mu's mother could only lower her voice and say, "My arm is hurt. You guys make something to eat yourselves. I'll do the chores once my arm heals." She then started blaming Mu Qianqian again. "It's all that girl's fault. If she hadn't run away, the house wouldn't be such a mess." Mu's eldest son, Mu Qinghui, suddenly suggested, "Why don't we just call the police and have Mu Qianqian brought back?" Their father erupted in anger. "No police. Anyone who calls the police will have their legs broken," he threatened fiercely. Mu Qinghui pretended to comply but secretly plotted. He felt his parents were hiding something from him, and at over 20 years old, he still hadn't had a girlfriend or a house. He couldn't wait any longer. Fu Sihan knocked on the guest bedroom door. "Give me your household registration book." Mu Qianqian, still groggy, opened the door and rubbed her eyes. "Uncle, why do you need my household registration book?" "Just give it to me first, and I'll explain later." "Okay." Mu Qianqian agreed without hesitation and went to find the book. "Here you go, Uncle." She handed it over but noticed Fu Sihan's gaze lingering on her shoulder. It was then that Mu Qianqian realized she was wearing a thin nightgown, with one strap slipping off her shoulder. "Uncle," she called out in confusion. Fu Sihan cleared his throat and looked away. "Yes, give it to me." After closing the door, Mu Qianqian realized that her nightgown strap had nearly slipped to her elbow. She felt so embarrassed she wanted to disappear, worried that Uncle might think she was being inappropriate. The door knocked again. "Why haven't you come out for dinner?" I'm coming." Feeling both embarrassed and shy, Mu Qianqian slowly walked out of the room. During dinner, Mu Qianqian felt uneasy, sensing that Uncle's gaze was a bit strange. Though she was now dressed properly, the earlier wardrobe malfunction kept nagging at her. She couldn't help but wonder, did Uncle see anything or not? Fu Sihan stared at the distracted young girl and asked in a deep voice, "No classes today?" Mu Qianqian snapped out of her daze, quickly sat up straight and stammered, No, I have class." Fu Sihan frowned, his tone slightly displeased. "Then why aren't you eating?" "Oh." Mu Qianqian nodded hastily, pushing aside her chaotic thoughts. She quickly finished her meal, grabbed her little yellow duck backpack, and rushed out the door. Unbeknownst to her, as soon as she stepped out of the school gate, a figure quietly followed her. Mu Qinghui watched the graceful figure from a distance, his eyes filled with disbelief. That fair and beautiful girl was his sister. He muttered to himself, when did she become so pretty? Originally, Mu Qinghui planned to blend in with the crowd and sneak into the university to take Mu Qianqian away. However, he underestimated the vigilance of the security guards. Stop. Where's your student ID? The guard barked. Mu Qinghui forced a smile. I forgot it. If you forgot it, go back and get it. No ID, no entry. The guard mercilessly threw him out. Mu Qinghui had no choice but to stand outside the school gate, feeling frustrated. He squatted by the roadside, lit a cigarette, and felt a growing sense of anxiety. He had taken a day off specifically for this, and every day lost meant less pay. After weighing his options, he decided to take a risk. Forget it, I'll call the police. Mu Qinghui stubbed out his cigarette and headed straight to the police station. At the police station, Mu Qinghui put on a pitiful act, tearfully telling the police, my sister has been deceived. She's been hanging out all day and not coming home, and she doesn't answer her phone. Officer, can you help me contact her? The officer felt awkward being called uncle by someone who looked to be in his 30s, but he still checked the system professionally. Your sister's household registration has already been transferred, the officer said calmly. That's impossible. Mu Qinghui was incredulous. The officer turned the monitor towards him, see for yourself. Mu Qinghui stared at the screen. On the household registration book, originally for 5 people, Mu Qianqian's name was missing. What's going on? Where was her registration transferred to? Mu Qinghui asked urgently. The officer replied formally, that's personal information. We can't disclose it. Mu Qinghui was sweating profusely, but she's my own sister. Our whole family is going crazy looking for her. The officer remained calm, I'm sorry, we can't disclose that information. Fury erupted within Mu Qinghui, and he began to throw a fit. You must have made a mistake. Get that girl back to me now. Are you trying to make me a bachelor for life? Other people in the station quickly distanced themselves, fearing to get involved with this madman, disrupting official duties. Get him out of here, the officer ordered sternly. Mu Qinghui was dragged out by security. He pounded the ground in frustration, cursing, that damn girl. She even secretly transferred her registration, abandoning her own family. What a waste of raising her. Suddenly, a sharp stone dug into his fist, causing him to writhe in pain on the ground. As night fell, Fu Sihan came to pick up Mu Qianqian from school. He handed her a household registration book. This is the Mu family's registration book. It has no use for you anymore. Mu Qianqian asked in confusion, Uncle, why is that? Fu Sihan smiled. Your registration is no longer with the Mu family. Then where is it? Of course, it's with your husband, Fu Sihan said meaningfully. Now, you and I are on the same registration book. I'm your head of household. Mu Qianqian's heart raced, and she shyly complained, Uncle, why didn't you tell me earlier? Fu Sihan raised an eyebrow. What? You don't want to? This is the Fu family's registration book. Many socialites in Bay City would do anything to have their name on it. No, Mu Qianqian shook her head quickly, stammering, I just think it's too sudden, a bit surprising. Fu Sihan chuckled, little girl, it seems you haven't gotten used to being married yet. Blushing, Mu Qianqian whispered, I'll get used to it. After a moment of hesitation, she asked, do we still keep this registration book? I don't want it. Then throw it away, Fu Sihan said calmly. Conveniently, there was a trash can nearby. Mu Qianqian didn't hesitate to toss the Mu family's registration book into it. Fu Sihan said meaningfully, trash belongs in the trash. You have nothing to do with the Mu family anymore. If they bother you again, just let me know. With those words, Mu Qianqian felt a wave of relief wash over her. She smiled and said, okay. Meanwhile, Lu Yunxiang was on the phone with the Mu family, her tone filled with impatience. Didn't I tell you to cause trouble with Mu Qianqian's husband? What's going on? Why is it so quiet at the school? Mu's mother replied with a forced smile, Miss. Please be patient. Her father and I are still figuring out what to do. That stubborn girl. We don't know who's backing her up, she doesn't listen to us anymore. Lu Yunxiang venomously threatened, I don't care what methods you use. Get her out of Bay City and marry her off to anyone. I don't want to see her again. Otherwise, you won't get a single penny from the remaining money. Just as she finished, a servant came in to report, Miss Gu Qingyu is here to see you. Lu Yunxiang immediately put on a smile, instructing the servants to do her makeup, afraid of being outshone by her friend. Gu Qingyu stormed in, fuming, I'm so angry. Feigning concern, Lu Yunxiang asked, what's wrong? Gu Qingyu gritted her teeth. There's a young girl hanging around Sihan. I've never seen him treat a woman so well. Sihan has never been interested in women, so why is he suddenly taken with this girl? Who is it? Who's shameless enough to try and steal your fiancé? Lu Yunxiang asked with a cold sneer, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. Gritting her teeth, Gu Qingyu responded, "Just some country girl who can't even afford her tuition and has to work to make ends meet." Her fingers clenched tightly around her cup, knuckles turning white. But even a bumpkin like her has caught Sihan's eye? How can I not hate her? Lu Yunxiang frowned slightly, calculating inwardly. At this moment, she still didn't realize that the person Gu Qingyu was talking about was Mu Qianqian, the very one she needed to deal with. Pretending to comfort her, she said, "Don't get too upset. Maybe Mr. Fu just finds her novel for now and isn't genuinely interested. If he were truly serious, why hasn't he made it public within our circle?" These words struck a chord with Gu Qingyu, giving her a glimmer of hope before she turned vicious again. "You're right. Once Sihan gets bored of her, I'll make sure she pays." Feigning nonchalance, Lu Yunxiang asked, "Haven't you dealt with that girl yet? That doesn't seem like you." Gu Qingyu sighed in frustration. "I want to, but Sihan is protecting her so closely that I can't find an opportunity. Recently, I even got detained because of that wretched girl. My family elders grounded me and wouldn't even let me go to school." She added in a low voice, "I only managed to sneak out today because my family isn't home, and I ditched the bodyguards." Suddenly, as if recalling something, Gu Qingyu turned and asked, "By the way, Yunxiang, why are you grounded too? I heard you had a fight with your brother. What happened?" Lu Yunxiang's eyes flickered with guilt. She softly replied, "It's nothing, just a minor issue that caused my brother to misunderstand me." In reality, her grounding was due to her audacious schemes against the Fu family, which had infuriated Lu Xiao, Lu Yinhua. But she couldn't tell Gu Qingyu the truth. Everyone knew about Gu Qingyu's obsession with Fu Sihan. If she found out Lu Yunxiang also had designs on him, she'd undoubtedly turn against her. Lu Yunxiang couldn't afford to provoke this madwoman. Gu Qingyu scoffed, "Just a misunderstanding and he grounded you? Lu Xiao is so strict. Don't your parents intervene?" Lu Yunxiang panicked inwardly but quickly found an excuse. "My parents are too busy with other matters." "I know," Gu Qingyu sneered. "They're too preoccupied looking for your sister to care about anything else. I just don't get it. They have a perfectly fine elder daughter right in front of them, but they insist on finding a missing younger one. For all we know, your sister might already be dead." "Yunxiang, I'm just being blunt. Don't take it to heart." Gu Qingyu's arrogance was well known, and such blunt remarks were not uncommon. Though she was Lu Yunxiang's good friend, she didn't know Lu Yunxiang's true background. To outsiders, Lu Yunxiang was the eldest daughter of the Lu family, and the missing one was the younger daughter. Lu Yunxiang lowered her head and softly said, "It's okay. I know you mean no harm. But please don't say such things in front of my parents. I don't want them to be hurt." "You're too kind-hearted," Gu Qingyu said, fiddling with her sharp nails. "You never fight for anything. If I had a sister out there, I wouldn't want her back, competing for my parents' love." Lu Yunxiang clutched her chest, looking fragile and pitiful but actually putting on an act. "Sigh, she's still my sister. Just thinking about her suffering out there makes me feel terrible." "Don't be sad," Gu Qingyu said impatiently. "If she's fortunate, she'll be found eventually. If not, it's not your fault. It's just her bad luck." A flash of malice crossed Gu Qingyu's eyes. She didn't care about blood relations. Her father had illegitimate children everywhere, vying for the family fortune. She despised them and wished she could get rid of them all. Changing the subject, Lu Yunxiang asked, "By the way, Qingyu, what's the name of that girl?" "I found out. Her name is Mu Qianqian." "Crush. What happened?" Gu Qingyu asked irritably. "Nothing. I just accidentally knocked over the tea." Lu Yunxiang tried to appear calm, but her hands under the table were tightly clenched. She was shocked. "It's her? How did she get involved with Mr. Fu? No wonder there's no bad gossip about Mu Qianqian at the university. Turns out, the big shot backing her is the head of the Fu group." Gu Qingyu's face twisted with jealousy. That wretched girl must be a real seductress. Sihan treats her so tenderly, like he never has with any other woman. Suppressing her inner turmoil, Lu Yunxiang comforted, "Don't worry, Qingyu. I'll help you deal with her. After all, we're good friends." "Thank you, Yunxiang. I trust no one else but you." Gu Qingyu narrowed her eyes and asked meaningfully, "After all, you don't have any feelings for Sihan, right?" Lu Yunxiang smiled faintly, her eyes not reflecting the smile. "Of course not. He's your man. How could I compete with you?" After Gu Qingyu left, Lu Yunxiang immediately called the Mu family, instructing them not to make any rash moves. She had thought her previous attempt to stage a car accident was discreet, but it had been discovered so quickly. She couldn't underestimate the Fu family's power. If she wanted to take action against Mu Qianqian, she had to be more careful and strategic, not acting recklessly. Otherwise, it would be catastrophic for her. Xia Pu's fate serves as a stark warning for her. Mu Qianqian worried silently, knowing full well that her family was determined to take her back to sell for a bride price. There was no way they would listen to her. After a few days of not visiting the Yunqing Hotel, Mu Qianqian returned to the staff lounge, where familiar sounds of chatter filled her ears. She saw her colleagues gathered together, engaged in lively conversation. Wow, Yenru, you look stunning today, someone exclaimed. Are you going on a date with young Master Yi? Wang Yenru gracefully tossed her shoulder-length hair, a shy smile appearing on her face. No, you guys are just making things up, she responded coyly. Oh, look at her blush, another colleague teased. It must be a date with young Master Yi. You've been disappearing these past few days. If not with him, then who? Facing the teasing, Wang Yenru didn't deny it. She just smiled shyly. Young Master Yi doesn't like too much attention. Please keep it a secret for me, she whispered, a look of pride in her eyes. The colleagues burst into a chorus of teasing. Wang Yenru basked in the attention, knowing it might be superficial, but her vanity was greatly satisfied. Just then, Mu Qianqian walked by. She had no intention of joining the conversation, but Wang Yenru brought her into it. I was on a date with young Master Yi the other day, and Qianqian was there too, Wang Yenru said mysteriously. But Qianqian got thrown out by his assistant, covered in dirt. I wanted to plead for her, but young Master Yi was angry, and there was nothing I could do. Are you talking about last week? Another colleague chimed in. I saw Qianqian coming back from the garden with her uniform all dirty. I asked her, and she said she fell. I didn't know she was thrown out by young Master Yi. Deske? So that's what happened, someone sighed. If I were her, I'd be too embarrassed to come to work. She made such a scene, yet she acts like nothing happened. How thick-skinned. The atmosphere in the lounge became tense, with everyone casting strange looks at Mu Qianqian. However, she remained unfazed. She was there just to earn some extra money, and she couldn't care less about the gossip. During the break, Mu Qianqian and Yi Wanqing sat in the hotel's garden. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow around them, and the scent of flowers filled the air. Qianqian, I've been so worried lately, Yi Wanqing said, resting her chin on her hand with a troubled expression. What's wrong, Wanqing? Mu Qianqian asked with concern. Is something bothering you? Yi Wanqing sighed. Next month, my brother plans to take me to visit the Lu family to finalize my marriage. But I just want to be a carefree wanderer, living freely. Whoever wants to get married can go ahead. It's not for me. Mu Qianqian smiled gently and asked softly, You don't want to marry the young master of the Lu family? Yi Wanqing pouted, her tone resolute. It's not that I don't want to marry him. I don't want to marry anyone. As she spoke, she bent down in annoyance, picked up a small stone, and threw it forcefully towards the pond. The stone arced through the air and landed with a splash, sending water droplets flying, which landed right at the feet of someone who had just arrived. Yi Wanqing looked up at the splash, only to see the familiar, handsome face of her older brother. She immediately stood up straight, hastily brushing the dust off her skirt, her voice tinged with nervousness. Brother, you're here. Miss Yi, who feared nothing and no one, not even her parents, had a special kind of respect and fear for this brother. She tugged on Mu Qianqian's sleeve and whispered, Qianqian, my brother is here. Mu Qianqian instantly adopted a proper posture and politely greeted the newcomer. Hello, young Master Yi. Yi Shenlin nodded slightly in response. Hello, Miss Mu. Then he turned his sharp gaze to his wayward sister, his tone calm yet commanding. What did you just say? You don't want to marry? Yi Wanqing instinctively hid behind Mu Qianqian, muttering in a small voice, I just don't want to get married. Yi Xuanlin's narrow eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze piercing. Yi Wanqing shivered under his stare and quickly explained, I'm still young. Can't I enjoy a few more years of freedom? Qianqian isn't married yet. I'll get married when she does. Mu Qianqian blinked, surprised to find herself unexpectedly used as an excuse for Yi Wanqing's refusal. She smiled wryly to herself, because in truth, she was already married, a secret Wanqing didn't know. Yi Shenlin, still in his familiar traditional robe, spoke in a cool, unyielding voice. This is an engagement arranged by our elders. It's not something you can refuse at will. With that, he turned gracefully and left, leaving behind a meaningful remark, cherish your freedom while you can. Hearing her brother's final words, Yi Wanqing clung to Mu Qianqian and wailed, Heavens. Someone save me. Mu Qianqian patted her friend's arm gently, smiling as she reassured her, Don't worry, Wanqing. It might not be as bad as you think. She firmly believed that good things happen to good people, and Wanqing, being such a good person, was sure to have a bright future. A few days later, during a break from her classes, Mu Qianqian went to the supermarket to buy a bag of cat food. There were a few poor stray cats at school, all skin and bones from hunger. Thinking of their plight, Mu Qianqian couldn't help but recall her own past struggles, feeling a deep sense of compassion. She decided to go to the school to feed the cats. However, before she could reach the school, a sudden turn of events shattered the tranquility. At the corner, a man suddenly appeared, covering her mouth and dragging her backwards. Mu Qianqian was terrified, frantically clawing at the man's hand, but she couldn't break free. She was forcibly shoved into a van parked by the roadside. "Drive!" the kidnapper yelled at the driver. The driver turned back nervously, nearly scared out of his wits. "You said you needed help moving goods, but why did you bring a person?" "What's there to be afraid of?" the kidnapper snapped. "This is my sister. She ran away to avoid an arranged marriage. I'm taking her back. Just drive, and I'll give you triple the fare." The driver, half convinced, asked, "Is she really your sister? Do you think I'd lie to you? Who would dare kidnap someone in broad daylight?" The man who kidnapped Mu Qianqian was her older brother, Mu Chenghui. Although Lu Yunxiang had previously called to tell them not to act rashly, Mu Chenghui, like a hyena that had smelled meat, couldn't resist the temptation of the 200,000 yuan. As long as he brought his sister back for the marriage, the money would be his. He had no prospects of his own and was counting on this sum to live comfortably. Mu Chenghui spoke viciously to Mu Qianqian. "Mu Qianqian, tell the driver, am I your real brother?" Meanwhile, he pressed a sharp knife against her back. Mu Qianqian felt her blood run cold. She couldn't risk whether her crazed brother would actually harm her, so she obediently answered, "Yes." "See," Mu Chenghui said smugly to the driver, "she is my real sister. Just drive, nothing will happen. If triple isn't enough, I'll give you 5 times the fare. Just drive to Ma Village. I'll drop her off at her husband's place and leave." The driver glanced in the rearview mirror, ultimately succumbing to greed, and stepped on the gas. Mu Chenghui held the knife in one hand, his other hand bleeding from where Mu Qianqian had scratched him earlier. "Damn it, you wretched girl. Just wait until you marry the cripple, he'll show you what punishment is." At that moment, Mu Chenghui's phone rang. He answered it roughly. "Hello, ma cripple? Why are you in such a hurry?" "I'm bringing her to you right now. Have the bride price ready." "No money, no bride." Taking advantage of his distraction, Mu Qianqian's trembling hand reached into her pocket, pulling out her phone and quickly dialing her emergency contact. She pressed herself against the car door, shaking, praying silently, "Please, uncle, answer the call. Please understand what's happening. Don't let them know." Meanwhile, Fu Sahan was in the middle of a strategic meeting for the Fu Group. One of the branch managers was giving a report when suddenly, Fu Sahan's phone screen lit up. He frowned, wondering why Qianqian would call at this time. He raised his hand slightly, and the manager immediately fell silent, plunging the large conference room into complete quiet. Fu Sahan answered the call and brought the phone close to his ear. However, instead of the young girl's voice, he was met with a man's disgusting, lewd words. "The banquet can start setting up now. I'll be in Ma's village in just over an hour. Don't worry, the girl is unharmed, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Hey, Ma Casey, you're in for a treat today. Enjoy being the groom tonight, huh?" In an instant, Fu Sahan grasped the severity of the situation. Mu Qianqian was in trouble. His eyes flashed with a sharp, fierce glint, and his expression turned icy. Remaining silent, he continued listening to the call while quickly jotting down a few key words on a piece of paper. Meanwhile, Mu Qianqian, who had been kidnapped, was sitting in the bumpy car, her palms already soaked with cold sweat. She couldn't see her phone screen and anxiously wondered if the uncle had answered her distress call. However, hope seemed slim, as she remembered him mentioning that he would be very busy today and might come back late. In her despair, Mu Qianqian decided to try and save herself. She fumbled for the car door switch and pulled it twice, but nothing happened. Mu Chenghui noticed her actions and warned viciously, "You think you can jump out of the car? No way. The doors are locked, so don't even think about escaping. Just behave and marry Ma Casey today, or you'll suffer." Mu Qianqian's heart sank to the bottom, overwhelmed by a wave of hopelessness. At the same time, Fu Sahan walked briskly out of the meeting room, handing the note he had written to his assistant and issuing a concise and forceful command: "Block all exits from Bay City and check the surveillance near Mingyuan community. Find a place called Ma's Village." The assistant immediately responded, "Yes, sir." Fu Sahan's eyes turned bloodshot with rage, his voice low and menacing. "If anyone dares to harm a single hair on that girl's head, I'll take their life." Not long after, the assistant hurried over to report, "Mr. Fu, we've found it. There's a van with the license plate XXXX that stayed near Mingyuan community for a long time and is now heading towards Ma's village. The surveillance footage shows what appears to be a man kidnapping a woman into the van." Without hesitation, Fu Sahan ordered, "Intercepted immediately." The assistant sprang into action. "Yes, sir. I'll gather the team right away." The van was about to leave Bay City. Mu Chenghui was already fantasizing about the 20,000 yuan cash he would soon have, smugly thinking how much braver he was than his aging parents. However, just as he was basking in his triumph, dozens of black luxury cars suddenly sped in from all directions, surrounding the van completely. The driver, panicking, stammered, "What's going on? Why are they blocking us on such a wide road?" Mu Chenghui also began to feel uneasy, his voice trembling, "I don't know either." The doors of the luxury cars opened simultaneously, and dozens of bodyguards dressed in black swiftly got out, forming a human wall around the van. Emerging from behind the bodyguards was a handsome man in a sharp suit, his gaze cold and murderous. Mu Qinghui immediately recognized that Fu Sahan was no ordinary person. As a security guard for a large company, he had encountered many high-profile figures and could easily distinguish Fu Sahan from the ordinary. He patted the driver on the shoulder and whispered, "Go down and check out the situation." The driver, trembling with fear, stumbled out of the car and asked in a shaky voice, What do you want?" Fu Sahan's sharp gaze scanned the back seat of the van, spotting Mu Chenghui and a terrified young girl huddled in the corner. Seeing that Mu Qianqian was unharmed for the moment, his heart eased slightly. Assistant Wang stepped forward, his voice cold and hard. "Everyone in the car needs to get out. Our CEO's house was robbed, and we suspect you might be the thieves." The driver quickly defended himself. "It's a misunderstanding. I'm just a delivery guy. How could I steal anything?" "You may not have stolen, but can you vouch for everyone else in the car?" Assistant Wang retorted. "Get them out and let us check." The driver returned to the car and briefly explained the situation to Mu Chenghui. Mu Chenghui cursed. "How did a theft investigation end up involving us? What bad luck." Despite his frustration, he was relieved to know that the issue wasn't directly concerning Mu Qianqian. Under the driver's persuasion, Mu Chenghui turned to Mu Qianqian and threatened menacingly, "Watch your mouth. If I hear one wrong word from you, I'll ruin your face." "Got it." Mu Qianqian trembled as she replied, "Two got it." After the three of them got out of the car, Assistant Wang ordered, "Search them." Hearing the familiar voice, Mu Qianqian couldn't help but look up, her heart racing. She glanced at the tall, imposing figure in the center of the crowd and wondered, could it be that uncle has come to rescue me? A few black-clad bodyguards stepped forward to search them. When one of them reached Mu Chenghui, he suddenly twisted his wrist forcefully. With a crack, a bone broke, and a knife hidden in his sleeve fell to the ground. Mu Chenghui cried out in pain and shouted in terror, "What are you doing?" Assistant Wang reprimanded coldly, "In broad daylight, you dare to kidnap someone? You've got some nerve." "Who said I kidnapped anyone? Where's your evidence?" Mu Chenghui argued. "Save those words for the police," Assistant Wang responded, unmoved. Fu Sahan extended his hand towards Mu Qianqian and called softly, "Qianqian." Mu Qianqian's eyes lit up, and with a bright smile, she ran towards Fu Sahan, throwing herself into his arms like a little butterfly. She hugged his neck tightly, her voice still trembling. "I was so scared just now." Fu Sahan gently patted her back, soothing her in a low voice. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Leaning against his chest, Mu Qianqian inhaled his familiar scent, and her racing heart gradually calmed. She curiously asked, "Uncle, weren't you busy today? How did you have time to take my call?" Fu Sahan replied in a deep voice, "If it weren't urgent, you wouldn't have called me. Even in the middle of an important meeting, I would take your call without hesitation." Hearing this, Mu Qianqian felt a warm sensation in her heart. She sincerely praised, "Uncle, you're so smart." She was grateful that he not only realized her situation immediately, but also cleverly devised a plan to rescue her. Mu Qianqian's simple praise made Fu Sahan smile slightly. In the next moment, he suddenly lifted her into his arms. Mu Qianqian yelped in surprise and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. "Uncle? Hold on tight," Fu Sahan's deep voice whispered in her ear. Mu Qianqian clung tightly to him as he carried her to the back seat of a luxury car. Her cheeks flushed, and her heart raced. "Wait here for a bit," Fu Sahan said, removing his expensive watch and placing it in her hand. "Okay." Mu Qianqian nodded obediently. Fu Sahan ruffled her hair before turning to leave. Sitting quietly in the car, Mu Qianqian watched the watch's hands tick away, wondering what her uncle was up to. 10 minutes later, Fu Sahan returned. Mu Qianqian wrinkled her nose. "Uncle, you smell like blood." "Do I?" "You must be mistaken," Fu Sahan replied coldly. "Help me put the watch back on." Carefully, Mu Qianqian placed the watch back on his wrist. The cold surface had warmed in her hand, and her small hand was enveloped in his warm, rough palm. "Let's go," Fu Sahan ordered calmly. The driver, still trembling, started the car, and Assistant Wang in the front seat looked unusually cautious, clearly taken aback by Fu Sahan's earlier actions. Since taking over the Fu family, Mr. Fu has rarely shown such anger. His reputation for being cold and ruthless largely stemmed from his cutthroat business tactics. However, this time, he personally took action with a severity that shocked everyone. As a result, Mu Qinghui was left almost incapacitated. Recalling the scene, Assistant Wang couldn't help but shudder, thinking to himself, "Mr. Fu seems to care a bit too much about Miss Mu." Whether this is a blessing or a curse remains to be seen. When Mu Qianqian asked about Mu Chenghui's fate, Fu Sahan calmly replied, "He won't be appearing again." As for the specifics, Fu Sahan remained tight-lipped, leaving Mu Qianqian in the dark. "I was planning to feed the stray cats, but he ruined it. I lost the cat food I just bought," Mu Qianqian lamented as she sat on the sofa, her face full of sorrow. Her fair, delicate face and rosy lips made one want to pinch her cheeks. Unable to resist, Fu Sahan reached out and gently pinched her cheek. Just buy more, Fu Sahan said. But that bag of cat food cost a few $100, and I didn't even get to feed the cats. They didn't get a single bite before it was lost, Mu Qianqian complained, pummeling the cushion. It's all Mu Chenghui's fault. All his fault. To her, this amount of money was significant, given her previously meager monthly allowance. Fu Sahan paused for a couple of seconds before realizing she was talking about a few hundred yuan, not millions or billions. He smiled and said, just buy more next time. Don't get upset over such small matters. Mu Qianqian puffed out her cheeks and said seriously, Uncle, you work hard to earn money. I can't just spend it recklessly. We should save a little, just in case. In case of what? Fu Sahan asked. Mu Qianqian counted on her fingers, her cheeks turning slightly red. In case we have children in the future. We'll have more expenses then. Fu Sahan was left speechless. Having never had to worry about money since birth, he had never considered these concerns. Uncle, I forgot to tell you earlier. Please don't buy me so many limited edition clothes. I already have more than enough, and my closet is almost full, Mu Qianqian added. Without thinking, Fu Sahan replied, then we'll get a bigger closet. Mu Qianqian couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, thinking, why doesn't uncle ever worry about money? Mu Qianqian clung to Fu Sahan's arm, her voice soft and pleading, Uncle, can we keep a cat? There are so many stray cats at school, and they look so pitiful. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Fu Sahan refused without hesitation, his voice cold and firm, no. Mu Qianqian pouted, her delicate brows furrowing in confusion. Why not? I don't like them, Fu Sahan replied with a frosty expression, a hint of unnoticeable helplessness in his eyes. The real reason was that he was allergic to cat fur, making it impossible for them to keep a cat. A flash of disappointment crossed Mu Qianqian's face, but she forced a smile. All right then, we won't keep one. She secretly decided that if she couldn't adopt the stray cats, she would buy some cat food and find opportunities to feed them. Just then, a call from Grandma Fu came through. The elderly woman's kind voice echoed through the receiver. Sihan, have you taken Qianqian to the hospital for a checkup? Not yet, Fu Sahan answered honestly. Grandma's tone immediately turned stern. How long has it been? Why haven't you taken her to the hospital yet? You're not being a responsible husband. Haven't you noticed how much she's changed? Fu Sahan had no choice but to agree. I'll take her tomorrow. That's more like it, Grandma's tone softened and she chuckled. Don't be too busy with work these days. Make sure to spend more time with Qianqian. I will. I'll do as you say, Fu Sahan promised. Grandma hung up the phone, leaving Fu Sahan troubled. He knew what she was hoping for, but tomorrow's checkup was bound to disappoint her. He and Mu Qianqian hadn't consummated their marriage, so how could they give her a great-grandchild? Meanwhile, chaos had erupted in the Mu family. Mu Qinghui lay on the bed, his broken leg elevated, his face etched with pain and resentment. He had lost his job and now needed constant care, feeling like a useless burden. As a kidnapper, he dared not call the police, especially with the fear and pressure that man had left him, making any thought of resistance impossible. Mu Qinghui gritted his teeth, thinking, how did that wretched girl Mu Qianqian manage to hook up with such a powerful man? I have a feeling that from now on, she won't be part of our world anymore, and we can't afford to mess with her. Mu's father stood by the bed, his tone filled with reproach. Why were you so impulsive? Couldn't you discuss things with the family first? Mu Chenghui, feeling hopeless, retorted sarcastically. Discuss what? You two have secrets you're hiding from me. You wouldn't even give me that million yuan, so why should I discuss anything with you? Father Mu was exasperated. We were just saving it for you. That money is yours eventually, isn't it? Mu Chenghui scoffed. Yeah, right. You'll probably give it all to Cheng Yao and not leave me a penny. You're out of your mind. Why are you being so petty with your own brother? Father Mu shouted in anger. Mu Qinghui raised his voice too. I'm already this old, still single, and looked down upon by relatives and friends. How can I not be anxious? It's because you, as parents, are incompetent, unable to buy me a house or find me a wife. Mother Mu silently wiped her tears, not daring to speak. Mu Qinghui spat on the floor and continued to vent. I don't understand why we couldn't just call the police and have that girl arrested. We could have gotten a 200,000 yuan dowry. You two insisted on dragging it out until she moved her household registration. If it weren't for your dithering, I wouldn't have taken such a risk. If it weren't for your obstruction, I would have sent her to Ma Chaozi's bed long ago. That 200,000 should have been mine. Father Moose slammed his water pipe on the ground and shouted, You don't understand. If we called the police to arrest that girl, your mother and I would end up in jail. Who are you trying to scare? Why would the police arrest you? Mu Qinghui asked, puzzled. Father Mu nearly blurted out, because Mu Qianqian she... Mother Mu quickly grabbed his arm, giving him a warning look. Father Mu swallowed his words, his eyes flickering uncertainly. You don't need to know. Just focus on recovering. Your mother and I will worry about finding you a wife, Father Mu said vaguely, ending the conversation. Years ago, Mu Qianqian had saved someone and lost her sight, and they had extorted 1,000,000 yuan from the Fu family. Now, this money was being used to treat Mu Qinghui's leg. It seemed fate had its own way of balancing things. On the other side, Fu Sihan took Mu Qianqian to the hospital for a thorough checkup. She didn't suspect anything, thinking it was just a routine examination. Sitting on the hospital bed, Mu Qianqian chattered away. Uncle, I have good news. There are no more stray cats at our school. They've all found new homes. Fu Sihan, peeling an apple, responded absent-mindedly. Oh. I heard a kind-hearted entrepreneur donated a lot of money and even set up a cat foundation, Mu Qianqian said excitedly. There are several cat houses on our school lawn now, and people feed them meat and cat food every day. If they get sick, someone takes them to the pet hospital. That's wonderful. It's nice to know there are such kind-hearted people out there, Mu Qianqian sighed. I wish I knew who this gentleman was so I could thank him properly. Little did Mu Qianqian know, the kind-hearted entrepreneur was right in front of her. Fu Sihan handed her a slice of apple, and she ate it from his hand, her cheeks puffing like a cute little hamster. She glanced towards the window and let out a surprised gasp. Fu Sihan immediately stood up, alert and concerned, and asked, "What's wrong?" Mu Qianqian pointed to the flowers outside the window, her voice brimming with excitement. Uncle, I think I can see a bit of color. I see yellow flowers and green grass. Her eyes widened as if trying to absorb all the long-missed colors. The prolonged darkness had nearly made her forget the vibrant world outside, and now every hue made her heart race. A faint smile appeared in Fu Sihan's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He gently reminded her, "Don't stare at the bright light for too long. It's not good for your eyes." "Okay, I know," Mu Qianqian replied obediently. She then took out her sunglasses, put them on, and closed her eyes to feel the breeze coming through the window. The sunlight bathed her slender shoulders, giving her a soft glow that made her look like a fairy stepping out of a painting. Fu Sihan put down the fruit knife and stood up to draw the curtains, leaving a small gap so that the scent of flowers and the sound of birds could sneak into the room. Mu Qianqian, full of enthusiasm, said, "Uncle, there's a cat at our school that's about to have kittens. Can we go buy some milk powder for it later?" Fu Sihan thought about his upcoming work schedule and was about to refuse, but seeing the eager look on her face, he couldn't bear to disappoint her. The usually work-obsessed man chose to accompany his wife without hesitation. "I'll take you later," he replied softly, adding, "Kittens drink their mother's milk, but the mother can have milk powder to supplement her nutrition." Just then, Grandma Fu happened to be at the hospital for a checkup. Upon learning Mu Qianqian's room number, she was about to visit. However, as she approached the door, she overheard the conversation about kittens, milk powder, and maternal care. A smile spread across her face as she imagined holding a great-grandchild. Fu's daughter supported the elderly lady and whispered, "Are you going in?" Grandma Fu smiled kindly, waved her hand, and said, "I won't disturb them. Let the young couple have some time alone." She gave the room a meaningful glance, her eyes full of anticipation. "It looks like our family will have some good news soon." After leaving the hospital, Fu Sihan and Mu Qianqian went grocery shopping. Mu Qianqian eagerly picked out items, while Fu Sihan unhesitatingly tossed the most expensive products into the cart. When they reached the toy section, Mu Qianqian's gaze was drawn to a soft bunny plush. She gently stroked it, her eyes sparkling with desire. "Uncle, can I buy a plush toy?" "Just one," she asked cautiously, her voice tinged with hope and hesitation. Mu Qianqian's mind flashed to TV shows where happy girls had beds full of plush toys to cuddle with as they slept. Her own bed was piled high with dirty clothes and clutter. To her, plush toys represented an unattainable dream, symbolizing the carefree childhood she never experienced. "Which one do you want?" Fu Sihan asked, his tone gentle. With his permission, Mu Qianqian joyfully began selecting toys. She couldn't let go of the bunny plush, and was also charmed by a cute teddy bear. In the end, she chose 3 favorites but found herself in a dilemma. As Mu Qianqian hesitated, Fu Sihan decisively placed all 3 toys into the cart. "If you like them, take them all," he said firmly. Mu Qianqian bit her lip, struggling internally. She was used to being frugal, believing only the most practical items should be bought. But these aren't really useful. "Isn't it a waste to buy so many?" she muttered softly. Fu Sihan smiled slightly and said, "Making you happy is their greatest use." At the checkout, the high total made Mu Qianqian gasp. "A small toy costs over 1,000 yuan. I should put these 3 back," she said reluctantly, trying to compromise. But Fu Sihan gave her no chance to back out, swiping his card to pay. "Why put them back?" "I've already paid," he said, picking up the shopping bags and taking Mu Qianqian's hand. Mu Qianqian felt a pang looking at the 3 plush toys worth 5,000 yuan, but couldn't help feeling warmth in her heart. Fu Sihan said seriously, "I earn money to spend it on you, so don't worry about it." His words were like a soothing balm, healing Mu Qianqian's long-standing wounds. She couldn't resist standing on tiptoe to give Fu Sihan a light kiss on the cheek. "Uncle, you're the best," she said sweetly, feeling cherished for the first time. Fu Sihan stiffened slightly, his gaze deepening. It was the first time he had experienced such an intimate gesture, yet it felt surprisingly comfortable. He took a deep breath and said nonchalantly, "Let's go." "Okay," Mu Qianqian replied, hugging the plush toys and skipping ahead. As they passed a young couple, the wife looked enviously at Mu Qianqian. She held one child by the hand and had a baby on her back, struggling to keep up with her husband. "That man is so good, willing to buy such expensive things for his wife," she murmured enviously. Her husband, however, interrupted impatiently. "What are you mumbling about? Hurry up and pack these seasonings, and don't spill the soy sauce on my fishing gear." The young wife sighed, juggling her crying child and the disorganized household items. What she envied wasn't Fu Sihan's wealth, but his care and consideration for his partner. On the way back, Mu Qianqian happily named the plush toys. "This bear is Cece. This dog is Haha, and what should I name this bunny?" she mused aloud. Resting with his eyes closed, Fu Sihan suddenly spoke, "Qianqian." Mu Qianqian looked at him in confusion. "What's up, uncle?" With a hint of amusement in his voice, Fu Sihan said, "Name the bunny Qianqian." Seeing Mu Qianqian's surprised expression, Fu Sihan felt pleased. To him, this soft, cute, and well-behaved girl truly resembled a little bunny. Blushing, Mu Qianqian knew he was teasing her. She pretended to be angry and said, "No way, this bunny will be named Uncle." Fu Sihan couldn't help but laugh. "Are you sure you want to name such a cute bunny that?" "I'm sure," Mu Qianqian insisted. And so, the pink plush bunny was named Uncle. After dropping Mu Qianqian off at school, Fu Sihan returned to his company. As the sole heir of the Fu family, he bore immense responsibilities and couldn't afford to slack off. At school, Mu Qianqian and Li Xiu took care of a cat that had just given birth. Li Xiu kindly offered, "Qianqian, I'll make the milk formula for the kittens. You can't see well, don't get burned." "Okay, thank you, Xiu," Mu Qianqian replied gratefully. "There's no need for thanks between us," Li Xiu said with a smile. Under their careful care, the mother cat successfully gave birth to several kittens. When Li Xiu tried to pick up one of the kittens, Mu Qianqian stopped her in time. "Wait, Xiu. It's best not to touch the kittens right now," Mu Qianqian explained. "If they get our scent, the mother cat might think they're not hers and could abandon them." Li Xiu quickly withdrew her hand. "Good thing I didn't touch them. I'd hate to be the cause of them being abandoned." "You're so thoughtful, Qianqian. I believe you'll be a great mother one day. Your kids will be so lucky." Blushing, Mu Qianqian said, "You're thinking too far ahead. It's still early. You never know," Li Xiu teased. "After all, you're married and have a husband. Who knows, you might have a little one in your belly soon." Mu Qianqian gently touched her stomach, a slight smile forming on her lips as a sense of anticipation filled her heart. She imagined that with a caring and responsible man like Fu Sihan as the father, her child would indeed be very fortunate. In the evening, Mu Qianqian sat at her desk, keeping track of her expenses under the soft light of her desk lamp. She meticulously went through today's expenditures, a significant amount spent at the supermarket, and the plush toy worth over 5,000 yuan that uncle bought her. After finishing her accounting, she turned off the lamp and lay on her bed, lost in thought. Scenes from the day flashed through her mind, especially the heart-pounding moment when she mustered the courage to gently kiss Uncle on the cheek. The act left her both surprised and shy. Uncle's skin was unexpectedly smooth and delicate, completely unlike the moon surface, he humorously described. As Mu Qianqian was immersed in her memories, there was a gentle knock on her bedroom door. She quickly put on her plush slippers and ran to open it. Standing outside was the tall and upright Fu Sihan, holding a cup of milk. "You haven't had your milk yet," Fu Sihan reminded her. "Oh, I forgot," Mu Qianqian said, taking the glass and sipping the warm milk. She widened her eyes slightly upon tasting the ginger and red dates added to the milk. She was secretly amazed at Uncle's thoughtfulness. Today was the first day of her period, and he had added ingredients to help nourish her blood. "Put the glass in the sink when you're done. You don't need to wash it," Fu Sihan instructed. "Okay," Mu Qianqian nodded in agreement. Fu Sihan turned and went back to the living room to continue his work, while Mu Qianqian, after finishing her milk, decided to rinse the glass. However, her hand slipped, and the glass shattered on the floor with a loud crash. Fu Sihan appeared at the kitchen door immediately upon hearing the noise. "What happened? Are you hurt?" Mu Qianqian's face turned pale with fright. "I accidentally broke the glass," she said guiltily, bending down to pick up the shards. But Fu Sihan quickly pulled her up. "Don't move. Wait outside," Fu Sihan said, lifting her up effortlessly. Mu Qianqian instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, hanging on to him. She took the opportunity to inhale his pleasant scent, her heart racing. Fu Sihan carried her past the broken glass and out of the kitchen. He called Aunt Lu to handle the glass shards and then set Mu Qianqian down. "I told you not to wash the glass. Why did you touch cold water?" Fu Sahan said sternly. Mu Qianqian lowered her head and softly replied, I won't do it next time. She had only wanted to avoid the milk drying in the glass, making it harder to clean. Fu Sahan looked at her fluffy hair and listened to her sweet voice, his tone softening. Don't let it happen again. Okay, Mu Qianqian said, about to return to her room when Fu Sahan noticed a red mark on her finger. Did you cut your finger? He asked, grabbing her wrist to examine it. Mu Qianqian only then noticed the cut on her hand, wincing slightly. It hurts a bit, she said pitifully. Fu Sahan had her sit on the sofa and brought the first aid kit to disinfect the wound. He skillfully applied a band-aid while Mu Qianqian tried to get a clear look at his face but could only see a blurry outline. Unable to resist, Mu Qianqian reached out with her other hand and gently touched his chin. Uncle, can I touch your face? She asked. Fu Sahan was silent for a moment, making Mu Qianqian's heart race with anticipation. Her fingers carefully traced the edge of his jaw and moved up his cheek. The texture was even smoother than she had imagined. Just as she was about to touch his nose, Fu Sahan spoke coldly, no touching. He turned his head away from her hand. Feeling dejected, Mu Qianqian lowered her hand. All right, do you really care that much about your husband's looks? Fu Sahan asked with a meaningful tone. Mu Qianqian nodded and then shook her head. I just want to know what you look like, she said. She wanted to know what the man who accompanied and pampered her every day looked like, so she wouldn't have to imagine aimlessly. When your eyes heal, you'll see me, Fu Sahan said mysteriously. Mu Qianqian was a bit dissatisfied. But I want to know now. Take good care of your eyes so you can recover your vision soon and see me sooner. Fu Sahan's words filled Mu Qianqian with anticipation. I'll take good care of my eyes, Mu Qianqian said firmly, determined not to cry easily to expedite her recovery. Satisfied, Fu Sahan smiled. Go back to sleep. After Mu Qianqian returned to her room, Fu Sahan loosened his tie and downed a large gulp of cold water. The little girl really treated him like an emotionless statue, touching his face at will. She didn't know how hard it was for him to endure just now, almost losing control. One day, while Mu Qianqian was having lunch in the school cafeteria, a boy started pestering her. Hey, pretty girl, can I get your contact info? The boy asked nonchalantly. Mu Qianqian politely declined, sorry. My phone is out of battery. The boy blocked her way and insisted, just tell me your number, and I'll save it. Fang Yanran recognized the boy and whispered to Mu Qianqian, he's like Yao Xianer, only here because of his family's connections. I heard he changes girlfriends frequently. Qianqian, we should stay away from him. People around them started whispering. Who is Feng Xiao set his eyes on this time? Didn't he just break up with the literature department's Belle a few days ago? Isn't that the genius scholar Mu Qianqian? I think her eyesight isn't great, but she's stunningly beautiful, even better than her photos. She really is gorgeous, much prettier than Feng Xiao's ex-girlfriend. Too bad. Now that Feng Xiao has his eyes on her, she probably won't escape his grasp. Our school will have another lovesick girl soon. This boy, Feng Song, was notorious in the finance university for being a playboy, changing girlfriends more often than clothes. The girls he targeted rarely escaped his clutches. Feng Song was tall, handsome, and came from a wealthy family. With such a high-status, persistent pursuit, few girls could resist. However, his feelings were fleeting, and he quickly got bored after a few days. When that happened, Mu Qianqian would likely end up like his previous girlfriends, clinging to him helplessly. Mu Qianqian furrowed her delicate brows, a hint of impatience flashing in her eyes. She said softly, I don't remember my number, sorry. Please step aside. Her refusal only made Feng Song laugh heartily. Really? You, the top student, can't remember your own phone number? Mu, you're so aloof. Feng Song's eyes gleamed with a challenge, undeterred by her cold demeanor. In his mind, any woman he fancied, no matter how distant initially, would eventually lower her guard and cling to him, unwilling to let go. Feng Song thought to himself, women can't resist a rich and handsome guy. Spend a bit more money, and you can have any woman you want. Mu Qianqian replied coldly, I'm going to eat now. Please don't disturb us. With that, she pulled Fang Yanran and maneuvered around Feng Song's blockade. Feng Song stroked his chin, his gaze lecherously following Mu Qianqian's graceful figure. He calculated, Mu Qianqian's legs are even longer and straighter than a dancer simply perfect. Once I've got her, I'll make sure to enjoy myself. In the cafeteria, Fang Yanran asked with concern, Qianqian, is that all you're eating? Mu Qianqian pouted. That guy from earlier ruined my appetite. Fang Yanran advised, eat a bit more. It's not worth it to get upset over someone like that. Thinking of her uncle's advice, Mu Qianqian took a few more bites. She knew that if her uncle found out she wasn't eating properly, he'd give her a stern lecture. Fang Yanran checked her phone and her expression changed. This is infuriating. People are spreading nonsense. Our Qianqian would never be interested in such a frivolous playboy. It turned out that the incident had been exaggerated and posted on the forum. Some were even betting on how long it would take for Mu Qianqian to fall for Feng Song. The comment section was filled with speculation. I bet a week. Feng Song's skills are top-notch. The department beauty only lasted 3 or 4 days before he got her. Mu Qianqian seems like the obedient type. She won't be able to resist a bad boy like Feng Song. I give it less than a week. Such a pure and pretty girl. Too bad she met a player like Feng Song. When he's done with her, I can't imagine how devastated she'll be. A top student heartbroken by love, she'll probably cry every day. Mu Qianqian blinked. What's wrong? Fong Yanran briefly explained the forum situation and worriedly said, Feng Song has good qualities and knows how to please girls. I'm a bit worried you might waver, Qianqian. Mu Qianqian shook her head firmly. I won't. Why not? Mu Qianqian's dark almond eyes sparkled as she smiled mysteriously. I'll tell you later. In the following days, Feng Song launched an intense pursuit of Mu Qianqian. From morning till night, he made his presence known, sending flowers, breakfast, bags, and lipsticks. Yet, Mu Qianqian accepted none of these gifts. Despite many mocking Feng Song, he remained confident. Relax, there's no woman I can't get. The harder she is to chase, the more determined I become. To Feng Song, no matter how beautiful Mu Qianqian was, she was just an unsophisticated girl. He was convinced she would eventually succumb to his relentless pursuit. One day, as Mu Qianqian finished class, she was surrounded by a crowd. Before she could react, they started chanting, "Be together. Say yes." Feng Song had arranged heart-shaped balloons and scattered rose petals on the grass, setting it up like a wedding scene. Dressed in a suit and holding a microphone, he walked towards her to the sound of music. Mu Qianqian, I'm sincere. Will you give me a chance? Feng Song held a large bouquet, offering it to her. This romantic scene made many girls envious, wishing they were in Mu Qianqian's place. After all, Feng Song's looks and family background were impressive. Although he was a bit of a playboy, who hadn't dreamed of reforming a bad boy, Feng Song is so good at this. If I were Mu Qianqian, I'd definitely say yes. They're definitely getting together this time. Too bad for the department beauty. She's been crying in the dorm for days. Be together. Be together. Mu Qianqian, just say yes. However, despite the crowd's encouragement, Mu Qianqian remained unmoved. Her face turned cold, clearly displeased. Feng, please stop bothering me. I'm not interested in you. I've never seen someone so self-absorbed and stubborn. I've already said I don't like you. Why do you keep pestering me? You're causing me a lot of trouble. The scene turned awkward. Feng Song, who had been full of confidence, felt like a clown. Mu Qianqian, I pursue you because I think highly of you. Don't be ungrateful. Playing hard to get has its limits. Beyond that, it's not cute anymore. Even now, he arrogantly believed that Mu Qianqian was just playing hard to get. He couldn't accept that she genuinely wasn't interested in him. Please don't harass me anymore, or I'll report you to the authorities. With that, Mu Qianqian turned and left without a second glance. The speakers still played love songs as Feng Song, in a fit of rage, kicked the speakers to pieces. Who does she think she is? Acting all high and mighty? I can find girls like her by the dozen in any nightclub. His sidekick chimed in, that girl just doesn't know what's good for her. Feng, calm down. Don't stoop to her level. Feng Song sneered, pretending to be pure. She'll come begging to me later, but I won't even bother. She thinks she's a princess? Even if she were, she'd be a nightclub princess. I heard she's been cozying up to Fu Qianqing, probably aiming to marry into the Fu family and rise to the top. Ha, as if. Does she think she can get into the Fu family? They'd never let her in. If that day ever comes, I'd rather streak live on camera. Finally free from Feng Song's harassment, Mu Qianqian felt the air was much clearer. Her uncle came to pick her up after work. Fu Sahan asked sternly, why is your face so red? Who upset you? It's nothing, just someone irrelevant. Mu Qianqian pulled Fu Sahan eagerly. Uncle, I want to show you the kittens. They're super cute. You'll love them. Fu Sahan paused. He was allergic to cat fur. How could he possibly like them? Uncle, why aren't you moving? Fu Sahan collected his thoughts and said nonchalantly, let's go. Sure, mister, you need to walk more quietly, Mu Qianqian whispered, her eyes warily fixed on the cat's nest ahead. The mother cat just gave birth and is very easily startled now. She cautiously approached and squatted beside the nest. From inside, the sound of kittens suckling could be heard, mixed with the occasional gentle meowing of the mother cat. Fu Sahan kept his distance, silently observing from the side. While placing some cat food inside the nest, Mu Qianqian gently reached out to stroke the mother cat's soft fur. Meow, the mother cat affectionately nuzzled her arm, clearly familiar with the human girl. Sometimes, animals are kinder than people, Mu Qianqian murmured, enjoying the comfort of petting the cat. She turned and called out to Fu Sahan, Mister, don't you want to pet the cats? They're very friendly and not afraid of humans at all. Fu Sahan shook his head slightly, no thanks. Even from a distance, he felt a slight itch in his throat, a sign of a possible allergic reaction. They're very clean, not dirty at all, Mu Qianqian continued to persuade. Really? Just touch them and you'll see how soft they are. Despite her repeated invitations, Fu Sahan remained unmoved. The young girl muttered, "How can you resist petting such adorable kittens? Mister, have you ever quit an addiction?" Fu Sahan helplessly walked over and gently ruffled her hair. "Let's go, it'll be dark soon." He didn't have a particular fondness for cats, but he often couldn't resist the urge to touch the cute girl in front of him. "Okay, I won't disturb them anymore," Mu Qianqian said, just as she was about to stand up and leave when a chubby girl suddenly ran over. "Are you Mu Qianqian?" the chubby girl asked, out of breath. "My friend wants to see you." "Who is your friend?" Mu Qianqian asked, puzzled. "Liuxi. You must have heard of her." Mu Qianqian thought for a moment and shook her head. "No, I haven't." The chubby girl thought she was pretending and stomped her foot in frustration. "She's the beauty of our department, Feng Song's ex-girlfriend. How could you not have heard of her?" "I don't know her." "I need to go home now," Mu Qianqian said, turning to leave. "Liuxi hasn't eaten for days." "Do you really have the heart to see her continue like this?" the chubby girl said urgently. "She just wants to talk to you. Why are you being so high and mighty? Don't you have any sympathy as a fellow girl?" Mu Qianqian, feeling unjustly scolded, said in confusion, "I don't even know her. What would we talk about?" Seeing the situation, Fu Sihan frowned and walked over. "What's going on?" "Someone wants to talk to me, but I don't know her and have nothing to say," Mu Qianqian explained. Fu Sihan took her hand firmly and said, "If you don't want to go, then don't." As soon as he held Mu Qianqian's hand, a prickly itch spread through his palm like being pricked by tiny needles. But he didn't let go, instead standing protectively by her side. Fu Sihan coldly looked at the chubby girl. "She said she doesn't want to go. Didn't you hear?" Intimidated by his presence, the chubby girl didn't dare to meet his gaze and instead turned on Mu Qianqian. "Mu Qianqian, you're really too much. I didn't expect you to be so heartless. If anything happens to Liuxi, it'll be your fault." With that, she angrily stormed off. Mu Qianqian, bewildered, said, "What does this have to do with me? It's so strange." Fu Sahan asked with concern, "Is someone giving you trouble at school?" "Recently, someone has been interested in me." "It's all his fault," Mu Qianqian said casually. Fu Sahan paused, a dangerous glint in his eyes. "Someone likes you?" Mu Qianqian, not noticing his change in demeanor, continued, "Yeah, I've barely met him a few times, and he's been pursuing me so openly. I don't like such shallow people. He even confessed to me in front of so many people, making me really uncomfortable and affecting my studies." There was no joy in her tone, only annoyance. Fu Sihan raised an eyebrow, unable to hide his amusement. His little girl was still so naive. "What's his name?" "I'll handle it for you," Fu Sihan offered. Mu Qianqian smiled sweetly. "No need, mister. He probably won't bother me anymore. If he does, tell me immediately." Mu Qianqian couldn't help but laugh. "Mister, you sound like my elder, worried that I'll be bullied at school." Fu Sahan was momentarily speechless. His concern for his wife had been mistaken for elder-like care? Wasn't that a generation gap? He gently pinched her cheek and said in a serious tone, "Study well at school and stay away from those immature boys. They will only hinder your progress." "Got it." Generation gap or not, he had to say what needed to be said. He couldn't afford to have his little girl taken away by someone else. Mu Qianqian nodded obediently. "Got it, mister." She also felt that those boys who were only interested in romance were too immature and not her type at all. When they got home, Aunt Lu was about to take off her apron and leave. She looked up and exclaimed, "Mr. Fu, why is your neck so red? Are you sick?" Fu Sahan's neck was bright red, like he was drunk, which looked quite alarming. "Nothing to worry about. You can go now," Fu Sahan replied calmly. "Do you need me to call a doctor?" "No, that's not necessary." Aunt Lu didn't dare to say more and left after closing the door. Mu Qianqian's face was full of worry. "Mister, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" She grabbed his arm and stood on tiptoe to get a better look at his neck, but her poor eyesight made it difficult to see clearly. "Where are you feeling unwell?" Her breath brushed against Fu Sahan's neck as she spoke, like a feather lightly sweeping over it. Already itching from his allergy, Fu Sahan felt a rush of heat inside him, his gaze becoming deep and unreadable. He took a deep breath and gently pushed Mu Qianqian away. "Mister, why aren't you saying anything?" "Let me take you to the hospital," Mu Qianqian said anxiously. Fu Sahan felt a mix of helplessness. A girl with poor eyesight wanting to take him, a grown man, to the hospital, how would that look? "Don't worry, I'm fine. I'll ask Dr. Song to come over and prescribe some medicine," he reassured her. Mu Qianqian, worried, tried to unbutton his collar to check. Fu Sahan quickly grabbed her wrist. "Go wash your hands." Her concern was almost too much for him to handle. "Okay, I'll go right away," Mu Qianqian said as she ran off. Fu Sahan called their family doctor, asking him to bring some allergy medication over. Dr. Song rushed in and immediately diagnosed Mr. Fu's allergic reaction. Just as he was about to ask if he had been around any cats, Fu Sahan's sharp gaze stopped him. Dr. Song wisely kept silent and wondered why Mr. Fu would go near a cat knowing he was allergic. Mu Qianqian didn't notice their exchange and asked with concern, "Doctor, what's wrong with him?" Dr. Song cleared his throat and explained, "Mr. Fu is fine. Just apply some medication." He prescribed 2 types of medicine, one for internal use to suppress the allergy and another for external application. "Miss Mu, could you help Mr. Fu apply the medicine later?" "Sure, leave it to me," Mu Qianqian agreed. Dr. Song packed up his medical kit and left, already planning to buy gifts for his wife and children with his bonus, humming a tune as he stepped into the elevator. Mu Qianqian squeezed some ointment onto her fingers and said softly, "Uncle, let me help you apply the medicine." "Okay." Fu Sahan sat upright on the sofa. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she slowly approached. Her cool, medicated fingers touched Fu Sahan's warm skin, bringing a soothing sensation. As the distance between them closed, the faint floral scent from the girl reached his nose, carrying an addictive sweetness. Inexplicably, Fu Sahan asked, "What body wash do you use?" Mu Qianqian blinked in confusion. "It's the one you bought for me, remember?" Fu Sahan felt a bit embarrassed but quickly focused on other matters. Mu Qianqian's delicate fingers gently moved around his neck, each touch igniting a spark. He tensed up and suddenly grabbed her wrist. "Uncle, what's wrong?" Mu Qianqian asked, puzzled. Steadying himself, Fu Sahan found an excuse. "I need to get a mirror." He fetched a mirror and guided her hand a bit higher. To the left. Mu Qianqian's fingers followed his directions, slowly moving. Gradually, her hand reached his collarbone, and below that were his firm chest muscles. Although his chest showed no signs of redness, Fu Sahan rasped, "A bit lower." Mu Qianqian bit her lips shyly. "Uncle, maybe you should do it yourself?" Fu Sahan narrowed his eyes and said coolly, "Little girl, how can you be so heartless and make a patient apply his own medicine?" Feeling guilty, Mu Qianqian bit her lip and said, "I'll help you." Her small hand slipped inside his collar, exploring half an inch lower. His skin was smooth and firm, muscles taut and strong. "All done," she whispered, just as she was about to lift her head. Fu Sahan's lips brushed against her cheek. Both of them froze. Fu Sahan's deep eyes locked onto hers, like a hungry wolf ready to pounce. Mu Qianqian was so nervous she forgot to breathe, her heart pounding wildly. "Uncle, I have homework to do. I'll head back to my room." She hurriedly found an excuse to leave but accidentally bumped into the door. "Are you okay?" Fu Sahan asked with concern. Mu Qianqian, mortified, rubbed her forehead and quickly retreated to her room, closing the door behind her. Leaning against it, her heart raced and her cheeks burned. She kept replaying the moment in her mind, embarrassed, and buried herself under the covers, her heartbeat echoing loudly in her ears. The next day, as soon as Mu Qianqian arrived at school, she was surrounded by Lu Shi and a group of girls. Lu Shi looked haggard, tears streaming down her face as she asked accusingly, "Mu Qianqian, I need to talk to you. Why didn't you come to see me yesterday?" Mu Qianqian pressed her lips together and said, "I don't know you. If you have something to say, just say it." The scene attracted a crowd of onlookers, and rumors began to spread. Lu Shi sobbed, "Mu Qianqian, I beg you, please give Song back to me. I can't live without him. He's the first boy I've ever liked. Why did you have to take him from me? Are you trying to push me to the edge?" Mu Qianqian was bewildered. "I don't understand what you're talking about." Lu Shi's friend angrily interjected, "Xia, why are you wasting your breath on someone like her? She'll never listen. Girls like her love stealing other people's boyfriends to prove their charm. She acts innocent, but who knows how many dirty tricks she used to make Feng Xiao fall for her." Mu Qianqian's face turned pale with anger, her eyes blazing with fury. Clenching her fists tightly, her voice trembled slightly. "I don't even know you people. How dare you talk nonsense here?" The chubby girl folded her arms and sneered contemptuously. "If you weren't so loose, why would Feng Xiao be so infatuated with you?" Mu Qianqian took a deep breath, struggling to suppress her rage, and retorted, "What Feng Xiao? He has nothing to do with me. If you like him so much, go find him and stop bothering me." A girl nearby pointed at a frail figure not far away, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Lu, she is so thin now. Don't you feel any pity for her? You stole someone else's man. One day, someone will steal yours. Will you still act so high and mighty then?" Mu Qianqian's mind buzzed with confusion. She shook her head, trying to clear her thoughts. These people's logic is just twisted. They vent their emotions without caring about others' explanations. Raising her voice, she said clearly, "I'll say it again, I don't know Lu Shi, and I have nothing to do with Feng Xiao. Your relationship issues don't involve me." At that moment, Lu Shi was crying pitifully, drawing sympathy from many of the boys present. Between sobs, she said, "Who would believe you have nothing to do with Feng Xiao? If you really had nothing going on, why would he confess to you in public? When Feng Xiao was pursuing me, he was never this attentive." Mu Qianqian frowned, puzzled. "He confessed to me. But what does that have to do with me? It's not like I confessed to him. Just then, a mature female voice interrupted. Heating had just arrived at the school and saw a group of students gathered. Curious, she walked over. What's going on here? Recognizing Heating's voice, Mu Qianqian felt a sense of relief. Miss He? She quickly explained the situation to Heating. I didn't steal anyone's boyfriend. I have no private interactions with Fengsong. Teacher, you have to believe me. Heating's lips twitched as she looked at Lu Shi and the others in exasperation. Wearing rimless glasses and sporting a neat short haircut, she exuded maturity and intelligence. She thought, these people probably don't know that this girl already belongs to a big shot in Bay City. With Fu Sahan in the picture, who would even look at these useless rich boys? Even if we don't compare looks or demeanor, the Fu family's wealth is leagues ahead of the Feng family. Turning to Lu Shi, Heating spoke sternly. Lu Shi, haven't you already broken up with Fengsong? If you can't let go of him, go bother him, not Mu Qianqian. Lu Shi's lips trembled, her confidence wavering. Teacher, Fengsong and I are still in touch. So Mu Qianqian interfering is like she's coming between us. Heating pressed on. Let me ask you, does Fengsong acknowledge you as his girlfriend? Lu Shi fell silent. Everyone knew she had been dumped by Fengsong. Heating continued. And did Mu Qianqian agree to Fengsong's pursuit? No, Lu Shi gritted her teeth, but Mu Qianqian is seducing Fengsong. She's a homewrecker. She's not as innocent as she looks. Heating coldly asked. Do you have any evidence? Stammering, Lu Shi said, I don't have any evidence right now, but if you don't have evidence, don't make baseless accusations. Otherwise, it's slander. Heating's voice turned icy. Lu Shi, you're a girl too. Don't you understand how damaging such rumors can be to another girl? Lu Shi defended herself. I just like Fengsong too much. Is it wrong to like someone? Heating sternly replied. How you like him is your business, but you can't harm others. Otherwise, don't blame me for reporting this to the school and suspending your classes. Lu Shi's face turned pale and then red with embarrassment. Spoiled from a young age, she had never been humiliated like this. She would remember this grudge. But to avoid suspension, she reluctantly apologized. I'm sorry, teacher. I won't do it again. Heating pointed at Mu Qianqian. You should apologize to Mu Qianqian, not me. With a sullen face, Lu Shi unwillingly mumbled an apology to Mu Qianqian, her voice barely audible. Sorry. Finally, the matter was resolved, and the crowd dispersed. Mu Qianqian sighed in relief and gratefully said, Thank you, Miss He. Heating smiled nonchalantly. No need to thank me. It's my duty. Now, go to class. All right, goodbye, teacher. Mu Qianqian waved and headed to the classroom with her little yellow duck backpack. Watching Mu Qianqian's retreating figure, Heating thought, her emotions are written all over her face, and she moves with a childlike innocence. Who would have thought that someone as mature and handsome as Mr. Fu would fancy someone like her? I guess opposites do attract. As soon as Mu Qianqian entered the classroom, Fang Yanran and Li Siyu surrounded her. Fang Yanran asked with concern, Qianqian, we just heard about what happened at the school gate. We were about to go find you. Are you okay? Mu Qianqian shook her head. I'm fine thanks to Ms. He. She helped me out. Fang Yanran remarked. This Ms. He is quite impressive. She's dedicated to research and doesn't usually teach. Her research skills are top-notch in our college, and she comes from a prestigious background. Even the dean doesn't dare to offend her. But I've heard she's usually indifferent to others' affairs. It's surprising she helped you twice. Mu Qianqian pondered, recalling that Ms. He had mentioned helping her because someone asked her to. She wondered who this mysterious benefactor could be. Li Siyu, full of gossip, said, Let's not talk about that. Have you seen the forum? Lu Shi has a new nickname now. Soymilk Belha. Mu Qianqian asked curiously, why that name? Li Siyu explained, because Fengsong won her over with a few days of buying her soy milk. A few cups of soy milk and she's head over heels, totally obsessed. It's like her brain soaked in soy milk. Mu Qianqian couldn't help but laugh. I thought Fengsong treated Lu Shi really well. Turns out it was just a few cups of cheap soy milk that made her so infatuated. Li Siyu boasted. I replied to the post, heard the belle is on a hunger strike? Better get her a few more cups of soy milk before she starves, or you'll be in big trouble. Fang Yanran laughed so hard she almost fell over. So you're too much, Mu Qianqian, while taking notes, couldn't help but smile. She said, All right, stop reading the forum. Let's study together. Li Siyu laughed. You're not only a genius but also hardworking. How can we keep up with you? During the day, Fu Sahan had already heard about what happened at school. When he arrived at the school gate to pick up Mu Qianqian, he saw her from a distance, happily playing with her friends, the string in her hands creating colorful patterns. Qianqian, Fu Sahan's deep voice called out. Mu Qianqian looked up at the sound, quickly putting away the string. She smiled at her friend, Fang Yanran, and said, Let's play again next time. Fang Yanran teased, Qianqian, you really ditch your friends for a handsome guy. But I can't blame you. If I had such a good-looking relative, I'd do the same. Mu Qianqian blinked and whispered to Yanran, There's nothing handsome about him. Don't bring up the sore spot. He's not good looking at all. Just don't mention it in front of him. It might hurt his feelings. She earnestly defended Fu Sahan's dignity. Yanran was speechless at her friend's taste and couldn't help but advise, Qianqian, you should get your eyes checked again when you can. How can you call such a stunning guy ugly? Alright, I'm off. See you tomorrow. Mu Qianqian waved goodbye to her friend. Fu Sahan held Mu Qianqian's hand with one hand and carried her little yellow duck backpack with the other. The tall, handsome man with a cold expression contrasted sharply with the cute backpack, drawing the attention of passers-by. Why is this so heavy? Fu Sahan said, weighing the backpack. We have more classes lately, Mu Qianqian explained. Having trouble with your studies? A little bit. A hint of a smile appeared in Fu Sahan's eyes. Tell me what you don't understand, and I'll help you when we get home. Thanks, uncle, Mu Qianqian said happily, hugging his arm and swinging it. Did anyone give you a hard time today? Mu Qianqian thought for a moment, yes. It was the campus beauty from the neighboring department. She stopped me today. She recounted the incident to Fu Sahan. Luckily, teacher he helped, so I didn't miss class. Alright, Fu Sahan advised. If anyone bothers you again, let me know right away. I know, Mu Qianqian nodded, thinking that such small matters weren't worth troubling her uncle over. The little cliques at school seemed too childish to her. Actually, I feel kind of sorry for Lucy, Mu Qianqian suddenly said. Fu Sahan laughed in exasperation. She bullies you, and you feel sorry for her? Not that kind of sorry, Mu Qianqian explained seriously. I just think that pitiful people usually have something detestable about them, and those who are detestable usually have something pitiful about them. She always thinks others are taking her boyfriend, but in reality, any relationship that can be taken away is worthless. True love withstands trials and temptations. Fu Sahan gave her a deep look and ruffled her hair. I didn't realize you were a little philosopher. Mu Qianqian blushed at the compliment. Uncle, don't tease me. As they passed a bubble tea shop, cheerful music wafted out. Mu Qianqian's craving kicked in, and she tugged on Fu Sahan's sleeve. Uncle, I want a bubble tea. Fu Sahan frowned. Drink your nutritional supplements when we get home. Mu Qianqian pouted, her face falling. Uncle, I've never had bubble tea before. Just let me have one. Seeing her pitiful expression, Fu Sahan relented. Once every 2 weeks. Mu Qianqian's face lit up. Deal. Fu Sahan suddenly felt like he had been tricked. Meanwhile, at the Mu family home, Mu Qianqian's mother shrieked. What did you say? That little brat Mu Qianqian has landed herself a rich man? Mu Qianqian lay on the bed, gnawing on a piece of fatty meat, mocking, yep, she's gone from ugly duckling to swan now. She doesn't remember her poor parents anymore. Just a blind girl? Mu Qianqian's mother scoffed. Don't forget that face of hers. Blind or not, she's still pretty enough to attract someone. Mu Qianqian's mother angrily threw down a rag. We raised her for so many years. Our kindness is immeasurable. Now that she's found a rich man, why isn't she helping her family? Mu Qianqian's father, smoking a water pipe, maliciously suggested, talk nicely to her, coax her back. She's not that clever, and I bet we can still control her. Mu Qianqian had just left school when she encountered the last person she wanted to see, her mother. Finally, you're out of school. Your brother and I have been waiting for ages, her mother's voice echoed, making Mu Qianqian tense up and turn pale. What are you doing here? Mu Qianqian instinctively took 2 steps back, nervously scanning her surroundings. Her hand slipped into her pocket, gripping her phone tightly, ready to call for help. The shadow her family had cast over her was like an unshakable nightmare. Seeing her so guarded, her mother's expression darkened. Suppressing her anger, she adopted her usual lecturing tone. Oh, look at you, scared like that. I'm your mother. Do you think I'd harm you? Your brother had a sports event today, so I brought him along to have a meal with you. Now that you're doing well, you look down on your poor parents, don't you? Mu Qianqian's mother knew her father's instructions well not to say anything too harsh. They needed to coax some money out of her. Tu didn't mean it like that, Mu Qianqian stammered, feeling flustered. Enough with the excuses, Mu Qingao interrupted impatiently. Just take us and your brother to eat. He's been running all morning and is starving. Mu Qianqian hesitated for a moment but finally nodded. Okay. She took out her cane and cautiously felt her way. Mu Qingao couldn't help but mock her mom. Look at her, it's hilarious. She was perfectly fine before, but she had to go save someone and ended up blind. What an idiot. Her mother quickly signaled for him to be quiet. Keep your voice down, don't let her hear you. Though Mu Qingao shut his mouth, his face still bore a mocking smile. He sneakily took a picture of Mu Qianqian's stumbling figure and posted it in his class group chat. This is hilarious. Check out my blind sister. Mu Qingao, your sister goes to a finance university? That's impressive, a classmate replied. What's so impressive? Mu Qingao responded maliciously. She's blind now, and that's how she'll be for the rest of her life. No matter how smart a woman is, she'll end up getting married and having kids. She'll eventually just be someone else's. Only my brother and I are the real heirs of the family. At a nearby mall, Mu Qianqian's mother chose the fanciest restaurant. Let's go here. It's rare to see you, so we should eat something good. Normally, the Mu family would never dare step into such a high-end place. Mu Qianqian nodded woodenly. The three of them entered the restaurant. Her mother unceremoniously ordered the most expensive dishes and then handed the menu to her younger son. Take a look, order whatever you want. Don't worry about your sister's money. Mu Qingyao's eyes gleamed with greed as he ordered a dozen dishes. This, and everything on this page. We'll have all these, his mother confirmed. The waiter awkwardly asked, won't the lady be ordering anything? Her mother rolled her eyes and harshly replied, just bring her a bowl of rice. The waiter forced a smile, all right, but was inwardly shocked at such blatant favoritism. Soon, the expensive dishes were served. Mu Qingyao pounced on the food like a starving wolf. No wonder this place is so fancy. The food is amazing, way better than our little rundown restaurant. Usually frugal, his mother now devoured the food with gleaming eyes. She thought to herself, this girl has latched onto a rich man and has plenty of money. If her family doesn't spend it, who will? Can't let it go to outsiders. Mu Qianqian had only a bowl of plain rice in front of her. She noticed an untouched steak and thought her mother had saved it for her. She reached for it. Smack! Her mother slapped her hand hard, turning it red. Why are you so greedy? Wait until Qingyao is done. If there's anything left, you can have it. What's the rush? The slap and scolding drew the attention of other diners. They whispered among themselves, criticizing the family's behavior. What's with this family? They won't let the daughter eat anything. Must be that old preference for boys over girls. The girl looks so small and frail, it's pitiful. That must be her brother, right? He's so fat, looks like a pig, twice her size. Little did they know Mu Qingyao was actually the younger brother. His overindulgence made him look older and bigger than the petite Mu Qianqian. Mu Qianqian lowered her head, her eyes welling up with tears. She dug her nails into her palms to hold back the urge to cry. Upstairs, a customer noticed the commotion. Hey, isn't that Qianqian? Yi Wanqing recognized Mu Qianqian immediately. Who's that with her, hitting her like that? Yi Xianlin tried to dissuade her. It's their family matter, don't interfere. Mu Qianqian is my best friend. If I don't help her, who will? Family or not, they can't treat her like this. Yi Wanqing clenched her fists and stood up. Worried his sister might cause trouble, Yi Xianlin followed her downstairs. Qianqian, who are these people? Yi Wanqing asked cheerfully as she approached Mu Qianqian. Recognizing her friend's voice, Mu Qianqian was overjoyed. Wanqing, what are you doing here? I'm here with my brother for a meal and bumped into you, Yi Wanqing explained. A tall, upright man stood beside her, presumably her brother Yi Xianlin. These are my family members, my mom and my brother, Mu Qianqian introduced. Yi Wanqing smiled innocently. Oh, your family. Qianqian, can you step outside with me for a moment? I need to talk to you. Okay, Mu Qianqian agreed, thinking her friend just wanted to chat. She left everything behind. Yi Wanqing grabbed her small duck-shaped backpack, and Yi Xianlin picked up her cane. The three walked out to a beautiful garden. Qianqian, are those really your family? Why are they so harsh on you? Yi Wanqing asked with concern. Mu Qianqian's nose tingled as she nodded. They are my family, but they don't love me. Yi Wanqing's heart ached instantly, and her eyes turned slightly red. Clenching her fists with anger, she exclaimed, this is infuriating. They have a whole table of food, and even though they can't finish it, they'd rather waste it than let you eat. What kind of family is that? Shallow, you're such a kind girl, yet there are people who bully you. Are their hearts made of stone? Mu Qianqian felt a pang of sadness, but forced a big smile. She softly said, it's okay, Wanqing. I've gotten used to it. Don't get upset over my problems. It's not worth it. She didn't want to burden her friends with negativity, and hoped they could all stay happy. Yi Xuanlin's gaze rested on Mu Qianqian, his expression curious. This girl seemed different from others. He spoke calmly. Stop comforting us and take care of yourself. Yi Wanqing grabbed Mu Qianqian's wrist, her eyes stinging with tears. Look at you, so thin. I thought I was skinny, but you're even skinnier. They treat you so badly. You should just ignore them from now on. Mu Qianqian sighed, her eyes dimming. They came to find me today and said they wanted to take me out to eat. I thought they wanted to mend our relationship, but... Her voice trailed off, clearly disappointed with her family's attitude. Yi Wanqing snorted coldly. A leopard can't change its spots. Even if they treat you well, there's definitely an ulterior motive. Don't be fooled. Mu Qianqian nodded lightly. I know. She silently reminded herself not to fall for the same trick twice. Suddenly, Yi Wanqing looked around cautiously. It seems like they're looking for you. Hide first, and I'll go check it out. She pushed Mu Qianqian toward her brother. Bro, take care of Qianqian for me. I'll see what's going on. With Yi Wanqing gone, Only Mu Qianqian and Yi Xianlin were left in the courtyard. Feeling a bit uneasy, Mu Qianqian lowered her head slightly. Yi Xianlin picked up a white cane lying nearby and handed it to Mu Qianqian. This is your cane, right? Yes. Mu Qianqian took the cane, feeling slightly more at ease. She asked worriedly, Wan Qing won't get into trouble going alone, will she? Yi Xianlin smiled gently. Don't worry. Wan Qing is a force to be reckoned with. Not many can handle her. Hearing this, Mu Qianqian finally relaxed. She waited quietly for Yi Wanqing to return, unaware of Yi Xuanlin's subtle, scrutinizing gaze. Before long, Yi Wanqing came back, fuming. I thought they were worried about you and came out to find you. Turns out they just wanted you to pay the bill. What kind of people are they? Mu Qianqian smiled bitterly. I already guessed that. Yi Wanqing quickly said, Qianqian, don't pay for them, or you'll just be a fool. Mu Qianqian's expression darkened. I don't want to see them again. Yi Wanqing grinned slyly. That's more like it. I ordered a few extra dishes for them. They like to eat, right? Let them eat their fill. Mu Qianqian couldn't help but smile. Wanqing, thank you. We're friends. There's no need for thanks. Come on, let my brother drive you home. Yi Wanqing took charge of the situation. In the end, Yi Xianlin drove them, first ensuring Mu Qianqian was safely dropped off at Mingyuan Community before heading back to Yunqing Hotel. Meanwhile, Mu's mother and Mu Chengyao were stunned by the hefty bill. Mu's mother's voice rose sharply. Why is it so expensive? A meal costing tens of thousands? Are you robbing us? The waiter patiently explained, ma'am. Our menu has clear prices. I also reminded you that you were ordering too much, but you insisted. Mu's mother was livid, her face turning purple with anger. She had intended for Mu Qianqian to pay. She never expected her to slip away. That ungrateful girl dared to dine and dash. What did the school teach her? Mu's mother cursed. If I see her again, I'll teach her a lesson. That wretch needs a good beating. Mu Qingyao urged, Mom, when can we leave? I need to get back to school this afternoon. The waiter also pressed, Ma'am, when will you settle the bill? Stop rushing us. We're not going to stiff you, Mu's mother shouted. Out of money, she had to call Mu's father. Honey, Mu Qianqian ran off without paying, and now we're stuck here. You need to come pay the bill. How much? Mu's mother nervously mentioned an astronomical figure. Mu's father exploded. Are you crazy? How can a meal cost that much? Are you a pig? Figure it out yourselves and don't bother me again. He hung up immediately. In the end, Mu's mother and Mu Chengyao tried to sneak out but were caught by the restaurant staff and reported to the police. Mu's father had no choice but to pay to get them out. As soon as they left the police station, Mu's father slapped Mu's mother across the face. You idiot! Why did I marry such a fool? I told you to get along with Mu Qianqian, coax her to get money for Cheng Hui's house and wedding. You messed up something so simple. Mu's mother, humiliated by the public slap, retorted angrily, How was I supposed to know that girl is so tough now? She can't even take a few words? Is she that precious? Now that she's hooked up with a rich guy, even her mother can't scold her. Mu's father, pained by the large sum he had to pay, snapped, You disgraceful fool, get home and work. After blowing that much money on a meal, you can forget about eating from now on. Just live on air. In the evening, Fu Sahan wearily pushed open the door to his home. At the entrance, he took off his suit jacket and loosened his tie. In the living room, Mu Qianqian was curled up on the sofa, listening to music. Hearing the familiar footsteps, she quickly took off her headphones and greeted him. Fu Sahan frowned and said, Didn't I tell you I'd be late today? Why didn't you eat by yourself? Mu Qianqian blinked and softly replied, I wasn't hungry. I wanted to wait for you. She pointed to the dining table, but the food is cold now. Fu Sahan sighed, his tone softening a bit. Next time, don't wait for me. Eat when you're hungry. Okay, Mu Qianqian obediently responded, but she secretly decided she would wait for him again next time. Fu Sahan shook his head helplessly, knowing this stubborn girl wouldn't listen. He headed to the kitchen saying, I'll heat up the food. You sit and wait. A few minutes later, Fu Sahan returned to the table with steaming dishes. He carefully placed all of Mu Qianqian's favorites in front of her sweet and sour ribs, cola chicken wings, and her beloved prawns. Smelling the aroma, Mu Qianqian felt a warmth in her heart, knowing that he always took care of her in these small ways. She reached out with her chopsticks to grab a piece of fish, but Fu Sahan noticed. Want some fish? Fu Sahan asked, a slight smile playing on his lips. Mu Qianqian licked her lips and nodded yes. The coldness on Fu Sahan's face gradually melted, revealing a hint of tenderness. Don't use your chopsticks, he said. He then moved the fish in front of him and carefully picked out the bones. It's ready. Be careful. Fu Sahan placed the boneless fish in front of Mu Qianqian. As Mu Qianqian ate the tender fish, she suddenly felt a lump in her throat. She remembered how her family only gave her plain rice and leftovers, while Fu Sahan put all the best food in front of her. This was the kind of favoritism she had always dreamed of. Noticing Mu Qianqian frown, Fu Sahan immediately became anxious. What's wrong? Is there a bone? Spit it out, he said urgently, extending his hand. Mu Qianqian shook her head. No, there's no bone. But Fu Sahan had already grabbed her face, forcing her to open her mouth. Scared, Mu Qianqian had no choice but to spit the fish into his hand. Is it better now? Any more bones? Fu Sahan asked nervously. No, Mu Qianqian whispered. There weren't any bones to begin with. You picked them out so carefully. Relieved, Fu Sahan stood up to wash his hands. He scrubbed them repeatedly at the sink. He couldn't understand why he had let her spit into his hand. After thinking it over, he reasoned that if Mu Qianqian had choked on a bone, he'd have to take her to the hospital, and then Grandma would blame him for not taking care of his wife properly. After dinner, Mu Qianqian decided to tell Fu Sahan about what had happened during the day. She knew that discussing things with him would be helpful because of her limited experience. They came to see you? Fu Sahan's brows furrowed upon hearing the names of Mu's family members. Yes, I had a meal with them at the mall, and then I came back with Wanqing, Mu Qianqian explained briefly. Fu Sahan nodded. You handled it well. Mu Qianqian hesitated, then said, Uncle, I feel a bit guilty. Fu Sahan comforted her. It's normal to feel that way. The pressure from your original family isn't easy to escape. The fact that you realize they're hurting you and have the urge to resist is already progress. Uncle, do you think I did the right thing? Mu Qianqian asked anxiously. Fu Sahan advised, if you're unsure how to treat others, think of yourself as a mirror. Treat them the way they treat you. Mu Qianqian pondered for a moment and then suddenly understood. Thank you, Uncle. I know what to do now. Fu Sahan casually asked, how did you get back? Young Master Yi drove me back, Mu Qianqian answered honestly. Fu Sahan's expression instantly turned cold, his voice low. Young Master Yi? Yi Xianlin. Mu Qianqian nodded yes. But she quickly remembered her promise to stay away from young Master Yi. She hurriedly explained, Uncle, next time I encounter this situation, I'll refuse his offer and take a taxi back myself. Fu Sahan pinched her cheek. Next time call me. I'll arrange for someone to pick you up. Okay, I got it. Mu Qianqian thought the matter was settled. Later that evening, Fu Sahan helped Mu Qianqian with her homework. He gave her a few difficult problems, and as soon as she heard them, she felt uneasy. After calculating for a long time, she was still at a loss. Uncle, today's problems are really hard. Can you give me a hint? Mu Qianqian pleaded. Fu Sahan coldly replied, no. Mu Qianqian had no choice but to continue thinking on her own. The problems were not only difficult but also numerous. She tugged on Fu Sahan's arm, acting cute. Uncle, can I do these problems tomorrow? But this time, her cuteness didn't work. Fu Sahan insisted, no, you have tomorrow's problems to do then. Mu Qianqian spent the entire evening struggling with the difficult problems, unable to think about anything else. She even dreamt that night of being forced by Fu Sahan to do homework at the desk. When Mu Qianqian was on her way to class, she ran into another member of the Mu family. This time, it was her father, Mu Qinggong. She looked warily at the man in front of her, who was pretending to be kind and gentle, having lost all hope of expecting anything from him. Qianqian, your mother told me yesterday that you've been studying hard lately. I brought you some boiled eggs from home. Eat them when you're hungry to nourish yourself, Mu Qinggong said with a smile, reaching out to hand them to her. Mu Qianqian pressed her lips together and coldly refused. I don't want them. You can take them back. She was no longer the naive girl who could be easily bought with small favors. She could clearly distinguish who genuinely cared for her and who had ulterior motives. Relentless, Mu Qinggong continued to persuade her. We were wrong before. We thought you were the most sensible and understanding one, capable of appreciating our good intentions. We didn't realize it would cause misunderstandings. Your mother and I do love you. It's just that your brother and younger brother are more troublesome, so we had to focus more on them. He tried to push the eggs into her arms. You have early classes and probably haven't had breakfast yet. Eat an egg so your mother and I won't worry. No need, I've already eaten. Mu Qianqian firmly shook her head and took a step back. Mu Qinggong persisted. Just take them. Not accepting them means you haven't forgiven us. Mu Qianqian quickly turned away, causing the eggs to fall to the ground and break into pieces. She coldly said, I've already moved my household registration. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Don't come looking for me again. With that, she bypassed him and walked swiftly into the school. Mu Qinggong glared venomously at her back and spat in disgust. He picked up the broken eggs, peeled them, and swallowed them whole, thinking to himself that this loveless girl would fall for it sooner or later. For several days, Mu Qinggong came to the school, humbling himself to try to win her over, but Mu Qianqian remained unmoved. Eventually, she started taking a different route to school, entering through another gate so he wouldn't even catch a glimpse of her. One day, Mu Qinggong stood at the school gate, shouting profanities. Ungrateful wretch. You don't appreciate kindness. I bet you're just born to be lowly, dreaming of hooking up with a rich guy to live the high life? Dream on. When they get tired of you and dump you, let's see if you have the nerve to come crawling back. Passing students glanced over curiously. Someone reported him to the security guards, who promptly arrived and chased him away, warning him not to cause trouble at the school. Mu Qianqian knew nothing of this and was simply relieved to finally have some peace. That day, she went to work at Yunqing Hotel, where Yuanqing excitedly pulled her aside to share her experiences from a banquet the previous evening. Qianqian, I met a big shot from the Beijing Circle, the richest man in Bay City. He donated several buildings to your school, and Yunqing Hotel is one of his properties. He rarely makes public appearances, but I caught a glimpse of him yesterday. Mu Qianqian marveled. The richest man in Bay City. That's impressive. Although she felt that these wealthy families had nothing to do with her, listening to gossip was still fun. Yi Wanqing went on and on about how handsome the tycoon was, causing Mu Qianqian to laugh. Wanqing, you're exaggerating. I'm not. If you saw him with your own eyes, you'd know I was telling the truth, Yi Wanqing insisted eagerly. Qianqian, when will your eyes be fully healed? I have to take you to see him then. Should be soon. The doctor said I'm recovering quickly. Yi Wanqing then mentioned her brother's failed attempt to collaborate with the tycoon, leaving her puzzled. Mu Qianqian was equally baffled. Qianqian, are you free next week? I need your help with something. Yi Wanqing suddenly changed the subject. I should be free. What do you need help with? Mrs. Lu's health has improved, and my brother has arranged to visit her next week. I'm so nervous. Can you come with me? Mu Qianqian hesitated but eventually agreed. All right, I'll go with you. Yi Wanqing was immensely grateful and arranged for her brother to pick Mu Qianqian up. However, Mu Qianqian looked troubled and awkwardly made excuses, saying that young Master Yi drove too fast for her comfort. Is this really such a big deal? Mu Qianqian's eyes sparkled mischievously as she waved her small hand, brushing off the problem effortlessly. Holding on to Yi Wanqing's arm, she sweetly suggested, let's go together. I feel so pressured with your brother around. Yi Wanqing secretly rejoiced. This was exactly what she wanted. Her closest friend and her brother, who was still single despite his if they could become a couple, it would be a match made in heaven. She was always worried about her brother's loneliness. However, it seemed like Qianqian had no special feelings for him. It looked like her brother had a tough nut to crack this time. After they parted, Mu Qianqian bounced back to the hotel lobby. Trouble, as always, was just around the corner. Wang Yanru approached, swaying her exaggerated hips, her voice dripping with disdain. So, I hear you and Miss Yi are best friends now? Mu Qianqian shot her a cold glance and merely responded with a nonchalant as if to say, none of your business. Wang Yanru sneered and continued her provocation. I didn't expect you to be so calculating. Making friends with Miss Yi to get close to her brother, huh? Mu Qianqian's anger flared up, and she retorted seriously, my friendship with Wanqing has nothing to do with her brother. Unrelenting, Wang Yanru taunted. Oh, come on, who would believe that? Just the two of us here, drop the act. Unlike you, I'm not a hypocrite. I say what I mean. Suddenly, Mu Qianqian remembered a trick her uncle had taught her. She decided not to be a pushover anymore and snapped back. Whether you believe it or not is none of your business. This sharp retort left Wang Yanru dumbfounded. She stared at the usually meek Mu Qianqian as if she had seen a ghost. Mu Qianqian herself was surprised at how good it felt to stand up for herself. Her uncle's advice was truly effective. Furious, Wang Yanru pointed at Mu Qianqian and shouted, don't think that just because you're close to Miss Yi, you can get to her brother. I'm telling you, don't even think about it. Mu Qianqian had no interest in Ye's brother initially, but Wang Yanru's words piqued her curiosity. She replied deliberately, you never know. I think Ye's brother is quite nice. At least he wouldn't kick me out like some people. You. Wang Yanru's face turned green with rage, her sharp nails almost digging into Mu Qianqian's face. She trembled with anger but couldn't utter another word. Mu Qianqian was inwardly delighted. Her uncle's trick worked wonders. She vowed to herself that she'd repay anyone who bullied her. Amid the tense standoff, the door to the lounge suddenly opened, and a tall figure appeared. Before Mu Qianqian could react, Wang Yanru shrieked, Mr. Yi. It turned out to be Yi Xianlin standing at the door. Mu Qianqian recalled her earlier words and wished she could disappear. She silently prayed that Mr. Yi hadn't heard her nonsense. Yi Xuanlin's gentle gaze fell on Mu Qianqian as he spoke softly, you left your phone in the garden. Wanqing asked me to bring it to you. Mu Qianqian realized her phone was missing and quickly thanked him. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Please also thank Wanqing for me. Yi Xianlin smiled slightly, it's nothing. With that, he turned and walked away gracefully. Wang Yanru was left seething with jealousy, cursing Mu Qianqian silently. She regretted not befriending Miss Yi earlier. If she had been Miss Ye's best friend, it would be her receiving Mr. Ye's kindness instead of that little brat Mu Qianqian. That day, Fu Sihan, who rarely had free time, personally came to pick up Mu Qianqian from work. As soon as she got in the car, she couldn't stop talking. Uncle, have you heard about the richest man in our city, Bay? The driver and Wang's assistant, sitting in the front, perked up their ears. Fu Sihan raised an eyebrow and replied indifferently, "No, I haven't." Mu Qianqian excitedly continued, "Wanqing attended a banquet yesterday and met the richest man in our city. They say he's very low-key and never shows himself. Wanqing told me he's so handsome he could outshine all the male celebrities." Seeing the stars in Mu Qianqian's eyes, Fu Sihan felt inexplicably annoyed. His face darkened as he asked coldly, "Seems like you're very interested in him?" "Not really, just curious." Mu Qianqian, a self-proclaimed face-con, was full of curiosity about the mysterious richest man. Fu Sihan's eyes flickered, and after a moment of contemplation, he said expressionlessly, "I've met him. He's just average-looking." The driver and Wang's assistant nearly burst out laughing. They thought, has the boss never seen a mirror at home? Mu Qianqian was puzzled. Really? But you just said you hadn't heard of him. Fu Sihan responded without missing a beat, "I just didn't remember at first." Mu Qianqian sighed in disappointment. So Wanqing had exaggerated. She knew it. No man could be that perfect. "Are you disappointed?" Fu Sihan's mood worsened. "No," Mu Qianqian quickly explained, "it doesn't matter if he's handsome or not. It has nothing to do with me. Why should I be disappointed?" After saying this, Mu Qianqian realized, was Uncle jealous? Realizing this, she couldn't hide her smile. She hurriedly hugged his arm and explained frantically, "I have no interest in that richest man. I just wanted to share some gossip with you. Besides, if he's already the richest man, he must be quite old, maybe even old enough to be my dad. How could I be interested in him?" The car fell silent. Wang's assistant sneaked a glance at the boss's face through the rearview mirror. Fu Sihan's expression was a mix of emotions. He didn't know whether to be happy or annoyed. He had dug his own grave with his words. "Uncle, why aren't you saying anything?" Mu Qianqian innocently shook his arm, unaware that her words had stabbed right into his heart. Fu Sihan took a deep breath, his forehead veins throbbing. Mu Qianqian's cluelessness left him both frustrated and helpless, forcing him to silently stew in his own irritation. Luckily, Assistant Wang was quick on his feet and managed to defuse the awkward situation. "Miss Mu, this is some chocolate that Mr. Fu specially brought back from Switzerland. Please give it a try," Assistant Wang said, handing over an exquisite box of chocolates. Mu Qianqian's eyes lit up at the words, her attention immediately captured. She carefully tasted a piece, and the rich, smooth texture delighted her. If her eyesight were normal, she would have noticed the unique code behind each piece of chocolate. "So sweet." "Thank you, Uncle," Mu Qianqian said, squinting her eyes with happiness. Just as she finished her second piece, Fu Sihan decisively took away the rest of the chocolates. "2 pieces a day, no more," Fu Sihan said coldly. Mu Qianqian pouted, silently grumbling that the uncle was being deliberately difficult. She pleaded in a sweet voice, "Uncle, can I have just 1 more piece, please?" "No," Fu Sihan refused flatly. "Too much sugar is bad for your teeth." Mu Qianqian huffed and suddenly had an idea. "Uncle, are you worried I'll get fat from eating too many sweets?" Fu Sihan couldn't help but chuckle. "No," he said. The girl's thoughts were always unpredictable. Mu Qianqian started to fret, pinching her soft belly and worrying that the uncle might find her unattractive. Fu Sihan noticed and said calmly, "Your body still needs proper nutrition. It's too early to worry about your figure." Mu Qianqian remained troubled. "Uncle, do you prefer girls who are thinner or a bit chubbier?" The question left Fu Sihan speechless. He had no interest in women at all. Reluctantly, he compromised. "All right, you can have 1 more piece. But starting tomorrow, just 2 pieces a day." "Thank you, Uncle." Mu Qianqian exclaimed joyfully, savoring the new piece of chocolate in small bites. After finishing it, she quickly unwrapped another piece and, while Fu Sihan wasn't looking, popped it into his mouth. "I'm not eating more. This one's for you, Uncle," Mu Qianqian said smugly, swinging her legs. Assistant Wang, sitting in the front seat, was dumbfounded. Mr. Fu, who always detested sweets, had actually accepted the chocolate without spitting it out, although he did frown. "How does it taste?" Mu Qianqian asked with a bright smile. Fu Sihan's face darkened, and he flicked her forehead lightly. "Don't do that again. No more feeding me random things." Mu Qianqian clutched her forehead, looking pitiful. "Uncle, you're so mean," she said, her big watery eyes making her seem immensely wronged, softening anyone's heart. "I won't give you extra homework today. Get some good rest," Fu Sihan said, his tone softening a bit. "Okay." Mu Qianqian's face lit up instantly, and she rolled down the car window, humming a cheerful tune. Fu Sihan couldn't help but smile slightly at her reaction. The little girl was indeed easy to please. Just then Li Xiu called. "Qianqian, do you remember Lu Xi, the campus beauty from the neighboring department?" "Yes, I remember her. What's up?" Mu Qianqian asked, hugging a pillow and focusing on the TV. Li Xiu's tone was unfriendly. She got back together with Feng Song and posted a bunch of snide comments on social media and forums. "What did she say?" Mu Qianqian asked curiously. Li Xiu recounted Lu Shi's posts, including insinuations that Mu Qianqian was trying to steal her boyfriend and a targeted selfie wearing sunglasses. Mu Qianqian suddenly understood that Lu Shi was mocking her. Li Xiu continued to mock. I heard this time it wasn't soy milk that won her back, but a half-empty bottle of mineral water. How does mineral water win someone back? Mu Qianqian asked, puzzled. Li Xiu explained how Feng Song had used leftover mineral water to woo Lu Shi. Mu Qianqian couldn't help but laugh. That's even funnier than the dramas I watch. At least in those, the male lead makes a bowl of congee himself. Li Xiu mercilessly commented. A girl like her with her love-struck brain still has the nerve to mock others? She should just look in the mirror if she wants a laugh. Oh, by the way, Qianqian, Li Xiu changed the subject. The school is holding a campus beauty contest. Do you want to join? Mu Qianqian said, honestly, I don't think I'll participate. I'm not very pretty. This almost made Li Xiu choke. She looked at Mu Qianqian in disbelief. Cough, cough. What did you just say? You think you're not pretty? Mu Qianqian smiled gently with a hint of self-doubt in her eyes. Yeah, I'm just an ordinary person. Participating in the campus beauty contest would be humiliating myself. Li Xiu took a deep breath and earnestly advised, Qianqian, you really need to take a good look in the mirror. Now I understand why Feng Yanran always tells you to get your eyes checked. I feel the same way now. She thought to herself, it's not that Mu Qianqian has bad eyesight, but rather that her sense of beauty is too unique. If her face, which looks like the epitome of a first love, isn't considered pretty, then who is? Qianqian, if you entered the entertainment industry, you'd definitely become a star, Li Xiu said firmly. Mu Qianqian shook her head, completely unconvinced by Li Xiu's words. How can I be that good-looking? You have a best friend's filter when you look at me. After all, at the Mu family, all she ever heard were insults and criticisms. Never a single compliment. Years of deep-seated insecurity can't be changed overnight. Seeing this, Li Xiu changed her approach. Anyway, I think participating in this contest is a good idea. I heard that some big shots in Bay City are paying attention to this contest, possibly looking for new talent to promote in the entertainment industry. That has nothing to do with me. I just want to study hard, Mu Qianqian said softly, lowering her head. But there's a cash prize for the contest. Li Xiu revealed a crucial piece of information. Mu Qianqian's interest was piqued immediately, her eyes lighting up. A cash prize? How much? The campus beauty winner gets 20,000 yuan, and if you win first place in the entire Bay City, the prize is 100,000. Plus, you get a contract with a top agency, which means endless money opportunities. Mu Qianqian's attitude made a 180-degree turn. I don't want to enter the industry, but winning 20,000 would be great. She calculated in her mind. Who wouldn't want more money? Besides, she still owed her uncle a lot of money and was in dire need of it. Alright, I'll sign you up then. Li Xiu said excitedly. You will definitely overcome all obstacles and win first place. On the day of the campus beauty contest signups, the students at Kaida whispered and gossiped. Not only was Mu Qianqian participating, but so were her rivals, Yao Shener and Lu Shi. This is going to be interesting. Who will come out on top, Lu Shi or Mu Qianqian? I think it will be Mu Qianqian. Her face is just too perfect, pure and sweet, an absolute knockout. But the contest isn't just about looks. It's also about talent and popularity. Lu Shi has Feng Xiao backing her. She might actually win. Isn't Fu Qianqing interested in Mu Qianqian? The Fu family's wealth far surpasses the Feng family's. You must not know then. Fu Qianqing has a family head above him who is said to be very strict with these younger generations, making them live like monks. If Fu Qianqing dares to interfere with the contest, he might get kicked out of the family. Mu Qianqian stood in the registration line, feeling a bit nervous. She wasn't nervous about the contest itself, but about her uncle finding out. She didn't dare tell him, and she worried about how he would react if he found out. Next, number 233, called the staff member. Just as Mu Qianqian was about to step forward, she felt a sharp pain in her shoulder as someone rudely bumped her aside. 233, Yao Shener. Yao Shener, chewing gum, cut in line and stood in front of Mu Qianqian. Mu Qianqian clutched her sore shoulder, frowning. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and register. Yao Shener yelled at the staff member. The girl in charge of registration didn't dare to argue, and wrote down Yao Shener's name. After registering, Yao Shener turned to Mu Qianqian with a sneer. A blind girl like you entering the campus beauty contest? What are you going to perform? Blind man's bluff. Her words elicited laughter from the onlookers. Mu Qianqian's face turned cold, her tone calm but with an edge. What I perform is none of your concern. You should worry about yourself. Yao Shener hadn't expected this soft-spoken girl to suddenly show some backbone. She spat her gum on the ground and asked maliciously, What do I have to worry about? Mu Qianqian, looking as sweet and innocent as ever, replied with words that cut deep. I heard you're going to sing, but with a voice like a duck's, can you really sing well? Her tone was so sincere it seemed like she genuinely cared. This infuriated Yao Shener, who wanted nothing more than to slap the supposedly innocent Mu Qianqian. You dare insult me? Mu Qianqian looked innocent. I'm just telling the truth. With that, she walked past the fuming Yao Xianer and went to the registration desk. Yao Xianer stared daggers at her back, wishing she could burn holes through her with her gaze. In the past, she would have had her gang of mean girls teach Mu Qianqian a lesson. But with Fu Qianqing protecting Mu Qianqian, she couldn't risk attacking her in public. Otherwise, she could kiss her chances of entering the Fu family goodbye. Seething with anger, Yao Xianer gritted her teeth. We'll see about that. Her voice, even angrier, sounded more like a duck's. The crowd chuckled, and Yao Xianer stormed off in a fury. Qianqian, have you decided what talent you're going to showcase? Li Xiu asked with concern. Mu Qianqian hesitated. I haven't decided yet. Your voice is beautiful. Singing would be a safe choice. But I remember you learned a bit of dancing in high school, right? Mu Qianqian nodded yes. She was torn. The Mu family had never been kind enough to send her to dance classes. But there was a well-off student in her class who was preparing for art school. Mu Qianqian would help her with homework and chores in exchange for some pocket money. While waiting outside the classroom, she would secretly learn dance moves. One day, a teacher saw her dancing and praised her. The art student, unhappy with Mu Qianqian stealing her spotlight, kicked her out of the training center. Don't worry, there's still some time before the contest. You can take your time deciding, Li Xiu comforted her. Okay, Mu Qianqian replied softly. Back home, Mu Qianqian put on a pure white lace dress and danced barefoot on the floor, moving gracefully to the music. She was so engrossed in her dance that she didn't hear the door open. When Fu Sahan came home from work, the first thing he saw was the sight of the young girl dancing. She stood on her tiptoes, her legs long and straight, her neck elegant, resembling a pure white swan. Mu Qianqian was so engrossed in her dancing that she didn't realize someone else was home until she finished her routine. Her cheeks turned beet red, and she stammered, "You uncle, you're back." Fu Sahan gazed at her deeply. "You can dance." "Yeah, I learned a little before," Mu Qianqian replied, turning off the music and walking over to him with a flushed face. With improved nutrition lately, her body had started to blossom, resembling a budding flower, graceful and shapely. The form-fitting dress she wore today, combined with her dance movements, perfectly highlighted her curves. Fu Sahan noticed every detail. His throat tightened, and he gulped down a glass of cold water to suppress the fire rising within him. "What made you suddenly want to dance?" His voice was husky and seductive, enough to make anyone's heart flutter. Mu Qianqian puffed out her cheeks. "I'll tell you later," she said, hesitant to mention the school beauty pageant for fear of angering him. "Let's eat first, then." During dinner, Mu Qianqian was distracted, barely touching her seafood porridge. Fu Sahan wished he could hold her and feed her spoonfuls himself. "What are you daydreaming about?" Startled, Mu Qianqian stammered, "And nothing, I'll tell you later." After dinner, Fu Sahan sat on the sofa, dealing with company matters. Mu Qianqian brought over a fruit platter and placed it in front of him. "Uncle, there's something I want to discuss with you," she said, nervously fiddling with her fingers. Fu Sahan looked at her calmly. "Go ahead." "Uncle, our school is holding a beauty pageant, and the first prize is 20,000 yuan. Fu Sahan immediately guessed her intention. "You want to participate?" Mu Qianqian nodded cautiously. "Yes. So that's why you dressed like this and danced at home today?" She nodded again, her face growing even hotter. "Yes." Fu Sahan's eyes narrowed as he noticed her short skirt barely covering her thighs, her long, slender legs exposed. He spoke coldly, "You're not allowed to participate." "Why not?" "Just because." "But the prize is 20,000 yuan, Mu Qianqian said, sitting down next to him and tugging at his wrist in a playful manner, almost pulling off his cufflinks. She had no idea that those diamond cufflinks alone were worth over $2 million. Fu Sahan replied icily, "I don't need the money." He wasn't so poor that he needed his wife to earn money. As they sat on the sofa, Mu Qianqian unconsciously moved closer to him, her skirt riding up, her long legs pressing against his. Despite the suit pants, her body heat seeped into him. Fu Sahan's eyes darkened with desire, and his body tensed. He grabbed her hands and tied them with his tie, not daring to let her get any closer. "Uncle." Mu Qianqian looked at him, confused and bewildered. Fu Sahan stood up, looking down at her with dark, unreadable eyes. Unfortunately, the clueless girl had no idea how much he was struggling. "Uncle, you're tying it too tight," she complained, struggling to no avail. She tried to bite the tie loose, but her cheeks ached from the effort. Her lips glistened, and her cheeks were flushed as she looked at him pitifully. "Uncle, please untie me." Fu Sahan's voice was cold. "Promise me you won't go, and I'll untie you." Mu Qianqian pouted. "I won't promise." She wanted to participate in the pageant to help the family. It was too much for him to tie her up just for that. Fu Sahan was amused by her stubbornness. "Then you'll stay tied up." Mu Qianqian's eyes welled up with tears, but she held back from crying. "Fine, tie me up then." I'm not scared. But her voice betrayed her, tinged with a sob. Seeing her tear up, Fu Sahan panicked, not realizing how tense he was. Don't cry, okay? He knelt down, wiping her tears with a tissue. Don't cry. If you want to go, you can go. Mu Qianqian's tears stopped immediately. She blinked her watery eyes. Really? Fu Sahan looked at her, helplessly giving in. Really? Mu Qianqian beamed. Uncle, don't worry. I won't embarrass you. I'll do my best to win. Fu Sahan massaged his temples, exasperated. That wasn't what he was worried about. But explaining it to her would be pointless. He sternly added, one more thing, no dancing. Why not? No reason. You can participate, but no dancing. Okay, then I'll sing, Mu Qianqian decided, giving up on dancing for the competition. She wasn't a professional dancer anyway. Singing would showcase her vocal talents better. Hearing her agree, Fu Sahan sighed in relief. Her dancing was too alluring, and he didn't want anyone else, not even women, to see it. I'll untie you, he said, kneeling in front of the sofa to undo the tie. Seeing the red marks on her wrists, he felt a pang of regret. Does it hurt? Mu Qianqian held her wrists out to him. Uncle, if you blow on it, it won't hurt anymore. Fu Sahan frowned but reluctantly blew on her wrists. Mu Qianqian rubbed her wrists, feeling a sweet warmth in her heart. Fu Sahan was more worried about her eyes than she was, fearing something might happen. So he had to set some rules. He warned her, if you cry again, I will. Mu Qianqian challenged him. What will you do? She didn't believe he would really punish her. Before she could finish her thought, she felt herself being flipped over and pinned on the sofa. In the next moment, a sharp smack landed on her bottom. Fu Sahan's voice was cold. If you cry again, you'll face the consequences. Mu Qianqian had never been spanked in her life, and now for the first time, she was spanked by a man her own husband. A wave of shame washed over her, making her wish she could disappear into the ground. Do you realize what you did wrong? Fu Sahan's cold, low voice came from behind her. Mu Qianqian turned around and glared at him, her face flushed with embarrassment. You big jerk. I'm not talking to you anymore. She stomped her foot and quickly retreated to her room, slamming the door shut. Lying on her bed, Mu Qianqian covered her face. Her butt wasn't really in pain, but the shame was unbearable. How was she supposed to face him after this? Fu Sahan, still in the living room, watched her leave with a satisfied smirk. Let's see if she dares to cry again. The next morning at breakfast, Mu Qianqian kept her head down as if she wanted to bury it in her bowl. Aunt Lu, the housekeeper, asked with concern, Miss Mu, did you have a fight with Mr. Fu? No. Mu Qianqian answered firmly. That's good to hear, Aunt Lu said, relieved. Fu Sahan noticed the defiance on her face and knew she was still upset about yesterday. He couldn't help but chuckle. Hearing his laughter, Mu Qianqian felt even more annoyed. She sneaked into the kitchen and added a lot of sugar to the seafood porridge before bringing it to Fu Sahan. Uncle, this porridge is for you. Surprised, Fu Sahan took a sip. The overwhelming sweetness clashed with the salty seafood flavor, almost making him gag. Mu Qianqian grinned mischievously. Uncle, is the porridge sweet? Fu Sahan's face darkened, and he called out deliberately, Mu. Qian. What is it, uncle? Mu Qianqian blinked innocently. Aunt Lu spent a long time cooking this porridge. You shouldn't waste it. I'm off to school now. With that, she grabbed her backpack and skipped out the door. Fu Sahan pressed his temples in frustration. This little girl is getting more and more unruly. Who's been spoiling her? Meanwhile, at the Fu family's old residence, the butler reported to the matriarch, Madam, I heard Mrs. Lu has been recovering well lately. Shall we invite her over? The matriarch nodded with a smile. Yes, it's a good idea. It's been a long time, and I've been waiting for Mrs. Lu to recover. So, the Fu family sent an invitation to the Lu family. Mrs. Lu, not wanting to disrespect her elders, visited the Fu residence the next day. Mrs. Lu, you're looking well, the matriarch greeted warmly. Mrs. Lu touched her forehead lightly. It's because Yunbai is about to get engaged. With this happy event, my heart feels lighter, and I don't think about Yao Yao as much. Yao Yao was the nickname of the Lu family's missing daughter, whose full name was Lu Yunyao. The name itself showed how much the Lu family cherished her. As the matriarch sipped her tea, she discreetly observed Mrs. Lu. The moment Mrs. Lu entered, the matriarch was reminded of her granddaughter-in-law, Mu Qianqian. The resemblance between Mu Qianqian and Mrs. Lu was striking, as if they were carved from the same mold. However, years of worry had taken a toll on Mrs. Lu, leaving her looking tired and worn. Mrs. Lu, how did Yao Yao go missing? Could you tell this old lady about it? It's all my fault, Mrs. Lu sighed sadly. I'll never forget that day. It was Yao Yao's 5th birthday, and we were all busy preparing for her party. Yao Yao loved flowers, so we planted many rare flowers in the garden for her and hired gardeners to take care of them. But I didn't expect those flowers to be the reason my daughter went missing. The matriarch felt a pang in her heart as she listened. As a mother herself, she couldn't bear the thought of a child suffering. Halfway through the party, it started to rain heavily. Yao Yao was worried the flowers would drown. We had just changed her into a princess dress when she ran out in a hurry. And she never came back. Mrs. Lu's eyes filled with tears. It's my fault. If only I had stopped her. I didn't expect her to disappear in the blink of an eye. The matriarch sighed and patted her shoulder. Don't be too hard on yourself. I met Yao Yao once. She's a blessed child. Maybe one day you'll find her. But you need to take care of yourself first. Mrs. Lu, her eyes red and swollen, sobbed. In a vast sea of people, how can we find her? Years of searching have worn us down. How could something like this happen in your home? The matriarch asked, puzzled. I can't understand it either. We later found a small hole in the backyard and guessed Yao Yao might have run out through it. But it doesn't make sense. She went to the garden to see her flowers. Why would she go to the backyard and leave in the rain? The only explanation is that someone took her. The thought of this possibility made Mrs. Lu's heart ache like 1,000 needles pricking it. Does Yao Yao have any distinctive marks? The matriarch asked. Mrs. Lu wiped her tears with a handkerchief. Yes, she has a red butterfly-shaped birthmark on her back. When she was little, we used to call her our little butterfly fairy. A butterfly birthmark. The matriarch murmured thoughtfully. Mrs. Lu, if you find Yao Yao, what do you plan to do? Without hesitation, Mrs. Lu replied, if heaven blesses us and we find her, I would never let her marry. I'd keep her in the Lu family, letting us shower her with love to make up for all the suffering she's endured. This put the matriarch in a difficult position. Mu Qianqian was carrying the Fu family's bloodline. If Mrs. Lu took her back, and the Lu family opposed the marriage, wouldn't that tear Mu Qianqian and Fu Sahan apart? After Mrs. Lu left, the matriarch's daughter asked, Mom, are you going to tell Sahan about this? Mrs. Fu sighed deeply, her eyes full of inner conflict. She whispered, it's a dilemma whether to say it or not. As she massaged the old lady's legs, Fu Sahan's aunt tentatively asked, so, you've already decided that Mu Qianqian is the daughter of the Lu family? The old lady nodded slightly. I'm almost certain. Do you believe in such coincidences? Two people without any blood relation look more alike than a mother and daughter. The aunt pondered. True. I've seen Qianqian, and she does look remarkably like Mrs. Lu. It's hard to believe they aren't related. She paused, then asked, are you hesitant to reveal this because you're worried the Lu family might not agree to the marriage? Exactly, the old lady said worriedly. Although our family is well off, the Lus aren't lacking in wealth either. Given how much they cherish their daughter, they might not agree to her marrying so young. Moreover, Sahan is nearly 10 years older than Qianqian. The more Mrs. Fu thought about it, the more difficult the situation seemed, and she couldn't help but frown. The aunt noticed and probed, so are you planning to keep it a secret for now? The old lady shook her head. Keeping it a secret isn't a solution. I can't prevent a mother and daughter from reuniting after so many years. After a moment of reflection, her eyes brightened. Here's what we'll do. At the next family gathering, I'll find an opportunity to ask Sahan if Qianqian has that birthmark. If she really is the Lu family's daughter, she can decide for herself whether to acknowledge her heritage. The aunt nodded in agreement. That's a sensible approach. After all, this is the Lu family's matter. If Mu Qianqian really is the lost Lu Yunyao, she should return to her family whenever she feels ready. As her grandmother, you shouldn't interfere. Mrs. Fu's expression softened a bit, but she couldn't help but worry. I'm just afraid Qianqian's health is fragile. If she gets too stressed, it might harm her and the baby. The aunt comforted her. Mom, don't worry too much. The children will have their own fortunes. Sahan will handle it. Meanwhile, Mu Qianqian had taken a day off and arrived at Yunqing Hotel to accompany Yi Wangqing on a visit to the Lu family. Yi Wangqing was seated at the vanity, with a makeup artist meticulously working on her. She warmly invited Mu Qianqian. Qianqian, do you want to get your makeup done too? I've never seen you with makeup. You'd surely stun everyone. Mu Qianqian declined politely. No need. Today is your day. Why should I steal the spotlight? Yi Wangqing laughed it off. You're my best friend. If you look amazing, it reflects well on me. Come on, I don't want you to be bored waiting. Reluctantly, Mu Qianqian sat in front of the mirror. A different makeup artist volunteered. I'll design your look and makeup. Mu Qianqian nodded in agreement. The makeup artist, envious of Mu Qianqian's delicate features, deliberately applied a dark foundation, spiral-like mascara, exaggerated purple eyeshadow, and lipstick that extended beyond her lips. The once pure and charming Mu Qianqian now looked quite unremarkable. Yi Wangqing was furious at the sight, slamming the comb on the vanity. What kind of makeup is this? She looked better without it. The makeup artist defended. Miss Yi, today is your big day. You should be the star. Others can just play supporting roles. Yi Wangqing's face turned pale with anger. Who told you to make decisions on your own? Remove it and redo it. At that moment, Yi Xuanlin's voice came from outside. Wangqing, are you ready? The makeup artist hesitated. Miss Yi, we might not have enough time. Yi Wangqing insisted. No, take off this awful makeup first. Seeing this, Mu Qianqian quickly intervened. It's okay Wangqing, let's go. It would be disrespectful to be late for your first meeting with your fiancé's family. Pressed for time, Yi Wangqing had to let it go. She apologized to Mu Qianqian. I'm sorry, Qianqian. I wanted you to look stunning, but instead, you look worse. Mu Qianqian reassured her, it's fine, let's just go. Yi Wangqing pointed at the makeup artist. You don't need to work for us anymore. We can't afford someone with such ulterior motives. The makeup artist panicked. Miss Yi. I didn't mean to, I'm sorry. Ignoring her, Yi Wangqing linked arms with Mu Qianqian and walked out. Yi Xianlin stood outside, glancing at his watch. When he looked up and saw the woman beside his sister, his eyes widened in surprise. And this is? Yi Wangqing whispered. Brother. This is Qianqian. Yi Xianlin couldn't believe his eyes. She's Miss Mu. Yi Wangqing felt regretful, mentally cursing herself for insisting on the makeup. Mu Qianqian blinked and spoke in her familiar sweet voice. Young Master Yi, it's me. Hearing her voice, Yi Xianlin finally believed the woman with the exaggerated makeup was indeed Mu Qianqian. He couldn't help but think how mismatched her appearance was with her voice. Let's go. Yi Xianlin led the way, with Mu Qianqian and Wangqing following behind. Yi Wangqing whispered. Back in Sioux City, I hated those women who always competed with each other over looks and clothes. They weren't real friends. I never thought my own makeup artist would think I'm like that and pull such tricks, making me angry and embarrassed and feeling sorry for you. Mu Qianqian agreed. True. Real friends don't always try to outshine each other. Yi Wangqing hurriedly explained. Qianqian, don't get me wrong. This was the makeup artist's decision, not mine. Mu Qianqian smiled. I know. Wangqing, I understand what kind of person my friend is. Yi Wangqing sighed in relief. I'm glad to hear that. She felt fortunate that Qianqian had a good temperament. Otherwise, this could have led to resentment. At the hotel entrance, Yi Xianlin opened the car door for them. Mu Qianqian hesitated. Young Master Yi, will you be in this car as well? Yi Xianlin smiled warmly. Yes, I'll sit in the front. I won't interrupt your conversation. His courteous manner made Mu Qianqian feel a bit embarrassed. But thinking about her significant other's temper, she mustered the courage to ask, could I take a different car? Yi Xianlin paused for a moment, and then gave a helpless smile. All right, you guys go ahead. I'll take the car behind. Mu Qianqian and Yi Wangqing got into the car first. As the door closed, Wangqing whispered, is this really okay? Don't worry about it. My brother won't mind, Mu Qianqian reassured her, which eased Wangqing's worries a bit. The two of them sat in the back seat, and Yi Wangqing let out a long sigh of relief. I'm so glad you're here with me, otherwise I'd be a nervous wreck. Just then her phone chimed with a notification. She checked it and saw a message from her brother. Does Miss Mu dislike me? It's the first time the esteemed Yi family of Suching has been refused by a woman, not even willing to share a car with me. Yi Xianlin, sitting in the car behind, stared out at the passing scenery, lost in deep self-doubt. Was he really that bad? Seeing the message, Yi Wangqing quickly typed a reply. Not at all. Qianqian thinks highly of you. She's just shy and doesn't like being around men. After sending it, she silently vowed that the couple she shipped had to be together. She needed to work even harder to matchmake her brother and Qianqian. The car ride was somewhat silent. Yi Wangqing tentatively asked Mu Qianqian, Qianqian, do you dislike my brother? Mu Qianqian tilted her head in confusion. No, not at all. Young Master Yi is very kind and gentlemanly. Why would I dislike him? Then that's a relief, Yi Wangqing sighed, visibly relaxing. Mu Qianqian was even more puzzled. Why did Wangqing feel relieved just because she didn't dislike young Master Yi? What was there to be relieved about? The luxury car slowly drove through the gates of the Liu family estate. Yi Wangqing looked around and asked curiously, strange, why doesn't the Liu family have any flowers or plants? It looks so barren. Yi Xianlin raised a finger to his lips and whispered, it has to do with the Liu family's lost daughter. Don't ask too much. Oh. Yi Wangqing nodded thoughtfully. As they approached the Liu family's residence, Yi Xianlin briefly explained, I heard that the Liu family's daughter got lost while tending to the garden. Since then, they haven't planted any flowers. All they saw along the way were neatly trimmed lawns and shady trees, but not a single blooming flower. Even the garden looked bare and particularly desolate. Yi Wangqing made a mental note of this sensitive topic, making sure not to bring it up later. Qianqian, why aren't you saying anything? Yi Wangqing turned to ask. Hearing her friend's call, Mu Qianqian snapped out of her thoughts. Huh? Wangqing, did you call me? Yes, ever since we entered the Liu estate, you've had your head down and haven't said a word. Are you more nervous than I am? Mu Qianqian forced a smile. Maybe. But the real reason was something only she knew. For some reason, upon entering this mansion, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. She could even find her way without her cane. She heard the sound of a fountain, and a vivid image suddenly appeared in her mind. Unable to resist, Mu Qianqian asked, Wangqing, Is the fountain white with a beautiful mermaid in the middle? Yi Wanqing's eyes widened in surprise. Qianqian, can you see? Mu Qianqian shook her head. No, I just guessed. She couldn't understand why she suddenly knew what the fountain looked like, even though she had never been to the Lu family estate. This sense of familiarity left her deeply confused. Yi Wanqing also found it incredible. Maybe you have a special connection with the Lu family. Lu Yunbai, the young master of the Lu family, came out to greet them with the butler and servants. Lu Yunxiang was also there, standing aside with a smile. Lu Yunbai started with an apology. I'm terribly sorry. My mother's not feeling well, and my father just took her to the hospital. Yi Xianlin had someone bring in the gifts and introduced them graciously. No problem. The health of our elders is important. This is my sister, Yi Wanqing. And this is her friend, Mu Qianqian. Hearing the name Mu Qianqian, Lu Yunxiang felt a chill run down her spine. This troublesome woman, why was she here too? Clenching her fists, she quickly looked past Yi Xianlin. To her surprise, she didn't see the familiar face that resembled her foster mother. Instead, she saw a heavily made-up stranger. Lu Yunxiang's eyes lit up with joy. Heaven must be on her side. Mu Qianqian had put on such heavy and unflattering makeup today that even she almost didn't recognize her. Surely her brother wouldn't notice anything amiss either. Lu Yunxiang was so pleased she almost laughed out loud. Miss Yi, Miss Mu, Lu Yunbai greeted warmly. When he looked up and saw Mu Qianqian, he paused. It wasn't her inappropriate makeup that caught his attention, but something else he couldn't quite put his finger on. Lu Yunbai stared at Mu Qianqian for a long time, lost in thought. Alarm bells rang in Lu Yunxiang's mind, and she quickly spoke up. Brother, aren't you going to introduce me to young Master Yi? Lu Yunbai snapped out of it. This is my sister, Lu Yunxiang. After the introduction, his gaze once again drifted to Mu Qianqian. Sorry, I've been very busy with work lately and haven't been getting enough rest. My reactions are a bit slow. Lu Yunbai had a handsome and resolute appearance, clearly the sunny and outgoing type. However, he looked somewhat tired, with faint dark circles under his eyes and bloodshot eyes. Brother, let young Master Yi and Miss Yi come inside and have a seat, Lu Yunxiang urged, afraid her brother might notice something. Let's chat more and get to know each other. Lu Yunbai nodded slightly. Xianlin, Miss Yi, Miss Mu, please come in. Once inside, the servants served tea. Mu Qianqian sat on the soft sofa, feeling a bit dazed. The calming incense in the hall and the flower tea served by the servants all felt strangely familiar to her. Could it be that she really had a special connection with the Lu family? Lu Yunbai seemed somewhat distracted, frequently glancing at Mu Qianqian. Young Master Yi and Miss Yi, you've made new friends so quickly after coming here? Yi Wanqing replied, Qianqian is a student at the University of Finance. We hit it off and became friends. She didn't mention that Mu Qianqian worked at a hotel, only introducing her as a student. Yi Wanqing didn't want her friend to be looked down upon. I see. Lu Yunbai often steered the conversation towards Mu Qianqian, showing a keen interest in her. Lu Yunxiang's anxiety grew, fearing he might notice something. If he did, her good days would be over. With that thought, Lu Yunxiang couldn't sit still any longer. She stood up abruptly and forced a smile. Brother, why don't I take Miss Mu upstairs for a bit? You can chat with Miss Yi and get to know each other better. Lu Yunbai pondered for a moment before finally nodding. All right, take her upstairs. With that, Mu Qianqian was led to an upstairs room by Lu Yunxiang. As soon as they entered, a strong floral scent hit them, as if the entire space was soaked in high-end perfume. Lu Yunxiang boasted, Doesn't my room smell nice? It's all high-end French brands and imported fragrances. She then feigned a regretful smile, covering her lips lightly. Oh, I forgot. I shouldn't be telling you this. Her eyes were filled with disdain and mockery, making no effort to conceal her contempt for Mu Qianqian. Despite her poor eyesight, Mu Qianqian could vaguely make out the pink-dominated decor of the room. From the walls to the furnishings, everything was a shade of pink. She couldn't help but ask, does Miss Lu really like pink? It seems to match her preferences. Breaking the silence, Lu Yunxiang said, Sitting here is so dull. Let me have the maid bring some tea. Shortly after, a cup of overly sweet tea was brought in. Lu Yunxiang, with a fake smile, asked gently, I've always liked sweet things. Is it to your taste? Mu Qianqian nodded politely, it's fine. However, she felt a bit uneasy. Lu Yunxiang's preferences were oddly similar to her own. Continuing her insincere friendliness, Lu Yunxiang said, Don't be so formal. You're Miss Ye's friend. When Miss Ye marries my brother, we'll be friends too. You're very kind, Miss Lu, Mu Qianqian replied courteously. Lu Yunxiang laughed lightly. Yes, I'm known for my good temper. But being too nice has its downsides. People often try to take advantage of me. She was scheming, thinking that as long as she could keep her brother away from Mu Qianqian today, her goal would be achieved. Mu Qianqian suddenly expressed a desire to remove her makeup. She was used to going without it and felt uncomfortable with the heavy makeup on her face. The maid was about to agree when she saw Lu Yunxiang's face darken and her frantic signaling. The maid quickly made up an excuse. Miss Mu, the house is having some plumbing work done today, so the water is temporarily off. Your makeup looks so nice. Why take it off? Mu Qianqian forced a smile. Never mind then. She was puzzled though, having just heard the sound of the fountain in the garden. How could there be no water? Lu Yunxiang changed the subject, probing into Mu Qianqian's background. Miss Mu, I heard you're a student at the University of Finance. Is your family from Beishur? No, my family is from a nearby county, Mu Qianqian answered truthfully. Lu Yunxiang seemed thoughtful as she asked tentatively, how old are you? 20, Mu Qianqian replied. Lu Yunxiang's fingers tightened involuntarily. This was the same age as the Lu family's deceased daughter. She continued to probe, when is your birthday? Frowning slightly in thought, Mu Qianqian replied, I don't really remember, but I think it's in the summer. Lu Yunxiang scrutinized her with a vicious look in her eyes, though her face remained smiling. Summer, huh? What a coincidence, my birthday is in the summer too. Mu Qianqian felt an inexplicable discomfort, sensing that Lu Yunxiang's words carried hidden meanings. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, the butler's knock came from downstairs. Miss Mu, Miss Yi is calling you down. Mu Qianqian felt relieved and quickly stood up. I'll be right there. She hurriedly left Lu Yunxiang's room and went downstairs. Yi Wenqing bid farewell to Lu Yunbai. Mr. Lu, I'll take my sister home for now. We'll visit again once your mother is feeling better. Alright, sorry for the poor hospitality this time. I'll make it up next time, Lu Yunbai responded politely. Mu Qianqian left the Lu family villa with the Yi siblings. Lu Yunbai stood at the door, his gaze lingering on Mu Qianqian. Suddenly, an unexpected incident disrupted the calm. Someone watering the lawn lost control of the hose, and a large stream of water drenched Mu Qianqian. Oh no! Mu Qianqian exclaimed, her makeup running down her face, her clothes soaked through. The maid quickly apologized. I'm terribly sorry. The hose suddenly went out of control. Please, miss, come to the lounge to change your clothes. Yi Wenqing asked with concern, Qianqian, are you alright? Mu Qianqian shook her head and smiled understandingly. I'm fine. It's just like washing my face. The water is clean, after all. Lu Yunbai was about to step forward when Lu Yunxiang stopped him. Brother, you should stay out of this. She probably doesn't want a man to see her without makeup. I'll take her upstairs to change. You should step back. Lu Yunbai agreed. Butler, make sure all the male staff leave the area. Lu Yunxiang breathed a sigh of relief. Glad her brother didn't see Mu Qianqian's true face. She pretended to be concerned. Miss Mu, please come with me to change your clothes. You're all wet. Mu Qianqian nodded, thank you. In the lounge, Lu Yunxiang urged Mu Qianqian to change. When she peeked behind the screen, she caught a glimpse of a butterfly-shaped birthmark on Mu Qianqian's back. Her pupils contracted sharply as her mind raced. I'm done, Mu Qianqian said, stepping out from behind the screen. Her bare face and white princess dress made her look like a fairy tale princess. At that moment, Lu Yunbai's voice came from outside. The hospital just called. I need to go there. Take care of the house. Lu Yunxiang's eyes filled with tension as she grabbed Mu Qianqian's arm. Wait a moment before you go out. In her haste, her nails accidentally dug into Mu Qianqian's flesh. Mu Qianqian winced in pain, but Lu Yunxiang had no time to worry about her. Pale-faced, she focused intently on the sounds outside. Only when Lu Yunbui's car drove away from the Lu family villa did she finally relax. With a long exhale, she felt a layer of cold sweat on her back. Let's go, I'll take you out, Lu Yunxiang said, handing Mu Qianqian a hat. The wide brim and pearl lace veil perfectly concealed Qianqian's delicate face, only visible up close. This hat goes well with your dress, Lu Yunxiang explained. Mu Qianqian didn't think much of it and walked out of the lounge wearing the hat. Yi Wenqing's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, Wow, Qianqian, you look stunning in that outfit. You should wear dresses more often, especially pink and white, they suit you best. Qianqian blushed and smiled shyly. Wenqing, stop teasing me. I'm not teasing you. I'm being honest, Wenqing said, linking arms with her. Let's go. Goodbye, Miss Lu. Lu Yunxiang forced a smile as she bid them farewell. As the Yi family's car drove away, her legs gave out and she nearly collapsed, saved only by a servant's quick support. She let out a silent sigh of relief, warning herself never to let Mu Qianqian appear in front of the Lu family again. In the car, Yi Wenqing pestered Qianqian for a photo. Qianqian, you look so good in that dress. Let's take a picture together for my social media. Qianqian's cheeks reddened. I'd rather not, Wenqing. It's a bit embarrassing. Then let's just take one for ourselves. No posting, Wenqing insisted until Qianqian finally agreed, and they took a selfie. I'm making this my wallpaper, Wenqing said excitedly. Sure, Qianqian replied, but Wenqing suddenly noticed the bruises on Qianqian's arm. Hey, Qianqian, what happened to your arm? It's all bruised. Who did this to you? Qianqian looked down at the purplish red marks and winced. Miss Lu grabbed me a bit too hard. I'm sure she didn't mean it. Wan Qing fumed. Even if it wasn't intentional, that's too much. It's nothing really, Qianqian said with a light-hearted smile, remembering the frequent beatings she endured at the Mu family. Wan Qing eyed her suspiciously. I always thought Miss Lu seemed kind and gentle, but she turned out to be so harsh, leaving marks like that on you. Qianqian changed the subject. Let's not talk about her. How did your conversation with Mr. Lu go? Wan Qing blushed and cleared her throat. It was alright. He wasn't what I expected. In what way? Qianqian teased. Well, I thought he'd be a spoiled rich kid, but he's actually well-read, humble, and down-to-earth. Sounds like you're quite pleased with the idea of marrying him? Wan Qing's face turned even redder. No, don't say that. It's not set in stone yet. I need more time to think. Qianqian chuckled, thinking Wan Qing might be in for some romance. Meanwhile, Lu Yunbo rushed to the hospital to be with his mother. Thankfully, Mrs. Lu only needed bed rest. Your mother's illness is of the heart, and the doctors can't do much, the Lu family patriarch sighed. Dad, I know. I'll keep searching for my sister. If we find her, Mom will get better, Yunbo said resolutely. In a world so vast, it's not that easy, Lu Feng said, his eyes weary and hair showing more gray. How did your meeting with Miss Yi go today? Yunbo pursed his lips. The company keeps me busy. I'm not thinking about marriage right now. Lu Feng patted his shoulder. I understand you're worried about your mother, but settling down would also ease her mind. Let's take it one step at a time, Yunbo replied coolly. Leaving the hospital, Yunbo checked his phone and saw a message from Yuan Qing. Mr. Lu, where did you get the calming incense your family uses? My brother wants to know. Yunbo replied briefly. From a temple. Which temple? Is it in Bay City? Wan Qing asked. Yunbo only named the temple, avoiding any invitation for a date. Wan Qing looked at her phone in disappointment, her brows furrowing in frustration. As Yunbo was about to exit the chat, he accidentally tapped on Wan Qing's profile picture and saw her latest photo taken in a car with someone else. He clicked on it, but only Wan Qing's face was visible. The other person, wearing a princess dress and lace hat, was partially hidden. Yunbo felt an inexplicable sense of loss, as if he'd missed something important. On the other side, Mu Qianqian got out of the Yi family's car. Just drop me off here. I want to walk a bit. Okay, be safe. Call me when you get home, Wan Qing reminded her. As Qianqian walked into her neighborhood, a luxury car pulled up beside her. Miss Mu, came the voice of Assistant Wang from inside. Qianqian approached the car excitedly. Uncle, you're off work? Fu Sihan pinched her soft cheek. Where did you get this ugly hat? Qianqian pouted. Uncle, do you have bad taste? How is this ugly? Both Wan Qing and Yi praised it. Fu Sihan's eyes narrowed dangerously. Yi-hu. Qianqian blinked and quickly corrected herself. I misspoke. Not Mr. Yi, Mr. Lu. Unexpectedly, Fu Sihan's expression turned even colder at the mention of this name. He gritted his teeth. Where did this Mr. Lu come from? He thought to himself, how many admirers does his little girl have? Mu Qianqian's eyes sparkled mischievously, like a triumphant little fox. It's Lu Yunbai, Mr. Lu. Wan Qing's fiancé. I accompanied her to the Lu family today. Fu Sihan's brows furrowed deeply, his voice so cold it could freeze the air. The clothes are from the Lu family too? Yes. Mu Qianqian nodded vigorously. I accidentally got my clothes wet, so I changed into the set. Fu Sihan mistakenly thought that these clothes were chosen by Lu Yunbai, and his eyes filled with disdain. He thought to himself, what third-rate stuff, and she has to wear it? Then he coldly ordered, go home and change out of these rags immediately. Okay. Mu Qianqian responded obediently, like a well-behaved kitten. Fu Sihan's jaw tightened, and his tone was stern. Stay away from that Mr. Lu in the future. Why? Mu Qianqian tilted her head, looking confused. Fu Sihan sneered, jealousy almost palpable. A man who has a fiancé and compliments other women can't be any good. The driver and Assistant Wang, sitting in the front, exchanged glances, thinking to themselves, the boss is really jealous. Get in the car. Fu Sihan was about to open the car door when he noticed a large bruise on the inside of Mu Qianqian's arm. What happened to your arm? I just bumped it by accident. Mu Qianqian quickly made up an excuse, not wanting to mention Lu Yunxiang. How can you be so careless? Fu Sihan said disdainfully, thinking, this girl is such a clumsy fool. Without another word, Fu Sihan got out of the car. You go ahead, I have something to do. Uncle has something to take care of? Then I'll go home and do my homework. Mu Qianqian was about to turn around when Fu Sihan grabbed her by the collar. What's the rush? You don't want to come with me? Fu Sihan raised an eyebrow. Mu Qianqian's face lit up with a smile. Uncle wants to take me with you? Great. I wouldn't dare not want to go. I'm just afraid of bothering you. Fu Sihan smiled. Let's go. He thought, it's for you anyway, how could it be a bother? Fu Sihan held Mu Qianqian's hand and led her to a pharmacy. I need some medicine for bruises. Mu Qianqian suddenly looked worried. Uncle, are you hurt? Where? Fu Sahan bought the medicine and led her to sit on a bench. Mu Qianqian was anxious, asking all sorts of questions. Fu Sahan, overwhelmed by her chatter, pinched her cheek gently. The girl, who had been chattering away, instantly turned into a cute little pufferfish. You're the one who's hurt, silly girl, he said softly, opening the bottle and carefully applying the medicine to Mu Qianqian. Mu Qianqian shivered slightly, her face turning as red as a ripe tomato. It doesn't hurt, it's just a bit embarrassing. Seeing her stealing glances at him, Fu Sahan couldn't help but tease her. Why are you staring at me? Mu Qianqian quickly denied it. Who's staring at you? I'm looking at that street lamp. Fu Sahan turned to look and his smile grew wider. That's a motorcycle headlight, not a street lamp. Mu Qianqian wished she could find a hole to crawl into, frustratedly knocking her head. Fu Sahan quickly grabbed her wrist. Stop that, or you'll get even dumber. Mu Qianqian was both embarrassed and angry, her cheeks as red as lanterns. Uncle was so mean, always teasing her. Suddenly, Fu Sahan spoke. Get up, switch seats. Why? It's inconvenient for me to sit here. After switching seats, Mu Qianqian realized that all the wind was blocked by Uncle's broad shoulders. Does it still hurt? No, it doesn't. Fu Sahan held her hand. Let's go home. Take a hot bath. The bruise will be gone by morning. As darkness completely fell, Mu Qianqian shivered from the cold. The next second, a warm coat was draped over her, still carrying the man's body heat. Aren't you cold, Uncle? Fu Sahan's face remained unchanged. I'm quite warm. Mu Qianqian lowered her head, her lips curling up in a smile. She had discovered a little secret about Uncle could be quite contradictory. As soon as they got home, Mu Qianqian was ordered to change clothes. Once she had changed, Aunt Lu from next door was called over. Fu Sahan's brows were tightly knit as he pointed to the clothes Mu Qianqian had just changed out of. Throw this pile of garbage away. Aunt Lu hesitated. Mr. Fu, these clothes are so nice. Just throw them away? Just do as you're told. Fu Sahan got irritated just looking at those ugly clothes, thinking, complimenting someone else's fiancé, what a jerk. After her bath, Mu Qianqian practiced singing, using the sound of the running water as cover. After all, the school beauty contest was coming up, and she wanted to win the prize money. You're practicing singing in the bathroom? Fu Sahan's voice suddenly rang out. Mu Qianqian was so startled she nearly spit out her milk. Cough, cough, Uncle, you can hear me? Fu Sahan couldn't help but wipe the milk from the corner of her mouth. Of course I can hear you, I'm not deaf. Mu Qianqian wished she could disappear and hide somewhere. Want to practice singing? I'll take you to a recording studio tomorrow. Use professional equipment. Mu Qianqian was ecstatic. Really? I can practice in a recording studio. Fu Sahan's deep voice carried a hint of a smile. Have I ever lied to you? Fu Sahan was a man of his word. The next day, he indeed brought Mu Qianqian to the most prestigious recording studio in Bay City. This place was a dreamland for countless famous singers, with every inch of air seemingly filled with the magic of music. I've hired a top-notch teacher for you. Practice well, Fu Sahan said, a hint of indulgence flashing in his eyes. Mu Qianqian nodded obediently, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Got it, Uncle. See you later. Just then, Fu Sahan received an urgent work call and had to leave the studio to handle business. Little did he know, a storm was quietly brewing. Suddenly, a sunglasses-wearing female celebrity stormed in like a whirlwind. Upon seeing someone in the room, her face changed, and she spoke with haughty arrogance. Didn't you reserve this room for me? Get that person out of here now. The staff member smiled apologetically, walking on eggshells. Ms. Jian, we're truly sorry. A distinguished guest booked it first. Let me show you to another studio. The celebrity's assistant rolled her eyes and spoke sharply. This room has the best acoustics. We came all this way just to record a single. Hurry up and get them out. The staff member looked troubled. We can't offend this guest. The assistant sneered. Oh, so you look down on us, huh? Just wait until Ms. Jian tells your boss. The staff member hurriedly explained, Ms. Jian is the lead actress in a hit TV show. We wouldn't dare look down on her. But the recording studio operates on a first-come, first-served basis. The assistant snapped. First come, first served? This room has always been reserved for Ms. Jian. Who are these outsiders to use it? Do they even deserve it? Ms. Jian Ling coldly asked. Who is in there? Is this person even known in the industry? Through the glass, Jian Ling saw Mu Qianqian's stunning beauty, and a flash of jealousy crossed her eyes. Who was this woman? Why had she never heard of her? Was she a newcomer? The assistant scoffed. Probably some nobody. Look at her outfit trying to mimic your style. Jian Ling's alarm bells went off. Her carefully crafted innocent persona seemed contrived next to this natural beauty, making her feel a strong sense of crisis. Find out who she is, Jian Ling ordered. The assistant sent Mu Qianqian's photo to various agents, asking if they recognized her stunning face. Surprisingly, no one claimed to know her. Who brought her here? With a face like that, she's made for this industry. If she hasn't signed with a company, I'll sign her immediately and give her the best resources. Are you sure she's not wearing makeup? No Photoshop. Signing her is like signing a gold mine. With a face like that, she can't help but become famous. The assistant's expression grew increasingly sour. So what if she's pretty? Without backing, it's useless. Our Ms. Jian has connections with the Cheng family's young master. In the future, she might even connect with the top-tier resources. Couldn't find any info. She must be a nobody. And her singing is awful too, the assistant said dismissively. Jianling felt much better hearing this. No fame meant no backing. She could easily crush such a small fry. How much longer do I have to wait? I have other engagements. Can you afford to delay them? Jianling said impatiently. The assistant quickly helped her sit down and started massaging her shoulders. Why are you still standing there? Get her out. Can you afford to delay a multi-million-dollar engagement? The staff member, feeling caught in the middle, went to find the boss. The boss quickly arrived. Jianling, with an air of superiority, said, "Your staff doesn't know the rules. I'll let it go this time. I'm in a hurry, so clear the room." To everyone's surprise, the boss politely refused. "I'm sorry, Ms. Jian, but this room is already booked by an important guest. Please use another studio." "What did you say?" Jianling screeched. The assistant quickly pulled her back, reminding her to maintain her image. Jianling immediately switched to a sweet, affected tone. "What important guest? I've never heard of them." The boss looked troubled. "I'm sorry, but we can't disclose that information." Jianling insinuated. "Is that woman one of your people?" The boss broke into a cold sweat. "Ms. Jian, you shouldn't say such things. You might get into trouble." Jianling's face turned pale with anger, holding back her fury for the sake of her image. "Ms. Jian, don't be upset. Let's leave. If I can't have the best recording studio, I won't record at all. Let the TV show wait." Jianling stormed out in a huff. Suddenly, she saw a tall and imposing figure approaching, and her eyes lit up, her heart racing. Wasn't this the current head of the Fu family? With just one glance, she was captivated by his regal aura. Jianling quickly caught up and said sweetly, "Mr. Fu, what a coincidence meeting you here." Fu Sihan frowned, his expression turning icy. His gaze was sharp as a knife, and his voice was chillingly cold. "What do you want?" Jianling scrutinized the man up close, holding her breath. The photos simply couldn't capture Fu Sihan's true allure. He wasn't a pretty boy, he was a rugged and masculine presence. His deep-set eyes seemed to pierce through one's soul, exuding a powerful masculine aura. "Mr. Fu, I'm a friend of Cheng Lin. You might have heard of me?" "My name is Jianling," she said, looking at him expectantly. Fu Sihan coldly replied, "Never heard of you." Cheng Lin had numerous female companions, and even he probably couldn't keep track of them all. Besides, Fu Sihan had always been indifferent to women. Unwilling to give up, Jianling continued, "I'm the leading actress at Fengyin Media." She calculated that since Fengyin Media's largest shareholder was the Fu family, Mr. Fu should give her some face. However, Fu Sihan remained indifferent. The Fu family had investments all over the cultural industry, and Fengyin Media was just one of many medium-sized companies. Though it had some reputation within the industry, to the Fu family, it was merely a drop in the ocean of their profitable ventures. Fu Sihan glanced at his watch, thinking that the little girl should be out of class by now. Without a second glance, he brushed past Jianling. Jianling hurriedly caught up. "Mr. Fu, the fantasy drama I'm starring in has high viewership ratings. You must have heard about it, right? Could I get your contact information? Maybe you could invite me to events to liven things up." She lowered her voice, trying to sound breathless. Fu Sihan felt a headache coming on and coldly spat out, "Get lost." This kind of pretentious woman was a stark contrast to the pure and kind-hearted little girl. Just listening to her was unbearable. Jianling stood frozen, her face burning with embarrassment. She had never been so crudely rejected by a man before. Her assistant and manager exchanged awkward glances, creating an uncomfortable scene. The assistant quickly comforted her, lingling, "Don't take it to heart. This big shot has always been aloof towards women. If even you can't win him over, there probably aren't many women in the world who can." Jianling pondered. True, if she couldn't do it, others had no chance. At least she had a good relationship with the Cheng family's young master, which gave her a better opportunity than others. If she kept trying, she could eventually get close to the Fu family. Meanwhile, Mu Qianqian came out of the recording studio, full of excitement. "Uncle, I learned so much today. The teacher even praised my voice." Fu Sihan patted her head, "Good job." The girl's voice was indeed ethereal and pure, captivating anyone who heard it. "Uncle, I feel more confident about next week's school beauty contest. I must win that 20,000 yuan prize." Mu Qianqian said excitedly. Fu Sihan thought 20,000 yuan wasn't even enough to rent a recording studio for a day. But as long as the little girl was happy, that was all that mattered. "When is the contest?" he asked. "Next Tuesday." Uncle, will you come? I have to go on a business trip next week, so I can't make it, Fu Sahan replied decisively. Mu Qianqian's face fell, the light in her eyes dimming instantly. Fu Sahan felt an inexplicable pang of guilt, but work always came before women. This time he had to let her down. Let's go. I'll take you to dinner, Fu Sahan said, leading Mu Qianqian away. Jianling and her assistant had just gotten into their car when they saw this scene. The assistant exclaimed, "Isn't that the woman from the recording studio earlier? How is she with Mr. Fu?" Jianling's jealousy flared. So it was Mr. Fu who had taken her to the recording studio. No wonder the owner didn't give her a slot. Why could this woman get close to Mr. Fu? The assistant snidely remarked. This woman must have some tricks up her sleeve. I bet her face is surgically enhanced. I wonder which hospital did it. The results are quite good. Fu Sahan looked at the girl beside him with an incredibly gentle expression, a stark contrast to his cold demeanor when rejecting Jianling. Vixen. Just you wait. Jianling gritted her teeth, her hostility towards Mu Qianqian skyrocketing. Unaware that she was being mistaken for a celebrity, Mu Qianqian followed Fu Sahan to an upscale restaurant, where soft violin music filled the air. Even though she couldn't see, Mu Qianqian knew it must be an expensive place. Uncle, don't order too much. It would be such a waste if we can't finish it, Mu Qianqian said considerately. Wasting food or money is not good. Fu Sahan had already ordered very little for her, but even that seemed too much. Don't you want to gain some weight? He said helplessly. Taking care of this girl was challenging. When would she finally put on some weight? Mu Qianqian patted her round belly, almost in tears. Uncle, I really can't eat anymore. She had been used to going hungry since she was young, and her small appetite was beyond her control. Fu Sahan rubbed his temples. Fine. Uncle, I haven't touched this tuna. You can have it, Mu Qianqian suggested. Fu Sahan's face darkened. You want me to eat your leftovers? As the mighty CEO Fu, when had he ever needed to eat someone else's leftovers? Moreover, he had a severe cleanliness obsession. Eating someone else's leftovers was torture. Mu Qianqian blushed and whispered, No, I just thought it would be wasteful to leave it. This place is so expensive. I usually can't afford to come here. Maybe I should wait a bit and eat it later. She patted her stomach, deciding to eat slowly once she felt less full. A few minutes later, Mu Qianqian picked up her chopsticks and grabbed a piece of fish, but her stomach simply couldn't take it. If you can't eat it, don't force yourself, Fu Sahan said, taking her chopsticks away. Mu Qianqian scrunched up her face. But this meal is so expensive. It's such a waste not to finish it. Fu Sahan finally understood. This girl was just a little miser who got flustered around money. I'll eat it for you, he said coldly. If she was so worried about wasting money, he would reluctantly finish the fish for her. Fu Sahan elegantly forked a piece of tuna and put it in his mouth. Surprisingly, despite eating her leftovers, he didn't feel repulsed at all. Mu Qianqian felt a warmth in her heart. She hadn't expected that the older man would actually be willing to eat her leftovers. This gesture made her wonder if he already considered her as family. Uncle, do you mind eating my leftovers? Mu Qianqian couldn't help but ask, her eyes filled with a hint of anticipation. Fu Sahan answered without hesitation yes. Despite his words, he didn't discard the leftover tuna. Instead, he frowned and ate every bite on the plate. Can we go now? Fu Sahan put down his chopsticks and looked at Mu Qianqian. Mu Qianqian nodded repeatedly. Yes, uncle, let's go. Fu Sahan took her hand, and they walked out of the restaurant together. On the way back, the exhausted Mu Qianqian quickly fell asleep in the car. Her head rested unsteadily against the window, and seeing this, Fu Sahan gently repositioned her head to lean on his shoulder. Always sleeping after eating, you little lazy pig, Fu Sahan said helplessly, pinching her nose. Mu Qianqian groggily swatted his hand away and mumbled, Stop bothering me, I want to sleep. Fu Sahan was speechless, thinking that if he had known she'd be so ungrateful, he should have let her sleep against the window and get a red mark on her forehead. Nonetheless, he turned on the car's computer to handle some work, occasionally glancing down at Mu Qianqian's sleeping face and adjusting her head to make her more comfortable. A few days later, Mu Qianqian went to work part-time at the Yunqing Hotel. During her break, Yi Wanqing came to the break room looking for her but found that Mu Qianqian was not there. Where's Qianqian? Yi Wanqing asked, puzzled. Wang Yanru enthusiastically approached. Missy, it's you. Qianqian was just here, but she must have run off somewhere to slack. Yi Wanqing, who didn't have a good impression of Wang Yanru, nodded coolly and was about to leave. Wang Yanru persisted. Missy, how have you been finding your stay at Yunqing? If you need anything, feel free to tell me. Yi Wanqing saw through Wang Yanru's intention to use her to get close to Yi Xiaoya and responded coldly, No need, I don't want you telling others my name is silly. Wang Yanru's face immediately turned sour. This was something she had said before and couldn't deny. Miss Yi, that was a misunderstanding. I didn't know it was your name. I thought Mu Qianqian made it up as an excuse, Wang Yanru tried to explain. Whether it was a misunderstanding or not has nothing to do with me. We have no connection. Yi Wanqing said coldly before turning and leaving the break room to continue her search for Mu Qianqian. At that moment, Mu Qianqian was sitting in the hotel's garden, taking a call from Grandma Fu. Qianqian, how have you been lately? Grandma Fu's kind voice came through the phone. Thank you for your concern, Grandma. I've been doing well, Mu Qianqian replied sweetly. Have you been able to eat properly these days? Although Mu Qianqian didn't understand why she was being asked this, she answered honestly, yes, I have a good appetite. That's good. You're a fortunate girl. You haven't had to suffer much. When Sahan's aunt was pregnant in the first few months, she couldn't keep anything down and lost a lot of weight. It worried me sick, Grandma Fu sighed. Mu Qianqian was confused, not understanding why Grandma suddenly brought this up. Has Sahan been treating you well? Grandma Fu asked. Yes, Uncle is very good to me, Mu Qianqian quickly replied. Grandma Fu was pleased to hear this. That's good. Sahan has been so focused on work all these years that he hasn't had much interaction with women. He's quite straightforward. If he does anything wrong, just tell me, and I'll scold him for you. Mu Qianqian smiled and reassured her, don't worry, Grandma. You should focus on taking care of your health instead of worrying about our school matters. When you and Sahan have some free time, come over to the old house for a meal, Grandma Fu suggested. Sure, when Uncle's work isn't so busy, we'll come over to keep you company, Mu Qianqian agreed sweetly. After hanging up, Grandma Fu turned to the person beside her and said, don't you think Qianqian has some kind of magic? Talking to her makes me feel so energized. Mom, that means Qianqian is someone you get along with. I really like her too. She's pure-hearted and kind. People like her are rare these days. Indeed. Sahan is lucky to marry a girl like her. In our social circle, marriage is a serious matter. Marrying someone troublesome who schemes every day would be a disaster. It's rare to find someone as simple and kind as Mu Qianqian in today's world. Sahan is quite fortunate. Just then, Yi Wanqing finally found Mu Qianqian. Qianqian, there you are. I've been looking for you everywhere, Yi Wanqing said, running over and sitting down beside her. Wanqing, what do you need? Mu Qianqian asked. Nothing much, just wanted to chat, Yi Wanqing replied. By the way, I heard you're participating in the campus beauty contest in a few days. What talent are you going to showcase? Singing, Mu Qianqian answered. Yi Wanqing praised. You have a great voice. I'm sure you'll sound amazing. I'll definitely come to support you. Great, having you there will make me less nervous, Mu Qianqian smiled. At that moment, Yi Wanqing's phone beeped. She glanced at the screen and said excitedly, oh wow, Lu Xiao just invited me to a concert next Tuesday. But you know what, forget the concert. I'll come cheer for you instead. Mu Qianqian frowned and hesitantly asked, is Lu Xiao coming too? Why, don't you want him there? Yi Wanqing asked, puzzled. It's not that, Mu Qianqian shook her head, it's just. She didn't know how to explain Uncle's opinion of Lu Xiao. But then she remembered that Uncle would be on a business trip next week, so they wouldn't run into each other. She felt relieved. Won't your date be interrupted if you come to my competition? Mu Qianqian asked worriedly. Not at all. Those concerts are getting boring anyway. Supporting my best friend in a competition is way more important. Yi Wanqing laughed. Mu Qianqian's smile grew brighter. Then I'll make sure to give you a big surprise. Great, I can't wait. Yi Wanqing said excitedly. That day, Lu Yunxiang walked into the hospital room to visit her bedridden mother. Sunlight streamed through the curtains and fell on the bed, illuminating her mother's pale face, which was marked with longing and worry. Mom, you need to take care of yourself. I believe my sister will come back soon, Lu Yunxiang gently reassured her. Her mother turned her gaze towards the window and sighed deeply. I wonder how my Yao Yao is doing. Has she faced any hardships all these years? Mom, don't worry. My sister is blessed and will surely return to the Lu family sooner or later, Lu Yunxiang said firmly, holding her mother's hand. Her mother's eyes fell on a red mark on Lu Yunxiang's collarbone. Why do you have a red mark here? She asked, puzzled. Lu Yunxiang smiled and explained. I had a dream recently. I dreamt that a deity told me I was a butterfly fairy, and when I woke up, this red mark appeared on my collarbone. Her mother stared at the butterfly-shaped birthmark, her breathing becoming rapid. Yao Yao has an identical birthmark, but it's on her back, she murmured. Feigning surprise, Lu Yunxiang asked, what? My sister has a birthmark. Yes, I never told anyone about it, her mother said, her voice trembling. How did you suddenly dream of a deity and get a birthmark? Could it be that something has happened to Yao Yao? Tears welled up in Lu Yunxiang's eyes. No, it can't be. My sister will be fine. I'll find a way to remove this mark, even if I have to scrub off a layer of skin. Her mother quickly grabbed her hand. I've already lost one daughter. I can't bear to see you suffer too. Since this birthmark appeared on you, it means you and your sister are connected. Keep it. Yes, I will. Lu Yunxiang obediently lowered her head, a glint of triumph in her eyes. The birthmark was actually a tattoo she had gotten with a special potion. Despite the excruciating pain, it seemed worth it now. After Lu Yunxiang left, her mother called her father. Feng, my health is deteriorating. I fear I might not live to see Yao Yao again. If I pass, leave the dowry I prepared for her to Yunxiang. This extravagant dowry, meant for her daughter, would significantly increase Lu Yunxiang's wealth, enough to last several lifetimes. Eavesdropping outside the room, Lu Yunxiang could barely contain her excitement. With this dowry, even being expelled from the Lu family wouldn't matter. On the other end of the line, Lu Feng frowned. Why are you suddenly thinking about Yao Yao again? Didn't I tell Yunxiang and Yunbo not to mention her in front of you? Lu Feng speculated that Yunbo wouldn't bring up Yao Yao knowingly. That left Yunxiang. Why would she deliberately mention something that would upset her ailing mother? Don't misunderstand Yunxiang. She misses her sister too, her mother defended. Recently, she dreamt of a deity who told her she was a butterfly fairy and gave her a birthmark identical to Yao Yao's. I fear something might have happened to Yao Yao. She began to sob. That's impossible. I don't believe in such nonsense, Lu Feng said angrily. But how did Yunxiang get a birthmark? You rest and recover. I'll investigate this. He was determined to find out how Lu Yunxiang learned about Yao Yao's birthmark and why she used it to gain her foster mother's favor. While Lu Yunxiang was often treated like a daughter by her foster mother, Lu Feng had always opposed adopting a child. He remained distant and wary of her, believing that an adopted child could never compare to his own blood. Meanwhile, Lu Yunbo was in a car heading to the university to watch a beauty pageant. His phone rang. It was his father. Dad, is there something wrong at the company? Lu Yunbo answered. It's not about the company. It's about Lu Yunxiang. Lu Feng's voice came through the phone. She somehow knows about your sister's red butterfly birthmark. You didn't tell her, did you? No, I wouldn't tell her that, Lu Yunbo denied. That's strange. Very few people know about it. How did she find out? After a moment of thought, Lu Yunbo said urgently, Dad, should I go ask her? Aren't you supposed to meet Miss Yi this afternoon? Yes, she invited me to watch her friend's competition, but I'm not really interested. I can meet her another time and find out about my sister now, Lu Yunbo said, referring to his biological sister. It can wait. She won't run away. Go accompany Miss Yi. She's come a long way to fulfill the engagement. You can't cancel on her without reason. It would be disrespectful. You're right. I'll ask her later. Lu Yunxiang isn't going anywhere for now. Lu Yunbo decided to attend the pageant first and investigate later. At the university, Mu Qianqian was preparing for the beauty pageant backstage. Qianqian, your turn is later. Don't be nervous, Li Siyu patted her shoulder. Fang Yanran chimed in. Yeah, Qianqian, just imagine the audience as cabbages. That way, you won't be nervous. Mu Qianqian laughed. I think you two are more nervous than I am. Li Siyu smiled. It's your first big competition. Of course we're nervous for you. Fang Yanran whispered. I heard that Senior Gu is here too. Which Senior Gu? Mu Qianqian asked. Gu Qingyu. She missed the registration deadline but got in through connections. Hearing the name, Mu Qianqian felt uneasy. However, she reassured herself that even if Gu Qingyu wanted to cause trouble, she'd have to consider the setting. Qianqian, why are you holding your phone? Are you waiting for someone's message? Li Siyu noticed her friend's behavior. Oh no, Mu Qianqian said, startled, and put her phone away. In truth, she was waiting for a message from her uncle. But after waiting for so long, she figured he must be out of town and unable to attend her competition. The backstage lounge was bustling with people as contestants kept pouring in. Li Siyu looked at the crowded space and suggested, it's too cramped in here. Why don't we wait outside? Anyway, Mu Qianqian's turn is last, so there's no rush. No sooner had she spoken than a mocking laugh came from nearby. Yao Shan'er, dressed in a rock style with colorful braids and a shiny silver lip ring, sneered, if you can't handle the crowd, you shouldn't be in the competition. Anyone would think she's some kind of princess who can't stand a little discomfort. Her sidekick immediately chimed in, yeah, a country bumpkin like her acting all high and mighty. It's laughable. Yao Shan'er is the real deal here, and she hasn't complained. Who does this pauper think she is? Isn't that Mu Qianqian over there? She's in the competition too? Things will get interesting when Lu Shi shows up. Just as Li Siyu was about to retort, Mu Qianqian gently tugged on her arm and whispered, let's just go view. We could use some fresh air. The three of them left the noisy lounge. As soon as they stepped out, they ran into Fu Qianqing. He was holding a bouquet of flowers and carrying snacks and drinks. Anxiously he said, Qianqian, I got these for you. Don't be nervous later. Mu Qianqian smiled wryly. I'm really not nervous. She couldn't understand why everyone assumed she would be. She was participating for the prize money, not for the title of campus queen. Fu Qianqing insisted, even if you're not nervous I am. Just take them. Fang Yanran took the items and opened a bottle of water, handing it to Mu Qianqian. Qianqian still has to go on stage later. I'll hold on to these for her. Qianqian, have some water first. Thanks, and thank you too, Fu, Mu Qianqian said as she took the water. Suddenly, she realized that Fu Qianqing and the uncle she had mentioned shared the same surname pronunciation, Fu. Fu Qianqing blushed and said expectantly, Qianqian, after the competition, there's something I want to tell you. Li Xiu and Fang Yanran exchanged knowing glances, guessing that Fu Qianqing might be planning to confess. Mu Qianqian, however, remained oblivious and simply replied, sure, just call me after the competition. At that moment, Mu Qianqian's phone rang. It was Yi Wanqing, informing her that she and Lu Xiao were seated in the VIP section and encouraging her not to be nervous. Mu Qianqian reiterated that she wasn't nervous. Upon learning that Mu Qianqian was scheduled to go last, Yi Wanqing expressed some concern but still encouraged her, with your talent, I believe you can turn things around. Mu Qianqian hung up the phone, feeling slightly uneasy. She knew that being last could be a disadvantage as the judges might be tired and score lower. Nonetheless, she was determined to give it her all and achieve a good result. As they talked, Li Xiu suddenly pointed into the distance. Look, isn't that Lu Xi? And is that Feng Xiao with her? Lu Xi's frail figure was almost draped over Feng Song, her waist swaying as she walked. When she passed by Mu Qianqian, she quickened her pace, afraid that Feng Song might glance at Mu Qianqian. Meanwhile, backstage, Gu Qingyu was talking to Lu Yunxiang. Yunxiang, thanks for helping me switch my slot with Mu Qianqian's. Lu Yunxiang responded indifferently, no problem. It was a small favor. Gu Qingyu said maliciously, with judges from both the Gu family and the Lu family, I'm sure I'll advance smoothly. As for Mu Qianqian, she can expect to be eliminated in the first round. Lu Yunxiang was calculating internally. This competition was not just about the prize money, it was a stepping stone into the entertainment industry. She had to ensure Mu Qianqian's early exit to prevent her from being recognized as the long-lost daughter of the Lu family. Just as Lu Yunxiang was about to head to the audience seats, she unexpectedly saw Lu Yunhua. Their eyes met, and Lu Yunhua asked in confusion, Lu Yunxiang, what are you doing here? Lu Yunxiang's face turned pale, and she stammered. Two came to watch Qingyu compete. Brother, why are you at the finance university? Yi Wanqing explained, Miss Ye's friend is also a contestant. We came to watch. She waved at Lu Yunxiang. Nice to see you again, Miss Lu. Lu Yunxiang suddenly realized that Yi Wanqing and Mu Qianqian were friends, and Lu Yunhua was brought by her. Her carefully laid plans to prevent the Lu family from meeting Mu Qianqian were falling apart. Noticing Lu Yunxiang's unusual expression, Yi Wanqing asked with concern, Miss Lu, are you okay? Forcing a smile, Lu Yunxiang replied, I'm fine. It's just that with so much going on at the family company, I didn't expect my brother to attend this kind of event. Lu Yunhua responded coldly, I don't need to report my actions to you. Panicking, Lu Yunxiang found an excuse to leave. I just remembered, I still need to discuss something with Qingyu. I'll go find her. She hurriedly left the scene, afraid that staying any longer would lead to a complete breakdown. Lu Yunxiang found Gu Qingyu, her eyes gleaming with shrewdness. Lowering her voice, she suggested, have the organizers put the heaviest makeup on the contestants who go on after you. Gu Qingyu frowned, puzzled. Seeing this, Lu Yunxiang's lips curled into a cunning smile as she explained, it's all for your benefit. If we make the other contestants look like featureless white masks, it will highlight you to the maximum extent. Understanding dawned on Gu Qingyu, and a glint of satisfaction flashed in her eyes. She knew she was attractive, but she was just shy of being the school's top beauty. Why not bring her competitors down a notch to elevate herself? Yunxiang, you're so clever. Thank you for thinking of me. I'll go arrange it right away, Gu Qingyu said gratefully, then turned and left. Coincidentally, the makeup artist for this event had previously worked with the Gu family. Gu Qingyu approached her, feigning concern, the stage lights are very harsh. Make sure the contestants who go after me wear heavy makeup so the effect is better. As for Gu Qingyu herself, she had a top-tier makeup artist hired by the Gu family to enhance her strengths and cleverly conceal her flaws. Of course, Miss Gu, the makeup artist replied, not suspecting a thing. With everything in place, Gu Qingyu was brimming with confidence. She had rehearsed the scene of herself winning the school beauty title countless times in her mind. Lu Yunxiang also felt relieved. She calculated silently. As long as Mu Qianqian's makeup is the heaviest and ugliest, even Lu Yunbai wouldn't recognize her. The competition was in full swing. Gu Qingyu took the stage first, performing a solo cello piece. Thanks to her connections with the judges, she received an exceptionally high score, leaving the other contestants far behind. The audience buzzed with discussion. This year's school beauty title is definitely going to Gu Qingyu. I wonder who will be the runner-up. I think Mu Qianqian, Lu Xi, and Yao Xianer all have a shot. Lu Xi has support from Feng Xiao, and Yao Xianer has the Yao family backing her. They have a better chance. As for Mu Qianqian, it's hard to see her making the top 3. Backstage, Mu Qianqian was preparing. The makeup artist was in a panic. We're out of makeup. Every contestant has heavy makeup on. What do we do? I'll go borrow some from the students. Mu Qianqian stopped her, no need. I'll go on stage barefaced. The makeup artist's eyes widened in shock. That's not a good idea. The stage lights are harsh and will magnify every flaw. Even confident celebrities wear makeup. You're just an ordinary student, and you dare to go on stage without it. It's fine. I don't like makeup, Mu Qianqian insisted. Her last experience with makeup had left a shadow over her, as the heavy foundation had nearly suffocated her. Though that terrible experience was largely due to the makeup artist's ulterior motives. The makeup artist shrugged helplessly. Alright, but just know that without makeup, under those lights, every little imperfection will be magnified. She thought to herself, this girl must have never been on stage before to understand its harsh reality. Qianqian, hurry up. You're next. Li Xiu called out. Mu Qianqian took a deep breath and walked over. Listening to the waves of applause outside, she felt a bit nervous but still in control. Fang Yanran reached out to take Mu Qianqian's phone. I'll hold this for you. Until the last second before going on stage, Mu Qianqian hoped for a call from her uncle. She imagined him calling to say he wasn't going on a business trip and would come to watch her compete. But her phone remained silent. She smiled bitterly, realizing that life wasn't a romantic drama and she was being too fanciful. The next contestant, Mu Qianqian, please take the stage, the host announced. Her friends cheered her on. Qianqian, you can do it. As soon as Mu Qianqian stepped on stage, her petite figure was projected onto the big screen, magnified countless times. The audience erupted in astonishment. Oh my god, did she really go on stage without makeup? Her skin is flawless, like porcelain. You can't even see her pores. No wonder she's confident enough to go on stage barefaced. Even the judges probably didn't expect someone to appear without makeup. This will definitely earn her a lot of points in terms of impression, but it's hard to overturn the result since she's performing so late. In the audience, Yi Wanqing waved her arms, cheering for Mu Qianqian. Beside her, Liu Yunbai was struck as if by lightning when he saw Mu Qianqian's bare face. How can this be? This girl, how can she look so much like my mother? It's as if they were carved from the same mold. Is she Mu Qianqian? Liu Yunbai's heart raced, not from romantic feelings but from the excitement of a possible blood connection. He couldn't help but wonder if this girl might be his long-lost sister. Liu Yunbai wanted to rush onto the stage to find out. He wasn't the only one whose emotions were stirred upon seeing Mu Qianqian's face. Liu Yunxiang was too. Despite all her calculations, she hadn't anticipated that things would fall apart at the last moment. How could Liu Yunbai come to the school beauty contest? Why did Mu Qianqian go on stage without heavy makeup? Seeing that face so similar to her adoptive mother's, Liu Yunxiang was nearly driven mad with jealousy and hatred. Liu Yunbai has seen Mu Qianqian's face. It's all over. Liu Yunxiang thought in despair. Gu Qingyu was irritated as she watched Mu Qianqian on the screen. She cursed the makeup artist's incompetence for letting that annoying girl steal the spotlight. Even if Mu Qianqian didn't win the school beauty title, her barefaced appearance was enough to make her famous at school. Mu Qianqian was oblivious to the undercurrents in the audience. Standing under the spotlight in a white dress, she looked like a jasmine flower swaying in the wind. She stood there quietly, exuding a sacred and untouchable beauty. In a VIP box on the second floor, a man who was supposed to be at a meeting overseas was staring at the stage. His deep eyes were fixed on the dazzling girl, filled with complex emotions. Assistant Wang stood beside him, feeling a mix of emotions. The private jet was about to take off when his boss suddenly changed his mind and cancelled the trip. They had rushed from the private airport to the university just to watch an ordinary student competition. This was something Assistant Wang had never dared to imagine before. He felt relieved. Luckily, Miss Mu's performance is towards the end, or we would have missed it. This must be fate. On stage, the music slowly began. The girl's angelic voice floated out, instantly captivating the entire audience. As soon as Mu Qianqian began to sing, the commotion in the audience instantly ceased. In the vast auditorium, every gaze converged on the young girl in a pure white dress on stage. Her ethereal and melodious voice flowed like a clear spring, instantly captivating everyone's attention. Standing backstage, Fu Sihan watched Mu Qianqian shine on stage without blinking. His eyes sparkled with pride as he thought to himself, "This is the girl I personally nurtured." Recalling the timid, unremarkable, ugly duckling she once was, now transformed into a dazzling swan, Fu Sihan couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. In the audience, Yi Wanqing's cheeks flushed with excitement, wishing she could stand up and cheer for her good friend. Clenching her fists, she thought to herself, "Qianqian is amazing. She sings even better than professional singers. This is pure talent." Sitting beside Yi Wanqing, Liu Yunbai was equally stirred, his eyes fixed on Mu Qianqian on stage. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Before marrying into the Liu family, Madame Liu had anonymously released several albums, and the girl on stage possessed a voice as exceptional as his mother's. Could she really be Yao Yao? This speculation made Liu Yunbai's heartbeat quicken. Meanwhile, Gu Qingyu sat in her seat, her face dark and menacing. She gritted her teeth and muttered under her breath, "That wench. Why is she always against me?" She turned urgently to Liu Yunxiang beside her. "Yunxiang, You have to help me think of a way. We can't let that wench win over me. However, Lu Yunxiang was too flustered to pay attention to Gu Qingyu's demands. She realized that the small school beauty contest in front of her was no longer important. A bigger crisis loomed if Lu Yunbai recognized Mu Qianqian's true identity and brought her back to the Lu family. Lu Yunxiang's position in the family would be in jeopardy. Yunxiang, think of something quickly, Gu Qingyu urged impatiently. Lu Yunxiang finally snapped, shouting, "Stop pushing me." Realizing her outburst, she quickly apologized. "Sorry, Qingyu. I'm just too worried about your ranking." "Don't worry, her scores aren't out yet. There's still a chance." Though puzzled by Lu Yunxiang's unusual behavior, Gu Qingyu was soon appeased. "I know you're looking out for me. I don't blame you. Let's think of something together," she said, starting to send private messages to the judges, attempting to influence Mu Qianqian's scores. After Mu Qianqian's performance, the judges gave unexpectedly low scores, an average of only 70. The audience erupted in discontented murmurs. "Only 70? Are the judges blind?" Exactly, Gu Qingyu made several mistakes and still got 90. Mu Qianqian is prettier and sang so well, only 70. I think Mu Qianqian deserves a perfect score. Rigged. This is definitely rigged. Sitting on the second floor, Fu Sihan's handsome face turned cold. He spoke calmly but with an undeniable authority. "Find the event organizers." The organizers hurried over, trembling as they stood before Fu Sihan. With his back to them, he sat in a single armchair, a lit cigarette between his fingers. The silent tension grew thicker with the swirling smoke. Finally, Assistant Wang stepped forward on behalf of his boss, smiling. Everyone witnessed that performer's outstanding performance. If her scores were deliberately lowered because she lacks backing, then this event might as well be cancelled. The organizers felt a chill run down their spines, cold sweat breaking out instantly. They knew that this seemingly ordinary school beauty contest involved several major capitals in Bay City and was tied to qualifications for entering the entertainment industry. If the event was cancelled, their jobs would be at risk. Yes, it must have been a mistake by the judges. I'll have someone tell them to correct the scores immediately, the organizer quickly assured. Moments later, the host returned to the stage to apologize. "Sorry, there was a mistake in the judges' scoring. Mu Qianqian's final score is not 70 but 99. Let's congratulate Mu Qianqian for winning the school beauty contest." The audience erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. "I knew it. How could Mu Qianqian only get 70? Her score is even higher than Senior Gu's. She's amazing, beating the odds alone. I declare from now on, Mu Qianqian is my goddess, the one and only school beauty of our university." Thus, Mu Qianqian successfully won the title of the university's school beauty, reaching the pinnacle of glory amidst the crowd's adoration. On that day, Mu Qianqian's photos and singing videos caused a sensation on the university forum, setting a record for the highest number of clicks. This wave of excitement quickly spread to other schools, sparking a frenzy of admiration across various campuses. As soon as the award ceremony ended, Mu Qianqian stepped down from the stage. Li Xiu hurried over, her face beaming with excitement. "Qianqian, congratulations. I knew you could do it." Mu Qianqian's lips curved into a slight smile, her eyes twinkling with joy. "Great news, I won a prize of 20,000 yuan. She was already calculating how this money could significantly ease the financial burden on her uncle. Li Xiu teased, "With such an honor, and all you care about is that prize money." Fang Yanran chimed in proudly, "That's right, Qianqian. You might not realize it yet, but from today, your name is all over the university circles in Bay City." Mu Qianqian laughed nonchalantly. "I don't care about the title of campus queen. It's the money in hand that matters." "Haha, Qianqian, if the other contestants heard you say that, they'd be furious," Li Xiu said, unable to hold back her laughter. "The honor they fought so hard for means less to you than 20,000 yuan. You're quite the little money grubber." "Qianqian, are you going to participate in the next campus queen competition in Bay City?" Fang Yanran asked curiously. Mu Qianqian shook her head. "I haven't decided yet." Just then her phone rang. Mu Qianqian stepped aside to answer it, and the deep voice she had been longing to hear came from the other end. "Is the competition over?" Mu Qianqian's eyes curved into a crescent shape. "Yes, it just finished. Uncle, you called right on time. Come to the school gate." "I'll take you home," Fu Sihan said concisely. Mu Qianqian was stunned for a few seconds before she responded. "Uncle, are you back from your business trip? That was fast. Weren't you supposed to be abroad for a few more days?" She had thought that Fu Sihan wouldn't be able to watch her competition because of his trip. Fu Sihan rubbed his temples helplessly and confessed, "Silly girl, I watched your performance. You sang beautifully." Fu Sihan's words were like a pebble dropped into Mu Qianqian's calm heart, causing her heartbeat to quicken and a blush to spread uncontrollably across her cheeks. "Uncle, aren't you supposed to be on a business trip today?" Mu Qianqian asked, stammering. "The meeting was cancelled last minute. I had some free time, so I decided to come and see you," Fu Sihan replied nonchalantly. The assistant standing nearby silently griped to himself. Sure, a billionaire like you having free time. Your schedule is packed, and yet you managed to clear it all just to come and watch this kid's competition. Even though it was just a casual visit, Mu Qianqian was overjoyed. She kicked a pebble at her feet, feeling a sweet warmth in her heart. Uncle, when did you get here? Why didn't you tell me? I arrived before you went on stage. I didn't tell you earlier because I didn't want to make you nervous, Fu Sahan explained. I'm not nervous at all, Mu Qianqian said, though she knew deep down that if she had known he was there, she would have been extremely nervous. After all, he was someone special to her. Come on, I'll take you home, Fu Sahan said. Mu Qianqian responded with a sweet, okay, and said goodbye to her friends before leaving the competition venue. As soon as she stepped out the back door, someone grabbed her wrist. She smiled shyly and threw herself into his arms. Uncle. Fu Sahan's eyes deepened. Little girl, do you throw yourself into anyone's arms just because they hold your hand? The thought made him inexplicably unhappy. No way. Mu Qianqian replied with a bright smile. I knew it was you right away. Oh, how did you know? He asked. Mu Qianqian playfully said, not telling you. She would never admit that she was so familiar with his footsteps, his silhouette, and even the warmth of his palm. Cheeky girl, Fu Sahan chuckled, giving her yet another nickname. Let's go. Mu Qianqian held his hand with one of hers while counting on her fingers with the other. What are you counting? He asked. I'm counting how many nicknames you've given me, she said. She had lost track of how many nicknames he had given her over time. Fu Sahan smiled. Who told you to be so quirky and imaginative? He could never figure out what was going on in her head. Uncle, I need to call Wanqing and let her know, Mu Qianqian said. All right, he nodded. Mu Qianqian dialed Yi Wanqing's number. Wanqing, I'm heading home now. You enjoy your date with Lu Xiao. I won't disturb you. Okay, next time you come over, we'll celebrate properly. Yi Wanqing replied. Meanwhile, Fu Qianqing had bought chocolates and gifts, dressing himself in an overly rustic style. He repeatedly checked himself in the mirror to ensure he looked as unrefined as possible. Perfect. This is exactly the type Qianqian likes, he thought confidently. At that moment, his grandmother called. When do you have time to visit me? It would be best if you could bring a girlfriend. Your cousin got married, and his life is wonderful now. Fu Qianqing patted his chest and promised, Grandma, don't worry. I'll bring you a granddaughter-in-law this time. Oh, you have someone you like? She asked. I'm going to confess to her today. Even if she doesn't agree, I'll pursue her relentlessly until she does, he declared. Good boy, we're waiting for your good news, his grandmother said. Hanging up the phone, Fu Qianqing, holding flowers and gifts, headed to the backstage area of the venue. Where's Qianqian? He asked. Fong Yanran replied, Qianqian has already left. Oh no, I forgot to remind her. You should hurry to the school gate. You might still catch her. I'm on my way. Fu Qianqing said, running towards the school gate with the flowers in hand. As he neared, he spotted Mu Qianqian and felt a surge of joy. But before he could approach, he saw someone who shouldn't be there. Standing next to Mu Qianqian was a tall, handsome man with a chiseled jaw and a mature aura. The man was dressed in a perfectly tailored suit, exuding the charm of a sophisticated adult. The two walked to a luxury car, where the man gentlemanly opened the door for Mu Qianqian. Fu Qianqing was stunned. Isn't that my cousin? His first thought was that his cousin was having an affair. But his cousin, though cold, was deeply committed and would never cheat. That left only one possibility. Mu Qianqian was his cousin's wife. Fu Sihan sensed the gaze behind him and casually turned around. Fu Qianqing quickly hid behind a building, trembling as he dialed his grandmother's number. Grandma, my cousin's wife isn't still in college, is she? His grandmother kindly replied, yes, Qianqian goes to the same university as you. Next time you come home, have your cousin introduce her to you. The same university, and her name is Qianqian. Fu Qianqing felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Could there be a bigger coincidence in the world? After being single for so long, he finally liked someone, only to find out she was married. And worse, she was his cousin's wife. Fu Qianqing suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Looking at the roses, chocolates, and carefully prepared confession gifts in his hands, they all seemed like death warrants. Get rid of them, he thought, scrambling to his feet and tossing the expensive gifts into the trash. Please, let my cousin never find out I was trying to pursue Mu Qianqian. Otherwise, I'm dead. Throwing something away? What's going on? His grandmother's puzzled voice came from the phone. Only then did Fu Qianqing realize he hadn't hung up. With a bitter expression, he said, Grandma, I can't bring a girlfriend home. Not only could he not bring her home, but he also didn't dare attend family gatherings anymore. If Qianqian recognized him, he still wanted his legs intact. He couldn't risk having his cousin break them. Li Yunbai urgently inquired, Missy, you're good friends with Mu Qianqian. You probably know something about her family, right? He desperately needed more information about Mu Qianqian to confirm her identity. Yi Wanqing thought for a moment and responded, Qianqian rarely talks about her family. I only know she has a younger brother, and her family doesn't seem to treat her well. After a pause, she added, "Oh, and her family lives near Bay City, but I can't remember the exact location." Liu Bai's heart tightened. The family that adopted his sister treated her poorly? He pressed on, "How did you two meet?" "Qianqian works at the hotel where I stay. We hit it off right away and quickly became friends," Yuanqing replied honestly. Liu Bai furrowed his brows. Not even graduated from college and already working? His sister's life was so tough? He asked, "How old is Mu Qianqian this year?" Yuanqing gave him a curious look. "You seem very interested in Qianqian." "She's 20. This age matched his sister's." Liu Bai felt a surge of warmth. He decided to investigate Mu Qianqian's background further once he got back. If she truly was his long-lost sister, it would finally relieve his mother of years of worry. For the Liu family, this was a matter of utmost importance. "Sorry, Miss Yi, I have an urgent matter to attend to," Liu Bai said hurriedly as he took his leave. Though slightly disappointed, Yuanqing understood and said, "All right, we'll catch up another time." After leaving in a rush, Liu Bai immediately called his subordinates, instructing them to gather detailed information on Mu Qianqian. Meanwhile, back home, Mu Qianqian's phone kept ringing. She kept rejecting the calls one after another. "Who's calling?" Fu Sihan asked. Mu Qianqian frowned and explained, "People want to sign me for commercials, talent shows, or web dramas. Ever since I got a bit of fame, a lot of people have been trying to pull me into the entertainment industry." She pouted and complained, "I just want to focus on my studies. I don't want to enter the entertainment industry." "Uncle, I should have listened to you and not participated in that competition. For 2,000 yuan, I lost my peaceful study environment." Fu Sihan gently rubbed her head and held out his hand. "Give me your phone." Without hesitation, Mu Qianqian handed over her phone. After a few quick taps, Fu Sihan said, "I've set up a block for you. Those unknown numbers won't bother you anymore." Mu Qianqian breathed a sigh of relief and was about to get up when she suddenly remembered something. "Oh no, I forgot. Someone wanted to talk to me after the competition, and I totally forgot about it." She was frustrated with her poor memory, always forgetting everything when she saw her uncle. "Who?" Fu Sihan asked. Mu Qianqian hesitated and mumbled, "Just a classmate, a regular classmate." Fu Sihan could instantly tell she was hiding something, his eyes narrowing as he coldly asked, "A male classmate or a female classmate?" Mu Qianqian lowered her head and stayed silent, pretending to be a little quail. "Mu Qianqian." Fu Sihan enunciated each syllable of her name, his voice chilling. "Are you looking for a punishment?" Remembering the last punishment, Mu Qianqian's face flushed. She quickly covered her face and confessed, "It was a male classmate, the one who helped me find the coffee shop job last time." Fu Sihan took a deep breath, his anger boiling inside. That troublesome kid again. Didn't he realize Mu Qianqian wasn't someone he could covet? "What's his name?" Fu Sihan asked sternly. Intimidated by his aura, Mu Qianqian shrank back and nervously said, "His name is Fu Qianqing." Fu Sihan didn't catch it, frowning. "What?" "Fu Qianqing," Mu Qianqian repeated louder. This time, Fu Sihan heard it clearly. "Fu Qianqing?" He knew that name all too well. Fu Sihan chuckled angrily, his face darkening. So it was a family member who had been eyeing his wife. That kid must be itching for a beating. Mu Qianqian tugged at his sleeve, almost in tears. "Uncle, please don't act rashly." Fu Sihan's eyes were unreadable. "Oh? You want to protect him?" Mu Qianqian shook her head vigorously, afraid of being misunderstood. "No, I'm just worried you'll get into trouble. He's just a regular classmate to me, but you're my husband." Her cheeks were red as she uttered the shy term. To be honest, the word husband did have an effect. Fu Sihan's near-explosive mood calmed down significantly. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Mu Qianqian bit her lip, still uneasy. Her uncle's possessiveness was overwhelming. Who could handle that? At the same time, far away at the villa, Fu Qianqing sneezed unexpectedly. "Why does it feel so cold? Is the temperature dropping?" "Come here," Fu Sihan ordered sternly. Mu Qianqian cautiously moved closer. "Uncle, what is it?" Fu Sihan placed his hands under her arms, easily lifting her and throwing her over his shoulder. Mu Qianqian, head down, flailed in panic. "Uncle, put me down. What are you doing?" Fu Sihan gave her a light smack on the butt. "Stop shouting." Mu Qianqian covered her face, blushing fiercely, and didn't dare make a sound. She bit her lower lip hard, almost drawing blood. Fu Sihan carried her into the bedroom and tossed her onto the bed. Mu Qianqian's heart was pounding. Could it be? Was he going to make a move on her? She swallowed nervously, her face burning, and felt a hint of anticipation. But the expected wait didn't come. Fu Sihan loosened his tie, standing by the bed and looking down at her. "What are you waiting for? Get up and do your homework." Mu Qianqian let out an unconscious huh. So he had carried her into the room just to make her do homework. She had thought. Mu Qianqian quickly pushed those unhealthy thoughts out of her mind. She sat up on the bed and licked her lips on it. After the school beauty contest ended, Mu Qianqian became the center of attention the moment she returned to school. Her beauty surpassed the photos, stunning everyone who saw her. Those who witnessed the contest in person couldn't stop praising her, especially her heavenly singing voice that left everyone mesmerized. Soon, Mu Qianqian became the object of admiration for many boys. During breaks, there was always someone trying to deliver love letters to her, but these affectionate notes never reached her hands. Fu Qianqing intercepted them all, sternly warning the eager suitors, "Don't disturb Mu Qianqian's studies, or you'll have to deal with me." The intimidating power of the Fu family quickly cooled their enthusiasm, allowing Mu Qianqian to enjoy a peaceful learning environment. One day, Mu Qianqian curiously asked Fu Qianqing, "Fu, didn't you have something to tell me earlier?" Fu Qianqing awkwardly scratched his neck, coughed twice, and forced out a sentence. "Actually, I just wanted to say good luck in the contest, nothing else." In reality, Fu Qianqing had planned to confess his feelings to Mu Qianqian, but after discovering she was his cousin's girlfriend, he swallowed all his sweet words. For the sake of his own life, he buried his feelings deep inside, silently hoping his cousin would go easy on him for blocking so many suitors for his girlfriend. Meanwhile, at the Lu group, a crucial conversation about blood ties was taking place. Lu Feng angrily questioned his son, Lu Yunbai, "What have you been busy with these past few days? Why are you always missing at critical times?" Lu Yunbai's eyes were bloodshot, and dark circles underscored his sleepless night. He handed a stack of documents to his father, his voice hoarse. "Dad, take a look at this." Lu Feng took the documents with suspicion. When he saw the 1-inch photo in the top right corner, his pupils suddenly contracted. The girl in the photo wore a neat school uniform. Her face was delicate, and her smile was sweet, almost identical to his wife when she was young. Eagerly, he browsed through the document. Name: Mu Qianqian, 20 years old, lives in a county near Bay City, has an older brother and a younger brother. Parents run a struggling fast food restaurant. More details from neighbors. Mu Qianqian was brought to this family at the age of 5, obedient but mistreated, forced to do dirty and heavy work, even deprived of schooling. Recently, she went blind after saving someone and was nearly married off to an old cripple. These details hit Lu Feng like a sledgehammer, shattering his composure. Trembling, he asked, "Who is this girl? Where did you find her?" Lu Yunbai explained, "She's a student at the University of Finance and Economics, a friend of Miss Yi. She looked familiar, so I had someone investigate her background." He firmly stated, "Dad, there's no need for further investigation. This girl is Yao Yao without a doubt. The first time I saw her, even though I didn't see her real face, I felt a strong sense of kinship. This is the bond of blood." Suppressing his excitement, Lu Feng calmly said, "Find a way to get her DNA for a paternity test. I'm not doubting her, but we need evidence to publicly confirm her identity." Lu Yunbai immediately understood his father's intention. "Got it, I'll take care of it right away." Lu Feng's tone turned harsh. "Also, investigate the family that adopted Yao Yao. Find out how she ended up with them." Lu Yunbai instantly grasped his father's intent, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. They had finally found their long-lost sister, and the family that mistreated her would pay the price. Lu Feng's brows were furrowed, and his eyes blazed with anger. His voice, though low, carried a resolute determination. "I suspect that this family is behind Yao Yao's abduction. Even if they didn't take her themselves, they must know something. Otherwise, why didn't they report it to the police? Instead, they adopted Yao Yao and have been tormenting her." His fists clenched involuntarily, his knuckles turning white. "They must know that Yao Yao isn't their biological daughter. I won't let a single one of those who mistreated my daughter get away with it." Lu Yunbai nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll investigate this thoroughly. Dad, let's keep this from Mom for now." He paused before continuing. "I'll approach Yao Yao first, find the right moment to tell her the truth. Once the time is right, we'll bring her to Mom." Lu Feng was eager to bring Mu Qianqian home immediately, but his rational side cautioned him against haste. He took a deep breath and voiced his concerns. "It's been 15 years since we were separated. Yao Yao probably doesn't remember me. What if she doesn't want to come back to the Lu family? If we tell your mother prematurely and Yao Yao refuses, it would devastate her." His voice softened, "So, we need to take this step by step. Once Yao Yao accepts her true identity, then we can bring her to your mother, minimizing any potential hurt." Lu Yunbai nodded solemnly. "I understand, Dad. Don't worry about the company. Leave it all to me. For now, you just need to focus on one thing: protecting my sister and bringing her home." At this point, Lu Feng's voice choked with emotion. Over the years, he and his wife had been so consumed with searching for their daughter that they had neglected the company, leaving the burden entirely on their elder son. Lu Feng patted his son's shoulder, his eyes full of apology and gratitude. "Yunbai, you've worked hard all these years." Lu Yunbai shook his head, his tone firm. "It wasn't hard, Dad. It's my duty." Lu Feng stood up, his eyes rekindled with determination. "Don't worry. This old body of mine can hold out for a few more years. When my daughter comes home, I will give her all the love and legacy that the whole city of Quanbei will envy. With the hope of reuniting with his daughter, the long-dormant fire in Lu Feng's heart blazed anew. He made a silent vow to continue fighting for his daughter's sake. On a bright weekend morning, as soon as the first rays of sunlight appeared, Lu Yunbai eagerly made his way to the Yunqing Hotel. Accompanied by Yi Wanqing, the two strolled along the garden path. However, it was clear that Lu Yunbai's thoughts were elsewhere, continuously drifting back to Mu Qianqian. When is Qianqian coming to work? Lu Yunbai asked casually, though his eyes kept darting towards the hotel entrance. Yi Wanqing replied softly, except for exam days, Qianqian is here every weekend. She's very diligent and hardly ever takes a break. Hearing this, Lu Yunbai felt a pang in his heart. He couldn't help but imagine Mu Qianqian's busy figure, feeling both heartache and admiration. She's already exhausted from her classes, yet she still works part-time in her free time, leaving no time for herself to rest, he sighed. If she hadn't gone through so many hardships before, how could she push herself so hard now? Changing the subject, Lu Yunbai asked, have you met her family? Yi Wanqing nodded, yes, I've met her mother and brother. They don't treat her well. She paused, frowning slightly. And I always felt that Qianqian doesn't look anything like her family. From her appearance, Qianqian is pure and sweet, clearly a kind-hearted girl. But her family looks sharp and mean, with shifty eyes full of scheming. Lu Yunbai's expression turned cold. They're not really her family, so of course, they don't look alike, he said firmly. Will Qianqian's eyesight recover? Lu Yunbai then asked, concerned about Mu Qianqian's health. Yi Wanqing explained, she lost her sight saving someone. A relative helped her get surgery, and she's currently in recovery. She can see some blurry shapes now. With more time, she should regain her vision. Lu Yunbai felt somewhat relieved but reminded himself to take Qianqian to a better hospital for a thorough checkup, ensuring her eyes would fully recover without any complications. After a moment of silence, Lu Yunbai suddenly spoke, Miss Yi, I'd like to get to know Mu Qianqian. Could you help introduce us? Yi Wanqing was taken aback, mistakenly thinking Lu Yunbai had romantic feelings for Mu Qianqian. She lowered her head, feeling a pinch in her heart and her eyes slightly reddening. After a brief adjustment, she forced a smile and said, sure, I'll help you get in touch with her when she arrives. Meanwhile, in Mu Qianqian's apartment, the young girl had just woken up and sneezed several times in a row. Fu Sihan, sitting on the sofa, frowned and looked at her thin clothing. Why are you wearing so little? He asked with a tone of reproach. Mu Qianqian rubbed her red nose and explained, I have to change into my work uniform later. Wearing too much makes it inconvenient. Fu Sihan, unfazed, said, it's cold. You don't need to wear your work uniform. Put on something warm. Mu Qianqian looked puzzled, huh? Since when? How come I didn't know? Fu Sihan calmly replied, I just got the news. Go change. For Fu, this was a trivial matter. He could easily have his assistant call the Yunqing Hotel to notify them. Seeing Mu Qianqian still standing there in a daze, Fu Sihan stood up from the sofa, took her by the shoulders and gently pushed her back to her room. He opened the wardrobe, ready to help her choose a coat, when Mu Qianqian suddenly hugged his arm, blushing. You can pick my clothes myself, she stammered. Fu Sihan raised an eyebrow, are you sure? Mu Qianqian nodded repeatedly, yes, I'm sure. Very sure. Just as Fu Sihan was about to step aside, he noticed the cartoon-themed clothes hanging in the wardrobe and suddenly understood her embarrassment. He couldn't help but tease, do you like SpongeBob? Mu Qianqian's cheeks turned even redder as she instinctively covered her chest, realizing he had seen her cartoon-themed underwear. She quickly pulled down some clothes to cover them up. Uncle, if you keep this up, I'll get mad, she threatened, stomping her foot and speaking in a cute, childish tone. Fu Sihan's smile widened, teasing her further. Oh? And what happens if you get mad? Mu Qianqian bit her lip, thinking for a moment before a light bulb went off in her head. I'll punish you too. Fu Sihan's expression stiffened, not expecting her to say that. He gritted his teeth and said slowly, little girl, are you trying to rebel? Mu Qianqian suddenly lunged forward, knocking him onto the bed. She spoke seriously, Uncle, you can't tease me anymore. Fu Sihan looked at her leisurely, even pinching her soft cheek. Is little SpongeBob mad? Mu Qianqian felt both embarrassed and annoyed. The nickname reminded her of the underwear he had seen. Straddling him, she started scratching his chest in frustration. Fu Sihan grabbed her mischievous hands, his eyes dark and threatening. If you keep this up, you won't be leaving the house today. Mu Qianqian didn't catch the deeper meaning in his words. With her hands restrained, she decided to use her mouth, biting his shoulder hard and leaving a round mark. Fu Sihan's breathing grew heavier. He clenched his jaw, nearly losing control. Mu Qianqian, he growled. If you keep provoking me, you'll have to face the consequences. He placed his rough fingers threateningly at the collar of her shirt. Feeling the heat from his fingers, Mu Qianqian quickly climbed off him, stumbling as she got out of bed. Uncle, you're so bad. Fu Sihan loosened his collar, his gaze predatory. He silently vowed that once her eyes recovered, he wouldn't hold back anymore. He'd make sure she wouldn't dare to tease him again. Mu Qianqian hastily threw on a coat and rushed out the door. Upon arriving at the Yuncheng Hotel, the manager informed her that due to the cold weather, uniforms were no longer required. She was surprised at how quickly her uncle's information had reached. Just as she was about to head to the exhibition hall, Yi Wanqing called her over. Qianqian, Mr. Lu wants to be friends with you. Let me introduce you to. Mu Qianqian didn't refuse and softly replied, sure. He's going to be your husband, so I can't have a strained relationship with him. Yi Wanqing smiled, but a hint of sadness flashed in her eyes. Don't tease me. In the pavilion of the back garden, Lu Yunbai was sitting opposite Yi Xianlin. As soon as Mu Qianqian appeared at the entrance, Lu Yunbai's gaze was fixed on her. A sharp glint appeared in Yi Xuanlin's eyes as he reminded, Mr. Lu, don't forget your engagement to Wanqing. Lu Yunbai was stunned for a few seconds, then explained, Mr. Yi, you misunderstand. I have no other intentions toward Mu Qianqian. It's just that she looks so much like my lost sister, and I want to learn more about her. Oh, is that so? Yi Xianlin raised an eyebrow. Lu Yunbai confessed, Mr. Yi, I trust you, so I don't mind telling you. Qianqian's appearance and age match my sister's. She might be the daughter our Lu family lost. Since our families are bound to be in-laws, there's nothing to hide. Yi Xianlin gave Mu Qianqian a meaningful look and raised his teacup. I see. I misunderstood you, Mr. Lu. I shall drink as a penalty. Mu Qianqian followed Yi Wanqing into the pavilion. Lu Yunbai stared at her so intently that he almost knocked over his teacup. Your name is Mu Qianqian, right? We didn't get a chance to properly meet last time at the Lu residence, Lu Yunbai said, trying to stay calm, but his emotions were in turmoil. Seeing her up close made the feeling of a blood connection even stronger. His eyes reddened, and he quickly looked down to drink his tea to hide his emotions. Yes, Mr. Lu. I'm good friends with Wanqing, Mu Qianqian replied. Lu Yunbai said eagerly, you don't have to call me Mr. Lu. If you want, you can call me by my name, or even brother. Mu Qianqian hesitated, and Lu Yunbai quickly stood up. It's not abrupt at all. You can call me whatever you like. Mu Qianqian felt an urge to agree, but her cautious nature made her hold back. She hid behind Yi Wanqing. Lu Yunbai felt a pang in his heart and gave a bitter smile. I'm sorry, I was too hasty. Hearing the disappointment in his voice, Mu Qianqian felt a strange sense of sadness. She comforted him, Mr. Lu, there's no need to apologize. It's just that we're not very familiar with each other yet. Maybe after we get to know each other better, I can call you that. Lu Yunbai looked at her deeply and nodded. Mr. Yi, Miss Yi, I have some words I'd like to say to Miss Mu alone, Lu Yunbai suggested. The smile on Yi Wanqing's face faded slightly. Go ahead, Mr. Lu. Lu Yunbai led Mu Qianqian away from the pavilion. Yi Xianlin noticed his sister's mood and asked, jealous. Yi Wanqing felt a pang of bitterness but stubbornly denied it. Of course not. She silently vowed that if Qianqian and Mr. Lu truly cared for each other, she would never come between them, nor would she use the engagement to pressure him. Yi Xianlin sighed and tried to comfort her. Mr. Lu just told me that he doesn't have feelings for Miss Mu. He only thinks she looks like his sister. The daughter the Lu family lost? Yi Wanqing asked. Exactly, Yi Xianlin recalled. I met Mrs. Lu many years ago, but it's been so long that my memory is fuzzy. Now, hearing Mr. Lu's words, I vaguely remember that Mrs. Lu does resemble Miss Mu quite a bit. So Mr. Lu isn't lying. His behavior towards Miss Mu is more like that towards a family member than a lover. I see. I misunderstood him, Yi Wanqing said, feeling a bit embarrassed but also hopeful. But if Qianqian really is his sister, that would be wonderful. Her current family treats her terribly. She deserves a family that loves her. Meanwhile, Lu Yunbai was speaking with Mu Qianqian alone. Mr. Lu, please say what you have to say quickly, Mu Qianqian urged, not wanting Wanqing to misunderstand them. Lu Yunbai took a deep breath and said, Qianqian, I mean no harm. It's just that the moment I saw you on stage, I was struck by how much you resemble my sister. Mu Qianqian looked up in surprise. Really? But how could I look like Miss Lu? Lu Yunbai's eyes were filled with longing and pain. I haven't seen my sister for 15 years. She disappeared on her 5th birthday, and our family has been searching for her ever since, but we never found any trace of her. His voice choked up. She was the apple of our family's eye. Since she went missing, I've had nightmares every night, dreaming that she was taken by bad people, wandering the streets, hungry and cold. I regret so much not taking better care of her. If I had stayed by her side, she might not have gone missing. Touched by his emotions, Mu Qianqian felt a wave of sadness herself. She softly comforted him. Don't be sad. I believe your sister will come back. Lu Yunbai gazed at her, his eyes glistening with tears. He nodded firmly. Yes, I believe she will. Mr. Lu, can you tell me how Miss Lu went missing? Mu Qianqian asked. Of course. They sat by the flower bed, and Lu Yunbai recounted the events of that rainy night 15 years ago. It was her 5th birthday, and it was pouring rain. She was worried about the flowers in the garden and went downstairs to check on them, but she never came back. Hearing the story, Mu Qianqian couldn't help but shed tears. She touched her cheek and realized she had been crying. Mu Qianqian said with some envy, "It turns out Miss Lu and I are the same age, and we both have summer birthdays. What a coincidence." She compared herself to Miss Lu, feeling envious that Miss Lu was cherished by her family while she had been treated poorly by hers. "Mr. Lu, if you miss your sister, you're welcome to come see me anytime. I'll explain everything to Wan Qing," Mu Qianqian said considerately. Lu Yunbai nodded gratefully. "Thank you." He thought to himself that his sister's kind and thoughtful nature had not changed. Wang Yanru's phone call shattered Mu Qianqian's brief moment of peace. "Where have you been slacking off again? Hurry up and water the garden," Wang Yanru commanded, her tone brooking no argument. Mu Qianqian frowned in confusion. "But isn't it your turn to water the garden today? What's with the yours and mine? We all have to do the work together." "Stop being so petty and clear-cut about it," Wang Yanru retorted, her voice growing more overbearing. Not wanting to argue, Mu Qianqian sighed and agreed. She turned to Lu Xiao beside her. "Lu Xiao, I'll go water the garden first. You can go back to the pavilion and rest." "I'll go with you," Lu Xiao insisted. Mu Qianqian hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. "All right." She thought to herself that Lu Xiao probably missed his sister too much. Even though he knew she couldn't be the long-lost Lu family sister, he still wanted to see her similar face more often. The two of them arrived at the garden. Mu Qianqian reached out to turn on the hose but found that no matter how she tried, no water came out. "What's going on?" she murmured in confusion. Lu Yunbai examined the hose carefully, his expression darkening. "Someone deliberately cut the hose." Mu Qianqian gasped. Without the hose, she'd have to carry water from the front, a distance of several hundred meters. With her small frame, she would be exhausted in no time. The person who cut the hose had truly malicious intentions. "I'll go get the water from the front," Mu Qianqian said softly, about to turn and leave. Lu Yunbai grabbed her wrist. "Don't go. This needs to be addressed." Before Mu Qianqian could react, he was already pulling her toward the general manager's office. Pushing open the door, Lu Yunbai got straight to the point. "Check the surveillance footage." The general manager looked surprised. "Lu Xiao, what brings you here? Did something of yours go missing?" "That's not your concern. Just pull up the garden's surveillance footage," Lu Yunbai demanded coldly. Soon, footage from the past 7 days in the garden appeared on the screen. Lu Yunbai quickly fast-forwarded through it until he found a suspicious figure early this morning. Someone had sneakily cut the hose. "Isn't that Wang Yanru?" the manager exclaimed. "And why is she scattering sharp stones on the ground?" Lu Yunbai's eyes narrowed, a flash of anger crossing them. She wanted Qianqian to fall and have her face scarred by those stones. She wanted to disfigure her. Mu Qianqian felt a chill run down her spine. She had always known that Wang Yanru harbored resentment towards her, but she hadn't imagined the extent of her malice. This was a silent attack. If she had fallen and gotten hurt, she would have just considered herself unlucky, never suspecting it was a carefully planned trap. The manager was furious. "Don't worry, Lu Xiao. I'll handle this properly. We won't tolerate such behavior." He knew that Miss Mu was sent by higher-ups, and if anything happened to her at the hotel, his career would be over. Breaking into a cold sweat, the manager immediately called a meeting. Sisterly rushed over, not yet understanding the situation, only to be met with the manager's harsh reprimand. "When you recruit people, don't you check them out? Look at what kind of person you've brought in." The surveillance footage made everyone gasp. Wang Yanru's actions of cutting the hose and scattering stones were clear as day. Initially, Wang Yanru hung her head in guilt, but she soon raised it again, looking defiant. "I just acted on impulse and played a little joke. Do you have to be so serious? Can't you take a joke?" "A joke?" Lu Yunbai, usually graceful and well-mannered, was now furious. "You deliberately had Qianqian water the garden and wanted her to carry water over that rocky path, just to play a joke? Do you realize how serious the consequences could be if she fell, especially with her poor vision?" Everyone finally understood. Wang Yanru had gone to such lengths to target Mu Qianqian. Because of a previous incident involving Yi Xiao, Wang Yanru had harbored a grudge against Mu Qianqian and had now shown her true, vicious colors, wanting to disfigure her. Wang Yanru's face turned pale instantly. She tried to maintain her composure but stubbornly said, "I don't know what you're talking about." "It was my turn to water the plants today." Mu Qianqian stood in the middle of the garden, holding a hose, diligently tending to the flowers and plants. When Wang Yanru approached, a hint of displeasure crossed her face. "Mu Qianqian, why did you take my job without asking?" Wang Yanru questioned, her voice brimming with obvious discontent. Mu Qianqian paused, looking puzzled at Wang Yanru. "But it was you who called me first, asking me to water the plants for you." Wang Yanru let out a cold laugh, crossing her arms with a smug expression. "Oh really? I called to tell you to stop slacking off and get back to work. What does that have to do with watering the plants? Her tone was dripping with sarcasm. Around them, colleagues began to whisper among themselves, some casting doubtful glances at Mu Qianqian. Seeing this, Wang Yanru became even more self-satisfied, thinking her argument was flawless. However, Mu Qianqian remained calm. She reached into her pocket, pulled out her phone, and opened a recording app. I usually record my lessons, so my phone's recording feature is always on, she explained, then pressed the play button. Clear voices echoed in the garden. Where did you run off to slack again? Hurry up and water the garden. What's mine and yours? We all work together, so stop being so petty and dividing tasks so clearly. Wang Yanru's voice played from the recording, and her face instantly turned pale. The crowd around them started to stir, murmuring amongst themselves. Oh my, Wang Yanru is actually like this? I used to consider her a good friend. I'll never get close to her again. What if she schemes against me someday? Qianqian is such a kind person with no grudges. Why would Wang Yanru try to harm her? Is it just jealousy? Her heart is too narrow. Surrounded by pointing fingers and accusatory whispers, Wang Yanru's anger clouded her judgment. She loudly defended herself. I was just joking with Mu Qianqian. Besides, isn't she fine? The manager sternly interrupted her. If something had happened, it would have been too late. At this moment, Lu Yunbai strode over, positioning himself protectively in front of Mu Qianqian. His voice was icy and his gaze sharp as a blade. If anything had happened to her, do you think you'd still be standing here? Standing behind Lu Yunbai, Mu Qianqian felt a surge of indescribable warmth. For a moment, she envied Miss Lu. Not only did she have a loving family, but also a protective elder brother like Lu Yunbai. She couldn't help but think to herself, if only she had a brother like Lu Yunbai. Mu Qianqian gazed at Lu Xiao's profile, silently wondering. She thought that Lu Xiao's protective behavior towards her might be because she resembled his sister too much. The manager's stern voice interrupted her thoughts. Wang Yanru, stop making excuses. These pieces of evidence are enough to send you to jail. Firing you is already an act of mercy. Wang Yanru clenched her fists, biting her lip in frustration. She had worked so hard to get into Yunqing Hotel, aiming to marry into a wealthy family. Now, being dismissed meant all her efforts were in vain. At that moment, someone nearby whispered, Yanru, don't you have a good relationship with Yishao? Maybe you could ask him for help to keep your job. This suggestion reignited Wang Yanru's hope. She recalled Yi Xuanlin's gentle demeanor and the serendipity of the code incident. She hurriedly asked the doorman about Yi Xuanlin's whereabouts. Upon finding Yi Xianlin, Wang Yanru tearfully pleaded, Yi Xiao, I've been framed. Please help clear my name. She deliberately pushed out her chest, hoping her figure would catch his attention. Yi Xianlin merely glanced at her before turning to his assistant and asking, who is this? The assistant, accustomed to such situations, explained, young master, she's Wang Yanru. You lent her your coat once when her clothes were stained with wine. Later, she mentioned something in the pavilion. After hearing the assistant's explanation, Yi Xianlin seemed to recall a bit. He looked at Wang Yanru. You said you were framed? Wang Yanru, looking pitiful, said, yes, they accused me of harming Mu Qianqian. I just wanted to play a prank on her. How could I know she'd be so petty? And that man with her, I don't even know who he is. They seem to be entangled somehow. She didn't notice the sudden darkness in Yi Xiao's eyes when she mentioned Mu Qianqian's name. Yi Xianlin coldly asked, harming Mu Qianqian? Wang Yanru hurriedly explained, it's not like that. I just wanted to embarrass her a little, not harm her. She just took advantage of the situation. Yi Xianlin tapped the table lightly and instructed his assistant to investigate. Shortly after, the assistant returned and whispered in his ear. Yi Xuanlin's grip on his cup tightened, nearly shattering it. Why are you still here? Waiting for me to call the police. Yi Xianlin said coldly. Wang Yanru was panicked. Two didn't. I'm being wronged. Your little tricks might fool others, but not me, Yi Xianlin said icily. Get out. The bodyguard stepped forward and dragged Wang Yanru out. In desperation, she screamed hysterically. Do you think Mu Qianqian is as innocent as she looks? She's no good either. I saw her get into a black luxury car late at night. Do you know what that means? She's not just stringing you along. She has other men. She's just a piece of second-hand trash. Yi Xianlin, furious, shattered the cup in his hand, spilling tea and shards everywhere. He ordered sharply, shut her up. Wang Yanru was dragged out of the hotel like a dead dog and thrown heavily onto the ground outside. Meanwhile, Mu Qianqian thanked Lu Yunbai, young master Lu, thank you for helping me. Without you, I might have really fallen into their trap. Lu Yunbai looked at her gently, no need to thank me. Qianqian, can I get your contact information? So you can reach out if you need anything. Mu Qianqian agreed and gave him her number. Thanks to you this time. If there's a chance, I'll treat you and Wanqing to a meal. Lu Yunbai's eyes lit up with anticipation. No need for dinner. If you want to repay me, Just call me brother. Under his earnest gaze, Mu Qianqian felt a bit shy, but Lu Yunbai gave her a familial warmth, making it easy to call him brother. She softly said, brother. Lu Yunbai's eyes reddened as he looked at her. He blinked to hold back tears. This was his sister, lost for 15 years. He wanted to hug her and tell her about the years of separation, but he couldn't rush it and risk scaring her. Let me take you home. After what happened today, you probably aren't in the mood to work, Lu Yunbai suggested. Mu Qianqian agreed, and Lu Yunbai drove her to Mingyuan community. Qianqian, you live here? He asked. Yes, I live here with a friend, Mu Qianqian replied. Lu Yunbai's heart sank. He remembered her family lived in the county, and if going home was inconvenient, she should be staying at school. Could it be she had a boyfriend? The thought nearly made Lu Yunbai lose control. They had just found their little sister and hadn't had a chance to pamper her and make up for the lost years, and now she was being taken by another man? She was too young and naive, easily hurt by men. Lu Yunbai fought the urge to storm into the community and beat up the wild man. Young Master Lu, thank you for bringing me back. I'll head upstairs now, Mu Qianqian said. Lu Yunbai forced a smile, all right. As soon as Mu Qianqian entered the community, Lu Yunbai called his father. Dad, Qianqian seems to have a boyfriend. Lu Feng, who was chairing a shareholders' meeting, nearly fainted at the news. How do you know? Who is he? Has he mistreated her? Lu Yunbai quickly moved the phone away from his ear, almost deafened by his father's roar. Dad, calm down and listen to me. How can I calm down? Lu Feng was as agitated as an ant on a hot pan. If I find out who that punk is, I'll deal with him. The secretary beside him quickly tried to soothe him. Mr. Lu, please calm down and take care of your health. Dad, this isn't confirmed yet. Give me a few days to find out more before we jump to conclusions, Lu Yunbai reassured. All right, heaven help us if it's true. Lu Feng finally calmed down a bit. But he vowed that if the boy treated Qianqian badly, no matter how much they loved each other, he would never hand his daughter over to him. One evening, Mu Qianqian's phone suddenly vibrated, displaying a call from Yi Wanqing. She quickly answered, eagerly saying, Wanqing, I was just about to call you. Lu Xiao just talked to me about his sister. Hearing this, Yi Wanqing felt a warm rush in her heart. She knew Qianqian was worried she might misunderstand, so she explained right away. Such a considerate friend, Yi Wanqing vowed to cherish her forever. Qianqian, you don't need to explain, Yi Wanqing gently interrupted. My brother already told me. I won't misunderstand you. Mu Qianqian breathed a sigh of relief at these words. She flipped onto her soft bed and began chatting casually with Yi Wanqing. Wanqing, what do you think of Lu Xiao now? She asked teasingly. Yi Wanqing's face heated up and she stammered. He's all right. He's a good person. She paused and then asked, so, do you think this family engagement was the right choice? Stop teasing me. What about you? What do you think of my brother? Mu Qianqian hesitated at this question. Taking a deep breath, she decided to be honest. There's something I've never told you. Actually, I'm not single. What? Yi Wanqing almost jumped in surprise. Qianqian, you have a boyfriend? Mu Qianqian nodded lightly. Yes, sort of. Though she and her uncle had already gotten married, strictly speaking, he wasn't her boyfriend but her husband. She hadn't figured out how to tell her friends about the marriage yet. All right then, I won't try to set you up with my brother anymore, Yi Wanqing said with a hint of disappointment. However, she quickly thought to herself, her brother still had a chance. After all, they were just dating, not married. If that guy ever treated Qianqian badly, she would immediately bring her brother into the picture to win Qianqian back. Meanwhile, at the Lu family villa, Lu Yunxiang keenly sensed that her family was preoccupied with something lately. Lu Yunbo was nowhere to be seen, and Lu Feng was shuttling between the company and the hospital, not even returning to the villa. He must be seeing that bitch Mu Qianqian. Lu Yunxiang thought, gritting her teeth. I should never have let Lu Yunbo meet Mu Qianqian. Just seeing her face would ruin all my plans. Pacing back and forth in her room, she racked her brain for a solution. Suddenly, a bold idea struck her. She immediately picked up her phone and dialed Lu Yunbo's number. Brother, I have something to tell you, she said, trying to steady her trembling voice. Lu Yunbo's voice was still cold. What is it? Go ahead. Lu Yunxiang took a deep breath and summoned the courage to say, have you ever noticed that Mu Qianqian looks a lot like Mom? This clearly caught Lu Yunbo off guard. He paused for a moment before replying, you noticed it too. Seeing an opportunity, Lu Yunxiang quickly continued, yes brother. Mom's health is deteriorating, and as her daughter, it pains me greatly. Although the chances are slim, I want to find out if Mu Qianqian might be our sister. What if she really is? Lu Yunbo's tone softened noticeably. How do you plan to find out? Cautiously, Lu Yunxiang suggested, I could try to get Mu Qianqian's DNA. Then you and Dad can use it for a paternity test. If she is our sister, we need to bring her home immediately. This suggestion made Lu Yunbo see his sister in a new light. He had always been indifferent to Lu Yunxiang, but today, he realized he might have misjudged her. It seemed she still cared about their family. Alright, I'll leave it to you, Lu Yunbo agreed. Dad also wants Yao Yao to do a DNA test soon. We can use the paternity test to silence the doubters. Suppressing her inner excitement, Lu Yunxiang responded as calmly as possible, it's no trouble. As your sister, I want Mom to get better soon too. Lu Yunbo was satisfied. I'll have someone return your card. Buy whatever you need. After hanging up, Lu Yunxiang's eyes gleamed with triumph, and a malicious smile curled her lips. A few days later, Yi Wanqing arrived at the University of Finance. Dressed stylishly, she attracted many students' attention. Pushing up her sunglasses, she cheerfully explained to Mu Qianqian, my brother is always busy with social events, and I got bored staying at the hotel, so I came to find you. Just in time. I just finished class, Mu Qianqian replied with a smile. Let's go to a cafe and sit for a while. Not long after they sat down, Li Xiu and Fang Yanran joined them. Mu Qianqian introduced everyone, and the atmosphere quickly became lively. Li Xiu curiously asked, aren't you the eldest daughter of the Yi family from Sioux City? Yi Wanqing laughed and waved it off. You don't have to treat me like some big shot. Just consider me a regular person. I'm just like you, a friend of Qianqian. Li Xiu and Fang Yanran relaxed and started chatting about Mu Qianqian. Yi Wanqing listened thoughtfully, occasionally glancing at Mu Qianqian. At that moment, Lu Yunxiang appeared at the cafe entrance. Pretending it was a chance encounter, she approached and greeted them. Miss Yi, Miss Mu, what a coincidence to run into you here. Though Yi Wanqing was suspicious, she politely invited her, Miss Lu, since we met by chance, why not join us for a chat? With a gentle smile, Lu Yunxiang sat down with them. The cafe's atmosphere instantly became tense, each person silently guessing the true intent behind this coincidental meeting.